Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1399 to Chapter 1467. High up. Inside the Mother Stream Universe tree that was responsible for filming, countless sages sat on the deck, looking down in an orderly manner like a classroom. Why is my body sweating and trembling all of a sudden? A saint smiled stiffly. His voice was actually intermittent, and his tone became incoherent. Sai, why are you trembling too? He turned around and looked at the other sages with a blank face and said hurriedly, why do I feel that my body is a little strange? A tall and strong sage's voice became hoarse. He also felt that it was strange. I don't know either, anyway. I'm the same, therefore, the sages all felt that it was extremely strange. There was no pressure. There was no aura. His body was just sweating uncontrollably, his muscles and energy were trembling uncontrollably. His body did not seem to be his own, however, an even greater trembling followed. The universe beneath their feet also began to tremble, as if the heavenly axiom of this universe, the Mother Stream universe that was hanging high above watching the battle, was also suffering from a certain degree of fear. Even the universe beneath our feet. In the deepest part of the world of immortals. The tip of the 9 continents of the universe was connected to a small round ball. This was the world of immortals known as the 10th universe. Although it was not a real universe, the name alone was enough to show how special it was. In the already empty Taoist palace of immortals. In the ancient throne that had existed for 14 billion years, an old man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unimaginable majesty and vicissitudes as he gazed into the void. This power is inexplicable. Is this the new system? It's completely different from us. How should I describe this power? All the quantum particles in the air, the matter formed by all things, seem to be trembling because of the arrival of their king. No longer distorting the rules, returning to the rules and completely mastering them, finally tracing back to the source of the singularity of all. Is this the final way to open the 11th level? What kind of joke is this? Rongqing, who was sitting high above the Mother Stream universe, stared blankly at the land below, looking at the tall and strong man who stood on the land. Whoosh. The moment he appeared, the world seemed to have changed. It was as if a layer of mist had rolled up, countless hurricanes swept away all the dust particles floating in the sky, making the entire world clear as if it had been vacuumed. This is the suppression of our level. Rongqing and Takashi looked at each other, feeling that the world had become very strange. Only they knew that this level of power was equivalent to their level of suppression. Those 2 Xian from before looked very strong, causing those sages to be dumbfounded. In reality, their battle prowess was less than 10% of theirs. The 2 Xian in front of them had truly reached the ultimate cosmic combat power that the longevity saints had. He had broken through the bottleneck and almost reached their level. Weak 11 levels of power, the pinnacle of the universe since ancient times, just like the other realms, the weak 11 and the weak 10, although they still seemed to be in the same realm, were completely different creatures. This is insane. He must be insane. He's not at the peak of the 10th level. He's only at the 11th level. He just broke through to the early 10th level, and he already has this kind of battle prowess. Gigi muttered, he's only a new early 10th level saint. Only they knew how much effort they had to put in to reach their current level, but their opponent had reached it easily. Rongqing stared down. They're crazy. But it's only natural. Their size gives them too many advantages. Times are changing. The era is also developing, and the upper limit of the universe is increasing. The great Tao is being perfected, so higher levels can appear. In ancient times, 8th level gods were already sacred. Later, 9th level Taoists were rare, but as the era progressed, they became ants. The era is stepping into a new dimension. Now? Yes, now is the time. They knew that the era of the universe was advancing, renewing, and developing. The bottleneck of the realm was loosening, and the 11th level was about to arrive. At that moment. You should be proud to have come this far and seen the real me. Countless particle storms were trembling. 2 Xian walked over step by step and said calmly, the reason why I didn't show myself and only left behind a cicada's skin was because I thought that my true appearance would have too great of an impact and would cause you to despair. I didn't think that I would be able to force you to this extent. What are you? Medusa's expression was one of despair and excitement. Her gaze was unimaginably scorching, as if she was looking at the most wonderful treasure in the world. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? Once again, this feeling of despair and helplessness. You're stronger than me. Just thinking about this strength is enough to make me tremble. The moment this 2Xian appeared, Medusa knew that the real monster had arrived. There was no comparison between the previous 2Xian, so it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But the real 2Xian in front of her made people feel the huge gap between the real and fake. The 2Xian in front of her was more than 10 times stronger than the previous 2Xian, giving people the feeling of an empty shell and a real object. Medusa was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Her lips curled up in excitement. This is you? The difference between having a brain and not? The difference is too big. Medusa was so excited that she could not control herself. I don't need to pry open your brain to know that it must be a smooth and tender brain, not an empty skull. Other than that ancient ultimate existence, there is actually a creature that is strong to this extent. It really makes me tremble with excitement. Medusa's whole body was trembling, and she was so happy that she wanted to laugh. Other than that ancient ultimate existence. Who is that? 2Xian looked at the sickly Medusa in a daze. Was this person referring to those immortal sages? But thinking about it carefully, the other party did not seem to have this meaning. Even if those immortal sages were stronger than him, they would not be much stronger than him. His energy level, was it a joke? No matter how strong an ant was, it would be difficult to defeat a star. Medusa took a deep breath and looked at the other party with a completely serious expression. Finally, there is someone who can make me use my full strength and fight to my heart's content. Although I have not reached my peak, this is the only thing that I regret. Oh? 2Xian looked calm. Medusa continued to smile, and her voice was elegant. Just now you asked, who is that existence? If you can force me to my limit, I may be able to tell you who it is, and even let you see him. Let me see him? 2Xian was confused. He murmured, could it be that I can summon him? Or is it some other strange trick? After all, the world was full of strange things. Even such a special super-polymerized creature existed in this world. Nothing was impossible for it to have endless bloodline gene positions in such a special way. It could be said that it was the ultimate creature of the bloodline law system. No matter what, you should be proud of yourself. 2Xian soon ignored it and said softly, it's good enough that you can force me to use my strength. He walked toward them with his hands behind his back. In this universe, the only thing that can make me feel threatened is the immortal saints in hiding. I've been keeping my guard up against them. I didn't expect that you would force me to make a move before they made their final struggle. As soon as he said that, the cute girl and the players in the distance were shocked. F***ck. His opponent is already the immortal saints? He's already looking down on us? Does he think we're weak? They were furious, but when they thought about it carefully, it was probably in line with the era of destiny. Back then, they saw the trend of the future in the distant future. The immortal saints of the world of immortals went out at the last moment and fought with the creatures of the new era. Then, it was the end. As for the outcome, they just didn't know and couldn't see it. Now that they thought about it, 2Xian might also be one of the giants of the encirclement in the future. He had the combat power comparable to the immortal saints. The mystery is solved. The cute girl said to Xianxia, it seems that although the era has been changed because of us, the monsters that can overthrow the immortal saints in the future have begun to appear one after another. That's true. Xianxia also opened his mouth and said, but they are too exaggerated. They can overthrow the immortal saints. This time, it was not their imagination. Maybe it was the truth. Even Suji agreed with their reasoning. The monsters that could overthrow the immortal saints had indeed appeared one after another. The bug empresses of the previous generations were all oppressed by the world of immortals. Those undefeatable monsters with eternal life encountered the monsters of the new era that were even more monstrous. Who would be able to remain high and mighty forever? Suji rested his chin on his hand and began to ponder about the situation. A new bloodline creature. There are already level 10 saints in such a short time. Is the power of longevity saints finally starting to appear? In other words, Jiji, Rongqing, Wenmeng, Tingshou, these ancient saints are going to make their appearance one by one? It's better if both sides fight. Suji chuckled. Let's see the final fireworks of these ancient big shots and see how powerful the fireworks of our civilization are. However, it was clear that no matter how powerful Tu Xian was, he could only be on par with a longevity saint at most. He was a sage of laws who grasped the order of the heavenly Tao of the universe and enforced the Tao on behalf of the heavens. He was not to be trifled with. His era of laws had yet to pass. Tu Xian is alone, and there are 9 longevity saints. It seems that if they fight 9 against 1, Tu Xian will be killed. But that's not the case. Suji thought to himself, Tu Xian can't be killed. Because he can jump into the chaotic sea to hide, and the longevity saints are invincible on land. They still have to borrow the power of the universe under their feet to receive the power of heaven and earth. They will still be crippled in the chaotic sea. That was the real reason why they could not stop the general trend. Because the longevity saints could only watch as the other party hid in the sea to develop and eventually killed them, Suji silently calculated the geographical location of the camp. It was very ingenious. Although it was very remote and hidden, it was very close to the coastline. If they ran with all their might, they would probably jump into the sea very soon. Tu Xian was probably already prepared. If the longevity saints attacked, he would jump into the sea at any time. This person is so dirty. He's King sneaky. Suji's face darkened slightly. He felt that he had met his match. Layers of nesting dolls were hiding crazily. If it was not for the temptation to force him to appear, he would have continued to hide and decided to sneak around until he was invincible in the world. Even if he was forced to appear, he still hid his true body. If it was not for Medusa forcefully seducing his strength, he would probably still be using an empty shell to do things, and his true body would still be hiding in the dark. Even if he was forced to appear now, he still had a powerful trump card and was not afraid. Layers of nesting dolls, countless trump cards. Tu Xian is really a master of sneaky Dao. Suji secretly looked into the distance. He's not afraid at all now because the longevity saints can't chase him into the sea. And the only ones who can chase him into the sea are the heavenly realms that can still preserve their strength in the sea. And the strongest combat power in the heavenly realms, Medusa, may not be able to take him down. Those who could kill him could not go into the water. Those who could go into the water could not kill him. Suji felt that it was troublesome. He seemed to feel that there was no good way to deal with Tu Xian in front of him. This was simply raising an uncontrollable and terrifying opponent, shooting himself in the foot. However, I can only do it. After all, I have to do it sooner or later. Suji said helplessly, this is a hopeless situation to begin with. If I lure him out in advance, I can still prepare. After all, what was the general trend of the universe that he had seen? The new creature had been languishing in the sea, growing and possessing the combat power of countless longevity saints. At the last moment, when the era arrived, it attacked and fought to the death with the longevity world. Who could stop them if they attacked together? If they appeared one by one and revealed themselves, they could still try to find a solution. It's a pity. I didn't succeed in deducing the miraculous martial arts. I only completed half of it. Suji shook his head. He also deduced miraculous martial arts. After all, he had obtained the accumulated wisdom and talent of many monsters, and even the vast knowledge and wisdom of other miraculous martial arts. However, the cultivation method he planned was too large, and the level of cultivation was terrifyingly complicated, and the progress was not fast. Suji pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved, and he looked at Medusa. By the way, Medusa said that if I am strong enough, I can let Tu Xian see his arrival. This sentence probably means that I still have to play with her Taoist method Genesis. If that's the case, Genesis, back then, my grand cosmic cultivation method was cultivated in the singularity explosion. Suji seemed to have a vague idea of a plan. He looked at Gigi, who was watching the battle with a solemn face, and said in his heart, if that's the case, the ultimate concept of the ancient universe descends, and I, the Venerable D, take the opportunity to perfect my cultivation method. Is there a possibility of fighting with this monster? If my cultivation method can be perfected, maybe it really can. Suji fell into deep thought. Boom, just as Suji was thinking, Medusa and two Xian in the distance had completely gone crazy in their battle. They had already exchanged many blows. The ground was covered in dust, and the countless sound waves were extremely terrifying. The next moment, a figure was instantly sent flying. A large amount of blood spilled from the body of the evil god. The evil god has been severely injured. All the sages felt a strong chill run down their spines. The heretic god of the universe. What level of being was this? This was the ultimate combat weapon developed by the Universe Garden civilization, one of the largest factions in the universe. The other factions in the universe were scattered across countless universes, like countless stars. Only this civilization was gathered together to create the ultimate weapon. Its combat power could be said to be invincible. It was born purely for killing. After all, her body alone had condensed countless universes, which was equivalent to gathering the thousands of universes of a huge all-heavens faction. Yet, such an amalgamation was actually forced to retreat by a single living being. One could imagine how terrifying 2 Xian was. Damn it. The number of universes now is too few. Compared to Big Sister's original body, the difference is too great. It has only just been developed. If only there was a period of time. Little Rock was secretly anxious from afar as she looked at the distant 2 Xian. However, the other party is simply a monster. Although he hasn't developed, Sister's control abilities are extremely immense. Even a bunch of low-level cell combinations can produce a terrifying qualitative change. Yet, the other party can fight to this extent, don't worry. Everything has just begun. Grandmaster Quantum 4 looked into the distance and focused. It's just an injury. The truly terrifying thing about the heretic god's body is its heaven-defying recovery ability. Furthermore, there are countless living beings in each universe cell supporting it, greatly recovering its strength. Bam, the ground was shattering. Gravel and dust kept shattering. The originally flat universe membrane was turning into mountains and valleys. Dust filled the sky. The explosion caused a huge piece of the thick universe membrane of the entire chaotic land to be ruthlessly shaved off. As the god of rivers, Little Rock watched this scene in a daze. Because of the establishment of the river rules, in order to pull out rivers and seas, the universe membrane has become like soil. It has the ability to be malleable and can sink and protrude, but this is too. This is simply creating mountains and basins for the entire surface of the universe. B***starred, is this also a necessary part of the universe? Everyone was shocked as they watched this terrifying battle. Perhaps this was fate, because where there were people, there would be disputes. Even if there weren't 2 experts fighting right now, there would be countless experts fighting in the future. Sooner or later, the Earth's membrane would be torn apart, becoming uneven, and the terrain would be reformed. Bam! Ha 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 ha, that's it. That's it. Medusa laughed crazily and excitedly. They exchanged blows in a frenzy, and various laws filled the air. In the next second, the ground shattered, and countless pillars of light rose. Medusa's Tao had entered an unimaginable realm. Meanwhile, 2 Xian's entire body had transformed into countless particles, which then transformed into sharp weapons that shuttled back and forth. This terrifying and unprecedented battle scene impacted everyone's nerves. Just the explosive energy level and the range of the attack exceeded the entire 14 billion years of history. The 2 of them were engaged in an extremely desperate battle, turning into 2 crazy afterimages. Bang, Medusa was sent flying again. Ta, ta, ta. Perhaps in ancient history, such a huge battle might have appeared. Now, a new chapter has opened. 2 Xian walked over slowly and looked at Medusa with pity. It's a pity. You're not just an individual. You're an amalgamation of countless universes and heavens, but your combat power should still be weaker than a longevity saint. 2 Xian smiled. If you're given more time, you'll definitely become stronger, or even infinitely stronger, far surpassing the upper limit of the longevity saint's combat power. Even in the future, no one will be your match. Yes, if there's enough time. Medusa slowly stood up, his expression extremely calm. But, how will you have the time? 2 Xian said indifferently, even if I give you some time, so what? You won't be able to develop faster than you are now, and we will only be faster than you. In the future, countless geniuses like 2Xian will appear one by one, and you'll only end up worse. This was also the reason why Rongqing and the others were so anxious. They knew that they could not afford to delay any longer. Geniuses would appear on their side, but geniuses would appear on the other side. Where's the ultimate move that you've mentioned? 2Xian put his hands behind his back. Didn't you say that you're going to use some kind of ultimate move to summon the ancient existence? Yes, it's been a long time since I fought to my heart's content, struggling on the edge of death. Medusa stood up, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and sneered. Now, it's your turn to struggle on the edge of death, because I'm going to use the Dao technique that I've mentioned. 2Xian was ready for battle. Medusa raised his hand high. Let's summon an immortal saint first. Who wants to come? 2Xian? He directly wrote the moment of shock on his face. Previously, he spoke so mysteriously and so powerful, but it turned out that he wanted to summon an immortal saint. Bullying the weak, this seemed to be provoking him, toying with him. Do you want us to make a move? Lu Qi asked. Soon, Lu Qi and Wen Meng communicated in the universe inside Medusa's body. After all, they were allies of the saints on this side. This is not very good. Wen Meng frowned. It was not a matter of righteousness. They could do anything to win, but if they made a move, it would be a complete fallout. With 2Xian's current strength, he's already ranked in the lower middle of the 9 of us from the immortal world. He can already defeat Gigi. Lu Qi slowly analyzed in the universe and looked at 2Xian outside. Any of us make a move, even if we join forces, we might not be able to kill him instantly. 2Xian was prepared. He specifically appeared here to meet them. It was too close to the chaotic sea, and a great existence of this level had a strong vitality. Even if they joined forces to kill him, they would slowly wear him down. It would be enough for them to escape to the chaotic sea. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Wen Meng said, after all, we've already lost the 3rd battle. If we shed all pretenses and drive him into the sea, we can still save your life. After all, you're the ultimate weapon of our entire force. We can't lose you. Who said that I've already lost? Medusa shook his head. I'm asking you to help me delay him for a while. I need to prepare my ultimate Dao technique and kill him. Even if he escaped into the sea? Lu Qi was instantly shocked. They could only drive him into the sea, but they could not do anything to him because they could not fight in the sea. Yes, even if it's in the sea. Now that the sea has begun to reject us, our combat power has been greatly reduced. Even so, I can still kill him in the sea, Medusa said lightly. Because of this, once I make a move and use this Dao technique, 2Xian will definitely sense the terror and desperately try to interrupt me. I can't use it. The two were slightly stunned. The opponent's Dao technique was this terrifying? As long as they could stall for time and let her prepare it without being interrupted, alright, I'll do it. Lu Qi smiled. Boom, in the next second, heaven and earth shook violently as if everything in the universe had frozen. An ultimate power similar to 2Xian's descended. This was an extremely small existence in the universe, a majestic man with an indomitable spirit. His normal height was 2 meters, but he gave off the feeling that he was the ruler of this part of the universe, the god of heaven and earth. Longevity, sage. 2Xian suddenly turned around and looked sideways. In the next second, without saying a word, he flew toward the sea almost without hesitation. This part of the universe is my domain. I control the laws of this part of the universe. Lu Qi's expression was indifferent. He grabbed the air, and the unimaginably vast light giant was instantly crushed. The rules have not returned. I still adhere to the Tao of heaven, and in a sense, represent the universe itself. Bang bang, 2Xian turned into a cloud of blood mist, reformed, and ran into the distance. He escaped. I'm afraid he will soon enter the sea, but as long as he doesn't disturb me, it's fine. Seeing this scene, Medusa's expression slowly became solemn as he stretched out his slender hand. Countless colorful rays of light lingered in the palm of his hand, gradually converging into an unimaginably beautiful vortex. We're going to meet again. Her expression suddenly became intoxicated, revealing a look of obsession, as if she was looking at the creation of an extremely beautiful creation. She softly whispered a word that could shake the entire universe, Genesis. Boom, the world turned upside down, and all things flowed backward. Xian was still running. Even he had to admit that the terror of the longevity saint was still far beyond his expectations. The longevity saint of the heavenly path, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It's indeed terrifying. As long as I reach the chaotic sea, the other party can't do anything to me. He ran all the way. Interesting, this is simply too interesting. Large amounts of quantum particles fell, looking extremely pathetic, but he could not help but laugh heartily. But isn't this also a kind of dead end? This is still their era, the power of the laws is still powerful. In the future, it's hard to say. He kept sneering. At the same time, he expressed his anger toward the evil god. In his opinion, it was simply losing the dignity of a powerhouse. It seemed that she had an extremely powerful trump card, but in fact, it was such a pitiful move, letting the longevity saint appear and bully the weak. Coward. Xian's impression of Medusa instantly dropped to the freezing point. In the previous battle, he thought that this crazy woman was a battle maniac who did not care about her own life. He admired her, but he did not expect her to be so afraid of death. It was all a facade. He continued to run. Suddenly, he vaguely felt a slight change behind him. A small vortex was slowly spinning. Xian turned around with a hint of surprise. I see. She did not lie to me. She has a powerful hidden trump card, but it needs a long time to accumulate power? That's why she let the longevity saint suppress me? Xian immediately became sarcastic. He shook his head and said indifferently, how ridiculous. Do you think I'm a coward? This is a battle between two civilizations to test each other. Am I the kind of person who would be ridiculous and not abide by the rules of the competition? I'll let you use your martial arts. That's also my pride and tolerance. Whoosh. The vortex was very small. But it kept shrinking, expanding, and spinning. It silently swallowed and spat out the matter around it, gradually expanding. At first, he did not feel anything, but now, the aura had already made Xian's heart palpitate. Whoosh, the sky was like an abstract oil painting, twisted like countless clouds spinning. The hard walls of the universe melted like soft white candles, overlapping like the waves of the sea. The sky and earth turned upside down. The sky and the earth descended. The mountains and soil floated into the sky. It was as if the entire world was mixed and distorted, beginning to return to chaos. What the hell is that? Xian also noticed it as he ran, but in the next second, an unforgettable scene occurred. Bang! That distorting force directly shattered the cosmos membrane beneath his feet. It was completely pierced through. In the distance, a large amount of seawater from a chaos sea river flowed into the depths of the universe along the shattered land and poured down. Has the sky collapsed? Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression turned serious. The cosmos membrane has actually been pierced through? A large amount of water poured into the countless galaxies and rivers beneath their feet. Countless planets were instantly washed away and rolled like small beads of stones. Countless huge golden lava suns were instantly immersed in the river and extinguished, turning into black, boiling lava balls that were countless times smaller in size. This scene was too shocking. The celestial river collapsed, and the matter from the universe beyond the heavens poured down. Boom, this massive vortex was like a hole. It was still engulfing the surrounding matter, the cosmos membrane, and the stars beneath its feet. Genesis. Xian turned around and muttered this terrifying word, what is this thing? At the next moment, he had a crazy urge to rush over and interrupt the other party. This was too terrifying. He could clearly feel that it contained a power that could destroy everything. At the same time, he knew what this meant. The singularity was the door to the 11th level. The other party's Dao technique was not just a killing technique. It might even be a method to verify the 11th level of Dao. This is impossible. Xian slowly turned his head to look. This vortex was still continuously collapsing, exploding, and slowly expanding its size. The beautiful vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It was constantly collapsing and colliding. It had already exceeded an area of over 100 light years, and the area it was devouring had turned into nothingness. That fellow has already gone mad. This Tao technique has surpassed light. Even further away, the three-pillar god said calmly, it is already countless times more exaggerated and perfected than before, surpassing light? Someone asked. The three-pillar god said, the expansion and collapse of the universe can surpass the speed of light. This is because the universe's most primitive explosion and collapse will return all laws. Light naturally does not exist. Without parameters, everything is possible. The Diablo has gone mad. Dichi's expression gradually turned solemn. What she is doing now is equivalent to using a nuclear bomb with the power of a mortal. If she is not careful, it will cause great destruction. Everyone knew how terrifying it was. After all, the Diablo back then had caused such a huge disaster with a low realm. What more, the current Diablo formed from countless universes. The matter she can move is very powerful. Now, a large amount of matter is returning to nothingness. The stars and land beneath her feet will be annihilated. And the range of the explosion will far exceed the speed of light. It will continue to expand and eventually cause a huge collapse of more than 3 million light-years. Strong magnetism, gravity, quantum laws. Everything will be ineffective here. It will form a huge zone of destruction and death, even more terrifying than the chaos sea. And after this Big Bang, although the universe's recovery ability is powerful, according to the existing laws, it can only replenish matter at the speed of light. In other words, for millions of years, this land before us will remain a land of nothingness. The three-pillar god's voice made everyone fall silent. And these are the parameters of simple calculations. Because the chain effect is too great, there is no result at all. At that moment, Little Angel asked, what do you mean by saying so much? It means that we can just treat it as a nuclear bomb. The land under our feet will soon be like the land that has been blasted by a nuclear explosion. It will suffer a super attack, and the people here will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the next millions of years, this place will still become a land of death, waiting for nature's long recovery. How is that possible? Little Angel was stunned in disbelief. The universe was huge and was divided into 9 universes. However, the area of millions of light-years was the size of a village on a continent. In other words, Sister destroyed a village. This seemed very weak, but in fact, it was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the saints of the old era and ants were unable to destroy a single bit of the universe. This was because the saints could at most destroy small galaxies because their energy levels were too low. A diameter of a few light-years was already very impressive. After all, a light-year was the length of a year's flight in a straight line. And this was just the beginning. In other words, when this level of combat strength became stronger in the future, it might be able to destroy cities and even countries on continents. In other words, to the new life forms in the future, the universe had really become a planet in a certain sense. Just as everyone was feeling horrified, something even stranger and sinister happened. They could clearly see that the collapsing singularity had completely solidified and reached some sort of qualitative change. Within the condensed collapsing extreme point, a blurry phantom image gradually appeared. What's that? Someone asked in surprise. The shadow converged and was extremely hazy. It seemed to be the collapse and explosion of the singularity, and it slowly manifested when it reached a certain limit. However, it seemed to be just a preliminary manifestation. What is that? Everyone seemed to hear the whole universe and the whole world in the singularity. Animals, sand, rocks, flowers, birds, insects, fish, light and storms, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Everything with consciousness and everything without consciousness gathered into a powerful torrent. Genesis. This is a man-made reversal of all the rules of the universe, going back to the distance, and creating the world again. What a terrifying dharma. But what about the image in the singularity? I don't know. It seems to be a natural phenomenon. The saints and the heavenly path in the universe were shocked. They found it hard to imagine. The singularity was the origin of the great path of the universe, the only origin of the universe's birth, and the original imagination that contained everything. It contained a mysterious ancient image, which was enough to shock people. In this battle, everyone was shocked by the evil god's nuclear bomb-level Dharma. It refreshed their worldview. Could it be the prehistoric level 11? Gigi said, after all, according to our deductions, the 11th ranker is an existence that has grasped the great Tao singularity. The collapse and explosion of the universe and the thousands of changes in the transcendent system will not cause his power to disappear. He is truly eternal, because all the power systems are branches evolved from the universe singularity. Perhaps it came from the remains of the 11th ranker from prehistory? Or something else? Who knows? Dizun looked calm. Gigi rolled his eyes. You must know. I have a hunch. It's a little strange. Rongqing also frowned. After all, the prehistoric cosmic meteor shower is very special. The leader of the universe might have come from another prehistoric universe. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. The universe was really mysterious. Whether it was those miraculous martial arts or the distant future world of martial arts, they all overturned their worldview again and again. They must have scoffed at it before and did not believe it at all. But now that all kinds of unbelievable things had happened, even the longevity saints were not so stubborn anymore. Suji felt a little gratified. The latrine stones of these antiques had been around for so long that their ideas had almost been assimilated. They had almost been subconsciously transferred. Perhaps the concept of the god of creation could appear. By the way, what is that figure? It's still condensing. On the other side, Lu Qi, who was chasing and suppressing 2Xian, turned around and looked into the distance. It seems that the evil god really made something incredible. Did he summon the prehistoric taboo of the 11th level? Everything was condensing slowly. The figure was completely condensing. They knew that if it expanded and collapsed a few more times, they would be able to see it more clearly. They were even more curious about that figure. The Genesis? Whatever it is, this is the limit of the bloodline power. In the distance, Bleer, the old man who trained in the Chaos Head, muttered. He was known as the Lord's brain, and was as intelligent as the stars themselves. His eyes flickered with data, and his expression grew more and more incredulous. Yes, this is the limit of the bloodline system, the limit of distorting the rules. He abruptly looked up at the sky and shouted, so, the peak of using the bloodline rule is, to distort all the rule of matter, to rewind, to create anew. If that's the case, it's not just our martial path that has an 11th step path, but our bloodline path as well. According to their deduction, the path of martial arts was the threshold of the 11th level. They even knew how a 10th level martial saint could break through to the 11th level. Because of 2Xian's power and the terrifying wisdom of the various geniuses, they could even deduce the general outline of the method of the 11th level. According to their deductions, the 10th level saint bloodline did not even have the threshold to step into it. If the bloodline fell to the 8th level, how could they reach the Tao singularity? It was impossible, but now, they might be able to prove their Tao in such a way. Damn it! Does that mean they don't need to follow our system in the future and can use their original bloodline system to reach the 11th level? The old man was not calm. On the other side, the immortal saints had also noticed this. Gigi's eyes lit up. The 10th level cultivates the false Tao, and the 11th level cultivates the origin true Tao. They need to master the power of the singularity itself. Does this mean they can reach the 11th level? Yes. Wen Meng also laughed at the side and said excitedly, yes, her current genesis is not perfect. It's just a forced fusion of rice from a big pot, there's no order. As long as we give this evil god the splitting Tao validation sequence atlas and let her follow the correct order to reverse the laws of the universe, she can theoretically validate the 11th level of Tao. Little Shiji quickly said, then, can you give Big Sister the diagram password? These few people seemed to be very carefree. Although they were curious about the shadow that was taking shape, they did not fear it. They were still chatting leisurely, waiting for it to appear and descend. After all, to ancient existences like them, what had they not seen? It would be strange if they did not fear it. As for the land in front of them being destroyed, it had nothing to do with them. They did not care at all. In any case, this piece of land would belong to someone else in the future, so why should they care so much? If a big hole appeared in the sky, it would be their business. Should we give the diagram to the evil god? However, the longevity saints shook their heads. That's another matter. It's useless to give it now. She can't break through the 11th level anyway. The sequence of the universe's Great Path diagram is only 80% complete. When the universe matures and the Great Path diagram is completed, the real singularity can be created and break through the 11th level. In other words, the door to the 11th level was not really opened. The laws of the Great Path had not been completed. How could it be opened? However, there's a possibility of breaking through to level 11 in our bloodline. I thought that our old bloodline system couldn't break through at all. Rongqing smiled and said, we can only switch to martial arts cultivation to break through. At that moment, the Venerable D next to her was also curious. He asked, didn't you say that we can break through if we know the sequence of the Great Path diagram and reverse the laws back to the original point? That was the inference before, but now I realize it's different. Ji shook his head and said, there are many problems. For example, we have fallen to the 8th level. How can we break through without the power? At the same time, we are also studying the Dharma to reverse all the laws. We had no clue before, but now we understand it after seeing this. However, we haven't studied the bloodline, but we have studied the martial arts. Those new natives should have studied it too. Ji looked at Old Man Bloor in the distance. After all, we have studied most of the 11th level. It's not difficult to see the path now. To break through to the 11th level, we need to cultivate the master's hand and the master's brain. Those two martial arts? Suji asked. Yes, breaking through to the 11th level in martial arts is similar to the evil god's method. It's also the creation of a new era, causing a collapse and a big explosion. Ji said, however, it requires the material of all things to reverse. How can martial arts reverse? The Venerable D next to him also fell into deep thought. That's right, martial arts only cultivated the body, muscles, and microscopic quantum physics. How could it reverse the material of all things? It's not difficult. Alchemy is the master's hand. Ji said, you can transform your skin and flesh into any material. Naturally, you can also transform it into all things in the world. Wind, earth, metal, light, you alone are all things. Then, you can use the master's brain to collapse your entire body and collide them together. Every particle can be collided with the great Tao of the universe in sequence, and you can turn yourself into a singularity. Collapsing and exploding his own body, turning himself into a singularity that was extremely tiny, Suji couldn't help but praise after hearing this. This was the great Tao of the 11th level. It was perfect. Just like we said, when the universe is completely complete and the last seat of the great Tao is filled, the war will begin. Ji smiled and said, because when the door to the 11th level opens, everyone will be fighting for the 11th level. When the 11th level appears and explodes, it will be the death of others. Our success or failure will be decided at that time. The moment the universe was completed, the battle of the 11th level would begin. Whoever reached the 11th level would be the decisive factor. Even further away, Medusa's singularity vortex had completely condensed and appeared. The phantom had completely manifested. It's going to appear? Everyone stopped talking and turned their heads to look. At this time, Dizun finally walked out and said softly, everyone, I'll go first. I want to enter the creation of a new era and comprehend my miraculous martial arts. Ji, who had been chatting happily, was suddenly dumbfounded. Go into the vortex? The few of them also glanced sideways and revealed a stunned expression. With their knowledge, they were the clearest about how terrifying that Tao technique was. That was the power of matter return. The great collapse of the universe was a huge, destructive millstone. No matter how great a life, a saint, or anything else, it would be wiped out into the first particles of the universe and vanish. Even the toughest earth membrane of the universe was smashed into a big hole and absorbed into the singularity. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Do you want to die? That's a technique used to chase after 2Xian. You want to go in and experience it first? Ji couldn't help but say. She was very worried. Once 2Xian was involved, he might not be able to withstand it. He could only be slowly tortured to death. Did her husband suddenly have a brain cramp? He was originally extremely calm and indifferent. Why did he suddenly do such a bizarre thing? Some things have to be done. Suji said softly, the martial arts I practice may need to be comprehended or completed in there. Don't worry, I have experience and confidence. I won't do anything too risky. Gigi's face darkened and became completely serious. Her eyes instantly turned white, and there was a flash of brilliance. She said seriously, "Tell me the truth. Do you really have confidence?" Obviously, she had used her power to distinguish truth from falsehood. This power consumed a lot of energy. At the same time, she didn't want to use it on her husband in daily life. That way, there would be no trust. It wasn't good to be overly suspicious. But now, he didn't want to die. Dizun glanced at Gigi and knew that she was really worried about him. He explained, "Don't worry. This isn't the first time in Genesis. I've experienced it many times. Don't worry." As he spoke, he walked over and exchanged information with the vast Medusa. After all, he couldn't wait. Some things would be exposed if he didn't do it. Soon, he came to Medusa's side and looked at her dragging the huge beautiful vortex with one hand. The vortex of Genesis has to reach a large enough area for the god of creation and the god of destruction to completely descend. There is still some time before the god of creation and the god of destruction completely descend. What are you doing here? Medusa said coldly. Do you want to experience it again? Yes, to comprehend my miraculous martial arts, I do want to go in, Dizun said softly. Modus was stunned. He looked Dizun up and down. I don't care if you don't want to live anymore. The venerable emperor said in a quiet voice, there is one more thing. Medusa looked at Dizun in confusion. Dizun said, how could these new creatures see such a great existence? If the enemy sees it, their knowledge of the god of creation and the god of destruction will collapse. It will be too disadvantageous for us. Indeed. Medusa relaxed his brows. What do you think? Let's go after Xianxia first and drag him into the vortex. This way, even if the vortex expands completely and the god of creation and the god of destruction arrive, they won't be able to see the outside. Medusa thought about it carefully and felt that it was indeed the case. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hunt him down in advance. She nodded and chased after him along the Chaos Sea. She strode forward and said coldly, the vortex now might not be able to kill him. However, it might be enough to chase after him in advance and trap him in it. Dizun didn't say anything and directly entered the whirlpool of Genesis. Whoosh. The surroundings were turbid, chaotic, and empty. I'm here again. It's been a long time since I saw this scene. Suji looked around. Compared to the last time, it's not even on the same level. Last time, I was here, in the creation and destruction of the universe, and I finally cultivated the grand universe cultivation method. I hope this time, I can improve the grand universe cultivation method. He took a deep breath. In fact, it was not only to enter in advance, but also to let Medusa go out to sea and kill Xianxia. If the god of creation and the god of destruction were to show themselves here, the immortal saint and Xianxia, who did not belong to the old creatures, would definitely be able to tell the authenticity of the god of creation at a glance. Therefore, going out to sea was the best choice. If Xianxia was trapped inside first, then he wouldn't be able to see the outside. No matter how strong he was, he could only hear the sound at most. And in the Chaos Sea, the Longevity Saint's body wouldn't be able to chase after him. There are only worlds in the sea, and the Longevity Saints can only use the universe to follow the battle situation. Then, the god of creation is really the god of creation, Suji said faintly. It had to be said that his plan was ingenious. On the other side, everyone stared blankly at Dizun. He entered the Genesis world skillfully as if he wasn't afraid of death. What he said just now, is it true? Is he really confident and has a trump card? Wen Meng asked blankly. Gigi nodded. He didn't lie. This shocked the others. It wasn't a lie, this wasn't the first time? This sentence stunned the people around him for a few seconds. This was too shocking. If this wasn't the first time, then when was the last time? Could it be during the real Genesis world, the first moment of creation, the Big Bang and the big collapse? Could it be that my husband came from the prehistoric era of the universe? Was he even older than them? Gigi felt dizzy. After all, his husband's origin had always been mysterious, and he had endless tricks up his sleeves. He also knew many mysterious secrets and kept surprising him. Not only Gigi, but the longevity saints also thought so. Their faces flickered. It was strange, but Gigi's ability couldn't be fake. This wasn't the first time he entered the Genesis world. On the other side, the players were also shocked. Gigi's ability is heaven-defying. Our forces in the underworld didn't have a single spy because he could see through the truth when he recruited people. Gigi is Ting. This isn't the first time Dizun has done this. We all know that. He was involved the last time, but he said he did it several times. That means it wasn't the first time. Could it be that he's really from the prehistoric era? Brothers, have you forgotten? Dizun's origin has always been mysterious. We only know that he was taken in and nurtured by the ancient gods, but his origin hasn't been revealed yet. Countless players started discussing, feeling terrified. Naturally, Suji didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, it wasn't the first time he had done the evolution of the universe. However, even though he knew what they were thinking, Suji didn't care because he was already in a huge collapse and explosion. The previous time was a fake among fakes. This time, it's getting close to a real cosmic phenomenon. It's too terrifying. Suji closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the chaos. All matter is being crushed into the most basic particles. Even if I have the great cosmic technique this time and absorb energy from the outside, I might not be able to withstand it. He felt that he was already in danger. In the outside world. Whoosh. Sage Luchi had already chased 2 Xian to the seaside and could no longer move forward. Ta. However, Medusa held the huge collapsing and exploding cosmic vortex and chased into the sea of chaos step by step. 2 Xian, I'm ready. Come and fight me. 2 Xian looked at the millstone with a gloomy expression. It was like a tiny human dragging a huge flying saucer. He turned around and left. I admit that your Dao technique is very invincible. That mysterious shadow is still condensing, and its outline is becoming clearer. The figure in the singularity might be descending. I don't know what's going on. I admit that I've lost this battle, but it's impossible for you to kill me. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He was still relying on the Chaos Sea. He wasn't stupid. His era hadn't arrived, and he was still in the era of the other party. Why should he fight? With such a terrifying Dao technique, it's impossible for you to catch up to me in speed. You're still useless. 2 Xian walked very quickly. That aura was too terrifying. It reproduced part of the earliest moments of the universe. The power of nature was something that individual life couldn't resist. Once they were involved, they would be crushed alive. Even those longevity sages didn't dare to approach. That guy's energy level is low, but his Dharma art has moved too many things. 2 Xian swam along the coast. Previously, the combat power of this malevolent god of the universe was a level lower than that of a longevity sage. Because she had just started, there were too few in the cellular universe who could fight, less than 1% at its peak. But now, she used the vortex to move a large amount of matter, returning and exploding. The energy level of the vortex made him shudder. Who wouldn't be alarmed by the 5-colored vortex millstone that was raised high up in the air? Not only him, even the longevity sages in charge of the heavenly axiom might be tortured to death if they were caught in it. How would he dare to make a move? You want to leave? Medusa's expression turned cold as he chased into the sea. Unfortunately, her speed of twisting the laws was much faster than the speed of the martial arts system, but now that she was dragging such a burden, she couldn't catch up at all. 2 Xian, you said you wanted a fair battle. Why are you running? Medusa's voice resounded in the sea. The seawater was sucked into the vortex, stirring up countless ripples. No one ran from the chaos head in the first battle. The elemental body was also used in the second battle. But for the third battle, you retreated without a fight? As the leader, do you have any dignity? 2 Xian was dumbfounded. Is this a matter of dignity? You have a world-destroying bomb in your hand. Who dares to fight you? You can't get out once you are caught in it. If you have the guts, put that thing down and let's have a fair battle. 2 Xian couldn't help but say, you twisted the laws and used the power of heaven to fight. This is not a battle with you, but a battle with nature. Nature is unbeatable. It's only natural that I leave. Who said it's unbeatable? Medusa mocked. Dizun has already entered this ball of Genesis, to fight against the world-destroying storm, but you don't dare? That guy went in. Xian was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect that guy to have such guts. But he still didn't fall for the guy's provocation and continued forward. Damn, since you're doing this, don't blame me. Medusa's expression darkened. He called for the other worlds to stop him. Instantly, the natural Heavenly Tao camp and the human Heavenly Tao camp chose to join forces and obstruct Xian from all directions in the Chaos Sea. Xian was stunned. You're not abiding by the rules of the martial Tao, and you're asking for help. Medusa sneered, you were the one who didn't follow the rules first. Damn it. Xian snorted. It was obvious that they were entangled. As for the so-called rules of the martial arts arena, the one-on-one battles between the two races, it was already meaningless. In that case, I'll have to use my true trump card. Xian's expression sank. Fine, since it's like this, then let's shed all pretense of cordiality. You still have a trump card? Medusa sneered. He, Xian said softly, you will never know the power of the cicada slough. This is the foundation martial art of our civilization, guiding us to a distant and beautiful future. Somewhere in the deep sea, an extremely large tribe of 10 million clansmen was currently taking root in the various bridge tunnels of the ruins of a universal bridge, welcoming the members of the new tribe. The Chaos Sea has already begun to nurture microbial spores. We have to start guiding plankton. A series of voices could be heard. If the old humans outside saw this scene, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Because these new creatures had actually developed to such a terrifying level, and their numbers were so large that they had already begun to secretly welcome the new members of the Chaos Sea. And in a cave, a white brain with the body of seaweed was sitting on a recliner, pretending to sleep. Suddenly, it slowly opened its eyes. Xian, I actually can't beat them? They were also creatures of the new era. However, their size was only 1% of a normal light year, around 0.1 to 0.7 light years. This was the new descendants produced by the cicada slough martial art. Xian had molted his own body and gave birth to a new species. This was a special species with only one brain and almost no body, the brain people. Their combat power was very low. And with such a body size, the amount of energy they could absorb was enough to increase the number of their race by 100 times. What limited their race was not their reproductive ability. Their reproductive ability was similar to that of ordinary humans. What limited their numbers was energy. To breed a mature giant light year of their race required too much energy. After all, this was not their era, so they had to be very careful when collecting energy. We are just brains. Although our intelligence is not weaker than ordinary people, our combat power is not enough. We can only reproduce and manage our race in the rear. But I have to admit that Xian is a very terrifying person. He is very far-sighted and perfectly formulated a plan for the rise of our race. After all, the possibility of a race's genius appearing is based on the large population base. Therefore, he used the cicada slough to change the form of his species and then gave birth to these species that only have brains. With 10 million people, a few geniuses with intelligence not weaker than Xian can appear, but Xian actually asked us for help. How did those fellows do it? The wriggling brains of the brain people crawled slowly. We still have to go and support them. After all, we can't let Xian die. He is our king. They looked at a few tall and giant normal clansmen. Are you guys ready? These clansmen nodded. We are ready. Our bodies live for you guys. Even if we die, it will be for the future of our race. Whoosh. A few brain people pried open the brains of these clansmen and slowly crawled in. Not only were these giant clansmen determined to die, but even these brain people were also temporary creatures. If the two sides were not compatible, they would soon die. But it did not matter. The meaning of their existence now was to help their race get through the most difficult period. How laughable. How dare they? Out of our population of 10 million, there are a few geniuses that are slightly weaker than or even not weaker than 2Xian. Our future potential is limitless. When our population reaches 100 million or even 10 billion in the future, there will be geniuses that far surpass 2Xian. It will be even more unimaginable. Perhaps, to us, level 11 is just another beginning. Level 12, level 13? Who knows? Those realms are ultimately deduced by higher dimensional existences with higher intelligence. That will be our future. As for these old and stale creatures, how dare they? Although they looked down on the old creatures, they were still on the alert. Even 2Xian and them had made the most precise defense. Even if they were to crush the other party, they did not have any arrogance or carelessness. 2Xian's martial art, cicada molt, had great side effects. With every molt, his brain would continuously shrink. But he had the determination to die. This great sage of his race did not plan to live for long. As for these deformed clansmen who were mutated by 2Xian, in order to let their clansmen reproduce, they only had brain people. Who did not have the determination to die? Don't look down on us, bastards. You guys are not the only ones with such determination. Our civilization is also composing its first hymn. Whoosh. Suji slowly floated in the endless chaos particles, feeling the emptiness of everything. Almost every second, his body was shattering countless times and dying countless times. It was also because he had a backdoor that he was able to maintain energy supply and recovery. I can vaguely see the first scene of the universe, Suji said softly. At this moment, the Genesis era was the closest to the original image of the universe. Previously, it was just a small matter. Previously, the energy level was too small, and the range was too low. How could he hope to evolve something that was close to the real Genesis era? It was simply impossible. However, Medusa's super-huge body had swept through millions of light-years of matter in the universe. It was enough to simulate a more realistic original image of the universe. Origin, this is the true source of all things. Suji felt a hint of sacred and ancient aura. This was the power of the level 11 Great Tao Singularity. It was being nurtured, compressed, and about to appear. But if the previous Medusa's singularity wasn't even 1 in 10 billion, then this singularity in front of me is at most 1 in a million of the real singularity. It's still very incomplete. Admittedly, the power was enough, but this singularity was still too far off. Firstly, the great Tao of the universe wasn't complete, and the rules weren't complete. Without the flow of all the rules, how could he obtain the real singularity? Secondly, it was the sequence. Only by following the sequence of the great Tao proven by the generations of sages, and following the fusion and reversal, will I be able to obtain the real singularity and become level 11. Suji clearly knew that this was indeed a pot of messy soup, a messy mix of 4 singularities. But even so, it should be enough to research my next great universe cultivation technique. Suji took a deep breath and smiled. Even those new life forms without bloodlines are included. I wonder if my great universe cultivation technique can achieve this. Honestly speaking, Suji didn't really have much confidence this time. Because he felt that this was a completely different system. But at the very least, I can research my miracle martial technique. Suji forcefully held on amidst the countless tearing and shattering. He seemed to die tens of thousands of times every second, and only by relying on the internal energy transmission channel could he maintain his life. But to achieve this, Suji needed to consume a large amount of matter that he had accumulated over the years. This was a huge price to pay, and it depended on whether the harvest was big enough. Interesting, I've seen some new paths, very interesting. On the other side, 2Xian was being surrounded. A large number of long-range attacks from all over the universe surrounded him from all directions in the chaotic sea, causing his running speed to decrease rapidly. Behind him, Medusa directly caught up, and the two of them got closer and closer. Run, continue to run. Medusa approached step by step and laughed sinisterly, in all directions. What can you do? I can't do it alone. You're very proud of yourself, evil god. Don't you think you look like an evil villain? 2Xian stopped and sneered. Do you think I've only developed a small tribe in these years? A tribe with only 100,000 people? You underestimate me. Isn't it? Medusa said lightly, To be able to collect so much energy and produce so many clansmen has already surprised me. Could it be that you are still hiding something? How many more can they hide? 10,000? 30,000? Her calculation ability was not low either. Based on the geometric growth model that she had established, even if 2Xian went all out and increased his population exponentially, it definitely wouldn't be much higher than it was now. How many geniuses could there be in a small tribe with a population of 100 or 200,000? What kind of trump card did he have that could affect the current battle situation? The two experts who had appeared previously could be considered to be doing very well. You underestimate me. 2Xian said coldly, if you can create miracles, why can't I? The so-called miracles are beyond the scope of normal thinking. As long as I create enough small clansmen, there will be a large number of them and more geniuses will appear. Enough small clansmen, could it be Cicada Slew? High above, Rongchen quickly realized this. But even if he could use this cultivation method to evolve into a small creature, and then reproduce a large number of small descendants, his combat strength wouldn't be strong, and he wouldn't be useful in battle. Wait a minute, the next moment, Rongchen revealed a look of disbelief. His cicada slew is to change the brain, and if it's to change the brain, then doesn't that mean that all the new clansmen will become brains? Putting the brains in a jar and cultivating them one by one. This person can't be that crazy, right? This is simply turning him into an evil mad scientist. Rongchen himself was a mad scientist, a mad wizard who constantly studied the soul of creatures. His talent came from the structure of the soul. Killing and crazy experiments were common, but even he felt that this was too terrifying. The other party was too ruthless, but they had vaguely guessed the answer. The other party had already done it. The other party was an expert in using the brain. The cicada slew he researched was also a system cultivation method, and he also had a plan based on it for the entire race. Haven't you noticed? This can also be considered a miraculous martial art. 2Xian said coldly, it is also based on this martial art as a node to formulate a race development plan. Perhaps we can call it Human Brain Breeding Plan? This is the martial art, Cicada Slew. The brain is the main body, and the body is the shell. It can accelerate our growth, make up for the time we lack, and form our combat power. How about it? It's not weaker than your martial arts, right? As soon as 2Xian's words fell, powerful existences appeared one after another in the seawater. There were a total of 5 of them. Whoosh! The towering light-year giants coldly faced each other, as if they were vast and huge glaring Vajra giants looking at the myriad worlds in front of them. Among them, the auras of 3 of them were weaker than 2Xian, and the other 2 were on par with him. Everyone felt their scalps go numb at the sight. A total of 6 people, similar to 2Xian's intelligence, these 6 people were already close to the number of 9 people in the world of immortals. In other words, in this era, the living beings of the new universe had also become even more terrifying and cautious due to the change in the general trend, to prevent the other party from overturning their era. That's right, that's right. I should have thought of it long ago. How could these races, whose average intelligence far surpasses ours, underestimate the enemy? They feel that we are weak, and that it is almost impossible to reverse the situation, so they are careless against us? Lucci laughed bitterly. They have already discovered the change that does not belong to this era, so they must completely suppress it. The other party was not stupid. They directly came up with the most perfect response plan. This was the most normal and optimal method. Martial art, Cicada Slew, it also gave them, who were already in a desperate situation, a fatal blow. This powerful martial art did not make a single person strong, but it made the entire race strong, becoming the cornerstone of the race's development. Only this was worthy of being called a miraculous martial art. This 2Xian, what a terrifying scheme. What, are you surprised? Did you see the 6 of us? 2Xian clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, you can't possibly think that I, 2Xian, am the only one, right? I, 2Xian, seem to have surpassed the limits of the intelligence of you human geniuses. You are all very afraid of me, but in reality, my talent is not considered too high for my race. At most, I am a rare genius among 10 million people. Many people had expressions of despair. 2Xian was actually a rare genius among 10 million people, But he was already so terrifying, and what about the future? There would be more of them in the future, and if they completely took shape, it would be completely unimaginable. Not to mention the future, the current population of 10 million people was already enough to make the entire 9 universe feel the infinite terror and potential of this race. It was already difficult to deal with them. His expression was cold as he looked down at these pitiful worlds. The 6 of us are our final combat power, our final trump card. You should be proud that you have forced me to this extent. In reality, you have led me here. From a certain perspective, haven't I also led you into a trap? Xian looked at the evil god in front of him, as well as the surrounding worlds. These are all the trump cards that you have developed over the years, right? As long as I kill all of you, you will no longer have any voice. You? At this moment, everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Their pupils slowly dilated, and they were scared out of their wits. The other party's intelligence was indeed beyond theirs. It seemed like they had set a trap, but the other party was playing along with them. Xian's frantic escape earlier was probably just an illusion. They were already deep in the chaotic sea. Without the super bodyguards like the longevity saint, the various worlds present might really not be a match for the few people in front of them. They already had the ability to eradicate and deal with the various worlds now. Geniuses among 10 million people, even if it's just a deformed species with big heads and brains, it's impossible to have 6 people. You have to have 60 million people. Wen Meng's voice was completely hoarse. We don't have 60 million people, because time is too short. We can't collect the energy of 60 million people. Xian said coldly. However, a mere population of 10 million people seems to only have a probability of producing 1, but there is still a possibility of producing 5 or 6 geniuses like us. You should have already guessed the method, right? Rongqing and the others turned pale. They had already guessed it. In the distance, Tingshou's voice was also completely hoarse. He said, kill. After 100 years, once you find out that they don't have amazing aptitude and aren't geniuses, kill them. Then, absorb their energy and reproduce again. As long as you kill more and the iteration is fast, there will be enough genius babies. You are so cruel. There is no cruelty in the war between races. Xian put his hands behind his back and said with an unimaginable sense of dominance, perhaps it doesn't seem necessary, but I still want to kill you in the most perfect form. Even if the future generations think that I'm a tyrant, the cruelest ruler in history, using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, there is no need for me to hurt my enemies and be seen as stupid. But the facts have also proven that I was right to be vigilant against you from the 2 battles. You are worthy of me giving up my life. Xian's expression was neither happy nor sad. He said, ever since I developed the cicada slough, I never planned to live. Everyone looked at the man named Xian in a daze. Even if the future generations thought that he was the greatest and most evil tyrant in history? Despised by others? He never planned to live from the beginning. Sister Meng and the rest felt depressed. With brilliance, they seemed to see the figure of the truly selfless and charismatic man from back then. He wanted to build a paradise in a dangerous environment for his race and the common people. The Xian in front of him was a true hero. In order to overthrow the rule of the old era, overthrow corruption, stop the development of the universe, and kill the ancient creatures of the new era, he had already given up everything. Sister Meng sighed softly, turned around, and said to the people behind her in a clear voice, I still remember the great figure of the human ancestor Su Yonyan, the heavenly emperor, the Tao of immortality. In order to overthrow the rule of the ancient gods, we cheered for him and built a monument for him, singing praises to the great martyrs, singing to them, may everyone in the world fight for the current era, live an exciting life, and not be corrupted and arbitrary. But unknowingly, we also became the evil dragons of the old days. The young dragon slayers back then are already evil dragons, Great Emperor of Alchemy Li Jiangjiang said. At the side, Diqi put his hands behind his back and did not get angry when he heard Mother Earth's words. Instead, he sighed with emotion and said, you wanted to overthrow me back then. Now, you will become me and block the great overarching heaven with us. You guys are interesting. Diqi patted Sister Meng's shoulder, feeling very gratified. The 3 pillar gods lowered their heads and did not say anything. Instead, they muttered to Xian in the distance, you guys are crazy. You obviously don't need to pay a price and can still win against us. Now, 2xin, you are actually sending the lives of an entire generation to their deaths to guard against us? Crazy? Only by sacrificing our generation can we be completely at ease. In order to be absolutely safe, why should we be afraid of death? 2xion's expression was cold, and his sorrow and joy could no longer be seen. As long as we completely eradicate the corruption of the old for our next generation and usher in a new dawn. In this world, no one can always be high and mighty. These people today are all brain people who crawled into the bodies of other people, and the side effects are great. They never plan to go back, and they are already prepared to die. 2xion lowered his head and suddenly muttered something he heard from the other civilization. For the sake of sacrifice, how ambitious is it to dare change the sun and moon to a new day? He floated above the sea of chaos and slowly bowed to the myriad worlds in the sky, as well as the evil god who was holding the creation era, and the ancient phantom that was gradually condensing in the singularity. He cupped his fists and said, "Ancient sages, please die for the future of the world at this moment." As soon as 2xion finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Behind him, 5 towering giants slowly walked out. They were full of fighting spirit, and their eyes were burning with raging flames. They shouted, "Let's go!" They shouted, "Ancient saints, please die for the future of all living beings in the world." Ancient saints, please die for the future of all living beings in the world. Their voices were as loud as a bell. Their determination to die resounded in the minds of everyone present. It contained a huge amount of essence, chi, and spirit. It was sharp and full of the vigor of the new era, causing all the saints of the past to be shocked on the spot. The energy of a new civilization was vividly reflected there. All the saints were oppressed by their aura. Do they really want to die? Every one of them is as great as the immortal saints, but instead of fighting among themselves and monopolizing the future of their civilization, they chose to bury their own futures and lives. Lunatics. They don't play by the rules at all. They're going to bring forward the day of the final battle and wipe us out. They won't even give us the chance to develop. They won't even give us the slightest chance to develop. Clearly, even if we do develop, we won't be as fast as them. The further we go, the greater the advantage they have. They don't want us to have any chance at all. Run. Someone cried out loudly, already lacking the will to fight, feeling the urge to retreat, wishing to retreat with his own heavens and realms. Because the other party was really going to fight to the death. As for the universe, they did not have the ultimate combat power of the longevity saints on the continents of the 9 universes. They did not have the protection of the longevity saints. How could they not be afraid? Whoosh. Some of the scattered minor heavens. Forces had already begun to slowly move back and retreat. 2xion looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He stood above the ocean and said coldly, "Run. Don't worry and run. I won't stop those who want to run. I will only leave a few major forces behind. The rest can run. The fiend god, the underworld, the mother river." 2xion named the heavens that he wanted to leave behind. Go. Many of the worlds that had been hesitant suddenly retreated as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. General trend. General trend. Rongchun clenched her fists and pretended to be calm as she looked into the distance. He looked at the 6 people and felt an unimaginable vitality in them. The spirit of a civilization is the most fearless at the moment of its birth. Among them, 2xion is the only immortal saint among them. The other 5 are just temporary combat power. They only cultivated a deformed brain and took over other people's bodies to explode. I'm afraid that after today, these elites will die. Rongchun looked at these people. They were destined to become longevity saints like them in the future. How could they not cherish their lives? If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it. He sighed softly, and his gaze swept past the 6 people in front of him, looking at the many worlds that were already retreating in panic. In stark contrast, we have truly decayed. We fear death, and none of us have the courage to advance bravely. Our hearts have been covered in dust, and we no longer have the resolve to die. Whoosh. A large number of worlds began to retreat. Only a few scattered forces in the universe were still strong enough to fight to the death. They were willing to risk their lives and stay there to help fight. Gigi's expression darkened. If the entire universe worked together to fight against these 6 people, there was a possibility of victory. However, the hearts of the people are not united, and many ran away. Almost all the worlds here are surrounded. If we are all killed in one fell swoop, our efforts will be in vain, and we will no longer be able to resist, Lucci said coldly. No matter how one looked at it, it was already a dangerous situation where death was inevitable. The hands of the immortal saints could not reach the Chaos Sea. They were the saints in charge of the heavenly Tao in the universe, and the Chaos Sea outside the universe could not descend. Do we really have to be destroyed in advance? Quang Tu's body went limp. There's another way. The 9 of us can't fight in the Chaos Sea. If it's that one. Gigi's words made the other immortal saints panic. He might not be willing, Wen Meng said. How would we know if we don't try? Quang Tu thought about it and looked into the distance. This is our last hope. Boom. The 6 immortal saints attacked fiercely, directly surrounding the universe next to them. One of them fought against one force, the underworld heavens, the mother stream heavens. I alone am fighting against countless universes. It's a magnificent feat. A tall immortal saint laughed and looked at the mother stream civilization in front of him. He, that evil god's methods are shocking, and the shadow it nurtures is terrifying, but she's too slow. A saint said, Your Highness Tu Xian, you go and hold her back, while we go and kill the others. They spoke one after another. A terrifying battle completely erupted above the Chaos Sea. All the trump cards and forces of the entire New and Old Era collided at this moment, as if the final battle of the Twilight of the Gods had begun in advance. The immortal Taoist palace. The 9 immortal saints slowly knelt down. An old man with a hazy body sat high above. The 9 of you have already done a good job coming into the world to undergo the tribulations, but I didn't expect such a change to occur. Originally, with your invincible saint talents, you could still hold them off for a period of time. With you guarding, no new creatures would dare to come ashore, but now, you haven't shown up yet, so we don't need you anymore. Those monsters are too smart, they avoided you. Indeed, no one had expected this to happen. However, this was the reality. Wasn't it the most normal for the real battle to erupt in advance according to the plan? You've calculated the future, and I've also calculated the future. Then, under mutual interference, the structure of the future will no longer be predetermined. Your Highness, please do it. The immortal saints said, they avoided the 9 of us, but they can't avoid you. In the Chaos Sea, you still have enough combat power. As long as you float to the immortal realm, the 10th universe continent will descend and appear in the Chaos Sea where they are fighting, then we can recover our combat power. They could only control the heavenly Tao in the universe, but it was impossible for them to move the 9 universal plates. In that case, the best way was to let the 10th universal plate float to the surface, so that they could have the possibility of fighting. The 10th universal plate that could move at any time could still make them invincible in the Chaos Sea. You have entered the world, but I have not. Why should I help you? A cold voice came from high above. My promise to you is to come to this moment in the future. You have to fight for everything else. You have entered the world, but I don't need to enter the world, so why should I help you? If the immortal realm doesn't appear, no one can enter the immortal realm. I will only open the door of the great path in the 10th universe and prove my Tao to the 11th stage. My great path can be expected, but I can't enter the world and be stained with karma. As soon as the voice in the depths fell, there was no more life. All the immortal saints looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Once the immortal realm appeared, it might also be invaded, and it would be difficult for them to protect themselves. Are we really doomed? Quang Tu smiled bitterly. He turned his gaze to the outside, where the killing continued. The earth-shattering battles filled every part of the Chaos Sea. It was extremely tragic. Sigh. All the immortal saints sighed. The world of immortals had controlled the entire universe for more than 14 billion years. They had accumulated many trump cards and were invincible. Everyone thought that they were only invincible in the 9 universes, but they did not know that they had the strongest trump card when necessary. They could go deep into the Chaos Sea and display their invincible power anywhere in the universe. The world of immortals could not touch them. Enter the Chaos Sea, that was just a flaw that was exposed. Once someone believed it easily, they would definitely be tricked to death. However, entering the Chaos Sea required the world of immortals to appear. The price was huge. In fact, the world of immortals was already invincible. They had no shortcomings in the entire universe and could appear at this moment. If the 10th universe appeared and arrived at that sea, the 9 saints could take action and capture them all in one fell swoop, not to mention the ancient longevity Tao ancestor, a mere longevity divine 2 Xian and 5 disabled longevity saints. They would be killed by the 9 of them. If the 9 of them worked together, it would only take 10 moves, the situation would be reversed, and 2 Xian's clan would be wiped out. Everything they had accumulated would turn into nothingness, and the remaining knowledge and civilization would be obtained by the other worlds to deal with the future, greatly increasing their chances of winning. However, at this moment, they did not want such a heaven-defying trump card. They could win by attacking, but they watched as the 9 of them were defeated and were not willing to help. It's rotten. It's really rotten. Quang Tu laughed bitterly. At the end of our era, there are schemes everywhere, and we are torn apart. Without the spirit to fight with all our might, we are like an old man in his twilight years, and we don't even have the courage to struggle. Many people's hearts turned cold. Those worlds did not flee and fought with them. There was still a chance of survival, but they fled. The Tao Palace of Immortals appeared and attacked. They could directly suppress them, but they still did not do anything. There was a sharp contrast between the two sides. Is our era really going to end? Damn it! One of the saints clenched his fists. We have shocking power, but we can't go into battle to kill the enemy. The world of immortals won't appear at all. We can only watch the depths of the Chaos Sea. Further away, the Mother Stream civilization and the Underworld civilization were no pushovers. Their battle prowess was not as strong as the evil god of the universe who only walked the path of killing. However, the other party was not 2 Xian. He was also a death warrior who had temporarily raised his realm. In an instant, they were actually evenly matched. In these few years of development, the few leading forces of the myriad heavens realms, with each force joining forces with tens of thousands of myriad heavens, were not at a disadvantage. I've underestimated you. You're actually able to reach such heights. It seems like it was right for us to treat them with our full strength and not give them any leeway. The 5 existences displayed their own divine abilities and directly attacked. They sneered and said, however, you all seem to be able to fight against us, but in reality, you are too scattered. Your strength is inferior to that evil god's. You are just a bunch of small fries. Their figures condensed and they slowly waved their fists. At the same time, the Chaos Sea is already our home ground. The universe has already started to reject you from the Chaos Sea. Boom, several existences made their moves. A large amount of light exploded, and countless particles surged. Dickie, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and even the longevity saints entered their own universes and resisted with all their might. All kinds of trump cards began to be used. The elements of the Mother Stream system converged. The Buddhist civilization's Dragon Vein Incense universe began to create universe incense gods, and all kinds of dazzling methods began to appear one after another. However, they still could not resist. There's one more move. At this time, the 3 pillar gods in the distance calculated frantically. A large amount of data flowed, and they said faintly, they have the determination to die, but we don't. You mean, we'll also perish together? The 3 pillar gods said, countless heavens will join forces and forcefully hold them back. We'll perish together and then be drawn into this Genesis vortex. Many people's expressions changed slightly. It's still better than being killed. The 3 pillar gods said, even if we die, we'll bite off a piece of the other party's flesh. Moreover, these heavens in front of us have been destroyed, and all their efforts have been completely destroyed, but we're not dead yet, because in the era of the myriad heavens realms, we can still make a comeback as long as we win. There was nothing around them. Suji did not know what was happening in the immortal realm, but he could also feel a strong sense of danger. At the same time, he was constantly observing the situation outside. This is going to be troublesome. Suji sat cross-legged in the Chaos Sea. The myriad heavens realms are their efforts, the trump card that they use to fight against the other party. At the same time, it's also my efforts, my only competence to fight against the era. If it's destroyed, then I'm finished. This was an indescribable danger. The myriad heavens realms outside were being destroyed one by one, and his heart was constantly bleeding crazily. However, I've also deduced some things. Suji said softly, my great universe technique can't be perfected and used on those creatures without bloodlines. Suji had already discovered that there were differences between singularities. The incomplete singularity that he controlled could only be used to control creatures with bloodline cultivation. To control creatures without bloodlines, unless Suji could control the perfect singularity, then he would be able to improve his great universe technique and control new creatures without bloodlines. At that time, as long as he grasped the true singularity, the source of the great Tao, no matter what system, bloodline, or anything else, they would be controlled by his great universe technique. This was because all changes were the same. If I want to cultivate a great universe technique that can control all matter, I can only break through to the 11th stage and grasp the true singularity. I can't break through this fake singularity. The bloodline fake singularity and the great universe technique can only allow me to control creatures and matter with bloodline. Suji shook his head. Then, the plan is very obvious. I have to be the first to break through to the 11th stage in the universe and use the great universe technique to envelop those new life forms and kill them. That way, the only force in the universe that can resist me will be gone. I, a cancer cell, can do whatever I want. At the same time, only by breaking through to the 11th stage will I not reveal any flaws and ensure my absolute suppression. In the universe, there were only bloodline creatures and creatures without bloodlines. The bloodline creatures were already his. If he dealt with the other side, then, the great universe technique would really envelop all living creatures. He would then be the true god of creation. It's a bit difficult to be the first to break through to the 11th stage, but it's not impossible. Suji massaged his temples. He was aware of the danger outside, but it was not the time to think about perfecting the great universe technique. It was still a long way off. Next, I should perfect the miracle martial arts that I've already calculated before. Here, I should be able to obtain some of the primordial chaotic matter of the universe. I should be able to do it. He knew that there was no time to lose. His first goal was to solve the current predicament. If he dragged things out for a while longer, it would be completely bad. Suji began to perfect his miracle martial arts in a frenzy. He modified his quantum body and improved his body at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Unfortunately, it's still a bit slow. I might not be able to make it in time. Suji frowned slightly. The next second. Crack. Within the chaotic whirlpool, a tall light giant appeared. Its body was entangled with countless basketball-sized universes that dragged it in. You all have guts, actually wanting to perish together with me. A mighty existence roared angrily. Hee hee. You have guts. Why don't we? This was the camp of the Mother Stream civilization. He even heard some familiar voices. Boom, they barged in directly, roaring as they fought. They fought to their limits. However, in the next second, everyone looked sideways and noticed Dizun, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle. He seemed to be sitting on a chaotic lotus in the sea of chaos, traveling among the primordial matter of the universe. He closed his eyes and rested. His body was broken and restored countless times. It was as if he was the heavenly lord who created the universe. Dizun? He's actually here? They were fighting fiercely. They suddenly turned their heads to look. They were in disbelief. He's still alive? Why can't I be alive? Dizun was speechless. This singularity was the incomplete singularity of the bloodline. The matter it absorbed was constantly being converted into a part of its body. Not to mention too much, 1% of the matter in the singularity vortex was already his body. It was equivalent to building an energy transmission channel outside, which could continuously transfer energy to keep him alive. Others would die, but this singularity, in a sense, belonged to him. How could he die? At the very least, he would not die when his material energy reserves were exhausted. But it has collapsed 27 times. You and countless cosmic matter have returned to collapse, and you have been compressed into an infinitely small dot 27 times. How are you still alive? Rong Cheng's cold voice was extremely rational. It was obvious that he was leading the geniuses of the Mother Stream civilization to fight. Su Ji, on the other hand, was impressed by the power of the immortal saints. He was still alive. Of course, he had to use his scalp to resist. Energy was endless, and he forced himself not to be torn apart and sucked into the core singularity. It seemed that less than 10 minutes had passed. The fighting speed of the powerhouses was extremely fast. They had already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Almost every time they collided, countless moves were unleashed at the same time, from the microscopic to the quantum world. But during this period of time, no one thought that Dizun would be able to survive. It had only been a few seconds since they came in, but their whole bodies felt like they were being pulled into an alternate dimension. They were being attacked by dimensionality reduction, and it was like they were being pulled into an abstract oil painting by strands of noodles. They could not even maintain their body shape. How could they survive in such a hopeless situation? And this was not even the universe returning. After a while, the universe would collapse and return, and it would become an infinitely small dot again. That would be the most terrifying nightmare. Whether or not they could survive was another matter. There was no way they could escape the inertial pressure of this vortex. What are you doing here? At this moment, the light giant in the distance spoke coldly. This was a terrifying monster that was slightly weaker than 2Xian, but it could compete with Medusa's combat power without using the Genesis. Dizun looked at the giant, but he was not annoyed by everyone's questions. He just pretended not to know and asked, "You're 2Xian's trump card, right? I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying backup. What are you here?" The giant asked again. "I am here to perfect my miracle martial art." With a warm smile, he looked around at the distorted environment. At the beginning of the world, the chaotic matter here had not yet been divided into yin and yang and evolved into all kinds of cosmic matter. I can perfect my martial arts here. In this aspect, there was nothing to hide. After all, if his miracle martial arts succeeded, it would eventually be revealed to the world. I understand. Yuan Qinghua suddenly said. Su Ji turned his head. What do you know? Yuan Qinghua, who was in the Mother Stream civilization, spoke. She stepped forward and laughed. I see. Venerable Sovereign. Sure enough, he had already known that there would be an ambush, so he came here to deduce his miracle martial art while waiting for this battle. This is the fourth battle. Yuan Qinghua said seriously. Obviously, we lost the first battle, won the second battle, tied the third battle, and tied the evil god and 2Xian. This is a stage for the fourth battle in advance. I see. Rongchen was a little doubtful and surprised. This venerable sovereign didn't go up, not because he didn't want to fight, but because he planned the fourth battle here. If that was the case, this venerable sovereign's plan was incredible. Not only had he guessed that 2Xian, that cunning old dog, had countless tricks up his sleeves, but he had also guessed the countermeasures that the heavens and the realms had come up with. They would definitely choose to perish together because they couldn't resist the opponent's trump card and drag the enemy into this vortex. In the end, he would fight these 6 terrifying opponents here. This was several steps ahead. Could it be that the whispering with the evil god was talking about what was happening now? This plan is a little shocking. Rongqing hesitated and thought to herself, I was wondering why this person's performance was so strange. He came here to study martial arts without saying a word, as if he was slacking off. So he was waiting here. In fact, Su Ji was really slacking off. He wanted to study martial arts here and leave the battle to them, of course. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua praised with a smile. What kind of person is Venerable Sovereign? He has acted alone and schemed against many peerless geniuses. He can't even be compared to the 3 pillar gods, much less the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Although the secluded mountain prefecture lord didn't know him, Rongqing knew about the abilities of the 3 pillar gods. The other party's calculations were terrifying. If that was the case, then Venerable Sovereign was really powerful. It seems like Gigi has found a good husband. Rongqing's mind relaxed. Although they were not on the same side, she still cupped her fists and said, if that's the case, you must have a countermeasure. How do you defeat this giant in front of you? Venerable Sovereign was said to be the strongest person in the martial arts world. He was very mysterious. Tao Lord, 3 pillar gods, Quang Tu, Jiner. These crew members all saw him as their leader. It was obvious that he had defeated a few people before. The strength of the previous 3 battles was obvious to all. He believed that this battle would not disappoint him. Furthermore, he had an even more terrifying thought in his mind. Venerable Sovereign was indeed mysterious. To be able to survive the genesis of Chaos C, it was not the first time he experienced the Big Bang and big collapse of matter. Could it be that he had already experienced the genesis of chaos many times? He was in existence from the prehistoric ancient universe, many times older than us immortal sages. Then, what was this person's plan? Was the chaotic reign of the universe related to him? What did the 2 mysterious universe leaders have to do with him? The more Rongjing thought about it, the more she felt like she was shrouded in fog. Perhaps Ji had really met an extraordinary person. This was the truth of the ancient and terrifying prehistoric history. This was the variable that had changed the future of the universe. The myriad worlds were too mysterious. I see. Hearing these words, the huge light giant turned around and looked at the man in front of him who was entrenched in the chaos. He said solemnly, "To think that there was such a plan. We thought that we were going with the flow, but we didn't expect that it was you guys who were going with the flow." Venerable Sovereign was silent for a while and did not speak. Ha 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 ha. The giant trembled and shook off the existences from the Mother Stream universe. He said heartily, "You are the last leader of those martial arts guys? You want to have a 4th battle with us? You want to have a 4th battle with us in the arena? It is not easy to stay here in the chaos. Show me your miraculous martial arts." He suddenly said coldly, "My martial arts is also of the cicada slew, but it is a different branch. It is not weaker than 2 Xians." Venerable Sovereign calmly stood up from the lotus of chaos. Inexplicably, when the conditions were right, success would follow. Inexplicably, he was found, but he was too lazy to care so much because it was indeed a good plan. Whoosh. Venerable Sovereign slowly stood up. The chaotic matter around him slowly dispersed as he walked over step by step. "You came so quickly. You have disturbed my shower, so it is time to entertain the guests." I see. You call the return of particles that bathed in the Big Bang and collapse of the universe a shower? The light giant showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. "It seems that I have encountered a troublesome fellow." In the chaos of the universe, matter was torn apart and returned. Everything was in a hazy primordial state. Clatter. An I is my name. My talent has surpassed the intelligence limit of you creatures. Maybe you can't even imagine how powerful I am. The tall and strong giant in front of them strode over. The corners of his eyes gradually drooped, and his skull gradually swelled. His huge head, which looked like hydrocephalus, was gradually out of proportion with the body below. He looked like a skinny praying mantis with a big watermelon on its head. Gurgle. Wriggling white brain circuit tubes stretched out from all directions of the brain and pierced into the body below his neck, arms, thighs. He looked like a cyborg connected to countless energy tubes. It was an extremely disgusting scene. This martial art is also a suicidal martial art. It's specially designed for this moment of glory. Every time I use it, my head has to change to another body. He introduced it simply and coldly. This is an evolved branch of the cicada slew martial art. It burns everything in the body to fight. His body was full of surging power. The light and heat of a giant with a body of countless light years burning everything was comparable to a real supernova explosion. Endless light and heat filled the air. The endless light and heat made him look like 10,000 suns shining 1 centimeter in front of you at the same time. This world is logical. Wind is wind, water is water, light is light. But beyond this logic, there are illogical existences. Creatures are the most illogical and unreasonable existences in the universe. For example, you guys. He spread his strong arms and strode over. He said slowly, "No matter how smart a creature is, it always likes to do things it obviously can't do. Is it the same for you?" He said softly, "No matter how smart an existence is, it's still so vulgar. It's impossible to resist. Hope has always been hopeless. What else can you get except more pain before you die? Maybe people always like some unrealistic things." The Venerable Sovereign looked at Ah and I quietly. 2 Xian is a suitable leader, but not a suitable warrior. Ah and I walked over step by step, and the sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger. It was full of sharp edges, as if an earth-shattering divine sword had been unsheathed and cut through the void. His cultivation method is not a combat-type martial art, but to breed and speed up the growth of the race, and I am a pure warrior. But you're not as strong as 2Xian, Dizun said calmly. And I smiled and said, yes, after all, I'm just a temporary explosive body, I haven't fully matured yet. My current power level and realm are far lower than 2Xian's, but I'm specialized in killing martial arts. Bang! Die! In the next second, the giant that was as vast as a light year swung its fist at the little fungus in front of it, letting out an intense roar that was filled with power and raging battle intent. Take out your miracle martial arts. Compared to the previous two, what method did you use to make up for the difference in our sizes? I hope you can surprise me. This punch was earth-shattering. The surrounding exploding vortexes were slightly distorted. Very strong. The other heavenly universes next to them looked very serious. Ani's combat power was comparable to the evil gods outside, only a bit weaker than 2Xian. And it was obvious that Dizun didn't have any high energy level fluctuations at this time. He had no energy reserve, so how could he resist? Die. With one punch, the sky and the earth split. Clatter. Dizun turned around and didn't take it head-on. His whole body floated away gently, like a speck of dust under a huge fist, slowly blown away by the fist's power. With your computing power, how is it possible? Ani's expression changed slightly. He had never seen anyone who could manipulate the microscopic world to such an extent with such exquisite particle manipulation. Even their super-large brains, which were comparable to the sun and stars, couldn't do it. How could the tiny brain of a bacterium be able to do it? It should be noted that the reason why they generally surpassed the old creatures was that their brains were big enough, which was a hard condition. Don't rush. Dizun raised the corner of his mouth with a strange smile. Please wait a moment. My martial arts haven't been completed, so I don't have the strength to fight you now. I'm still a tiny energy level. You overestimate me, Dizun said politely. Can you wait until I complete my martial arts before you fight me? And while I'm completing my martial arts, you have to see if you can survive here first. And I quickly came to his senses. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in such a dangerous place, and that this seemingly ordinary little fungus was only a few strands of his hair, even if it had such a heaven-defying technique, it would have long since been killed by him with a single punch. However, even he found it difficult to move here. How could the other party do it so easily? Maybe this was really his home field. The other party showed all kinds of incredible abilities. Genesis, how can you be so familiar with Genesis? And I looked around and couldn't help but ask curiously, your manipulation and computing power don't match your ridiculous body. You haven't practiced that technique, but you've already far surpassed the 3 pillar gods. You. Who are you? Or, what kind of creature are you? Dizun glanced at the earth-shattering giant and showed a cruel and cold smile. He looked into the distance and said, you won't be lonely here. You wait here for a while. While I'm practicing my martial arts, some of your old friends will come over. Boom. Boom, boom. With a violent vibration, several universes from the myriad heavens and realms pulled a light-year giant into this vortex. Both sides roared as they fought. You're really brave. You actually know how to use this vortex. A furious voice came. Ha ha ha, we sacrificed these universes to drag you down with us. An angry roar came. Do you really think we have no guts? But the next second, everyone turned their heads and saw the inexplicable atmosphere at this time. They stopped moving. At the same time, the third batch of outsiders quickly came from the outside world. They were 9 exquisite special universes of the underworld. The materials I need for my cultivation technique are finally here? Dizun looked at the 9 universes. The forces of the underworld and his parallel universe body could naturally contact the outside world. It wasn't a big problem for Gigi to send over a few semi-finished special universes that he had prepared for a long time. Even one of Gigi's doppelgangers came in with him. It seems that my martial arts technique is about to be completed. Suji's deduction speed was getting faster and faster. He even felt that his computing power and huge store of wisdom and knowledge had long reached an inhuman level. The 2 light-year giants stared at Dizun in front of them. You'd better think about how to survive in the 28th singularity. Dizun's cold words made them completely realize what was going on. Now that the new big explosion had ended, matter began to flow backward again. Everything was collapsing, and the suction force was getting stronger and stronger, sweeping them into the central singularity. They weren't the strange creatures in front of them. They might be crushed to death next. At this very moment, even the two colossal light-year giants could not remain calm. Their bodies were huge, and the amount of matter they had was extremely vast. It was even more difficult for them to escape the terrifying gravitational force of the singularity. If they could not escape the gravitational force of the singularity, they would almost certainly die. In the distance, the other universes also came to their senses. They had also entered the Tao of Genesis of the evil god and could not get out. At that moment, Rongqing asked, "Is there any way we can survive?" At first, they were determined to perish together, but if they could survive, no one wanted to lose the efforts of the universes. This was their blood, sweat, and tears. Now, 80% of the universes were gathered here. The longevity saints had invested countless resources and developed the universes for countless years. Who would have thought that the universes they had created would return to the time before liberation and be completely shattered? Dizun was silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. Your bodies are too big, and there is too much matter. Even the smallest universe is close to half a light year. There is no way to save you, unless the evil god stops the Genesis, but if he stops it, he will also escape. The bigger one was, the harder it was to escape the return of the collapse. They also understood this. Dizun could escape from the singularity. Obviously, it was not only because he had the means, but also because he was small enough and had low mass. There is another way, Dizun said. Dizun continued, move your valuables and precious materials to the 9 universes, and let the 9 universes devour your universe. Your parallel bodies can enter the 9 universes directly, and you can barely survive. These existences looked at each other. Rongqing thought about it and said solemnly, these 9 universes are different from us. Can they survive the Genesis? Yes, Dizun answered simply. Rongqing thought about it. Although he felt that it was impossible, he did not think that Dizun would lie to him. Dizun brought the 9 universes here. He could not let them die for nothing, could he? Soon, they stopped hesitating. It was already lucky for them to survive. It was better than dying. They immediately and decisively dismantled the universes. A large number of accumulated talents poured into them, and the accumulated resources in the universes were also digested. The 9 special universes rapidly expanded in size and emitted unimaginable power. Suji was speechless when he saw this. Although the universes developed by the longevity saints, they were originally mine. It was originally mine in the dark, but now, it has been appropriated by me. Although it was his from start to finish, its nature was completely different. It used to be his, but would he dare to use their universe? Would he dare to command it? He didn't dare to act recklessly. Once they made a move, wouldn't that be destroying their credibility and telling them that there was a backdoor? Just like Mother Earth's dragon's vein, the other civilizations chose to use it because they were neutral. But if Sister Meng Mei had the dark door and could control them at any time, they would naturally leave instantly. I didn't plan to interfere with them at all, but now, these longevity saints' talents and resource universes are all rightfully taken over by me. Suji smiled faintly, feeling that things were very strange. It seems like my miracle martial art has a promising future after absorbing these things. Boom, the great collapse of the universe was getting more and more intense. Even further away, the multiverse had chosen to disintegrate, and the faces of the giants were deathly pale. They had no way of escaping. Then, something even worse happened. A few more light-year giants crashed in and were sucked into the Genesis. Even Xianxia chose to come in. He had to come in because all of his powerful subordinates were sucked in. He had no choice but to come in. After all, only by working together, the more power they had, the more likely they would be to escape from this Genesis. He didn't believe that this Taoist art could be so heaven-defying. No matter how strong this vortex was, if they had enough power and amazing techniques, they could break through its flaws and kill their way out. Yes, you're the leader, Dizun? Xianxia's expression also turned gloomy. You actually lived through the 27 Big Bangs and Big Collapses here? Xian was somewhat in disbelief. The most irresistible force was nature and the universe. The Big Collapse and Big Bang were the most magnificent and irresistible forces in the universe. Is that so? Xian seemed to have understood something and laughed out loud. You're the leader of their crew. The three before them were all so warlike, so passionate, and so scheming. As their leader, how could you really be so carefree and indifferent? I should have guessed it. That's just your disguise. You've already planned this. You're so cunning. You communicated with that demon god secretly just now, probably to discuss a plan to deal with us. Then, you waited here in advance. This is the training ground you built, and you're going to fight us for the 4th time. Suji, great minds think alike. But it was only natural. All of them were cunning. How could they believe that you were a little pure who had snuck in? Was the 3-pillar gods from before not cunning? And old man Blore, who could make the 3-pillar gods doubt their lives, was even more cunning, and the demon god Medusa from before was also extremely dirty and cunning. He even had the longevity saint help him delay, and the most cunning one was still Xian. He could be said to be the most cunning and meticulous. Even if he was forced to come out, he still had countless trump cards, all linked together. He had all kinds of brilliant methods and countless hidden trump cards. He could be said to be a scheming and far-sighted person. In the previous 3 battles, the contestants from both sides were so cunning. Both sides fought with their wits and courage, and they were all the top talents of the universe era. It was like a brilliant and peerless strategy show. At this time, they could not be blamed for taking it for granted. As the leader of the team, Dizun naturally had more terrifying methods and had been plotting against them. Dizun said softly in a low voice, even if I say that I'm just here to perfect my miracle martial, and that my goal is simple, you won't believe me, right? Huh? Xian sneered and walked over with his hands behind his back. He said proudly, pretending to be honest. There's no point in hiding. You guys might not have much of an advantage if you fight here. It's like the demon god outside dragging a huge disc training ground. If we fight inside, she won't be able to help you guys. Although they were laughing and mocking, in fact, they had no intention of fighting. Instead, they looked at their surroundings vigilantly, planning to welcome the coming collapse and the return of the singularity. After all, they instantly understood that the environment of this Colosseum was very special. They had to survive every return of the singularity before they could take advantage of the gap to fight and kill each other. They stood quietly in the same place. On the other side, Dizun did not say anything either. They might as well just let it be. Instead, they let the forces of all heavens that had entangled these giants with pseudo-immortal combat power to destroy themselves and send their living forces into their 9 universes. Both sides were quietly fighting in the same place, but they kept playing small tricks. Whoosh! The surrounding whistling became louder and louder. The terrifying suction completely broke out, and the singularity began to return. All the existences were rapidly being sucked into the singularity in the center. Their vast light years became smaller and smaller, gradually becoming the size of ants, and continued to collapse. It's starting. The singularity is returning. I hope you guys can survive. Dizun clasped his hands behind his back and gently made a grabbing motion. The 9 large universes also began to shrink rapidly. Let's work together to stop the collapse. Xian said coldly. In an instant, many geniuses who were so powerful that they were beyond the limits of human beings responded. Their energy levels were unprecedented. Their intelligence was unprecedented. They worked together. Countless quantum entangled together. Their martial arts were sublimated to the extreme, showing all kinds of tricks in the microscopic world. They also formed a repulsive vortex to resist the return of the singularity. Venerable Emperor did not hesitate. He also activated his own means. A large amount of energy was transferred. A huge continuous energy channel was actually comparable to those light-year giants to resist the return of the singularity. His calculation ability was amazing. Coupled with the fact that he was already very familiar with it, he was extremely good at it. He even took advantage of the return of the singularity to get close to the singularity and collapse the 9 universes, reducing them to the size of grains. Suji murmured softly. The singularity is a point of infinite density and infinite energy. By compressing the matter of the entire universe into one point, the natural density has no upper limit. I used the compression and collapse of this singularity to compress the 9 universes, exceeding the upper limit of the matter density and space density, reducing them to grains. Suji said softly, but very soon, with the big explosion, they will return to their original shape. How to maintain this size is the final problem of this martial art. After all, although the bloodline universe is the upper limit of the law of distortion, the degree of distortion is too high. Suji frowned. His miracle martial art was very simple. It was to reduce the 9 universes to the size of grains and stuff them into his normal, non-bloodline body to form a new 9 transformations mysterious art. This was a martial art that transcended the era, with 3 great advantages. 1. The 9 bloodline universes in the body could use the power of the old era as well as the power of the new era. 2. Dual cultivation of 2 major systems, close quantum martial arts and long-range Taoist law. The combat power was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. 2. The 9 universes could also provide a huge power furnace to store a large amount of energy level, making up for the difference in body size and energy level, allowing them to defeat the vast light-year giants. 3. The outer layer of a new creature's skin wrapped around the 9 bloodline universes in the body. In this way, the bloodline universe would be much less repulsed by the big universe. In the Age of Doom, the bloodline universe would also not be too suppressed in the big universe. It was equivalent to installing a protective shell for the virus, disguising itself as a normal cell in the body instead of an alien species, a fusion of the old and the new. Using the theory of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Dickey and the others had already thought of stuffing the universe into the body of a normal person, but the actual operation was not that complicated. The knowledge required was too broad, and the computing power was too great. It was only because Suji had the wisdom of Dickey, Carolyn, and the countless geniuses who had just joined the Mother Stream's family that he had the confidence to try and create this miraculous martial art by combining their specialties together. They used countless miraculous martial arts to pave the way for Suji, allowing him to stand on the shoulders of giants and gather the wisdom of the entire universe. Only then did they have the guts to attempt such a deduction. According to Suji's deductions, the new 9 revolutions mysterious art required the terrifying power of the singularity to help compress the universe and forcefully fuse the two together to form a body that did not repel each other. But, how do we maintain the universe's smiling figure? Has it always been the size of a grain of rice? Suji was a little troubled and said softly, "This universe is already a special evolved model that can undergo extreme compression. But the density of the neutron star and inner space is too much. No matter how much we can distort the laws, we can't distort it to this extent, turning it into a grain of rice. This is equivalent to forcefully compressing a huge solar system of countless light years into my 2-meter body." Suji sighed. This was far beyond the limits of the laws of the universe. It was equivalent to the speed of light. One could distort it by a dozen times, or even hundreds of times. The further one went, the more difficult it became, but it was impossible to distort it by tens of thousands of times. That was far beyond the limit. The current 9 revolutions mysterious art needed to store tens of millions of times more energy than the previous 9 revolutions mysterious art, and this energy could not be compressed into such a small body. Whoosh. At this time, the great collapse and the great explosion seemed to have only lasted for a moment, but it also seemed like countless eternity had passed. Time, space, matter, and energy had all disappeared here. The 28th Great Collapse was over, and the 29th Great Explosion was born. A large amount of matter was slowly emitted from the most primitive singularity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 2Xian and the others were panting. They seemed to have had a hard time surviving. The bigger their bodies were, the more power they had to resist. 2Xian laughed. "We survived the return of the singularity and the destruction of the universe. In other words, we are existences that have escaped the destruction of the universe and lived to the next era of the universe. This is true immortality. Unfortunately, this is not a real singularity. If it was a real singularity, it would only be at the 11th level and have the power of the same attribute. Only then would we be able to escape the return of the matter of the universe, steal some of the matter of the universe, and live to the next era." He turned around. "You are really powerful. No wonder you are a man who can live 27 singularities. Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the tiny venerable sovereign in front of him, who was studying with a calm expression. It seemed that he was really studying his own miracle martial art. He looked at the 9 universes that had collapsed into a grain of rice and then recovered their original size after the great explosion. 9 revolutions mysterious art? So that's how it is. I have secretly heard of this cultivation method before. Xian smiled coldly and said, I have already understood the miracle martial art you want to do. Combining the two, right? You will become the heavenly path true self of the 9 universes, and together with the true self of the body, you will create an integrated body and take care of the martial arts of the 2 systems. This is too difficult. I don't believe you can achieve it. Xian also knew how difficult it was to compress the energy level. He said, besides, if you can do it, we can also learn this martial art of yours. You want to learn it? Venerable Sovereign was stunned. Why not? Xian clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, since you found compatibility, we can naturally stuff the universe into our bodies and increase our energy level. We'll also become extremely powerful because of this. In the future, we won't just be raising the entire human race, but also raising the entire universe. Double slavery, double happiness, another giant with the combat power of an immortal sage mocked. Venerable Sovereign shook his head. He felt that they had their own ideas, but he was too lazy to care so much. He just said, you can survive this time, but can you survive the next one? Can you survive the next one? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people in front of him suddenly changed. How could they not know that this was a trick of the man named Venerable Sovereign? He was really sinister and cunning. His combat power was obviously not their match, but he wanted to use the special environment here to become his home field. He wanted to fight against 6 people and drag them to death here. However, Xian's face was very cold. He stared at Venerable Sovereign and said, don't think I don't know your trick. You must have a way to avoid the singularity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to resist and not enter the singularity. Right now, you are just pretending to resist in front of us. You want us to resist, and in the end, you will drag us to death. Suji was stunned. His reasoning was, in fact, brilliant and flawless. Because after all the impossibilities were eliminated, the only thing left was the truth. They did not believe that Suji, a small low-energy creature, had infinite energy to resist the singularity. He must have some kind of trick here. In fact, it was impossible for them to guess that Suji was resisting the attack head-on. You think too much. I don't have any other means. I can only resist, Venerable Sovereign said coldly. Then it's meaningless. Xian sneered and said mockingly, if you can do it and find the singularity's flaw, so can I. How great are our talents? Every single one of us surpasses your wisdom, let alone several of us. After saying that, the 6 of them did not attack Venerable Sovereign. They began to make deductions on the spot. Their intelligence was terrifying. If Venerable Sovereign could find it, it was impossible that they could not find it. However, their brains were spinning rapidly. They used up a lot of brain energy. Their faces were getting paler and paler, but they could not find any possibility. It's impossible, their voices were getting gloomier, but they could not find a way. But there must be some way because they could not resist the singularity all the time. They could resist it 3 or 4 times at most, and then they would be destroyed. How could such a weak person resist it more than 20 times? Venerable Sovereign must have some kind of trick to avoid the return of the singularity. If they could not find it with their intelligence that surpassed the limits of human beings, it was even more impossible for Venerable Sovereign to find it. But how could he? The more they thought about it, the more bizarre it felt. It was creepy. What the hell are you? Xian was more certain about his speculation. He felt that things were getting more and more shocking. I always felt that there was a hidden mastermind behind the descent of the universe. Prehistoric? Or could it be something else? Could it be that you're also in existence from prehistory? Venerable Sovereign still did not say anything. He felt that smart people were ridiculously smart and liked to get into a dead end. You're really powerful. You didn't even make a move. You just relied on your calculations and the terrain here to force us to this point. It seems that we can only use our last resort. 2Xian sneered. Have you ever seen a creature with extreme intelligence and combat power? The next second, something terrible happened. 5 brains flew out of the head and quickly rushed into 2Xian's head. An extremely terrifying aura descended upon the area. Normal people have left and right brains, but we have 6 brains. 2Xian's head said in an overlapping voice. The nerves in his brain were connected. Boom, at that moment, it was as if the most terrifying creature at the top of the food chain had arrived. The chaotic particles around it were pushed away like a huge vacuum cleaner, pulling the chaotic particles around it. A huge invisible pressure spread out. This was the trembling of a low-level creature in front of a high-level creature. It was like a human suddenly encountering a huge beast like a tiger. They were so scared that they lost control of their legs. There was no light, no darkness. Even standing there, no one could look at him directly. Looking at the outline of his body, it was as if they were looking at an incomprehensible concept in their brain, and their souls were being washed away by the huge amount of information. This state of mind. 2Xian opened his palm, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's like an omniscient and omnipotent god, a demon among demons. At that moment, the universe seemed to be like a large amount of information and data in his eyes. Every particle and every beam of energy had extremely detailed parameters. This was the ultimate wisdom that could see through the entire universe. This kind of huge wisdom could be said to be unprecedented, enough to make the entire universe completely unclear. He was like a great god of wisdom that could see through all loopholes and flaws. My wisdom is enough to see through the past and the present. My left eye sees the future, and my right eye sees the past. My combat power is enough to break through the ages. Even the immortal saints are no match for me. They can only fight me if they join forces. He lowered his head and calmly reached out his palm. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. I am invincible. He seemed to have understood all the truths of the universe. He clearly knew that the universe had a clear division of universe eras since him. Because before was an era, after him, a brand new era would begin. An era of civilization formed by superintelligent creatures. Many of the new humans in the future would also have the same wisdom as him now. Only then would they be able to reach the 11th level, pry open the door, and completely upgrade the entire universe. This was the ultimate technique of the martial art, Cicada Slew. This martial art had evolved all kinds of amazing branches and combat techniques. At this moment, it was in its final form. 6 brains were stuffed into one existing brain, connecting the neurons and sharing wisdom. Is this before me? At that moment, 2Xian looked at the chaotic vortex in front of him and the singularity in the center. It's not as turbid as before. It's extremely clear. I can see through every stripe of the vortex and the next second of movement of every particle. He started to evolve the singularities and search for flaws to avoid them. He wanted to survive the next big collapse of the universe. His wisdom is astonishing. When Suji saw this scene, he was a little dumbfounded. He silently sensed the terrifying aura and muttered to himself, to a certain extent, this creature is already leaning towards me, who now has the great universe's cultivation method. It's simply a monster. I've gathered countless geniuses from the all heavens, but they've only gathered 6 to reach this level. Suji smiled bitterly. 6 brains. That's almost as much as my intelligence. That's amazing. At this time, both sides seemed to have similar terrifying superintelligence, but the focus was different. Suji was equivalent to a super database. He was constantly gathering the endless knowledge that they had deduced and were deducing. He gathered their theories and experiences, and with the help of their crazy computing power, he had the great wisdom to see through the universe. However, his own innovation ability was not high. In a sense, he was another Dicky. Although the other party had such terrifying intelligence and computing power, it was obviously far from Suji's endless knowledge. After all, there were only 6 of them, but their innovation ability was extremely strong and their intelligence was extremely high. Every one of them has surpassed the intelligence limit of our human history. They've gathered together. Even I can't imagine how strong their intelligence is. Suji murmured softly, feeling very shocked. In fact, up to now, the intelligence and innovation ability of the old humans had been completely surpassed. No matter how strong a human genius was, it was impossible to reach their level, except for Suji. Are you really deducing? Dizun looked at Xianxia in front of him quietly. He was still deducing crazily with a solemn look on his face. He could not help but remind him honestly, it's useless. No matter how strong your intelligence is, you can't use tricks in front of a singularity. Because there's no possibility of using tricks, the singularity is the power of the collapse of the universe. There's no way to use tricks when matter returns. I really endured it. Suji answered honestly. If you do this, it's really boring. Xian snorted coldly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the man in front of him coldly. He said, "You're afraid that I'll deduce it, so you're pretending." What a good plan. At this moment, how could he not understand the treachery of the man in front of him? He was deliberately stalling for time. First, he could give his 9 revolutions mysterious skill time to deduce and perfect it. Second, he could use words to disturb him so that he could not endure the singularity, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This man was as cunning as the 3 pillar gods, fighting and attacking at the same time. From the beginning of this battle, he had been led by the nose by the opponent. He did not even need to do anything. He used the pressure here to force them to use their strongest trump card. This man was terrifying. I won't be fooled by you. Xian stared at Dizun in front of him. I don't know what kind of creature you are, but our intelligence has reached the peak. If you can deduce it, so can we. After saying that, he did not say another word and entered the state of deduction with full concentration. In the 9 major universes, Rongqing and the others had also entered. They were nervously watching the battle outside. Rongqing looked outside and shook her head. This Dizun is indeed a good schemer. The environment of the 4th battle is very advantageous to him, but the opponent is not to be trifled with. We really shouldn't listen to his interference. We should calm down and deduce. After all, the opponent is actually an ordinary person. Wen Meng appeared at the side as well. Let alone him, even an ordinary saint wouldn't believe Dizun's words and would choose to do the same thing. However, Dizun's action can more or less delay the other party's progress. Everyone thought that Dizun had indeed used a shortcut to avoid the singularity and return. After all, it was impossible to resist it. How many times could he resist it? This terrifying millstone was still expanding, and its power increased with the number of times it was used. Sooner or later, it would grind you to death. I just don't know how long it will take for the opponent to deduce it, Gigi said softly. At the side, Gigi also said softly, his eyes flashing with surprise, I can't believe that my husband, who usually looks so carefree, actually has such a plan. Everything is linked, creating a desperate situation to lure the opponent into a trap, and then he has a way to escape. There are many layers of calculations. Even the players were very anxious. In fact, they firmly believed that Dizun had a trick up his sleeve, because last time, Dizun had also mysteriously survived the founding era. Xiao Mingshan was still analyzing the battle report. Brothers, this 4th battle is obviously the final battle. The opponent has gone all out. We, the All Heavens universe, have led them here in a life and death struggle. Those universes can't survive here at all. It all depends on whether Dizun can deal with them and perfectly coordinate with the evil god's genesis, using the terrain to grind them to death. Yes, we can't let them find a way to escape. This is a death trap created by the evil god and Dizun. They must be confident. They can't deduce a way to survive in such a short time. But the opponent's wisdom has gathered 6 people, and Yuan has long surpassed the limits of humans. If we humans can find a way to break out of this, they should be able to too, no. Dizun might not be human. Dizun's wisdom might even surpass these new lifeforms. Don't forget, Dizun's biological father has always been very mysterious. His origin is also mysterious. Maybe he came from prehistoric times, and his wisdom is comparable to these new lifeforms. Many players were discussing this. This was a race against time. Time was very short, and every second counted. Even Dizun was using words to buy time. If the opponent could really break out of this trap, then things would not be good. But soon, the 28th Great Collapse began. Ha 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 ha, I can vaguely see it. So that's how it is. You are indeed you. Xian looked ahead with a sharp gaze and laughed. I have vaguely found the special technique you used to avoid the return of the singularity. Suji could not react at all. There was actually such a technique, even with Suji's terrifying database, he could not find any way to do it. Yet, the opponent could actually find it. How terrifying was his wisdom. Stop pretending to be innocent. Acting is just a joke to us saints. You really lied to me. Watch me avoid the singularity. Xian smiled coldly. His face was pale from the intense deduction. You've put in a lot of effort to lure me in step by step. This death trap can no longer trap us. You've lost. As soon as they finished speaking, the expressions of all living beings in the 9 universes turned grim. How long had it been? In other words, they had found a flaw in Dizun's carefully prepared trap and successfully jumped out of it. This was obviously the worst news. In the 9 universes in the Genesis vortex, all the sages present could not help but feel their hearts sink. Even Suji felt it was strange. He did not really rely on any skills, he just resisted it head-on. Originally, Suji had already planned to take advantage of the situation. Since they insisted that he had a hidden skill to survive, so what if he really had a hidden skill? He could hide his true strength and at the same time, he could openly support himself here and take advantage of the situation to kill Xian and the others who were gradually being worn down. Taking advantage of the situation to kill people was the best for Suji. He was a very realistic person. Facing such an enemy, who cared about procedures? Since everyone had helped him to make up for the unreasonable parts, he would openly admit that he had a special skill. Black cat or white cat, a good cat that could catch mice was a good cat. But in front of him, this guy, he actually managed to do it. I really don't have any skills, I just resisted it head-on. Suji's eyelids twitched and he felt very uncomfortable. He could only say that Xian was indeed a super monster, as expected of the most intelligent monstrous genius in the history of the universe. Even this millstone can't kill him. Even I can't see a way out, but he managed to find a shortcut. He's really a disgusting cockroach. Suji murmured, feeling that it was too difficult for him. Boom, in the distance, the big collapse of the universe had completely begun. This time, the collapse was obviously more powerful than the previous one. Xian did not say much and directly looked at the returning matter in front of him, the scene of the end of the world. To escape the technique of the singularity, the principle is very simple. It is to turn yourself into a singularity and collapse into an infinitely small point. Not only will you be able to resist it with the same amount of strength, but you will also be able to reduce your size. I see, to use a singularity to resist a singularity? Dizun seemed to have understood something after hearing this. Although he was still a little confused, it did not stop him from continuing Xian's words. He could not lose in terms of momentum, so he said confidently, Xian, it sounds easy, but it is extremely difficult to do. Collapse yourself into a singularity? This is the path to the 11th step. Are you still pretending to be innocent? You know the terrifying truth and mystery better than anyone else. Xian laughed out loud and suddenly lowered his head. If I'm not wrong, the way to escape the singularity is to break through the threshold of the 11th level. He strode forward with a majestic gait. You really have a good plan. This place is equivalent to simulating the process of breaking through to the 11th level in advance. As long as you master the technique to avoid the singularity here and become a singularity, then, when the laws of the future universe are completed and the door to the 11th level opens, you won't need to make any preparations to instantly break through to the 11th level. He suppressed the entire era in an instant, standing high above everyone else. Then, you will act alone throughout the ages, using your own strength to suppress all other existences. You will not allow anyone under the heavens to break through to the 11th level. Trying to become a singularity here, simulating the process of breaking through to rank 11 in advance, and then rule over the ages. As soon as he said that, the eyes of all the sages present lit up. They also vaguely felt as if the fog had been lifted and they had seen the truth. These words were shocking, This place was simulating the process of breaking through to the 11th level and turning oneself into a singularity, to accumulate experience. Everyone was amazed by this far-sighted approach. Breaking through to each level was a one-man bridge. It was already extremely rare for one person to break through to the next level among 10,000 people of the same level. There were countless 10th level sages in the past and present, but how many of them could break through to the 11th level? This was simulating the process in advance. In other words, as long as one could survive here, one would definitely break through to the 11th level. My husband is so shrewd. Gigi was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. So her husband had been pretending all along. In the distance, the players were also shocked. Rule over the ages, this was indeed Dizun's old trick, so Dizun had been secretly preparing to break through first and then suppress the heroes of the era. He was planning to follow his old path? Based on their understanding of Dizun, what Tu Xian said was most likely true. This seems to be a dead end. Tu Xian said slowly, it's not an exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival. However, if one survives and creates a miracle, he will be destined to reach the 11th level in the future. Nonsense. In the distance, Sage Wen Meng, who was not very familiar with him and was not a crazy fan like Gigi, felt that there was a big flaw in the plan. She sneered, if there is such a chance to simulate the process of breaking through in the future, why would he tell you about it and let you learn it and prepare here in advance? Wen Meng expressed a different opinion. Hearing this, everyone felt that there was a fatal flaw in this plan. Since it was a great chance, why would he use it to ambush you? Because he is more daring. Tu Xian suddenly laughed and looked at Dizun in front of him. Don't be fooled by this man's gentle and carefree face. In fact, he is colder than anyone else. He takes an unconventional approach. He wants to kill us. He is a terrifying and ambitious person that is rarely seen in thousands of years. He looked at Dizun, who had his hands clasped behind his back and looked indifferent. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. If I were him, I wouldn't be so cruel. So decisive. You should know that when we reach our level, what secrets does the universe have to us? We are almost omnipotent and omniscient. He tricked me with an unknown technique, and I immediately thought, how could there be any secrets in the universe that we don't know? This secret technique can only belong to a realm that we can't deduce at the moment. It's the 11th level. Tu Xian looked at Dizun in front of him and showed an expression of sympathy. In this world, the only one who can understand your heart is me. You used the knowledge of the 11th level to ambush us. This is a very good plan because there are only 8 levels of the rules of the universe. It hasn't been completed, and the era hasn't completely descended. Naturally, it's hard for us to understand the knowledge of the future. The other sages were speechless by Tu Xian's words. Tu Xian's expression was domineering, and he had a powerful aura that looked down on the world. However, you've never imagined how terrifying I am. How exaggerated is my talent? I am the true ultimate creature. The universe has no rules or secrets in front of me. I've already deduced the specific method to complete the 10 levels of rules of the universe in the future, which is to break through to the 11th level. Suji listened with a calm expression, but his heart was already extremely restless. This Tu Xian is poisonous, he's simply a monster. Damn it, he directly gathered all the terrifying wisdom and forced himself to deduce the specific content of breaking through to the 11th level in the future. Isn't his hairline bald? Suji was completely silent for a while. He felt that Tu Xian's strength, wisdom, and talent to open up a path had already refreshed Suji's worldview. In the distance, Wen Meng couldn't help but whisper to the others, sigh, I originally wanted to cover for Dizun and question Tu Xian's deduction, but I didn't expect it to work. Our true intentions were seen through. Obviously, these immortal sages were also cunning, and their methods were very dirty. In their eyes, Dizun must have some tricks, but in order to confuse the enemy, they had to follow Dizun's words and cover for him without any special tricks. In fact, Suji looked calm, but after hearing Tu Xian's words, his mind was in a mess. He was in a daze for a while and carefully sorted out the causes and effects. Tu Xian was sure that there must be a technique to resist the singularity, so he deduced it crazily. Then Tu Xian really deduced the answer. It needed the method and knowledge of rank 11 to resist the collapse of the singularity. To use a singularity to defeat a singularity. But when I think about it carefully, it's reasonable. The only way is to use a singularity to defeat a singularity and turn myself into a part of a singularity to resist it. Although it seems impossible to turn myself into a singularity, Suji thought about it and felt that it was normal. Xianxia's answer was the inevitable solution. After all, rank 11 existence is the power of the Taoyi that controls the singularity. To avoid this singularity, I must use the power of rank 11 to do it. This is correct, too. Xian's wisdom was indeed terrifying. The universe had not been completed yet, but he had already studied the future breakthrough path in detail. It seemed that he had already thought of a special method to collapse himself into a singularity. Xian's fighting methods so far were the optimal solutions. I haven't even thought of my grand universe cultivation method, but he has? Suji burst into laughter. At the same time, he felt it was inexplicable. But if you have found a way to break the situation, then you have found it. I really resisted it. My way is different from yours, and somehow I'm involved. He was completely speechless. At the same time, he felt that Xian was indeed better than him in this aspect. He had not been able to deduce this point, which meant that he lacked talent in this aspect. Clatter. The universe completely collapsed. All matter began to return. In a few moments, it was like a whirlwind, moving faster and faster, and the suction force was getting stronger. But theory is theory. To really achieve a singularity, the most difficult thing is to put it into practice. At this moment, Xian was not afraid at all. He looked down and stared at the venerable emperor. He said proudly, "But that's not what I'm worried about. With my talent, of course I can do it. What I really care about is how did you know this technique and have it?" The venerable emperor was silent. Xian sneered, "With your intelligence and brain, it's impossible for you to deduce it. Even if it's us, we need to gather the strongest intelligence of us new creatures to be able to deduce the future. You definitely can't have deduced it. No matter how monstrous you are, no matter how much of a genius you are, you won't be able to break through the limits of your race. There are only two possibilities." Xian extended two fingers and said calmly, "Firstly, you're from the prehistoric era. You're not an old human. Your intelligence is the same as ours, so naturally, you can deduce it. You don't even need to deduce, you've experienced the great collapse of the universe once and seen the scenes of prehistoric destruction. Naturally, you're very familiar with the technique before you. You're even an 11th grade being who escaped from the prehistoric era to this universe. You're older than all the most ancient beings in the universe. Prehistoric creatures." As soon as he said that, everyone's mind was in a mess. Even Rongqing and the other longevity saints were shocked by the speculation. It was even older than them, their minds were completely unsettled. Looking at the venerable emperor in front of them, they found it hard to imagine this man's true face, his background, and what exactly was he trying to do. He might have come from the prehistoric universe, escaped the great collapse of the universe once, and escaped to this era. Every single word was enough to make them dizzy. Xian extended a second finger and continued, "Secondly, you're not from the prehistoric era, but you've received the inheritance of an ancient being from the prehistoric era, or you're the descendant of some prehistoric being. That's why you know this technique. No matter what, you're connected to the mysterious prehistoric universe. You're inextricably linked to the cosmic meteor shower that changed the general trend, and the two mysterious ancient cosmic leaders." Xian had been suspicious about this for a long time, and now he was even more certain about it. He was most concerned about the cosmic meteor shower in the prehistoric universe, which would affect their destiny to become the main characters of the universe. "What's your goal?" "No one knows." Xian sneered and said, "Saints, be careful too. He might have ulterior motives." The longevity saint next to him snorted. Xian was really a good schemer. He had alienated the smaller forces in the universe and made them leave, and now he was alienating them. They were not stupid. Why would a venerable sovereign care about his background? At the very least, he was now an ancient being, and he could not run away. It was not like he could turn into a new being whenever he wanted. How could he change his huge body at will? Since they were on the same side, they were not afraid of him betraying them. That's all I have to say. The mysterious prehistoric universe exists. 2Xian laughed heartily. Although he had been talking, he was actually calculating his own technique path. I'll show you how I found a way to turn myself into a singularity. Whoosh, the next second, the matter on his body collapsed. Alchemy. His veins bulged and turned into a violent roar. His arms, muscles, and bones turned into light, metal, and soil. He was forcibly changing the quantum structure of his body to change the larger molecular structure, turning his body into a uniform periodic table of elements. The next moment, something even more terrifying happened in everyone's eyes. Whoosh! 11th Great Tao, Tree Transformation. He had perfectly coordinated the combination of every element. It was as if he had become a quantum tree of various elements, returning and collapsing in a specific way. He's roughly returning according to the structure of the Great Tao Atlas tree. In the distance, Rongcheng's expression was completely gloomy. Obviously, he's only returning according to the general order and a large range of nomological branches. He hasn't truly mastered the Great Tao password of the universe. Lu Qi heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was already very terrifying. It seemed like it was enough to deal with this incomplete Great Tao singularity. Whoosh, 2Xian's body collapsed rapidly. His technique was very rough. Although he had an extremely terrifying brain, this was the return of the most complex and exquisite structure in the universe. He was still doing it very crudely. He did not even become an infinitely small, infinitely dense, and infinitely powerful singularity. He still had a huge volume, but it was obvious, he had already avoided a lot of the power of returning and absorbing. What a terrifying monster. Can I really defeat this person? Suji looked at this incomparably shocking mythical scene and was very shocked. He thought to himself, I've been resisting head-on all this while, but I didn't expect such a technique to exist. I've really suffered because I'm uncultured. I still have to learn more. He continued to resist head-on. At the same time, he observed 2Xian's movements and studied them seriously. The so-called Big Bang was the initial form of the universe. It was a singularity with infinite density, infinitely small, and infinite energy. Through the Big Bang, countless colorful planets, soil, water, metal, and all matter and energy appeared, until now, 14 billion years later, humans on Earth were still observing from Earth. They could still find out that the edge of the universe was still expanding rapidly. Even though this cosmic sphere had already split into 9 pieces, the expansion still caused this planet to continue expanding. Its surface area was like a slowly expanding balloon, but now, the situation was reversed. The universe is rapidly collapsing, and matter is returning. Suji stared at 2Xian's actions without blinking. He was learning humbly, but at the same time, he was also amazed. This person is very powerful. His methods are amazing. He uses a special encryption and analysis method to deal with this huge amount of data. Returning to collapse, it's twice the result with half the effort. It was like a compressed file program. It was definitely not a simple process. It required a special compression method to return to collapse in a spiral manner. Although the analogy of compressed files was not appropriate, it could also describe the difficulty. The data in the universe was far more than a trillion. To be compressed into a single point, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Even if one treats one's body as a super small universe, it's still an extremely difficult task to compress all the elements in the universe. It's countless times more difficult than compressing 1000 gigabytes into 1 kilobyte. Suji saw this scene and his pupils dilated slightly. He was even more shocked. This guy actually deduced a perfect and detailed method to break through to the 11th level. The era clearly hasn't arrived yet. How did a level 11 existence escape the big collapse of the universe and survive to the next universe to become an eagle of the era? At this time, 2Xian did not say it, but he had already used his actions to answer. The universe returning was to return trees, life, soil, metal, water, and everything else to a single point. As living beings, they were also the matter of the universe and could not escape becoming a part of the singularity. They turned themselves into a miniature singularity next to the huge cosmic singularity and collapsed themselves to avoid the return. In this way, they could steal a small portion of the returning matter from the universe so that they could live to the next universal era. Suji muttered in a low voice. This person probably has an unimaginable hairline. His 6 brains must be overloaded to be able to deduce to this extent. According to his current movements, the difficulty of breaking through to the 11th step can be divided into 2 parts. Suji felt that even the 11th level of the universe was at this time. There were no secrets at all. 1. It's the creation of the special compression method in front of him and the complete mastery of it. This is the pinnacle of technique. After all, mastering the trillions of particles in one's body is an extremely terrifying micromanipulation ability. 2. You need to know the Great Tao Atlas rule sequence coding. How did the saints prove the way of the universe one by one? According to the sequence of the branches, you need to reverse the flow of the rules, and reverse the flow of the branches back to the tree trunk. And only the people from the world of immortals who have lived from the ancient times until today know all of this coding. Suji clapped and laughed. He couldn't help but praise Xianxia. He felt that he was truly terrifying, deducing the general trend of the world, cultivating the great Tao of the universe in the future. Who else but him could do it? He could be said to be the most ferocious man in the history of the universe. They were equivalent to the light of the ancients of this era, the great fiend gods and sages who split the heavens and earth apart. Perhaps it didn't feel real now, but millions of years later, the people of the world would remember this epic scene, and it would become the most rotten ancient myth. What was going on? The general situation was completely clear. Even the specific method of breaking through to the 11th step had been revealed. At the moment when the universe was completely restored, there would be no need to deduce or accumulate. Now they had already started to simulate the cultivation. At that time, they would directly break through and reach the 11th step. The final day came directly. This is what a monster should be. Each of them is trying their best to break through in advance, showing their magical powers. At this time, Suji praised him from afar. He clapped and laughed. Xianxia, you didn't blow your own trumpet or exaggerate. You can be considered to be very honest. Your talent and wisdom are truly unprecedented. You can be called the dividing point of an era. The era is divided into 2 by you. Clatter. In the distance, Xianxia was still compressing, turning himself into a super small singularity. However, when he heard Dizun's words and turned his head to look at Dizun, he couldn't help but sneer. Dizun was still fighting with those small universes with his physical strength. Are you still pretending that you don't know? Dizun shook his head and said sincerely, I really don't know. This is completely meaningless. Xianxia said mockingly. At the beginning, you said you didn't know because you obviously didn't want me to see your method and deceive me. Now that I know your method, why are you still pretending? Are you still fighting? Are you still not going to use your method to avoid the return of the singularity with me? I really don't know, Dizun answered honestly. At this moment, he was still bringing the 9 bloodline universes with him as he returned with the singularity. Humph. Xianxia snorted. Seeing that he was still resisting, he said, then let's see how long you can last. With the 9 universes, you can at most resist a few more times. If you want to commit suicide, I won't stop you. With that, Xianxia completely focused his attention on becoming a singularity. After all, no matter how powerful he was, no matter how terrifying his intelligence was, this was the first time he had explored this path. His method was very rough and imperfect. After many stumbles, he had only formed a part of the singularity. Boom, the singularity completely condensed. Both sides were still resisting. The collapse only lasted for a moment before the next big explosion started. Xianxia took a deep breath and came back to life. He was clearly exhausted, but he was full of hearty laughter. I've succeeded. Next time, I will only be more perfect and will be able to avoid the return of the singularity. I'm already destined to break through to the 11th level. There will definitely be a place for me in the future. Although he had used the collective intelligence to achieve this, it was already extremely terrifying. Next time? At this moment, Dizun stared at him. The aura around his body also revealed the outline of a singularity. It seems that your method is very good. I can learn from it and won't have to resist it head-on anymore. As soon as Suji finished speaking, his body underwent a strange change. The terrifying alchemy began to transform every substance in his body. Turning stone into gold, turning it into a widespread natural substance in the universe. It began to gradually return to collapse. After learning the new system and deducing the future path, Suji was very satisfied. The future 11th level was really getting closer to him. You? 2Xian suddenly laughed. You still dare to say that you don't know? You are really lying through your teeth. You must wait for me to completely deduce it before revealing that you know the same method as me. Dizun shook his head. I really don't know. I saw the whole process of you avoiding the singularity. I learned it on the spot. How terrifying was Suji's brain, he couldn't compare to the new wisdom that opened up the path, but the terrifying cultivation method of the universe made his learning ability unimaginable. Ridiculous. 2Xian looked at Dizun in front of him, and the smile on his face became even more stiff. The truth was already in front of him. Learning on the spot? You are lying through your teeth. How could he not know the method of the person in front of him? He deduced one step, and the person immediately followed and then pretended that he didn't know from the beginning. Such a laughable method was only used to fool others. Suji's whole body also stiffened. He had been telling the truth from the beginning, but no one believed him. He could not help but sigh and tentatively said, "Yes, you finally found out. I mastered this skill from the beginning, but I didn't expect a mediocre person like you to have some talent to deduce to this point. You finally told the truth." 2Xian's expression became completely cold. An opponent like you is even more terrifying than a longevity saint. I am not alone anymore. Suji looked at 2Xian, but he was a little silent. You are poisonous. He had been speaking honestly and patiently explaining the truth, but no one believed him. Now that he was acting cool and mocking 2Xian actually believed him without a doubt. He felt that he had finally taken off his disguise and revealed his true face as an ambitious and ruthless person. On the side, the players also looked solemn. They had already begun to talk about the ancient history of Dizun. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Xiaomingsha's voice was very solemn. Back then, Dizun suppressed a region, and once ruled the world alone. I didn't expect that he was planning the same thing now, but it has been seen through by 2Xian. 2Xian is an extremely terrifying person, and Dizun is not inferior to him at all. He is facing the strongest opponent in history. Suji was silent again. This guy was still happily fanning the flames, saying that it was a tit for tat, and that the two big bosses were plotting against each other. The truth is always known by a few people, and most people are always kept in the dark. I can't help but feel that the world is always very sad. Dizun was silent for a moment and looked at 2Xian in front of him. The truth? 2Xian was slightly stunned. He thought for a while, then sighed with some sympathy. He said softly, "Yes, the truth is always known by a few people. Others' calculation power is too low, and their intelligence is too low. It must have been hard for you to hide among a group of monkeys with low intelligence, right?" His voice was full of arrogance. Just like me, I used to wander among the heavens and worlds of this low-level civilization, lurking and exploring in the dark. I felt lonely, like a primate standing among a group of low-level gorillas. I'm afraid you feel the same way. Your intelligence is actually comparable to ours. You're not the same species as them at all. You're probably a prehistoric creature, which shows how lonely you are among them. You've been lurking for countless years. Until today, I can be considered your true confidant. Only I can understand you and grasp the truth of this world with you. The saints and players around also looked at Dizun and felt their hearts go numb. Especially the players, who were deeply touched. No wonder Dizun always looks at us like we're idiots, a player said. Even when he looks at our brain and genius, Xiaomingshan, he always looks at us like we're idiots, another player said. So, they weren't the same species as us from the very beginning. There were already traces of them before this. No wonder they looked at us differently. They turned a blind eye to all our ingenious deductions, ancient history, and schemes, another player said in a low voice. Yes, now that I think about it, Dizun's talent and knowledge are really terrifying. He could even master a martial art that required the cooperation of 6 brains to learn. This kind of intelligence is far beyond the limits of human beings. I'm afraid he's been hiding it since the beginning. Some people had already noticed that Dizun had the great wisdom of the grand universe from the beginning. As early as when they were still developing 8th-level gods and 9th-level Taoists, he had already mastered the terrifying 11th-level martial arts, but it was hard for him to hide it. It turns out that Dizun has always been in this kind of environment. He often feels lonely because his intelligence is incompatible with ours. They didn't really understand Dizun before. They only knew that this existence was very domineering, calculating, and unapproachable. Unlike Carolyn, Dicky, and the 3 pillar gods, existences like them, he often interacted with them and personally ruled over his own transcendent world. Dizun had never been involved in the affairs of this dimension. He gave off an otherworldly feeling that he did not belong in this dimension. He was like a banished immortal who could ascend and leave them at any time. It was an unrealistic feeling. Mengpa was usually the one handling the affairs. Now that I think about it, that feeling back then was indeed like this. I wasn't mistaken. In her eyes, we are simply not on the same level. These players were quite sharp, but their guesses were a little off. Now, through the conversation between 2 Xian, a heaven-defying being with the same level of wisdom as the Venerable Sovereign, and through reading his mind, I finally understood some of the Venerable Sovereign's hidden secrets. The hidden truth, the real identity of the Venerable Sovereign, has been revealed. Even Gigi was dumbfounded after hearing the player's words. He thought to himself, so my husband is this kind of person. He has always been so lonely, and it might be related to the prehistoric universe. While everyone else was secretly shocked, 2 Xian didn't stop talking. The truth is always grasped by the minority, just like the singularity regression martial art before us. In this world and the universe, there are only the 2 of us. Your wisdom is very heaven-defying, and your calculations are unconventional. I can also feel your loneliness. 2 Xian stared at the Venerable Sovereign, who had a cold expression on his face. The Venerable Sovereign was surrounded by chaotic air, showing signs of collapsing. He was full of the spirit of a dragon and a tiger. The more 2 Xian looked at him, the more he admired him. The person who had been scheming against him to this point was obviously not an ordinary person. 2 Xian couldn't help but say with emotion, "Your personality is very amazing, a hero of the generation. Even as your opponent, I am also admired by you. You flatter me." Venerable Sovereign smiled. But his tone was extremely calm, but then he changed the topic, vaguely revealing the bloody feeling of killing. We are in different positions after all. We have to stand on different levels, and we are destined to be enemies. He put his hands behind his back, and with the temperament of a grandmaster, he said coldly, "I thought those immortal saints were my biggest opponents, but I didn't expect it to be someone else. You are the biggest enemy of the changing trend of the universe. I repeat what I said to them before to you, the ancient decaying existence from the prehistoric universe. No matter what your goal is, please stop, and let the universe develop naturally with the trend." He bowed seriously, cupped his fists, and said, "Your Excellency, please, at this moment, die for the future of the world." "I can't do it." Venerable Sovereign sighed softly, but he also admired 2 Xian from the bottom of his heart. "I admit that this is a parasite of the universe. It will bring some kind of disaster to the universe, corrode it, and change the trend of the universe in an unknown direction. Please, die for the sake of all life under the heavens." 2 Xian roared. Boom, as his voice fell, it was as if the sky and the earth were cracking. 2 Xian didn't say a word and suddenly punched. Before, when he was in the vortex of the Genesis, it was difficult for him to move, and he couldn't use 99% of his strength. But now that he had mastered part of the law and power of the singularity, it could be said that in terms of the realm, he had reached the real understanding of the realm of the weak 11 levels. The understanding of the singularity had greatly restored his strength. In the vortex, there was a vague feeling of a vigorous fish swimming in the fierce tsunami, riding the wind and breaking the waves to kill. Die. 2 Xian's voice was as low as thunder. This punch was filled with absolute killing intent, as if the mutual appreciation just now was an illusion. In fact, attacking with all his strength was the greatest respect 2 Xian could show. Moreover, he believed that such a terrifying enemy must have some means to deal with this blow. It's useless. You've learned the martial arts of the singularity, and so have I, Venerable. Sovereign's body floated gently, and the vortex swayed. You can easily kill me outside, but it's different here. My huge energy level makes you feel the same pressure. You can't catch me. If this punch landed on Su Ji, it would be like hitting a small fungus as thin as a hair, and Su Ji would definitely die. But in the battlefield and the vortex, it was enough for Su Ji to escape. Why are you running? Xianxia's face was sharp and full of killing intent. This vortex can't kill me anymore. We must fight. I'm not running. I'm still deducing my miracle martial arts. Please wait a moment, Venerable Sovereign said calmly. Besides, can this vortex really not kill you? Not necessarily. With the rough power you have now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. At that moment, Xianxia seemed to have sensed danger. His entire brain was rapidly calculating again. So you were still waiting for me here? How did you do it? Su Ji shook his head. Waiting for you here? It was obvious. I don't understand. The sages in the distance were shocked. They could not help but say, he has now dodged 28 collapses and mastered the technique of dodging. It's terrifying. I'm afraid we can't trap him anymore. Not necessarily. At that moment, Rongqing's eyes flickered. She said, the Venerable D knows that although Xian can dodge the collapses, it's only reducing the damage. It's not like he doesn't have any damage at all. At most, he would be able to endure a few dozen times from his original limit of a few times. Moreover, he might not even be able to withstand a few dozen collapses because the vortex is getting more and more condensed. The collapses are getting weaker, and the suction is getting stronger. Xian is still going to die. As an immortal sage, her vision was not low. Also, every collapse is condensed. 28 collapses are already terrifying. I'm afraid that after 30 collapses, he'll be close to a part of the true power of the singularity. He'll be closer to the true genesis. That's when the Tao technique will be truly completed. Xian said, the destruction it brings is the one that will wipe out everything. Everyone had goosebumps when they heard that. Was the terrifying power still at the stage of accumulation? Or was it condensing the singularity with continuous collapses and explosions? How earth-shattering would the true Tao technique be when it was completed? Also, I don't know what's being nurtured now. The shadow is getting more and more obvious. I'm afraid that when the Tao technique is completed, the shadow will descend from some kind of space-time. It will descend upon our universe together with the Tao technique. Rongqing could also feel the mysterious shadow condensing. She was extremely curious and worried that there was a huge secret hidden within. Everyone's breathing quickened. On the other side. Interesting. Are you trying to kill me? Xian stopped and said with interest, I thought I'd broken your plan. I didn't expect you to have a second plan. I haven't really broken it? Xian initially thought that the other party was using this technique to survive longer than him. The other party was stalling for time and killing him. However, the other party was still stalling for time now. This also meant that the other party possessed a truly profound and mysterious method to evade the singularity. His current technique was to transform into another singularity. Using a singularity to fight against a singularity would still consume a large amount of stamina. However, his opponent's true technique didn't require any stamina consumption at all. Why was he so fearless? Xian, you guessed it right. I still have a real technique to avoid the singularity. Drag this on. After all, I won't be the one dying. Su Ji said lightly. Oh? Xian sneered, you're finally telling the truth? Aren't you going to act anymore? Su Ji remained silent. This sentence was a lie. How could he possibly have a way to completely avoid the singularity? He continued to resist. This world is really strange. If he spoke the truth, he would be thought to be lying. The moment he lied, he was taken as telling the truth, at this moment. Although Su Ji had also consumed a large amount of energy, and this was a hopeless situation where he would be slowly ground to death by the large millstone, He had a secret door that could connect to the outside world and transfer energy. Don't blame me for beating you at your own game. Suji was not a fool. On the contrary, his thoughts were extremely clear, and he came up with the best solution. He thought, with what happened just now as an example, this time, they will only think that I have some kind of mysterious technique and think that I'm even more profound. I can use this opportunity to openly torture them to death. I can also not expose my true identity as the god of creation. Killing two birds with one stone. Suji shook his head. His body was very honest. If I could use the simplest method to kill him, why would I fight with such an unreasonable monster? In the eyes of other sages, using schemes to kill the other party without bloodshed is the real deal. Because they would lose even if they fought to the death. I don't even need to do anything to win. Furthermore, my miraculous technique really hasn't been deduced. If we fight, I really won't be able to win. My energy level is still 2 meters. They are countless light years. Suji felt that this new 9 revolutions mysterious art, miracle martial art, was extraordinarily difficult. It was far more difficult than the previous miraculous martial arts deduced by others. He was not a monster like Xianxia who always created a new system. He had a lot of knowledge and a high level of calculation, but he was really not talented in creating new martial arts. Like a supercomputer, he was not creative and only knew how to integrate and deduce according to existing knowledge. Is that so? But at this time, Xianxia was quiet again. You really have a 2-layered deadlock. In this case, I can deduce a way to save myself once. How difficult is it to deduce a second time? There can't be any other way. Venerable Emperor shook his head. Although he did not have the ability to open a new path, he still had the vision. The singularity is the highest power. You can't use the power beyond the singularity or find a way to avoid it. As soon as he said this, the other people present suddenly realized. The first method was already at the ceiling, and it was even the only way. Using the singularity to fight against the singularity, or even the 11th grade in the universe, was the orthodox way to escape the collapse of the universe. How could there be any other way? Theoretically, it should be so, but there must be other ways. It seems to be created. If you can do it, I can do it too. Xianxia looked extremely serious. He turned his head and looked. The next big collapse was about to start. Boom, the universe returned again. The 29th collapse was still much more powerful than the last time. Method. Xianxia took a deep breath and turned into a singularity first, trying to reduce the power consumption. At the same time, he was deducing other ways while resisting. In the distance, Venerable Emperor also copied his method and turned into half a singularity to resist. What a cunning guy. Even the movement of turning into a singularity pretended to be extremely unskilled, as crude as me, as if he was afraid that I would find a way from him. Xianxia took a deep breath. The universe collapsed and returned. Death and rebirth were just an instant. The collapse ended this time. Xianxia and Venerable Emperor seemed to be much more skilled in using it, and they gradually grasped the method of turning into a singularity, but they were still very tired. Soon, the 30th singularity opened. Xianxia was completely unable to hold on. Although he could reduce the power, it still caused great damage. How did he do it? Xianxia looked at Venerable Emperor, who was full of energy. He stared at him, trying to find a flaw. However, after carefully observing the whole process, he still couldn't find anything unusual about Venerable Emperor. He might be doing something in a position that I can't see. I've been staring at him the whole time, so the time I can't see him is very short. It's only an instant, which is the period between the complete collapse of the singularity and the big explosion. Xianxia frowned. At that instant, the singularity completely solidified, and the surroundings turned into a terrifying black suction force. It was as if a layer of darkness had covered everything, and even light no longer existed. That was the most terrifying moment. He was doing his best to resist, so he naturally couldn't look at Venerable Emperor. He couldn't help but have a doubt. Before the explosion, he made a movement to resist, but was he really resisting? He couldn't have just given up and entered the singularity, could he? An unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. However, he felt that it was impossible. Appearing in the singularity, instantly turning into the most primitive material structure of the universe, completely shattering and turning into the most chaotic primordial matter. It was impossible to survive inside. What method was it? His brain was spinning rapidly. Using the singularity to fight against the return of the singularity was the most ideal method. However, it still required a lot of energy to resist it. Energy consumption was inevitable. So, what is it? What is it? Xianxia's brain had surpassed the limits of the wisdom of the old era, but it was as if he could not see anything. I must have missed something. I must have missed something. He stared at Dizun in front of him. This unfathomable prehistoric existence gave off an indescribably strong sense of oppression. He was extremely nervous, like an ordinary person who had seen a ferocious tiger. He panted violently as if he had asthma, as if he would faint if he could not catch his breath. This was the dizziness caused by overloading his brain. Even so, his brain was spinning rapidly. It was as if he had surpassed his physiological limits and broken his own shackles. Boom, it was as if he had broken the limits of his brain. At this moment, his 6 rapidly spinning brains were like birds relieved of a heavy burden. They began to fly into the boundless sky, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom. Middle stage 10th level sage. A voice appeared in his eyes. He had broken through during the battle. The huge pressure and the calculation of his brain, coupled with the coordination of his brain, seemed to have naturally broken through to this realm. All of a sudden, his mind was shaken. Looking at the singularity, it was as if he had seen another possibility outside of normal logic. If it was a normal singularity, being sucked in would definitely be ground to dust and reduced to the primordial chaotic matter of the universe, then scattered with the Big Bang. But what about an incomplete singularity? I've fallen into a dead end. I've treated this incomplete singularity as a truly perfect and terrifying singularity. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the infinitely narrow point. In his eyes, the singularity was like an infinitely small ball with a hole in it. The hole seemed to be another universe, and the hole was like a loophole. At this moment, it was extremely clear to him. An imperfect singularity, so that's how it is, that's how it is. He laughed heartily. His voice was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. I finally understand. What do you understand now? Dizun was also stunned. It was already amazing that you could come up with the first method, and now you can come up with another method? Was that even possible? Even Suji could not think of a way for the other party to solve the current predicament. No matter how good the method was, it still needed to consume energy. Maintaining vitality in the millstone required constant consumption of energy. Suji didn't think that the other party could come up with any ideas. So what if he thought of it? It would still consume energy, and the time it would take to die would just be a little longer. Since Suji could absorb energy from the outside, he was already in an invincible position. This was a peerless killing trap. What idea do you have? Let me hear it. Dizun said softly, I don't think your method can save you in this desperate situation. Xian took a deep breath and said heartily, using brute force to resist and get sucked into the singularity? Or should he turn into a singularity and forcefully resist a singularity? These are all stupid paths. Why do we have to resist them? Wouldn't it be better to just be absorbed? As soon as Xian finished speaking, even the longevity saints were dumbfounded, let alone the other saints. Inside the oddity, he would be crushed into powder and his soul would scatter. No one could survive. Once they were sucked in, they would undoubtedly die. That method was like a joke. However, Xian didn't care. He said coldly, it's inconceivable to break common sense, to surpass normal logic, and to find a way to survive in a hopeless situation. That is the true way to break through. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used such a method to deal with me. Xian grinned and said in a deep voice, that singularity is incomplete. There's a gap, which means there's still a chance of survival inside. Staying in the gap of the singularity and getting out with the big explosion is the perfect solution. This is the second method of advancement. Before, it was using the singularity to fight against the singularity. Now, it's becoming a part of the singularity to fight against the singularity. Of course, this advanced version can only be used on the singularity with the gap. The players were dumbfounded. Even the ordinary saints were stunned for a few seconds. Even the longevity saint was taken aback by this reasoning. It was indeed beyond normal logic. However, what Xianxia said next was even more shocking. He said, to be able to stay in this singularities gap is an unimaginable and peerless opportunity. That's because the real singularity can't survive in it. Only this incomplete singularity can survive in it. This can only happen in this imperfect era of the universe. Taking the opportunity now to explore the origin of the universe is the greatest opportunity. It can allow one to reach rank 11 in mental cultivation. He said that this was the real simulation method. Simulating the process of breaking through to rank 11. As long as one could swim through the singularity once, one would definitely reach rank 11. When the time was right, the door to Tao would open, and one could immediately break through. Who else but me in the world, Xian said coldly. At the same time, the benefits aren't limited to that. Every time I enter the singularity, I'll be able to replenish myself with primal chaos matter, and absorb the most primordial energy, which will allow me to increase my cultivation. This is the perfect place for cultivation, but my 11th step Tao is also provided with countless resources. And that's why you're always full of energy, right? Everyone listened to Xian's terrifying analysis. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Ingenious. Suji thought that he had seen many things over the years and was already as stable as Mount Tai. But at this moment, he was even more stunned. What kind of monster are you? Suji couldn't help but ask. He had studied the Genesis Tao for so long, but he had always been a dabbler. He didn't even know how to use it. The moment the other party arrived, he analyzed the countless mysteries and methods of using it layer by layer. He was like a country bumpkin entering the city, listening with his mouth agape. It was clearly a death trap, but the other party could survive and find a way to break out of it. This was simply refreshing his view of the world. What kind of monster am I? Xian snorted and stared at the man in front of him. His expression darkened. You're the scariest monster, right? I've said it before, this is a huge opportunity. Now that I think about it, it's even more so. And you're colder than anyone else, taking an unconventional approach. You want to use this huge opportunity to kill us. You're really a terrifying and ambitious character that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. It's a pity that I've seen through you. Xian said softly, it's obvious that you're here to simulate the 11th level realm, but you didn't kill me. Instead, you gave me this opportunity. This is your greatest loss. From now on, you can only fight me head-on. You want me to fight you? Suji was completely silent at this moment. This person was simply terrifying to the extreme. He was able to break out of this trap. Not only could he find the singularities gap, but he could also absorb energy from the incomplete singularity. This showed that he was walking on flat ground and couldn't be hurt at all. He actually created miracles time and time again and got close to me. Now, I can only fight him head-on. Suji was shaken. And my martial arts have yet to be perfected. If I really fight him head-on, I'm afraid I'll be finished. This is troublesome. This monster, perhaps nothing in the universe could trap him from the start. Even the most terrifying Genesis Tao couldn't do it. Interesting, I clearly have the upper hand, but I can still do this. At this moment, Suji seemed to be a decaying, ancient, and eternal being sitting on the throne. He was the god of the past, sitting in the palace and looking down at the young and fierce heroes who were constantly creating miracles. They were approaching him bit by bit, trying to overthrow him. Even Suji did not expect Xian to be so terrifying. He was simply a monster. Xian turned the tables again and finally got close to him. He was like the main character in those novels. Step by step, he defied the heavens like he was cheating. He created miracles one after another while everyone was shocked. He got close to the ancient existence on the throne of the past and finally overthrew the incredible boss behind the scenes. But I'm just a farmer behind the scenes. Suji was dumbfounded. He felt that he had been wronged. He did not fight and had always been peaceful. He hid in the shadows and built many extraordinary worlds, but when he thought about it, he did not feel wronged. That was because farming was against the great cosmos, and they wanted to eat it up. Was Suji an ambitious person who ruled the old times? He was corrupt and high up, blocking the path of all living beings in the future. Was he the final boss? Suji knew that he was a newcomer. How could he be that old? He was pitifully young, but Xian and the longevity saint did not know that. They had already guessed that he was an ancient existence of the prehistoric universe. Even the old longevity saint was not as old as he was. The longevity saint seemed to be the most sinister and mysterious mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, he, an ancient existence hidden in the prehistoric universe, was one of the last masterminds of this universe. Even though this was the prehistoric universe history that Suji fabricated, they had already begun to think that the prehistoric universe existed and used the cosmic rain to plot against the current situation. Suji glanced at the gazes around him. When they heard Xian's words, they became more and more numb, shocked. These two existences were amazing, and their battle was too amazing. Ordinary people would not even be able to calculate the 11th level, but the two of them had already crossed the realm and fought at the 11th level. They had even begun to control a part of the power. Suji saw the shocked gazes around him. They were amazed by Xian's strength and the various tricks he used. He deserved it, but he was not like that. I have to be the final boss even if I don't want to be it. Suji's heart was numb. He knew that he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. I told the truth honestly and cleared my name of suspicion. They didn't believe me, but as soon as I lied and admitted that I was the one who schemed against them, they looked at me as if I knew it was you. Suji weighed the pros and cons for a moment. Now that he had been forced into a corner by Xian, he could only fight him head-on. But to make a move, he had to completely complete his miracle martial arts. Otherwise, he would be completely exposed. Without enough information, that would truly be awkward. I'm trying to deduce one, but I still haven't figured it out. Xian has already deduced a few. Suji was thinking of countermeasures when another collapse occurred. The 30th return seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, and its momentum was many times greater than before. Boom, matter flowed back, and the universe collapsed. Xian's eyes were cold. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at the vortex from afar. In theory, it's possible to survive being sucked into the singularity and make use of the flaws within, but in reality, it requires a sufficiently high level of understanding of the singularity realm. He was ready to fight. Although he had experienced the previous transformation into a singularity and had a great understanding of this realm, it was still a great challenge to force him to reach such a high level in an instant. Boom, Xian's voice was cold as he said softly, "This time, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait and continue to transform into a singularity. I'll resist outside and continue to observe and research. After all, once I enter a singularity, if I don't succeed, I'll definitely die." He wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't competent in. Since his energy could still hold on for a few more times, he would exhaust all his energy and hold on until he couldn't hold on anymore. Then, he would accumulate enough experience before entering the singularity. Whoosh, the collapse began completely. The singularity returned. Xian had already begun to skillfully transform into a super-small singularity. He circled like a satellite, resisting outside the singularity. Suji didn't hesitate. He turned into a singularity like Xian and turned into a satellite that rotated beside him. "You're still pretending?" Xian sneered at the sight of Dizun. He said, "You're following my progress? You're really cunning. You didn't let me see your real dodging method so that I wouldn't comprehend it." Dizun was no longer paying attention to Xian. He began to ponder, watching the singularity continue to collapse. He continued to resist in this manner, waiting for the singularity to collapse and shrink to its limit. Xian's breakthrough also meant that he was about to enter a dead end. He had to find a way while Xian was still familiarizing himself with the situation, because he was about to be forced to fight head-on. Miracle martial arts. The 9 universes in my hands are my chance of winning. That's what I've planned from the beginning. Suji muttered softly, his expression extremely solemn. But how to compress these 9 universes into my body and turn them into 9 inner spaces of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art is too complicated. I still haven't solved it. He wasn't Xian. He didn't have any new ideas when it came to opening a path. This was also an unprecedented path. But I also have some ideas. 2Xian reminded me. The singularity is the power of the 11th level. This is the ultimate power of the universe. I can also enter the singularity with him to take a look and learn the method he proposed. Suji muttered. This was a very real problem. The singularity was the strongest power in the universe, the 11th level, just as 2Xian had said. If he could survive in it, he would have a terrifying understanding of the singularity. In terms of the spiritual realm, it would be equivalent to the 11th level. The only thing he lacked was a physical breakthrough. If Suji was there, he would also reach the 11th level in the spiritual realm. In the state of omniscience and omnipotence, he could use the power of this realm to perfect his own cultivation method. What if he couldn't perfect it? Then there was only one answer. The 9 revolutions mysterious art that he had proposed could not be completed. I can give it a try. 2Xian is striving to reach the 11th level in the spiritual realm. What about me? I can also strive to reach the 11th level in the spiritual realm. Suji also stared at the singularity in front of him. He was extremely confident in this aspect. Deducing a new path, as a pioneer, a forerunner, his talent might not be as good as 2Xian's, but following the path that 2Xian had opened and cultivating behind his back, his learning ability would definitely surpass his. He could even use his vast knowledge base to perfect the crude cultivation method that 2Xian had opened and improve on it. He was simply another Diqi, learning and then surpassing. 2Xian, you may have died because you talked too much. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for telling me about the realm that you've opened. Suji's voice was low as he stared at the singularity. Or maybe 2Xian didn't expect this at all. If he told the enemy, it would give the enemy a chance to win against him. But how could 2Xian expect this? In his eyes, the enemy obviously knew how to avoid it. He had deduced this by following Dizun, but he didn't expect it to be the other way around. Dizun was following him. Fate was always so wonderful. Boom, the light stirred by the chaotic particles was accompanied by the crisp sound of collision, like the most beautiful music in the world. The great path true sound. It was everywhere, and it was the 30th time. Dizun showed up again with another big explosion. He looked calm and composed. A song broke my heart. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? Dizun showed up again with another big explosion. Because he already had a plan, whether it would succeed or not was out of his control. It looks like the great path true sound, but it's just the universe's lip syncing. 2Xian also calmed down and reappeared in front of him. My friend, the 2 walls in front of you have been destroyed. You can only fight with me. What else could Suji say? He also knew he couldn't stop it, even though he didn't like fighting. 2Xian smiled, seemingly satisfied. He looked at the chaos in the distance, which had just exploded and was spreading. Clatter. He stretched out his hand, and a tea table appeared in front of him. 2Xian was tall, looking at the fungus-like figure in front of him. He skillfully picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Dizun. This is the first time I've tasted wine made of chaotic matter. It's rare in the world. Dizun didn't say anything. He sat down and took a sip. Boom, after the singularity, there was a period of relaxation. The matter of the big explosion was spreading. The 2 of them sat in the primordial chaos and talked about Tao with the universe. 2Xian also skillfully poured a cup for himself. To be honest, I really admire you old creatures. Even though they look decayed, they still have their own breathtaking aspects. The 3 battles before, as well as this one with you, have truly broadened my horizons. Every single one of you is an outstanding individual, and you are not lacking in both wisdom and courage. It is truly marvelous. Unfortunately, in your eyes, we are still very rotten. We deserve to die. Dizun smiled faintly. 2Xian raised a cup of wine and said, however, I still have to thank you for giving me such an opportunity, allowing me to see the universe's most beautiful beauty in advance. Even though it's only a fake beauty, it can't be treated as real. 2Xian and Dizun both knew that their real battle was inevitable. You don't have to thank me for this performance. You and I are listening, but I'm not the one performing. It's the evil god outside. Dizun's voice also became calm. This is a farewell toast. After this toast, I'll be entering the singularity the next time. If I survive, we'll have to fight. He continued pouring the wine with a smile as though he was chatting with a long-lost friend. Are we going to decide life and death after this cup of wine? Dizun also raised his cup high. You obviously have a lot of energy left. You can still hold on for a long time. If you delay a few more times, you will have a higher chance of success. No need. Xian smiled and also raised his cup high. I've delayed for too long, and my energy level has dropped too much. Before I can enter and comprehend the way to escape this singularity, you'll probably kill me and kill me. How is that possible? My miracle martial art hasn't been perfected yet. You should be the one killing me now, Dizun said honestly. If I didn't run fast enough. Who knows? Xian smiled. He had been flawless all along, dealing with the situation with the most perfect solution. Bang. The others gently clinked their cups, showing no intention of fighting. In the distance, everyone from the Longevity Taoist Palace was also holding their breath as they looked at the two great existences in the chaos. It's just like in the olden days, during the final battle between the three races, the three parties sat down and drank before we made our move. After all, that battle was too terrifying. We stood at the peak and fought countless times. Everyone respected each other and appreciated each other. How many people like us are there in this era? Gigi suddenly spoke. Before we make our move, everyone has complicated feelings. If only we weren't on different sides at that time. Rongqing also fell silent. Everyone watching knew that the two seemed to be chatting, but in fact, they were madly calculating the data they had just obtained, getting more and more familiar with the singularity. They were already extremely terrifying. For ordinary people, even when faced with such a terrifying amount of data from the singularity, it would be difficult for them to complete the deduction easily. However, their intelligence had long surpassed the limits of the ancient and modern universe. They didn't know if there really was a prehistoric era, but it was definitely the first time in the current era. The era is really developing. Xian's voice trailed off as he looked at the 31st collapse. It had begun to return, and the speed of return and collapse was getting faster and more terrifying. Your Excellency, you stop the progress of the era and don't let the old era weaken. You will only bring rotten soil, not the flower of hope for progress. Dizun smiled. I know you're paving the way for the future generations. In your eyes, people like us who deserve to die should all enter the coffin with the era. The future is already yours. Xian was indeed a pure person. For the future of his race and the universe, such a person had already decided to overthrow the old rule at all costs. He was a martyr for reason, just like Yimang and Dao Chongqing in the past. They were great heroes in the long river of history, and Suji had always respected them. However, although Suji admired him, he was already on the opposite side. In a sense, Suji was indeed rotten. Perhaps he really was a vermin of the universe, an obstacle to the general trend. Do you know? You said that I'm rotten and superior. Perhaps that's the case, but I blocked everything. Dizun was silent for a moment, looking at the chaos singularity in the distance. But do you know? I've seen such a scene more than once. More than once? Xian looked at the man in front of him, then at the chaos singularity in the distance. Dizun turned his head and smiled. It's because I've seen too much. So, I may not be as talented as you in other areas, but I know more about the development of civilization and history than you do. You said I'm rotten? Then, what's rotten? Dizun drank a cup of wine. The universe deviates from the fixed general trend. Only then can it avoid the fixed cycle of the universe, avoid the fate you see, and avoid your future, so that new waves will appear in the era. You said that I'm rotten, so why can't I say that you're rotten? Follow your destiny, walk toward the future where fate is rotten, and welcome the decline of your fate. In the future, maybe you'll be abandoned by the era like us? Dizun said softly, clinking his cup with the leader of the new era. Xian, tell me, is that really what you want? What I want? Xian was silent, and he seemed to be a little shaken. The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. These few words seemed to contain an unimaginable ancient prehistoric truth. Reincarnation? Did he mean that this wasn't the first time such an era had happened? Then, what had happened in the prehistoric universe? Could it be that the universe had reincarnated countless times in the same way, billions of years in every era, repeated over and over again, and fell into some kind of eternal reincarnation? So, Dizun wanted to change. He wanted a different future, to jump out of the universe's reincarnation of fate. Every big collapse and explosion was a similar flower, a similar trajectory? Walking toward the same end? Wasn't this another kind of cosmic decay? Who's decaying? Dizun smiled, raised his cup high, and said, "Decay, this has always been a ridiculous paradox." Xian was silent for a moment, still wearing a pure smile, and raised his cup. "You can't shake me. I don't know if what you said is true or not, but I only believe in myself." Cheers. Dizun didn't say anything else. He smiled and raised his cup high. Cheers. Xian smiled too. His smile was extremely pure and unrestrained. Even if Xian lived in the distant future, he knew that this scene would never happen again after he lived for a very long time. He would remember this moment forever. It has begun. Xian looked at the distant singularity return. To enter the singularity return, you don't have a third method to stop me from fighting head-on, right? No. You're really a monster. Dizun shook his body, stood up slowly, and walked toward the singularity return slowly. It's understandable that you follow fate, but I only hope that you remember one thing. Xian didn't hesitate this time. The moment the singularity return was about to collapse, he jumped into it. He couldn't help but ask, what is it? When a man decays, he believes in fate. When a man prospers, he believes in himself. Who's the one decaying? Who can say for sure? The moment Xian heard this, he had already jumped into the singularity return, as if he had crossed into an endless abyss. At this point, life and death were on the line, but he still couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Who's the one decaying? Xian knew very well that he was following the future and developing according to the destined trend. In a sense, he was indeed trusting in fate and the heavens. He had thought that he was the sprout of a new future. Could it be that he had already decayed in some sense? Who is decaying? Xian closed his eyes. He had already entered the most terrifying and desperate situation in the universe. Inside the singularity, he had turned into an infinitely small dot. Molecules, atoms, quarks. All the basic units of matter no longer existed here. What was nothingness? What was chaos? This place explained everything. Even the most basic form of matter no longer existed. It had completely turned into the source of the universe. Whoosh, Xian's technique was so exquisite that others could not understand it at all. Through a huge amount of calculation, he hid in the gap and accurately landed in this safe haven room. This power, the terrifying singularity, was devouring him. The danger was tens of thousands of times more dangerous than he had imagined. I have to keep hiding in this gap. Once I touch the outside, I will definitely die. A normal singularity can't have gaps and loopholes because the rules are complete. This singularity formed by incomplete rules has the possibility of hiding here. He laughed out loud. His guess was right, that Dizun had entered his blind spot and almost made him fall for it. It's so beautiful. He said he has seen this scenery countless times. Xian felt like he was in a small room. Looking at the blizzard and chaos outside the window, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. However, I still succeeded in the end. Only Xian knew how dangerous it was. Life and death depended on this moment. That moment just now was the closest he had ever been to death in his life. However, as he had said, the most dangerous place was also the greatest opportunity. In this safe haven, he could get the closest to understanding the real singularity of the universe. He could feel the primordial power within and understand the concept of singularity. The source of everything. Understanding it is destined to reach the 11th level. Although the door to the 11th level of the universe has yet to open, I have mastered and understood this power in advance. When the time comes, breaking through to the 11th level will be a matter of time. He started to comprehend. His understanding of the singularity increased rapidly. The power he mastered also became more mellow and familiar. The 11th level was the ultimate realm of the universe. This realm had the same origin power as the universe declined, but he did not decline. The universe perished, but he did not fall. The great eagle that traversed the universe's epochs, soaring through every epoch of the universe. What kind of great ultimate creature is this? We are going to use this to decide the final victory and defeat, he said softly. But in the next second, his expression changed slightly. This was because he could clearly see a singularity following closely behind him. It rapidly landed at his position, and its movements were similar to his. It seemed to be imitating him, and its movements were very crude. You really did come in. Xianxia's voice was cold and harsh. You are actually still so cautious, learning from me and using such a crude method, not revealing any more of your methods. Wherever I go, you will follow behind me. He didn't believe that the other party didn't have a more perfect and mature method after entering countless times. Suji glanced at him. Oddity incarnation. Do you want to fight me here? Xian chuckled. If we fight here, the slightest carelessness will result in mutual destruction. But I fear death, but you don't seem to fear death? He was in his true form, and the other party was in his true form as well. However, the other party still had a clone in the universe outside. So although the death of the strongest combat power of his true form would be a great blow to his vitality, it was an acceptable price. Yes, there should be a battle, Dizun said. But you can't kill me. You might be able to detonate the entire singularity, destroy the entire safe haven, and kill me with it, but there isn't enough time. Xian sneered. The explosion and collapse of the singularity will only take an instant. It's too fast. There isn't enough time for me to make a move. That's why I didn't make a move, Dizun said. And quietly sat where he was. Suji felt that Xian talked too much. Could you stop talking and let's study this singularity together? Suji didn't bother to pay attention to him. He broke through to rank 11, understood the structure and principles of the singularity, and even turned himself into a singularity to perfect this miraculous martial art. Xian looked at the other party and didn't say anything. His eyes flickered. You still want to deduce your miraculous martial art? Are you really that competent? Before he could finish, he suddenly looked at Dizun with an extremely shocked expression. He looked at the man in front of him in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, Your miraculous martial art. So that's it. That's it. This is all part of your plan. Suji was in a daze. He suddenly looked at Xian curiously. Did he see the future again? This monster was not human. He wasn't lying. He could constantly see the future and deduce all the changes in the situation. He was like a chess player who could see 50 or 60 moves in the future. My wisdom is enough to see through the past and the present. My left eye sees the future, and my right eye sees the past. This wasn't ridiculous. It was the truth. He was still deducing, but he had already deduced this miraculous martial art for him. He even looked like he was already thinking of a way to deal with it. Did you see it? Dizun suddenly smiled. Did you see the power of the 9 revolutions mysterious art that I deduced? Xian was silent. You're very good. Dizun spoke seriously this time. He also thought to himself, don't always think about useless things. This is my real plan. Xian took a deep breath. This martial art. So you were waiting for me here? If he wasn't wrong, this would be the biggest variable in the history of the universe. Once this martial art was completed, there might be no one in the universe who could defeat this strongest man in the history of the universe. He saw a dead end, the third dead end. If he could solve the first and second dead ends, then he couldn't see any hope for the third one. This terrifying man. He closed his eyes. There was an indescribable fear in his heart. It was the fear of being manipulated. It's all linked, and each layer is more terrifying than the one before. Even if I broke through the first few dead ends, he's still waiting for me here. It's even more terrifying despair. Suji looked at his silence and vaguely guessed something. His 9 revolutions mysterious art could succeed, and it would be terrifying after it succeeded. In other words, this martial art has a chance of succeeding. Then I can deduce it. Suji's lips curled into an inaudible smile. Although he didn't know what Xian saw, he couldn't help but feel relieved. How was it interlinked? 3 plans. In fact, there was only one plan from the beginning to the end, the new 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, his plan could really make the other party afraid, and that was enough. He thought I was the 3rd plan. In fact, this is really my first plan, and the only one. But if I can kill him, then that's enough. The idea is different, and the result is not a problem. The 9 revolutions mysterious art, this miraculous martial art, will determine the victory. Suji shook his head. He knew very well how powerful his 9 revolutions mysterious art was. It was equivalent to the current martial art that all the civilizations in the universe worked together to deduce. How terrifying would it be? Suji finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was speechless as he said, after going 1 round, I've finally gotten back to the main topic. I truly understand the strength of the miraculous martial technique that I created. This is a fair duel. Longevity Taoist Palace. In the endless deep waters, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness and knocked on the door of this ancient world of immortals. This was the first time in 14 billion years that an outsider had entered this forbidden area. Dang dang dang. Crisp knocking sounds rang out continuously. The membrane of the world of immortals soon opened, and a figure slowly walked into the palace. An old man sat on the throne, looking down at the guest below. How many years has it been? This is the first time a guest has entered the deepest chaotic water pressure of the universe. Other than the 2 who are still fighting outside and can transform into singularities, I can't think of anyone else. The density of the water pressure in the deepest part of the universe, the density of matter, had already begun to approach some singularities. If one had not grasped this aspect of 11th level power, they would not even have the ability to enter and would be crushed alive. I am Xianxia's quantum combat body. An ethereal voice resounded. Quantum combat body? You actually hit a body outside. Your Excellency still has a lot of tricks up your sleeves. The old man laughed, not surprised at all. It was clear that he also had a reincarnation in secret, and he had infiltrated the various worlds to observe that battle from the shadows. Xian laughed, I don't have many tricks up my sleeves. Otherwise, how could I deal with you? Everything in the world is balanced. Those who should be eliminated will be eliminated eventually. Your Excellency is the same. However, I have a plan to discuss with you. Why? The old man went straight to the point. I am about to die. Xian's voice was very cold. In the future I see, I will die without a doubt. I cannot win against that person's miraculous martial arts. There is no way to reverse the situation. Therefore, I can only find a variable, and in this universe, if there is anyone who can hide deeply, it is only you, sir. You have the possibility of interfering with our level of combat strength. Xian clearly knew that the other party was also a terrifying old monster, unfathomable. He simply did not know what terrifying trump cards he was hiding. Oh? The other party is so powerful? The old man was a little surprised, but he still expressed his goodwill. As the overlord of an era, shouldn't you all have victory in your grasp? You should feel disdain to team up with me, and there is no need for me to team up with you. The universe has 10 seats, and I will definitely have 1. You all have 9 seats. From now on, we will be existences of equal strength. He was playing dumb, not planning on coming into the world, because he was eternally high up above. According to the current situation, each universe can only accommodate 1 11th rank expert. Therefore, including the world of immortals, there are a total of 10 universes. The other 9 people all fought for the 9 seats, but he had a fixed seat. This was his right as the victor of the era in the old days. There was no need to fight for it. Without his permission, other people were basically unable to enter the world of immortals, so he basically didn't need to worry. In the outside world, what did it matter to him who won or lost? He couldn't protect the others, but he could protect his own seat. In that case, once all the existences reached the 11th level and came to settle the score with him, so what if there were 9 of them? The more terrifying an existence was, the harder it was to kill it. He was unable to contend against the other party, but if he continued to run and hide, the 9 of them might not be able to catch up to him. The old man calmly stared at the other party. Please return. I will not be tainted by karma. No matter if it's the existence of our lifelong realm or your existence, we will not interfere. I am an absolutely neutral person. He didn't want to interfere with the new or old creatures. Do you really have the confidence? Tu Xian suddenly spoke, his voice gradually became louder. There are 10 seats. It's true that you have a seat. However, can you hold on to this seat? What exactly do you want to say? The old man interrupted him. Tu Xian walked over step by step. He looked at the old man sitting on the high ground and coldly said, I know your plan. You are confident that you are undefeatable. When the gate to the 11th level opens, when the universe is completely mature, you will begin to corroborate your Tao and reach the 11th level. However, can your speed of corroborating your Tao be faster than the others? Tu Xian chuckled and coldly said, faster than the two of us? The two of us have already grasped the singularity and are undergoing a simulated breakthrough. As long as we break through to the 11th level first, we will enter here and kill you. You are not at the 11th level yet, you will die for sure. Tu Xian was speaking of a very realistic matter. Normally speaking, when a new realm descended, everyone would start at the same starting line. Even because their aptitudes were similar, the time of corroborating their Tao was about the same. Moreover, in the other universes, countless geniuses were fighting for a seat. It was an incomparably intense battle. The 9 battlefields were all filled with killing, but in the world of immortals, there was no competition. He would definitely be the fastest to reach the 11th level. However, it was different now. Tu Xian and Dizun were faster than him because of the simulation. They broke through as soon as the era arrived. How could he resist? The old man fell into silence. Tu Xian sneered and said, because if you don't choose a side, neither of us will tolerate you. No matter who wins or loses, once we rule the world, you will be the next target to be dealt with. The old man lowered his gaze, his expression cold. Makes sense. The two of you are no longer in line with the era. Researching the power of the 11th level in advance is a variable. It is completely unreasonable and faster than this old man. So, I have to choose a side? Tu Xian nodded, exactly. Ha 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 ha. The old man suddenly laughed heartily, the two of you are still too young. If you want to play tricks, I am your ancestor. You think you are fast? The old man stood up shakily and looked at Tu Xian from the throne. He stretched out his palm. Look, what is this? Whoosh. A vortex appeared in his hand. Unknowingly, he had already severed his own bloodline. At this moment, he was using alchemy to turn his palm into a singularity. Moreover, he seemed to be many times more proficient than Tu Xian. Young man, I have also grasped the power of the singularity. The old man had a benevolent expression as he laughed. I am also the same as you. I am already at the 11th level in spirit. Once the era descends, I will be able to break through instantly. My speed is as fast as yours. At that time, we will both be at the 11th level. You won't be able to do anything to me. Tu Xian's expression was calm. The old man said softly, of course, I don't have the unique advantage of transforming into a singularity and studying it at any time. I have spent a long time learning and understanding this aspect. I slowly figured it out. Of course, without a reference, I can't figure it out. Do you see the primal chaos outside the world of immortals? Tu Xian completely understood how this old man learned the knowledge of the singularity. The world of immortals was the deepest part of the seabed of the primal chaos sea. There were 9 great continents in the universe above. The mass of the countless primal chaos sea pressed down on this piece of land. The density surpassed the limits of physics. In addition to the world of immortals distorting its own rules, this 10th universe also possessed a trace of characteristics close to a singularity. You are too young. From the beginning, the world of immortals has been simulating a singularity in preparation for today's 11th level. The old man smiled and said, however, this is the biggest secret. Not even the immortal sages have told you about it. Old man, you are really patient. Tu Xian smiled and lamented that this old man was extremely cunning. His methods were shocking. He said, I didn't expect that you have already grasped the same power as us. I didn't expect that your backup plan is terrifying. Xian praised, but his expression was sarcastic. However, facing that ancient guy from the prehistoric universe, you will definitely die. Don't forget that you are not the oldest. You are not the most rotten. Above your head, there's an existence from the prehistoric universe that's even more ancient than you. Before his long lifespan, you and I were both young. How could he not have included you in his calculations? Xian's words caused a trace of sharpness and shock to appear on the old man's murky face. You have underestimated venerable sovereigns. Xian stared at him coldly. The old man was completely silent. He calmed down and stared at Xian. This terrifying man, his killing methods, his stunning talent, he had been watching all this time. It was terrifying. He had also sneaked into the universe and even watched the battle with Rongqing and the others in the 9 universes of the Genesis era. It was just that the immortal saints did not know about it. With his cautiousness, he naturally had to keep an eye on the changes outside. Xian, your wisdom is said to be beyond the limits of us old creatures. I'm no match for you. I'm just relying on my seniority. The old man smiled humbly and suddenly said, let's get to know each other officially. My name was Xianxia, but you can call me Eternal Man Immortal Realm's code name? Daoist name? Xian did not mind the name. For these ancient beings, a name was just a form of address. But Eternal Man is a good name. It suits the name of the immortal Daoist palace. Xian smiled. What a pity. Xian suddenly stopped talking. Eternal Man said softly, I've also mastered the knowledge of the singularity. Just like the two of you, I can break through to rank 11 as soon as the era arrives. I won't lose at all. What do you mean? He could not find a reason to lose. Once the era arrives, he would break through at the fastest speed and reach rank 11. No matter how fast the other party was, they would only be at the same speed. By then, they would be addressing each other as Daoist friend and he would definitely be the winner. The others were fighting for the seat. He was already destined to be one of the rank 11 beings, so he was not willing to get involved. He knew that once the immortal realm entered the world, there was a possibility that it would be overthrown. As long as he did not enter the world, he would be able to win forever. According to normal logic, that is indeed the case. Xian said, nothing can stop you from proving your Tao. The possibility of killing you. Before the era arrives, who can defeat a immortal saint like you? You are the strongest bloodline powerhouse. Once the era arrives, who can stop you from proving your Tao? No one can enter the immortal realm and compete with you. It's perfect. Is that so? The so-called miracle is something that surpasses people's imagination. That's why it's called a miracle. When the old man heard this, he suddenly thought of something. Yes, a miracle. Breaking the impossible is a miracle. That guy's miracle martial art. Xian said softly, this martial art of his, what miracle is it trying to create? It's to allow people to directly corroborate the 11th step before the universe matures and before the era of the 11th step door descends. Impossible, the old man shouted. Making the impossible possible is a miracle, Xian said softly. Not the true 11th level, but half of it. The old man was completely silent. Half an hour was enough. Xian said, this brings us back to the previous question. An 11th rank existence has descended, and you haven't broken through to the 11th rank yet. Can the world of immortals withstand it? Will it give you the opportunity to break through? At that time, there was a supreme existence high above. You couldn't break through, and we couldn't break through either. Xian said. The old man was completely silent. This person is so ruthless? A long time ago, his experience foretold everything. He wanted to suppress the entire era and become a taboo. Xian softly muttered the words of the players. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. The old man's mind was completely unsettled. He could feel the terror of Dizun. The ancient existence of the prehistoric universe, that kind of domineering feeling, his messy arrangements, and the exciting battle with Xian, pressured him a little. If that was really the case, then he would also be ruthlessly beaten down to the mortal world. He couldn't escape his fate either. This seems to be predestined karma. No existence can be high and mighty forever, not even the longevity Taoist palace. The old man suddenly sat on the throne and recalled what he said to the longevity saints. Just like now, he couldn't help but reveal an indescribable bitterness. He wanted to escape and not enter the world because he was afraid of the current situation. But in the end, it was not up to him. So, I asked you to come out, Xian said. Sir, do you have a way? The old man was still smiling bitterly. A way? No wonder Xian couldn't find any hope. Tell me in detail about his cultivation method, the old man said with a serious expression. Xian finished. The old man was silent for a moment. There is another way. Only a variable can defeat a variable. Fortunately, I have prepared too many backup plans over the years. Otherwise, I would really be helpless. Xian smiled and looked at the old man in front of him. This ancient behind-the-scenes existence had many hidden methods. Xian knew that his countless trump cards were definitely not inferior to his own. If such an existence were to make a move, in the chaos singularity. Suji looked at Xian, who had a calm expression and had suddenly quietened down to study and deduce the singularity. He was very calm. He should know how terrifying my cultivation method is. He finally stopped guessing. Suji's expression was very calm. He was still deducing his own cultivation method. In fact, he already had some ideas. Xian opened up new paths one after another, but he had already deduced until now. After such a long time, if he couldn't even open up a path, he wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, Suji had the great universe cultivation method. I already have some ideas. Suji said softly and looked at the singularity outside. Indeed, my initial guess was right. I need to use the power of the singularity. He lowered his head and looked at the singularity that he had turned into. He seemed to be in deep thought. So, this is how I use the power of the singularity to cultivate this cultivation method? Xian is indeed a terrifying person. He guessed the grand concept of my cultivation method and even created it one step ahead of me. That's why he feels fear. Because my concept is to use the singularity as a driving furnace. In the past, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art used a sun in the central space as a driving furnace. The 9 inner spaces revolved continuously. Today, I use the singularity as a driving furnace. The 9 universes revolve around it. This is the true Pangatru body, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Suji stood up and looked at the singularity exploding again. Finally, it's about time. I still need to know the power of the singularity. That's the key to solving this. Bang, the 30-second explosion began. It's normal to feel fear. This is because my miracle martial art will suppress them once and for all, making them unable to make a comeback. I'll turn myself into the strongest man in history who can control the power of the universe. Bang! The singularity returned, and the Big Bang began. Let's begin. Suji left the singularity and slowly raised his arm in the Genesis vortex. Bang! The 9 universes that he had revolved around the singularity and helped him resist with brute force slowly surged over. Countless universes collapsed. Suji's lower abdomen seemed to shrink as an invisible 5-colored vortex slowly condensed. There was a loud bang. It was as if the world was being split apart. Endless Tao sounds rang out. Ding ding dang dang. Xian's face turned pale, and his eyes turned bright red. He kept retreating and looked at Dizun from afar. Ding ding dang dang. Countless rules bloomed and shattered. You think it's the true sound of the great Tao, but it's actually my heartbeat. Dizun slowly opened his eyes. This is? At this moment, they finally knew the real reason why Xian's expression was stiff. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene. It could be said to be an unbelievable and magnificent miracle. A singularity that was so tiny that it was embedded in his heart was constantly half collapsing and half exploding. It was like a heart that was bulging and contracting, producing the overture of the universe. Every true sound of the great Tao was just the rise and fall of a heartbeat. Whoosh! The 9 prepared special bloodline universes entangled and shrunk. They quickly surrounded the singularity and flowed into Dizun's abdomen like a disc. Ding ding dang dang. The crisp sound of something shattering was like the melodious sound of wind chimes colliding. The overture of the universe seemed to have changed. Every time the universe sounded, it was just the rise and fall of a heartbeat. 2Xian, you've always been thinking about useless things. This is my real trump card. Dizun slowly floated in the chaos and opened his arms. His skin was still filled with a faint white gold color, like countless energy colors and matter mixed together. He had the original great holiness and purity of the universe. On this body, energy and matter could no longer be distinguished. The matter that made up his body was no longer carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and other elements. Boom! A majestic white gold shot into the sky. All the living beings near the chaos sea shook violently. It was as if the ultimate creature of the universe that transcended dimensions was born. They couldn't help but look up. 2Xian looked into the distance. It was as if he saw the moment when the world was created. Half a level 11. His expression suddenly calmed down. He looked back 14 billion years and saw the youngest era of the universe. The origin of the universe, singularity? Boom! He took a step forward. Countless colorful bodies were also converging, slowly forming a special structure. You've finally shown your true face. 2Xian stood where he was. All kinds of ancient Taoist rhymes interweaved around him. It was as if he was the only true God in the history of the universe. He could see through the past and the future. Two terrifying figures confronted each other from afar, echoing each other. Dizun has already mastered the power of the singularity. This is the realm where he can use the singularity. He has already reached the legendary level 11. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts went blank. Only endless fear and shock spread through their bodies. The singularity in Dizun's abdomen proved this. But the door to level 11 hadn't opened yet. The era hadn't arrived yet. How did he reach level 11 in this incomplete era? It was a miracle. This was Dizun's miraculous martial arts. Using the singularity as a power furnace. It can't be wrong. Using this kind of power, this is a level 11 martial art. In the distance, almost no one spoke. Their eyes were fixed on this scene. The atmosphere was oppressive and fell into silence. At the same time, an indescribable excitement began to fill his body. With such great power, he could win, no wonder 2Xian was so afraid. An 11th rank versus a 10th rank, it was simply crushing to the extreme. The fourth battle in the martial arts practice field, this miraculous martial art, made them completely excited. Rongqing and Gigi stood together, looking at Dizun's hazy singularity body that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was suffused with a whitish gold color. This is the ultimate life level of the universe, the 11th level. Such an existence is called the origin of the great Tao, the immortal great eagle that overlooks the universe era. Dizun has actually reached this level. But the realm hasn't arrived yet. The universe hasn't been mended yet. The era of the 11th rank hasn't arrived yet. How could he have broken through? Kuang-tu raised his head and revealed a longing expression. Looking at the boundless power of the final dimension, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This was the power of the source. He had split all the rules and systems of the universe. It was as vast as the sea, and a vast and endless feeling of vastness washed over him, as if all systems were his children. All systems and rules were false and would decline with the passing of time. Only the source was true because he had evolved everything. The first to the 10th level were all false paths in the universe, and the 11th level was the transcendence of eternity. So, it's really possible for the great eagle to transcend the universe. Gino looked at all this in shock. He had seen the true end of the universe, which was enough to excite him. Or rather, it could be said that the realm that every expert dreamed of was revealed in front of him. The intoxication and infatuation he felt was indescribable. No, this isn't mastering the real singularity. That's an incomplete singularity, a singularity that belongs to bloodline artificial. At this moment, Rongqing looked at Dizun's abdomen with a serious expression. She knew that it was incomplete. Moreover, even if it's an incomplete singularity, it's not a power that can be mastered now. Then why? A player hurriedly asked. Rongqing narrowed her eyes and said in shock, he's indirectly using the singularity to convert its power for consumption. He can't directly use the power of the singularity, so he can only be half a level 11. He's barely reached that realm through tricks. Indirectly? Converting the power of the singularity to use, someone at the side was puzzled. Yes, it looks like he's putting the singularity into his body, but he's not actually using the power of the singularity. Takashi-ji also saw it and stared at it. Instead, he's using the power of the singularity to pressurize and collapse the 9 universes beside him, allowing them to enter his body and become his drive furnace. Many people were puzzled. That singularity was just a decoration. How could it be called a singularity drive furnace? The power he used clearly came from the 9 bloodline universes. The so-called drive isn't directly absorbing the other party's energy. Only then can it be called a drive. Rongqing shook her head and explained softly, the singularity also released its power, the power of compression. It's responsible for compressing the kinetic energy of the 9 universes, reducing them to the size of a rice grain. It's like accumulating the power of a compressed spring. Then, the 9 bloodline universes transmit the power of this compressed spring, in addition to the power of their own universe, to Venerable Sovereign. Everyone understood what he meant. This was equivalent to the supercharging technology of an internal combustion engine. The singularity was responsible for pressurizing, providing a high-temperature and high-pressure environment, while the 9 universes were responsible for providing fuel and energy for combustion. It was a miraculous martial art of uncanny workmanship. Through the 9 bloodline universes as a medium, conversion and transmission. Rongqing said coldly, this is the principle of this technique. Although it sounds simple, it's actually unimaginably difficult to execute. Everyone was also aware of this. How difficult was it to indirectly borrow the power of the singularity, collapsing a part of one's heart into a super small singularity, making it beat rhythmically like a heart. This was an exquisite and meticulous operation that couldn't even be described as art. One had to have an extremely deep understanding of the singularity to achieve this. In other words, one already had enough knowledge of level 11. As long as the era arrived, one could break through to this realm at any time. 2 Xian, Venerable Sovereign, these two were monsters among monsters, their intelligence was far beyond the limit, which was why they could achieve such an unimaginable feat. Sure enough, Venerable Sovereign has been planning all this. In the distance, Qiao Mingyu sighed and said with great admiration, we should have thought of this long ago. A long time ago, he specially created 9 bloodline universes and became the 9 heavenly ways of them. Just now, he used the 9 universes to try to circle around the singularity. This is obviously an attempt to fit the singularity and the 9 universes for the final exploration. Now that it is completely formed, there is this 9 revolutions mysterious art that can perfectly circle around. Qiao Mingyu's voice was low as he looked into the distance. In fact, Qiao Mingyu's analysis this time was indeed correct, because that was exactly what Suji was thinking, and it was also in this way that he studied this new martial art step by step. From the beginning to the end, Suji only had this simple approach, using his own miraculous martial art to deal with it. Qiao Mingyu's analysis was correct, but soon, he added other speculations. He had seen very far. Venerable Sovereign, everything is really interconnected. On the contrary, Qiao Mingyu began to add fuel to the fire. According to 2 Xian's words, he continued to analyze. So far, according to 2 Xian's analysis, Venerable Sovereign has a total of 3 layers of killing traps. He is extremely cautious. He has revealed his trump card step by step. 2 Xian is indeed powerful. The first and second layers have been cracked, and Venerable Sovereign has come up with the 3rd layer of killing traps. Step by step. Everyone listened and felt that was indeed the case. But do you really think that this is a coincidence? Qiao Mingyu asked, if this is all you have seen, you have only seen the 2nd layer. Is there a deeper place? At this time, Takashi, Rongqing, Kuang Tu, and the others suddenly became curious. They knew that Qiao Mingyu was very familiar with Venerable Sovereign, so they could not help but ask, then, humph. Qiao Mingyu glanced at the few longevity saints next to him, knowing that their analysis and knowledge were countless times better than his, but their understanding of Venerable Sovereign's character was far inferior to his. Xiao Mingyu said coldly, Venerable Sovereign's character seems to be very calm and relaxed, but he is extremely domineering in secret. As early as the old days, when I became a god, there were no gods in the world. He once monopolized many eras and became a high and mighty taboo. However, he doesn't really suppress those young heaven's favorites. Mount Akina spoke with fervor and assurance. He's too proud and too lonely. This is the loneliness of being invincible in the world. He has a talent that transcends the history of mankind. That's why he deliberately guided the geniuses of each generation, making them stronger and constantly breaking through their limits. In the end, they finally have the courage to fight against themselves, and only then can they defeat him. In the past, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, Emperor Yun, Ju Wuxian. These ancient existences, which one of them wasn't an unparalleled talent of their generation? If Dizun hadn't indulged them, how could they have risen to power? Only with the venerable sovereign's deliberate training could they reach such a level. In the end, he leaped up and challenged the final path of immortality, challenging the lofty venerable sovereign. When the people next to them heard this, they couldn't help but be fascinated. They could feel the power and dominance of a venerable sovereign, that indescribable arrogance. People like the secluded mountain prefecture lord and the cloud emperor were indeed deliberately nurtured and ignored, allowing them to develop freely. If they had any ill intentions, they would have been killed long ago. You mean? Rongqing suddenly blurted out. Yes. Xiaoming Yamaguchi turned his head and looked at the two people who were confronting each other from afar. He said coldly, haven't you noticed yet? The venerable sovereign could have used this martial art from the beginning to kill his opponent. Why did he stop? Everyone was shocked. If he had used it right from the beginning, Tu Xian would have died for sure. That was because Tu Xian did not understand the singularity at all in the beginning. He didn't even have the means to do so, and he only learned it step by step. In the beginning, when the venerable sovereign said that he had not perfected this martial art, it was probably a lie. He was deliberately letting Tu Xian win. Why did he have to let his opponent understand the singularity and make it more difficult for him step by step, so that Tu Xian could break through the two deadlocks and achieve two breakthroughs? Xiaoming Yamaguchi looked into the distance and said something that shocked everyone. Based on the venerable sovereign's personality and his past forbidden deeds, you should have guessed that he was deliberately guiding Tu Xian to understand the singularity. In the end, when Tu Xian could understand his own martial art and stand side by side with himself, the venerable sovereign would then make his move and use his 9 transformations mysterious art to completely defeat his opponent when he was at his most powerful peak in history. The longevity saints around were shocked. Hearing those words, even the ancient sages of the Longevity Dao Palace could feel the arrogance and dominance in it. An indescribable heroic spirit came rushing at them. No wonder we felt something was wrong from the beginning. With the schemes of such an existence, how could he possibly give his opponent a chance to grow? You should have used the new 9 revolutions mysterious art from the very beginning. You should have killed him with one strike. Rongqing's eyes widened. No one knew that Dizun had not perfected this martial art at first. He had only perfected it after learning from Tu Xian for a period of time. This is too fierce. Rongqing could not help but sigh. A little carelessness and you will die. It's like fighting with your life. Ordinary people can't be so open-minded. After all, it was not like those novels or RPG games where you could level up step by step. So that you could kill yourself, that was impossible. If that was the case, you would not be able to live to the sage stage. You would die right away. These sinister old monsters who had lived for countless years were even more so. They hid behind the scenes of the era. Once they made a move, it would be an instant kill, leaving no room for maneuver. But Dizun did the exact opposite. Everyone was an old schemer, but in order to live longer, he was openly domineering and arrogant. He just had to keep nurturing his opponent, letting his opponent understand his cultivation method, and then wait for his opponent to rise to power and fight him again at the peak of his life. His character was like a stream of clear water. Seeing the sage's shock, Xiaoming Shan was very satisfied. He thought to himself, Dizun is different. Everyone else is cunning. The 3 pillar gods, Carolyn, Dicky. Even these longevity sages and Tu Xian are all dirty and wretched. It's a competition of who is more cunning. Only venerable sovereigns are unique. He's not a sly old fox at all. He's not the least bit cunning. Instead, it's a righteous and aboveboard style. He has a real sense of dominance and arrogance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind the reputation of being a dictator and blocking the path of immortality alone. That was the difference between Dizun and these people. I see. At this moment, Rongcheng turned around and said to the other longevity saints, previously, I thought that there were some doubts in this aspect, and there were many loopholes. I didn't expect that it was done on purpose. Of course. Everything has developed to this point, perfectly matching the character and behavior logic of venerable sovereign. Xiao Mingyu looked at the people in front of him with a proud face and said seriously, in this world, there are only two kinds of experts who are broad-minded. One is venerable sovereign, and the other is people who are not venerable sovereigns. One was a venerable sovereign, and the other was someone else. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their admiration for him grew. Takori was also shocked. She secretly recalled some of the things that happened before. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she said, could it be that my husband is really like that? I was right about him. However, a hint of jealousy flashed across Mosquito Ming's eyes. She and Gigi were both longevity saints in the longevity Taoist palace. Compared to the non-combat type, this saint's combat power was naturally stronger. However, Gigi was able to encounter such a shocking opportunity, and even further away. Tu Xian's entire body was bathed in blood. After just a few exchanges, he already felt despair. Is that so? You did it on purpose. You purposely sharpened me in the previous two killing traps, so that I could break through my limits. Looking at the venerable sovereign in front of him with his hands behind his back, Tu Xian felt an unimaginable sense of power. But even so, I broke through my limits twice in a row, and I still can't defeat you. Tu Xian's eyes gradually sharpened. No wonder he was an ancient existence of the prehistoric universe. The terrifying mastermind behind the scenes made people feel despair. But I won't lose in the end, because I still have other trump cards. His eyes were filled with a desire to fight. Ancient prehistoric existence, you want to cut off the celestial path of the ancient and modern universes and suppress us, the existences of the new era. We won't let you get what you want. If you can create miracles and martial arts, I can create miracles too. Deep in the ocean, in the ancient relic of the prehistoric bridge of the universe, countless chaotic beings of the new era gathered in one place. The ocean was tumbling outside the house, like the tide on the beach under the dark night sky. The waves, with endless turbulence and loneliness, slapped against the window. All the giants and brains of the new era sat around the round table, looking extremely serious. One of the brains that had merged with Tu Xian, the giant Ani's quantum doppelganger, was still occupying a high place, using an elliptical quantum speculum to show everything that had happened in the giant whirlpool. The terrifying scene and the prehistoric venerable sovereign of the ancient universe were shocking. The real mastermind behind the scenes has shown himself. His identity and origin are still unknown. After all, no one knows what happened in the history of the prehistoric universe. Countless existences were silent, analyzing everything. Your Highness Tu Xian. And I looked at this scene nervously. Nothing will happen. We are the new protagonists of the era, the future trend of fate, how can we lose? An existence at the side squeezed out a stiff smile. But when he said this, even he didn't quite believe it himself. That terrifying singularity martial art, that ancient venerable sovereign with his hands behind his back, had been hiding in this era and finally revealed his fangs. It had far exceeded their imagination. That terrifying power was so oppressive that everyone was gasping for breath. This was the suppression of the era. Half a rank 11 was enough to crush this immature era. Someone said in a low voice, wanting to say something but hesitating. The era was supposed to open the gate of rank 11 on the day when the universe was completely mended, but now, variable. It's really a variable. Someone finally couldn't help but burst into tears. They didn't even wait for the arrival of the era. We still have His Highness Tu Xian. He is a great existence that can see through the past and the future. Nothing will happen. Other encouraging voices came from all around. But and I, who was in charge of everything, lowered his head. Only he knew that the neo-martial art of the venerable sovereign had surpassed the limits of the era and was already the strongest existence in the entire universe. No one could escape the suppression of the realm. Those who could borrow the power of the singularity and those who couldn't were two different kinds of beings, even if the other party borrowed it indirectly. In the eyes of all the clansmen, the other party used the myriad heavens and realms to lead the changes of the era. All the new lives hated the creatures of the old era. They were old and aloof, blocking the vitality and germination of the new era. In order to overthrow them, all the clansmen led by two Xians sacrificed their children, relatives, families, lovers. They willingly carried out the cruel human brain cultivation program. If we fail now, our future will be, is there no justice in this universe? Someone said bitterly. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, someone said. Rumble. The earth was shaking. The 9 continents of the universe were shaking. In the clear seawater of the chaotic sea, there seemed to be endless shadows floating under their feet. Immortality. Immortality, an ancient and everlasting Tao sound reverberated, faintly coming from the depths of the sea, transmitting to the entire universe's continents. Every multiverse, the countless stars in every universe, and the countless sages on the surface of the universe could vaguely hear the hymn. It was as if it was the praise of the old days, as if it was the core hub of the 9 universes, as if it was everything. A large number of bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea. There seemed to be a giant whale-like shadow under the sea, but there was a faint holy white light lingering around it. What is that? They hurriedly walked out from under the bridge in the deep sea of the chaotic sea. In the depths of the chaotic sea, an ancient continent slowly floated up. It was unimaginably vast. That is, the immortality realm. Someone's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but shout, His Highness Tu Xian, we still have hope if we invite this old monster out. This continent was like an exquisitely crafted sculpture. It was filled with the most primitive style of the universe. Human figures, animals, mountains, rivers, planets, galaxies, suns, everything seemed to be narrating the history of the universe. This was a perfect artificial continent inlaid with the history of the universe, recording everything from the past to the present. It's floating up. Countless people exclaimed in shock. This universe was too small compared to the 9 true universes, but this was only in the context of the universe. To these light-year giants, it was simply boundless. Its size was already comparable to 1/10 of the universe's continents. The immortal realm, this is the immortal realm, they were very shocked. The immortal Tao Palace was Emperor Tu Xian's greatest opponent. It was a terrifying force with countless resources, and its degree of terror was no less than his. How could he not be excited when he saw the true ancient and mysterious face? This was a perfect spherical universe ship, the immortal realm ship, from the prehistoric immortal era of more than 10 billion years ago to the distant present day. I can vaguely see 9 interface grooves on the surface of the sphere. It should be directly below the 9 universes, connecting to the 9 universes. Only by connecting all the sages of the universe can one achieve the 10-essence sage realm. The universe can at most have 9 essences. The 10-essence sage realm is unique to the immortal realm. If other sages want to break through, they must obtain the immortal realm's approval. Therefore, no one can overthrow them by 1 realm. But now, it's his turn to be 1 realm lower. How can he resist? And I began to deduce and observe in secret. Wait, what is that? Some of the larger light-year people could vaguely see some stars and suns through the 10th universe membrane. Today, they had formed an extraordinary universe. However, this was not what caused them to panic the most. What caused them to panic the most was the inconceivable scene. Ancient clay statues stood in neat rows like terracotta soldiers. There were countless soldiers and mercenaries on each planet. And each planet seemed to have some kind of label with a serial number written on it. It was as if they were the universe's library. What is that? I don't know. Statues? Dead people? But their expressions are all extremely real and vivid. They give off an aura that is rarely seen in the history of mankind. All of the universe light-year giants felt a great terror. This terror was unprecedented, and it was as if they were facing a boundless abyss. It was a bone-chilling cold. He's floating up. And I raised his head and looked at the world of immortals that was floating up unceasingly. It was about to step into the sea surface and gradually get further away from them. Rumble, the 9 universes were shaking as if a great earthquake had occurred. The planets in the universe were collapsing and the ground was cracking. The surface of the continents was trembling. This feeling is, Takashi's pupils suddenly shrank. He clearly knew that the world of immortals had separated from the 9 great cosmoses. That was the only reason why such a unique vibration had occurred. Not only Gigi, but the other longevity saints also looked at each other with fear and shock, as well as bitterness of being betrayed. Before this, they begged the master of the lifelong realm to take action and kill 2 Xian. However, the master of the lifelong realm didn't take action. He once said that he would absolutely not appear in the world and wouldn't be tainted by karma, maintaining a neutral attitude. Now, it was 2 Xian who begged the master of the lifelong realm to take action and kill 2 Xian. How could the master of the lifelong realm not take action? How could they not know that the master of the lifelong realm was on the opposite side? The master of the longevity Taoist palace wanted to join forces with 2 Xian to kill Dizun. Dizun was already in existence that could threaten the lifelong realm. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. This? They would never have thought that they would be on the opposite side. They were going to turn against each other. Whoosh. Immortality. Immortality, an ancient sound of the Tao bell reverberated from the depths of the sea and spread to the entire continent of the universe. It was as if countless ancient existences were roaring. A shadow gradually appeared on the surface of the sea and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and the earth. The huge shadow blocked the view of the ocean. The lifelong realm, countless saints also vaguely felt this as they looked down. At this moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The ancient Buddhist prophecy, the words left behind in the ruins of the immortal abode of immortality and the Taoist family have come true. Some of the ordinary sages were horrified when they saw this. They murmured the words of the past, when the stars return, the old gods will awaken. The Ryla continent will rise to the surface, and the twilight of the gods will come. They were extremely shocked and felt that the prophecy had come true. Stars, isn't that the Mother Stream Civilization Stars in the Sky project? The stars return and the old gods awaken. This is how it describes this moment. And that ancient prehistoric sculpture style, the mud cave, it's clearly a hint to describe this continent. This ancient 10th universe is actually a huge man-made sculpture. They discussed. Chiba Akina? He stared at the conversation of the saints and was immediately dumbfounded. I was just making it up back then. I even wanted to combine Chinese and Western. How could this match up perfectly? Did it really match the old prophecy perfectly? Chiba Akina had always thought of himself as resourceful and never believed in blind guesses and coincidences. Everything he deduced was reasonable and well-founded. However, the coincidence in front of him directly stunned him, a materialist who did not believe in metaphysics. The beings around him continued to discuss, the immortal abode of immortality and the Taoist family have come to live as long as the heavens. Could it be that the owner of that abode was a venerable sovereign from prehistoric times? I'm not sure. But it should be related. This sentence really describes the legendary 11th level. It matches perfectly. Listening to the conversation around him, Chiba Akina had a dazed expression on his face. He felt that this was actually possible, although they were discussing inexplicably and were extremely shocked. The ancient 10th universe continent had completely emerged from the water, and a shocking scene had already unfolded. In the center of the continent, on the countless exquisite carvings on the wall, an old being stood, holding a scepter in his hand and sitting on a throne. His skin was full of silver wrinkles. He was old and hunched, and his expression was neither happy nor sad. 11th level, crack. In an instant, the continent completely emerged. It lifted all the existences up and stepped on this special piece of land. Under the shocked gazes of all the immortal saints, the inexplicable ancient ballad stopped abruptly. Crack. According to what you said, the 5th battle has begun. The old man stood on the surface of the water that had just emerged. His body was bathed in the water droplets of the chaotic sea that gently slid down his body. The old man looked up at the sky. At this moment, the universe is about to usher in the twilight of the gods. As soon as he said that, the sky and earth suddenly changed color. Waves surged, and the sky seemed to have turned upside down. Wind swept through the clouds. This was an unimaginable scene from a myth. Everyone knew that this vast and boundless sculpture was distorting the space and time around it. The huge energy stored, coupled with the fact that it was the ultimate weapon of the bloodline universe that could distort laws, had almost distorted the surrounding space-time. Rumble, even the sea of chaos had turned into wriggling noodles. The waves of chaos had turned into dark silver tentacles that were baring their fangs and claws. This mythical scene represented the peak era of the universe's bloodline, the wisdom of 14 billion years of civilization. It had been compressed and crystallized here. They also saw that the sculptures of the universe had ancient murals of the universe, which recorded the praises of the heroes of the various eras. I thought that the ancient history had disappeared in the dust, and I couldn't help but feel regretful. Who would have thought that it would be completely recorded here? A young saint muttered. This was a stone tablet that chronicled the universe. It was inlaid with the ancient myths of the universe from each era. The old man smiled, squatted down, and gently touched the murals on the ground. The universe will forget the heroes who fought for the history of humanity, but we will not. All the saints of the universe, no matter what intention they had in proving the Tao, good or evil, even if they had caused a shocking massacre in which era, in the eyes of future generations, their merits outweigh their faults. In my opinion, anyone who perfected the laws of the universe and perfected our living environment is a saint. Proving the Tao for the universe, perfecting the laws and fusing the Tao, they are all saints. He stood up again. Time, space, life, they no longer exist here. You have spent 10 billion years here, but it is like an instant outside, and vice versa. Time no longer exists here. In other words, no matter how long our battle lasts, outside this continent, in the 9 major universes, it is like an instant has passed, and a new era will begin in a second. The old man sat on the throne, gently stabbing his scepter into the ground. He had an ancient look on his face. Everyone, if you urgently want to know the outcome, you only need to leave this continent for a second, and then return to know the outcome. All the saints were silent, staring at each other. The greatest dark hand in the history of the universe's bloodline, the master of the longevity Tao Palace, the strongest saint of the universe's bloodline, he had too many names, enough to make everyone's hearts tremble. The old man continued softly, my longevity Taoist palace's stage does not appear for anyone. I thought I would never have to wait for the moment where weapons clashed, but I still cannot escape this fate. Dizun looked at the old man calmly. The master of the lifelong realm, he was once the strongest man in the battle of the world of immortals. He was the final victor, defeating the Queen Mother and another race. Finally, he reached the top. Suji had already let go of the deep enmity between them, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to look for him. This seems to be fate, destined to have such a battle. Dizun looked at the old man in front of him. Throughout the ages, there has only been one person who has been able to stand at the top. Elder Longevity smiled and looked at Venerable D's body, clearly feeling the singularity within. Xianxia and I are both on the same level. When the universe is complete, we will be able to prove our Tao and reach the 11th level. We both have a chance to win, but you're different. You're way ahead of us. Yes, you're way ahead of us. Xianxia walked out slowly. You've surpassed the limits of this era. When you can't use the power of the 11th level, use this power. If they did not kill Dizun, neither of them would have a chance. You talk too much nonsense. Dizun shook his head and said, the universe is coming to an end, and karma will end today. When the universe is complete, a calamity demon will be born in the great path. It is called the primordial calamity, and this calamity is me. Show me what you've got. Dizun stared at the old man in front of him, waiting. The existence of the prehistoric universe is really a man of few words. The old man smiled, but his smile gradually disappeared. Since you've said so, it means we have no room for negotiation. Then, let's begin. Whoosh, he reached out his hand, and in the Tenuan universe beneath his feet, the universe membrane opened, revealing the interior. There were a total of 9 sculpture planets. And on each planet, there were densely packed ancient statues, covering the planet's surface. They were vivid and lifelike, with different postures. Some were happy, some were smiling, and some were crying. It was as if they were real people. These are the holy tombs of the 9 Yuan universe. Elder Longevity said softly, these 9 tombs planets correspond to the 9 Yuan universe. Each of these statues was erected by us when they proved their Daos, and they are displayed here in chronological order. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at the 9 planets anxiously. The order of proving one's Daos was recorded here. How could they not know? It contained the greatest secret in the history of the universe, the rank 11 Dao proving code. In order to complete the rules of the universe, one had to follow the order of proving one's Daos by reversing the rules of every universe, and finally return to the source to become rank 11, and in front of them, the statues on this planet, each statue was a Daos node, connected together, it was the universe's Daos. Password, the rank 11 Dao proving gate. Palace Master, he has completely given up on us. Rongcheng's face darkened. They had fought for this password with their lives. Every day, they had a Daos password that corresponded to their seats. But now that it was announced, their advantage was completely gone. How could they not be angry? This was originally their trump card to break through to rank 11. Compared to other existences, even 2Xian did not know the Daos password. It was their greatest advantage, but now, they were on the same starting line as the sages of the new era. Is this a Daos diagram? 2Xian chuckled and said coldly, Sir, for the Alliance, you have given me a huge gift. Old Man Jiu smiled and said, most of these statues are dead, but some are alive. They were the strongest heroes of the era, but they could not withstand the Deva decay, so I severed their bloodlines, turning them into creatures without bloodlines, and sealed them here. Swoosh. As soon as the old man said this, a portion of the dead statues shook off a large amount of dust, shook, and opened their eyes. The old man said softly, the cosmos wall records the murals, and the cosmos records their remains and tombs, but there are still some survivors. This is the accumulation of more than 14 billion years. This is the cosmos god tomb from more than 14 billion years ago. The gods are dead, the demons are destroyed, but they are sealed here. With the name of the Master of Longevity, I summon the ancient heroes. The peak sages of the strongest era of the universe have all awakened. They were originally dealing with a variable, thinking that it was 2Xian, but they did not expect it to be the rotten hand of the prehistoric universe. Boom, countless statues were swaying and shattering, revealing their cracked skin as they recovered their vitality. Indescribable and indescribable prehistoric existences of the universe opened their eyes. More than 14 billion years of accumulation, how many unimaginable heroes had appeared in the wheel of history? It was almost impossible to imagine. They were the strongest in history. Some ancient existences had even provoked the world of longevity, almost overthrowing their rule. Swoosh. The ancient existences opened their eyes. You, the former enemy, there is a day when there is also a day when you summon us. Tell me, what do you want us to do? A young woman slowly opened her eyes and said coldly, for the past 14 billion years, the guy who destroyed the descendants of our race countless times, the Palace Master of Longevity. The old man smiled, looked at the Dizun in the sky, and said softly, I can't beat him alone, I need all the heroes in the history of the universe to join forces. What? I can't beat him. As these words fell, all the heroes in the history of the universe were instantly shocked. Who was the Longevity Palace Lord? He was the Universe Emperor who had ruled the universe for 14 billion years since the beginning of the era of the Longevity realm, the universe's only ultimate combat power. In the long years, the universe only had 2 kinds of combat power. One was the Longevity Palace Lord, the other was others. With the accumulation of the long years, his combat power became more and more terrifying, eternally high and mighty. No one could overthrow him as time went on. Even such an ultimate life form of the universe said that he could not beat this monster in front of him, completely toppling their worldview. Back then, I severed your bloodlines, turning you into bloodline-less 10th rank heirs, and used the world of immortals to survive until today. Ancient Man said, now, I shall return all of your bloodlines to you, and fuse them back. As his voice fell, he used a miraculous bloodline method to return all the bloodlines. Who knew what kind of heaven-defying bloodline it was? Who is this? Someone looked at the man called Dizun, his body covered in flames, his eyes filled with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. 10 billion years in the future, what's the situation now? The times have changed, are we old? Impossible, no matter how monstrous the younger generation is, they can't overthrow the longevity realm, their combat power reaching such heights. The beautiful woman from before said again. Her aura was extremely powerful, to the point that other existences would tremble if they approached. This person, Dizun, who is he? A deep sense of fear enveloped them. Some of the ancient heroes had just woken up, they were too shocked by the scene. Suji looked at this woman a few more times, feeling that her aura was very familiar. It can't be, could it really be? Suji vaguely thought of some origins, his expression became strange, he would never have thought that the previous queen of the Zerg race was still alive, facing him, defeat him, and I will grant you rebirth. Longevity Lord said softly, this is the strongest enemy of our universe, an ancient existence from the prehistoric universe. He wants to stop our universe from reaching rank 11. As his words fell, everyone was completely dumbfounded. So it's prehistoric. The beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth said, then it's no wonder. I already said that in this cosmos epic, no one can overthrow the rule of the immortals realm. All of us here are failures, this is a bloody lesson. Our race has used countless experiences to prove this point. Suji was more and more certain. He felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy when he looked at this woman. But in his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head, hating iron for not becoming steel. His first impression quickly appeared. This old ancestor looks like an idiot. He only knows how to fight head-on. However, Suji also knew that he could only face them head-on. There was no other way to overthrow the world of immortals, because it was basically impossible to overthrow them in that era. At this moment, the heroes who had just woken up were shaken. However, they originally thought that the most ancient mastermind behind the scenes was the world of immortals that ruled over the entire cosmos era. They never thought that there was an even older existence from the prehistoric cosmos. He. Longevity Palace Master. I didn't expect that you, the existence behind the scenes, would be controlled by an even more terrifying existence behind the scenes. You actually came to seek help from us losers. You are truly sinister, holding back no matter what you do, leaving us behind. I didn't expect that we would really be put to good use. An ancient hero spoke. He came from over 7 billion years ago, he had once killed his way into the world of immortals, yet his blood was spilled outside the gate. From the perspective of outsiders, this might seem weak, but only other existences knew that to be able to kill his way to the gate was already extremely terrifying. If this person was born during the time when the world of immortals was contending for hegemony, the cosmos would no longer be 3 races contending for hegemony, but 4 races contending for hegemony. His talent was not inferior to the world of immortals, it was just that he was born at the wrong time. And there were still quite a number of such existences. Only existences of this level would be pitted and be sealed in the current era. You all are the geniuses of the cosmos history. The world of immortals Palace Master coldly said, to existences like you, with your intelligence, I can't deceive you. Hence, I place the benefits before you, this is an open scheme. Defeat him. He pointed at the sky with one hand. You all are not fighting for me. You are fighting for yourself. Fighting for the new era. Fighting for the glory of our bloodline race. Use our blood to write the last hymn at dusk. The Tao Atlas is already in front of you, you all failed back then, now, I will give you another chance, the 11th stage is at this time, why not seize it? Great waves wash away the sand, the universe has 10 seats, I only occupy 1 seat. The remaining 9 seats, now use all your means to overthrow the prehistoric existences of the ancient universe, pry open the final door of the new era, the 11th stage. The 11th stage, his voice was like a bell, vast and vast. All the ancient heroes of the universe had a trace of fire ignited in their eyes. This was the ultimate dream of all the heroes of the universe, their dream of the Tao. At first, they thought they had failed, they couldn't sit on this ship of the world of immortals and live to the distant future. But a sudden change happened, even the world of immortals couldn't stop it, calling out the losers, giving them hope to fight again, and further away. Mixed ship. The 9 saints of immortals' expressions were extremely anxious, they were extremely crazy. Rongqing was completely crazy, he roared, damn it. Damn it. That old fart, I can't believe he had this idea. No wonder he made the order of the Tao Atlas public. He has completely abandoned us, using the opportunity he gave us to rope in those guys, let them stand on the same side, overthrow the existences of the old universe with him, and achieve the 11th stage together. What a good plan. What a terrifyingly perfect plan. Those old existences had failed once, why wouldn't they want to break through to the 11th stage now? Now that the Tao Atlas was given to them, they would definitely work hard, overthrow the enemy, and then find a way to achieve the Tao themselves. This temptation, no one could resist. The ancient statues around were arranged into statues of syllables, some of them couldn't help but completely awaken. Rumble, vast waves of smoke swept in all directions. There was a cracking sound, they completely stood up, looked around, compared with each other, observed the existences in the history of the universe, and understood their own combat power and level. This was a rare golden era in the history of the universe, 14 billion years, the wheel of time. How many geniuses, how many heroes were buried in the passage of time. Time was the greatest opponent. It made these supreme experts of the universe, who suppressed the world and were invincible, lonely in their own era. It was difficult for them to meet their match, and they could only cry in sorrow and die in depression. But now, it's different. It's like the blades of time have all gathered together, like a comet igniting the sky. Finally, a prehistoric giant beast roared, its body like a furnace of destruction. The world was shaking. The universe has been 1 billion years, the world has been ruling for 120 million years, the god of elements Sarkwells, I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Rumble, another ancient existence suddenly came out, his divine power was vast, his auspicious aura broke through billions of light years, he was extremely arrogant. Look around, no one in the universe is comparable to me in the Tao of water. I am the #1 water elemental life form Illinois, please enlighten me, the ancient existence of the prehistoric universe. The Dizun put his hands behind his back, as if he was standing in front of the singularity, above the gate of heaven, looking down at the people below. The heroes in the history of this universe? Dizun revealed a look of surprise. Existences walked out one after another. It was as if the heroes of every era who had fought against the world of immortals, the strongest overlords of all eras, were all gathered here today. In 7 billion years, I, Su Baijing, once ruled for 80 million years, suppressing all enemies. Another resplendent great emperor walked out. His black hair danced wildly, as if he was tearing the universe apart. Multicolored light shot into the sky, with an aura of supremacy in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Battle intent danced in the air, like blooming flowers, their roars could shake people's hearts, as if they had ignited the civilization of the Bloodline era. The peak of the Bloodline era. They came from the distant legends of hundreds of millions of years ago, they had penetrated through the ancient times. At this moment, this phrase rose in everyone's heart. Sacrificing their lives, spilling their blood, they came from different eras of the universe, fighting for their entire lives, bathed in blood. No one knew what kind of tribulations they had gone through to climb to the peak, possessing invincible power. They originally had no hope, but now they had a second chance. In this future era, they could reach the final door and start the final battle. The sky seemed to be torn apart. One after another, the heroes of the universe stepped out, letting out their own roars. Prehistoric existences of the ancient universe, don't block our path. This isn't your era, go back to your universe. The imposing figures ignited their fighting spirit. Their current enemy wasn't the mastermind behind the scenes like the world of immortals, but the mysterious ancient decaying existences from the prehistoric universe. They are all talents. Suji couldn't bear to see them like this, secretly pondering in his heart. At this moment, these were all outstanding existences in the history of the universe, but they couldn't be considered truly heaven-defying. And the truly heaven-defying existences only started to act now. Where is my race? I am your most ancient ancestor who is still alive, the 4th generation. The woman with bright eyes and white teeth said softly, through the endless years, in the 9 great universes, my race should be the race that has continued to this day without losing its inheritance. As soon as these words fell, the other ancient heroes were stunned for a few seconds. In the universe, in the long history of eras, which civilization could continue to this day without being severed, he sounded like he was boasting. But, the 13th generation, the god of faith, 100 Springs, has returned. With a furious roar, a Joss flame convergence saint with no upper limit descended into the world, bringing with it a powerful and terrifying aura. Who in the universe knows about that period of time? I once destroyed the entire universe. Everyone went crazy. The universe only knows my name. I was born with the name 100 Springs. All living things in the universe are my body. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. Some of the sages who were nearing the end of the era had clearly heard of this taboo. The universe was destroyed by him alone. All the living beings on every planet, be it animals or plants, were born with the name 100 Springs. It could be said to be strange and horrifying. The 29th generation, nether daughter Xianxia, has come to kill. Another voice sounded. This was an ancient female existence who grasped the laws of death. She completely woke up, gathering together. Voices came one after another. Upon closer inspection, among the heroes and saints of the past and present, in the 14 billion years of the universe's history, 1/9 of them actually came from this race. It could be said that every generation was a family of generals. This was simply inconceivable. However, only Suji knew that this was normal. The universe was unfair to begin with. Their bloodlines were randomly generated, and they were innately inferior. Others could artificially create them, and naturally, many geniuses were born. Moreover, they had a bloodline as a foundation. Even if they lacked geniuses, they could become the neighbor next door and steal geniuses from everywhere. Coupled with their derived bloodlines, it was inevitable that they could do this. Whoosh. One by one, heaven-defying existences walked out. The 174th generation, the daughter of the eternal star, has also returned to this world. At this moment, a woman walked out with a cold voice. She was not considered powerful, but Suji could not help but take a second look. He was stunned for a moment and said with a low sigh, "Back then, in the insect nest that I picked up in the courtyard, she is actually still alive?" Suji knew who it was at a glance. He could not help but have a strange expression, and he could not help but reveal a trace of reminiscence. Previously, in the orchard courtyard, the entrustment and conversation before her death were still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, "It has been almost 3 years, Suji murmured softly. And that woman also looked at Dizun, who was high up, and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. She was shocked and thought to herself, "Why do I feel that this existence is a little familiar?" However, she soon felt that she was definitely thinking too much. She was the queen of the last generation of the insectoid race. It could be said that she was the last of the insectoid race, the one who was recently defeated by the world of immortals. How could she know the existence of the prehistoric universe? Even if she knew, it was the ancient insectoid race's ancestors who knew it. At the scene, no one suspected that the world of immortals lord was lying, because he had no reason to lie to them. Iron fool. Suji shook his head, looked at this woman, and in the blink of an eye, walked past her. Unknowingly, his mind had already become like an ancient well, without any ripples. He felt that the world of immortals was too sinister, and they had countless trump cards. To think that they actually had such a card. This was something he had never expected. "Is this your trump card?" Dizun gazed down, looking at the heroes of the past and present. "You should know that they can't even defeat you. How can they defeat me?" Dizun placed his hands behind his back, looking at the insectoid queens and ancient heroes, all a bunch of losers. "Just because you guys came out from the tomb of the past, you think you guys can defy the heavens? The divine tomb, the sorrowful roar of the deities can defy the heavens, overthrowing the rotten heavens of the past." The world of immortals coldly laughed. "If you don't try, how will you know it's impossible? The power of bloodline can be combined into a boundless killing formation. Each and every one of them in the same era would naturally not be able to overthrow the world of immortals by themselves. Now that they are all gathered together, the destruction of the world of immortals would be but a blink of an eye for them." His words were very direct. Some of the stronger ones could threaten the world of immortals by themselves, let alone when they were all gathered together. These were all the powers of the past and future, the ancient emperors and emperors, the unyielding characters of the ancient myths and legends. At this moment, they were all gathered together, composing a sad song of the future. The hymn of civilization is the hymn of courage. Tu Xian laughed uproariously, feeling that this was an extremely powerful force. Gathering the past and the present. This is truly a gathering of the past and the present. Everyone, follow me to kill our way to the heavens. Ah? Dizun was startled. He shook his head and slowly looked at the sky. Today is another good day, it's a good time to send you off. He flicked his finger. As the losers, you should know that the older I get, the more I know that our world doesn't have true miracles and dreams. After he finished speaking, he lightly pressed down with his hand. Bang, a truly terrifying battle erupted. Countless figures shone resplendently, distorting the laws of the universe as they surged over. This world-shattering battle ushered in the final dusk of the gods. Kill. We've also traveled to this day on the immortal ship. We can fight against the door of Golden Age. All of a sudden, all of them attacked together to resist the giant hand. Without any hesitation, they were all extremely decisive. In an instant, they gave their all and took out their strongest martial arts. Come on. That elegant and domineering figure stood tall in the sky, fighting against thousands of enemies alone. Countless laws shone brightly. As the overlord heroes of their respective eras, they stood at the top of their eras. Time, fire, space, light, and water were all at the peak of the Tao. They had used all of their unique techniques to their limits. They had mastered their own peak eras in their eras and became the kings of the universe. This is like doing justice on behalf of heaven. Dizun looked at the terrifying joint attack. It was as if the endless pressure of the universe and the invasion of nature were crushing down. They are all the top sages of the universe. They control the heavenly Tao and walk in the mortal world in the name of heaven. This is the peak of laws and techniques. You've all touched the ceiling. No one can be stronger than you in this aspect. Dizun chuckled. Unfortunately, singularity, all of a sudden, the singularity in his heart expanded. Clang. Clang, countless sounds of the Tao filled the air, making crisp sounds like bells and turning into a giant protective shield. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the singularity's power furnace expanded rapidly and drowned Dizun in the singularity. Singularity furnace. Whoosh. All of the laws went into the singularity like stars falling into the deep sea. Not a single wave was created. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at it. Their Tao techniques and laws had all dissipated, and a figure with platinum-colored flames and arcs of lightning wrapped around his body slowly walked out with his hands in his pockets. It was as if he was in an incredible realm. How is this possible? The eyes of the heroes of the past and present shrank violently. They couldn't believe it. Even the few great clans of the ancient universe and the families of the insect civilization were like mortals who had their throats seized. They couldn't make a sound. It's like a creature from a different dimension. It's like a two-dimensional plane meeting a three-dimensional creature. This is the power of the 11th level? Someone exclaimed. Their powers were not of the same dimension, and they were not on the same order of magnitude. It was like an ordinary Tier 8 deity meeting a Tier 9 sage who could distort the laws of the universe. You still don't realize it? Dizun walked over step by step. You guys are cultivating the peak of the false Tao, but I'm cultivating the true Tao. What will happen when a fake meets a real one? Dizun smiled gently and said, everything that is fake will return to the source of truth. Dong dong dong, the true sound of the great Tao trembled along with the heartbeat. Everyone stared blankly at the singularity in the abdomen and the 9 universes surrounding it. His propulsion furnace was no longer a flaw and had even become a means of defense. Any attack would be sucked into it and transformed into the power of the singularity. Then, the power of the singularity would be transmitted through the 9 bloodline universes to his body. This meant that any attack would be absorbed by him, making him even stronger. This was the new 9 Revolution's mysterious art. How can there be such a monster? God of Faith 100 Springs' pupils shrank. Isn't this strength a little too much? Everyone stared at Dizun, dumbfounded. But they also knew that although it was unbelievable, it was also reasonable. Each realm was a major improvement. When the true Tao met the false Tao, it was like a soft piece of paper that would shatter at the slightest touch. Everyone, this is no longer a normal creature. In the distance, Tu Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked at Dizun and said softly, he's half a rank 11. He can use the power of the singularity to absorb your attacks. If that's all you've got, you'll be killed in an instant. Old guys, times have changed. Tu Xian looked at Renjiu. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Renjiu's actions. This trump card seemed to be very powerful in the olden days. Rank 10 was completely invincible, and even the destined future trend could fight against the original Tu Xian. However, for this shocking variable, facing the high realm of rank 11, it was not enough. The ancient heroes around him were instantly enraged, but there was also a deep sense of helplessness. No, they're stronger than you think. Renjiu looked at some of them, the insectoid queen. Show me your true strength. I know how terrifying your bloodline is. The ancient insectoid queen fell silent. In the distance, some of the heroes of the era were completely puzzled. The other party could even resist such a monster? Renjiu looked at Tu Xian's puzzled gaze and replied with a smile. Do you know how many of the heaven-defying bloodlines in the entire 9 Yuan universe come from the hands of this race? A full 90%. Yes, 90% of the heaven-defying bloodlines in the entire universe come from this race. 90%, everyone was stunned. Even some of the heroes of the universe suddenly looked at their own heaven-defying bloodlines and some ancient legends. Yes, you guessed right. Eternal Man said, the bloodlines of most of you heroes were also inadvertently diluted by them and spread outside, constantly changing your bloodlines. The probability of a powerful bloodline being naturally produced is not low, but there are very few that are truly powerful enough to defy the natural order. This was an extremely terrifying fact. He looked at the fourth-generation insectoid queen and said softly, this race is one of the 3 ancient heavenly Tao races. They have been in charge of the life of the 9 Yuan universes for generations. They only account for 1/9 of the geniuses present, but the countless bloodlines collected by all the heroes here are more or less related to this race. Tu Xian was a little shocked. Was this the inheritance and strength of the bloodline aristocratic families, having the authority of a bloodline, passed down from generation to generation, could form a terrifying monopoly, forever high and mighty, and wield the authority of the heavenly Tao generation after generation, and the life of the universe in the new era no longer had natural bloodlines. They cultivated martial arts, and everyone was fair and just, relying on their own strength. This was the mature era of development. You mean, this group of people? Tu Xian was a little skeptical. They can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 2 of us? The 2 of them had reached level 11 in spirit, and only then could they barely touch the domain of the singularity. By turning into a local singularity, they could break through the absolute singularity defense shield of Venerable Emperor. But they could? They don't have singularities. They are behind the times, and they are complete antiques. But if they join forces, their combat power can stand shoulder to shoulder with you and me, Renjiu said. His words made Tu Xian tremble all over. Tu Xian couldn't think of any way the other party could reach the combat power of their realm with the cultivation level of a non-singularity. Renjiu looked at the bug race queen mothers of the past. You should know that although I once cut off your bloodlines one by one in the era and turned you into mortals, now that your power has returned, and the existences of the past and present have joined forces completely, even I can't stop you. You have the deepest foundation in the universe, and can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Among the 9 seats in the universe, there must be your territory. Renjiu bowed fiercely. It's all up to you. Up to us? The leading 4th-generation bug race queen mother smiled slightly and looked at the people around her. Everyone, you should have evolved the most bizarre possible bloodline martial arts in all the universes, right? We are invincible, even if the other party has mastered incredible power. She looked at the people around her and said, everyone, you must have bloodline martial arts that integrate power, right? Several existences among them nodded. You take my bloodline as the master, and I control the power of life. She thought for a moment, looked at the last generation bug race queen mother, and said, by the way, where is the authority of the bug race queen nest now? The bug race queen mother, called the daughter of the star, thought for a moment and replied, 4th ancestor, I passed it on to the next generation. Calculating the time of my death, less than 3 years have passed, and I don't know where I am now. My battle prowess wasn't very high, but I felt that there was no hope for my generation. Therefore, in the later stages of my life, I focused all of my efforts on evolving the bloodline of destiny and controlling a portion of the karma bloodline. The karma of the universe? This involves level 11 truth, right? Only by mastering the source of truth can the law of karma be deduced. Sure enough, the times are developing, and your generation has already touched upon this level. Another ancient ancestor said, but how can a male bear children? If it's a male, he can also bear children by changing his body, a lovely woman said. I once transformed into a male, and found the experience very refreshing. Ancestors, you two are too old, a charming woman said with a smile. A charming woman at the side smiled and said, in the era after us, we've already broken away from it. It's too tiring to live by ourselves. Then, this generation is different? Less than 3 years? Maybe they haven't left the universe yet, and I don't know if they have entered level 10 saints. Hearing this, the fourth ancestor pondered for a moment and said, no matter what, our race's hub is nowhere to be found. Let's join forces to recall the queen nest before we can fight. At this moment, a bug race queen mother said, Ancestor, I once sensed it, but it seems to have been blocked. Maybe the laws here are too distorted. No worries, I have a tracking bloodline. As long as I use my bloodline as a guide, I can find it no matter what form it takes. The bright-eyed bug queen mother said, let's take a look at how our generation is doing. Yes, let's see if we have declined. I'm really looking forward to this generation's. Little guy. Discussions broke out around them, and they chattered, quickly, let's join forces and calculate the location of the queen nest of this generation. Dizun had his hands behind his back, emitting an ancient platinum divine light, sacred, vast, and inviolable. He looked down from above, his expression inexplicably strange. We're all on the same side, and there's no point in tearing me down. Are you messing with me? You're helping the other side and destroying your own people. Suji's heart instantly froze. These Zerg empresses of the past were naturally extremely excited to meet the Zerg empresses of the same race from other eras. They looked silly, but in the face of disaster, they still looked innocent and romantic. Did they really think that he didn't know? In reality, all of them were sinister and cunning. Did they really think that he didn't know? Who would really think that these existences standing at the top of the universe were stupid and believed in their disguise? Since they said that there is a way to find the Zerg nest through the bloodline connection, then it must be true. Since they said that there is a way to find the Zerg nest through the bloodline connection, then it must be true. Suji knew best what kind of endless possibilities those heaven-defying bloodlines could evolve into. What's more, although the Zerg nest had been transformed beyond recognition by him, the current Zerg nest no longer gave birth to living creatures or universes. Even a new type of pseudo-bloodline mother of the universe was producing children crazily, but it was still within the bloodline system. Since it was within the bloodline and there was a blood connection, the other side might really be able to sense it through the bloodline. This is troublesome. If they find out, the way they look at me at that moment will be very awkward and exciting, Suji thought to himself. That scene was terrifying just thinking about it. A fatal flaw. Suji lowered his head and looked down. His entire body gave off a bright light. He wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength, to crush these fellows like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was not afraid of other means. Even if these Zerg empresses had powerful means, he could deal with them. But now he was not afraid of their combat power, but the opportunity to find this group of sealed ancestors, he thought in the worst direction. They instantly became extremely excited, looking at themselves in the sky and shouting, "We are a family. I am your ancestor." This was troublesome. He alone suppressed the ancient taboo of the ancient universe, the mastermind behind the gate of the great path. How could he maintain the ancient majesty of the prehistoric universe? Dizun raised his arm. But Tu Xian's eyes were sharp. He instantly noticed it and laughed. I see. Are you going to attack this race in advance? It seems like they do have the strength to threaten you. This race is terrifying in the primeval universe. It seems like you're from the prehistoric universe, so you understand very well. Tu Xian strode forward. Whatever the enemy wanted to do, he had to stop it. Given his strength, he might not be a match for them, but he should still be able to delay them for some time. Not to mention, Elder Eternal was also in control of the oddity. Whoosh. Boundless bloodline surged. They're actually going to make a move against us. The fourth-generation Zerg Queen Mother smiled and said, "It seems that the existence of the ancient prehistoric universe has been hiding since the creation of the world. It has only appeared now, but it has recognized the terrifying threat we pose. Once we summon back the core of our race, the insectoid hive, we'll use it as a medium to connect and fuse the power of our past generations. We'll be able to overthrow anyone. Even if they come from the prehistoric universe, we will still kill them. Go back to his era." Exactly. The Longevity Dao Palace. It had once ruled over us. But now, it has become a gift for us. They let out a low shout, and countless insectoid bloodlines began to communicate, searching for the original race core. Suji's expression turned serious as he looked at 2Xian. He felt that he had to be careful when dealing with these fellows. Any carelessness would lead to failure. This fellow is blocking me. I can only try to use the oddity to wrap around the insectoid hive and try to shield it from prying eyes. After all, Suji was not too flustered. No matter how powerful a bloodline technique was, it would be completely ineffective against the oddity. It's definitely useful. Any false Dao will be absorbed in front of the true Dao. Suji raised his finger, and the body of another universe began to collapse the oddity. Whoosh. On the other side, the successive insectoid queen mothers began to use Daoist arts. Boundless bloodlines converged into a torrent. It distorted the laws as though it had traversed through distant spacetime, pursuing all ancient traces and searching for the original source. These dozens of insectoid queen mothers that could be preserved and sealed to this day were extremely terrifying peak existences even in the past generations. At this moment, they directly joined forces to search, and soon, they found traces of it. What is this? They saw the primordial land of primordial chaos, where a primordial singularity was gathering. Pfft. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The terrifying return of the oddity instantly tore apart this portion of their mental energy, causing their faces to turn pale. Crack. Everyone opened their eyes. Suji also opened his eyes and frowned slightly. The other party's bloodline is indeed heaven-defying. It's simply too monstrous, but we were still discovered. However, they had still shielded a lot of information. They did not truly see the insectoid hive, saw the aura that they had imprinted within it, and discovered their true identities. They only knew their approximate location. Being enveloped by the oddity, they had no way of approaching it. "It seems like the insectoid hive is within it," one of the existences said. "It can't be, this." Another one was in disbelief and said crisply, "Could it be that our core hub has long been?" They raised their heads and looked at the ancient Dizun in the sky. Suddenly, they felt a deep sense of fear. The other party had probably already made a terrifying plan. They actually had such an ancient backup plan. What's going on? Renjio could not help but ask. Our hub has actually been intercepted in advance. The fourth-generation insectoid ancestor raised his head and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. He said simply and bluntly, "No rules can stop our return, because we control all sorts of supreme rules, but it has been intercepted by the oddity." What? The Longevity Dao Palace Master's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. "Is this also part of your plan?" Renjio raised his head and looked at the cold and domineering figure in the sky. He smiled bitterly. "Your Excellency is indeed admirable. I have collected these statues and seals over the long years. Your Excellency is also in the vast universe, so you naturally know of my intentions. You knew that I would eventually use this to fight against you, so you acted in advance? You have already intercepted the other party's hub?" Suji had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Suji felt that this was a little troublesome. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this at all." At first, the Zerg race mother nest indeed didn't have any back doors. It was open and aboveboard. But now, it has become one of my weaknesses. Because there's a bunch of chattering, cute old men here, I have to think of a way to escape completely. This is a huge problem after all. He couldn't keep using the oddity to wrap around it, could he? This was an emergency measure. For Suji to be able to maintain the oddity in front of him was already a testament to the terrifying computing power of the multiverse cultivation method. Even the computing power of creatures like Tu Xian and Renjiu could not achieve such exquisite control. Adding on the oddity was already very difficult for Su Ji. Moreover, it was impossible to keep using this power to wrap around the mother nest without being discovered, just to prevent his identity from being exposed. The benefits were too low. I have to completely sever the connection. Su Ji's mind raced as he said coldly in his heart. With my current realm, I can directly cut out the old insectoid mother nest. After all, the old and the new are two completely different species, just like chimpanzees and humans. One breeds life, while the other breeds the universe. I will completely stand out from the part of the chimpanzee and return this ancestor to them. This could be done once and for all. Su Ji was ultimately a very realistic person. Indeed, he was greatly indebted to these old ancestors. After all, the generations of brood mother nests had given him a high starting point. In this era where bloodline mattered, he was only able to reach where he was today because he was a second-generation saint. However, it was impossible for him to expose his deepest trump card to these bug tribe queen mothers of the past. Moreover, on the surface, they were enemies. They wanted to overthrow this ancient existence of the universe and realize their dream of breaking through to the 11th level of the Great Tao realm. At most, he could cut off his connection with the Zerg race and secretly support them in the future, but everything was built on the foundation of this battle. If he lost, there was no need to talk about anything else. Su Ji's logic was very clear. A battle between existences of this level was mostly a competition of intelligence and adaptability. I have to cut it off now. Otherwise, if I split up a large portion of my computing power, the origin of the Zerg Queen will be restrained, and Tu Xian and Eternal Man will have other trump cards. I will be in trouble. Su Ji was still in deep thought. If I cut it off like this, it will be equivalent to separating from the family of brothers. After I cut it off, I will no longer have the ability to evolve bloodline lifeforms and create sand tables. In the future, his new broodmother nest would belong to the great universe cultivation technique that he had created as the foundation for a new race. It could only evolve bloodline universes. He would return that portion to them. But it doesn't matter. That thing can already be eliminated. Su Ji shook his head. I have a universe, why would I need lifeforms? Moreover, I will be at the 11th level in the future and control the origin of the Great Tao. The life law of the broodmother nest is just a part of my Tao-yi. The new broodmother nest is more suitable for me, the creation god. The old broodmother nest is the life law, while the new broodmother nest is the singularity law. They are not on the same order of magnitude. Even though this broodmother nest was an incomplete singularity law, it was only incomplete now. When Su Ji broke through to the 11th level and completely repaired it, the new broodmother nest, which was based on the great universe cultivation technique, would devour the entire universe's mass and energy. It would then be complete. I have to cut it off now. Su Ji had already started to make his move in secret. He was cutting up the mother nest universe that had been disturbed by the singularity. At this moment, like Tu Xian, these bug queen mothers of the past also felt horrified. Like Tu Xian, they felt a deep sense of fear. Being schemed against, it was a huge sense of helplessness. Goosebumps appeared on their backs. Without the mother nest, our battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At this time, the 4th generation Mother Empress said with a bitter smile, we were tricked, and were already crippled. When the lifelong realm lord heard this, he could only bitterly smile. As expected of someone from the prehistory of the cosmos. What Tu Xian said earlier was right. I basically have no way to escape. Many of my trump cards have already been predicted, let alone such an obvious trump card. In the eyes of outsiders, this accumulation of methods was incomparably secretive, because who could live for several eras? However, in front of this kind of cosmic existence, he had lived for a long time until now, observing in secret. This method of his was to collect geniuses that could pass through the generations. What he wanted to do was obvious to the extreme. How could he not be on guard? Even so, the impact on these bug race queen mothers was still a little too terrifying. A bug queen said with a hoarse voice, but, how could it fall into the hands of the other party? The bug race mother nest was built by the 1st generation bug queen mother using a special and mysterious method. Even they didn't know the forging secret, they only knew that the bug race mother nest was indestructible. Even if it was destroyed, it would be reborn in another place. For a long time, they had been enemies with the lifelong realm lord for generations. How could the longevity saints not want to completely eradicate their roots and cut off their inheritance, because they couldn't do it? In fact, after fighting for more than 10 billion years, the bug race mother nest had been destroyed countless times, but it would still be reborn. Even the lifelong realm lord couldn't intercept it. Even if he got it, it would self-destruct in advance. How did this prehistoric existence of the universe do it? A bug queen said. There are two possibilities. At this time, the fourth-generation Mother Empress voice was solemn. She was the first to perfect the bug race mother nest, so she had a deeper understanding than the others. She said, the first possibility is that this prehistoric existence has been secretly observing every era. He naturally knows that we already have a special method to intercept our bug race mother nest at any time. So, as soon as it was thrown down by the last bug queen, he found it and killed the next generation of the bug race mother nest. Then, he used a special method to prevent the bug race mother nest from self-destructing and directly took it. After hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. The second possibility is even more terrifying, but in my opinion, it is the most likely. She shook her head, thought for a moment, and said patiently, just now, didn't the 174th bug queen say that she felt that there was no hope, so she calculated karma and looked for the fate and vitality of the bug race? In the end, she passed the inheritance to an ordinary man on a mortal planet? You mean? Everyone immediately gritted their teeth, and their eyes widened in fear. Even the prehistoric heroes of the surrounding universe, who came from different eras, vaguely guessed some of the meaning after listening to the conversation between the bug race mother nest. It meant, the 175th bug queen that was passed down was, in fact, this prehistoric existence of the ancient prehistoric universe. He purposely came to the mortal world as a disguise. He used a terrifying ancient method to effect the calculation of karma, so that the bug race mother nest of that generation calculated that he was the hope and variable of her race, so she passed the inheritance to him. This. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Karma is a rule that surpasses time, space, dimension, the three supreme rules of law, and it can be said to be a collective rule. The bug race mother nest of this generation can interfere in this. She doesn't seem to have strong combat power. But in fact, she has already taken the path of prophecy and divination, which means that she has already explored some mysterious threshold of the 11th grade. It's a pity that her karma has been intercepted. An ancient existence of the prehistoric universe has purposely seized all their wisdom through her hands. The more these bug race mother nest thought about it, the more terrified they became. The heroes of history also raised their heads and looked at the Dizun in the sky with his hands behind his back. At this moment, like Tu Xian, Ren Jiao, and even the immortal sages, they completely felt the taboo and terror of the great existence from the prehistoric universe. The existence of the prehistoric universe? Not only is his combat power amazing, but he has also calculated everything in the long history. It's really terrifying. Next to them, in the 9 major universes, Rongqing, Zhiji, and the others were slightly frightened because the bug race mother nest had always been the main force in attacking the immortal realm, and they were very familiar with this group of people. In fact, many of the bug race mother nest had been killed by Zhiji, so they were also very familiar with Zhiji. Wait. Suddenly, Rongqing thought of a story and an experience. At that time, the Dizun, who was born in the Age of Heavens and traveled everywhere, chose to benefit the common people. He was preaching to the ancient and decaying sages, encouraging them to fight for glory again, live a second life, and conquer the myriad worlds. It was also at that time that Zhiji met the Dizun. Zhiji was also surprised that the Dizun was encouraging the sages to work hard again, and he was impressed by the Dizun's purity and holiness. He was a true sage. Now that he thought about it, it was very fitting for the Dizun's character. To make more geniuses appear in the Age of Heavens, at that time, the Dizun told a story to the immortal sage on the ship, and now, it made their hair stand on end. Zhiji's voice suddenly trembled as he murmured, at that time, the Dizun told the story of Di Qi and the ancient 12 ancestral wizards to inspire the sages of the old era. At that time, the Golden Crow Long Hong knew that his innate wizard era would inevitably be destroyed. This was the trend of the era, and it could not be stopped. Once the Dantian possession method was invented, the innate ancient gods could be replaced by postnatal creatures, and there would no longer be one. So, he decided to descend to the mortal world and become a woodcutter of the world. He would find a new master, learn a new system, and personally kill his way to the heavenly court and overthrow his own rule. Gigi trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He said softly, "My husband had already told us at that time. He used this story to tell us that he had once been a woodcutter of the mortal world and had become the disciple of the head of the heavenly map war god who was suppressed under Mount Xianxia." In the distance, the bug race mother nest felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. I. The daughter of the star's face was full of shock. Her blood was boiling, her heart was beating wildly, and her hair stood on end. She completely remembered the time when she was defeated in the shabby orchard. At the last moment of her old age, she entrusted a wisp of her soul to the young man who appeared extremely calm. She remembered the orchard in the countryside, where the flowers were lush and the environment was quiet. A pale young man in balding slowly squatted down and picked her up. "It's him. He has been hiding in that orchard, waiting for me to fall, and entrusted me to him before I died." He turned out to be an ancient being of the prehistoric universe. The scene in the orchard was like a dream when she recalled it. She began to feel anxious and uneasy. It was as if she was frozen by fear, like a bug frozen in amber. That day, she was defeated. She had flown through countless time and space, crossed the vast galaxy, and finally landed on an ordinary planet. A mortal picked her up, however, an ancient prehistoric universe existence had secretly descended to the mortal world, sitting in the countryside orchard, waiting for her arrival, dying and falling into the trap. It was a trap from the very beginning. She almost lost her voice in fear. "He predicted my battle with the world of immortals. He knew that I would definitely die, so he had been waiting for me in the orchard on that planet. He has already figured out the logic of my behavior. Monster." She felt as if her throat was being squeezed tightly. She felt a deep fear, as if an ancient manipulator was secretly watching her. She looked up blankly. In the sky, a figure from the prehistoric universe looked emotionless. His whole body was pale white gold, and his pupils seemed to contain thunder. The source of the Great Way was shining. All kinds of Tao sounds were colliding with each other, and the clear heartbeat was like the sound of nature. Suji was also stunned. This was the reverse of the law of cause and effect. In that orchard, how was she a prehistoric universe existence? She was really weak at that time, in a sense. "You are really my master, it was me at that time." The Dizun stepped on the air and walked over step by step. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. He was hanging high in the sky, like an eternal and supreme god. The light on his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He turned into the face of Suji, who could only be called handsome in the past. A pale office worker walked in front of her and looked at her with great interest. "It was you." She was so shocked that she lost her voice. This face could not be seen by others, except for herself and the person involved. She was so scared that she did not dare to move. She kept stepping back like a frightened little girl. "Who are you?" she asked again. Looking at the other party's fear, Dizun felt that life was a little strange. He kept approaching her with great interest. Holding her chin with one hand, he slowly raised it up and said with a faint smile, "Little girl, from the prehistoric universe to the current era, I've been an era eagle for a few springs and autumns, but it's been a long time since I've seen such a naive girl like you. You're very talented, but your intelligence is a little lacking. You've really helped me a lot." She was so scared that she did not dare to move, but her face was trembling with anger. She, the dignified insectoid empress, had indeed been schemed against all along, but was she lacking in intelligence? With her experience as a next-door neighbor, she believed that she could surpass countless bug queen mothers in the past. Could other bug queens compare to her when it came to Karma, the most mysterious bloodline in the universe? Her battle prowess might not be too heaven-defying, but her height was unparalleled throughout the ages. How could she be lacking in intelligence? But when she looked at this cold and ancient figure, she hesitated. She might not be lacking in intelligence, but the other party was scheming against her. He was hiding in the dark, and his means were even more ancient. It was extremely normal for her to be schemed against. But she still stubbornly raised her head, plucked up her courage, and looked at the ancient existence of the prehistoric universe. I thought I had schemed against you with karma, and the order of inheritance has been meticulously followed in the past, she carefully guessed, but she could not figure it out. She said in a low voice, your strength at that time was definitely not as strong as it is now. That karma cannot interfere. How on earth did you do it? Huh? Dizun laughed. Mockingly. His appearance returned to normal, and he patted her shoulder. As an ancient creature, the intelligence of the insect clan is limited. You saw the new picture, just like me. You can't guess it, and I won't tell you. But... Dizun pinched her face. She was so scared that she trembled all over, but did not dare to move. He smiled and said, you're different from others. I can give you a chance to live, a chance to live? Her pupils suddenly enlarged. Yes, surrender to me, Dizun said. I can guarantee that you won't die, and you will even have the right to compete for the highest position in the universe. Interesting little guy, this is my kindness to you. Don't let me down. She was instantly moved. This was the supreme dream of all Taoists, but she also hesitated. As a prehistoric existence of the ancient universe, Dizun had no reason to lie to her. But... she was still a little hesitant. She suddenly thought of something, and her heart trembled. She could not help but say loudly, back then, when I calculated this karma variable, I vaguely felt a chance of survival. Could it really be a chance of survival? Although I was tricked, in fact, it also gave you some benefits, so that I have a chance of survival now? She revealed an enlightened expression, so the karma that I calculated back then was not wrong? As soon as her voice fell, many people were shocked, but they also thought that maybe it was true. If it was true, then it was not as simple as calculating the first level of karma, but the second level. This generation's insect queen did get a chance of survival, but this chance of survival did not belong to the insect clan, but to herself. It could even be said that she sold out her own insect clan to get a chance of survival. The more they thought about it, the clearer it became. They did not know how this generation's insect queen manipulated the karma, but it turned out to be like this. It made perfect sense. The venerable emperor also smiled and said, the chance of survival you calculated, although I secretly interfered with it, was in fact a chance of survival. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me and land on that land. Dizun put his hands behind his back. I thought you couldn't guess it, but I didn't expect you to guess my means. You are extraordinary and smart, and I can't hide too much from you. For existences at your level, 9 truths and 1 lie are the best lies. Your choice at that time was indeed a chance of survival. Little girl, how will you choose? But I am simply a person who sold out my own race. Her face was pale and sad. This monster. At this moment, Dizun pinched the face of the insect queen as if he was pinching a poor and timid chick. The others also watched this scene, dumbfounded. It's really terrifying, it's a little too strong, a peerless hero from 7 billion years of prehistory said with a trembling voice. The existences from various ancient universes of different eras had turned into stone statues again, stiffening there. This seemed to be a plot against this race, but in fact, it contained even more terrifying meanings. This person, like the hidden world of immortals behind the scenes, had long been floating in the long history, and had been secretly observing and calculating the entire era. It's all because of me. At this moment, the Zerg queen of this generation completely understood. It was because of a miscalculation that the cause and effect were confused. She thought it was the life of the entire race, but it turned out to be her own life. Selling the entire race in exchange for her own life, what was the difference between this and a traitor? Her expression became gloomy as she looked at the domineering Dizun in front of her, this overbearing ancient hero. So, little girl who died while escaping, what will you choose? Dizun said with a detached expression, you can even bring some of your people, but you should know that the more of your people survive, the smaller your chances are. After all, there are only so many seats in the Great Path. She was completely silent. In the distance, old Manjio's expression became completely serious. We're going to lose a powerful force that can compete with me and 2Xian. This is enough to affect the balance of power. Dizun had been planning this for a long time. As early as back then, he had completely targeted the Zerg race's backup plan. It would be useless for him to take it out now. Without the Zerg race's nest, he was basically useless, and now, if he deliberately drove a wedge between them, who could stop him? Even the Zerg queen next to him was a little tempted, their expressions changing. They wanted the Zerg queen of this generation to bring them back to life. They knew that their methods might not be effective. Perhaps choosing to live was the best choice. At the same time, they began to fear Dizun. This person's methods were so mysterious that they had a vague lingering fear. Tell me your choice. Suji also looked very calm, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and could even drive a wedge between them and pull the Zerg race to his side. How could they fight with him now? He looked very relaxed and sure of victory, but he still had to be wary of these old schemers. If he could pull a group of people to his side, he would do it. In Suji's eyes, the Zerg queen of this generation should be very smart and know what was the best choice, but I refuse. The 174th Zerg queen said coldly, "You want me to sell my entire race and even let my people lose hope because of me? I can't do it. We must join forces to overthrow you, the ancient cosmic existence, and stop the mastermind behind our universe. I do have a sense of justice for the civilizations of the universe. What is the insect race? We are omnipresent and can't be killed. We are tenacious and would rather die than submit. The insect race symbolizes the omnipresent life. Our race will never yield." Suji's entire body stiffened. "It wasn't easy for me to help you get out of this predicament, but in the end, I'm still helping the other side and destroying my own stage." Suji's face darkened. "Are you the second MT Akina?" This simple-minded Zerg queen basically didn't know that everyone was on the same side. The Zerg race's unyielding spirit of killing their way to the world of immortals wasn't something that could be displayed at this moment. Ancestors. At this moment, the current queen mother of the insect clan really thought that the venerable sovereign was the recognized enemy of the whole universe and the mastermind behind the scenes. She cupped her hands and said, "If we join hands, we can still exert most of our power. Why should we rely on others? Why admit defeat? It's just the so-called singularity. If we join hands, we can quickly master it." The fourth queen mother of the insect clan also showed a hint of seriousness and said, "Indeed. Although we have lost the hub, our combat power is still strong enough. The so-called 2Xian and the master of the Palace of Immortals may not be our match. The possibility of us occupying most of the seats of the Great Path is very high. The master of the Realm of Immortals should know what kind of forbidden terror race he released." Another queen mother of the insect clan said coldly. They still felt that their chances were very high. 9 seats of the Great Path. If they won, their entire insect clan could occupy at least half of the 11th rank and rule the whole universe. This kind of opportunity was tempting enough just thinking about it. Even if they ruled this universe, they could still plan for the next universe, rule eternally, and become a great eagle across countless universes. "Let's join hands." They looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became serious, and their fighting spirit skyrocketed. Clatter. "Those who have merged bloodlines, come out and use me as the foundation," the fourth queen mother of the insect clan said. Whoosh! 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 In the next second, countless ancient women slowly walked out and merged into a huge mass of flesh and blood. A ring of blood fog spread out. The moving flesh and blood twisted like dough. Soon, a terrifying creature finally descended. Boom! Everyone felt an unprecedentedly powerful aura, but this aura was very different from the ultimate existence that controlled the singularity. It seemed to be the ultimate existence of bloodline creatures. The 3 gods of the heavenly Tao, the insect god who controls bloodline life, the symbol of life and vitality. In an instant, Renjiao raised his head, and his expression gradually became complicated. It was as if he could see the figure of that invincible woman from all those years ago. An insect that doesn't fall even after 100 deaths. The insect race's queen mother, Chong Shou. These are all your descendants. Boom! That woman slowly stood in the sky, emitting an indescribably terrifying aura. "Let's begin." The fourth queen mother said softly, "My bloodline is Nasa, the god of gods, the source of all evolution." A cold voice came from inside her body. 9 head spacetime. XS. Super time field. Countless bloodlines merged together. The insect race queen mothers of ancient times actually became one according to their bloodline connection. What kind of gorgeous ultimate bloodline creature was this? At this moment, everyone seemed to see the most beautiful bloodline butterfly in the universe. It was so beautiful that it was simply indescribable. However, no matter how powerful she was still in the realm of a level 10 sage. Unable to reach a higher dimension, she was still an ant. Is that all? 2Xian looked at the woman in front of him with a trace of disappointment. It seems that even with that insect queen, you guys won't be too strong. The woman turned around and looked at 2Xian. Come, hit me with a punch with a singularity. 2Xian directly turned into a singularity and charged forward. Boom, the woman's flesh and blood instantly splattered. However, her immense and terrifying vitality allowed her to quickly recover. At the same time, a strange power sprouted from her body. It was the power of the singularity. You? 2Xian's eyes widened. Your intelligence can't reach our level. With your extreme intelligence, it is impossible for you guys to understand the singularity in a short time. Even the master of the realm of immortals had used a long time in the realm of immortals to gradually learn it. If the brain can't learn it, let the body learn it. If the brain can't learn it, let the hand learn it by itself. The so-called singularity is just an extremely ingenious manipulation of quantum, collapsing together according to a specific method, the Queen Mother said calmly. The Queen Mother said calmly, the strongest ability to learn is a living creature's instinct. Nerve reflexes, conditioned reflexes, and battle instincts are engraved into our bodies. This is a living creature's self-evolution. What cannot kill me will only cause me to evolve a similar bloodline, making me stronger. The Queen Mother's body trembled. Do you still not understand? I am already an ultimate bloodline creature. I can evolve the corresponding physical resistance and strength in battle at any time. The surrounding ancient heroes were completely dumbfounded. Only a few players vaguely understood that this was similar to User's bloodline in the Blue Abyss celestial realm back then. Now that they thought about it, the insectoid kings of each generation were really everywhere. As long as the universe had a heaven-defying bloodline, their ancestors were more or less related to the insectoids. What kind of monster is this insectoid queen? Great, our universe is finally saved if such a powerful existence is added to it. Some members of the primordial chaos race and even some ancient heroes who had just awakened were excited. This level of heaven-defying strength had completely subverted their worldview. You are the monsters. Your race controls life and is the core power of the bloodline era. 2Xian looked at the woman and could not help but say in a low voice, then, how did you lose back then? You are the strongest combat power and can still play a powerful role now. As for the remaining time and space laws, they are nothing in front of the singularity. The Immortal Realm Lord was an example. He was from the Xia race, but he could not use the Immortal Realm's time power now. Because he could not use it against the singularity. The singularity would ignore all false Daos. Therefore, this Immortal Realm Lord did not plan to use his time law power from the start. Instead, he used the power of the 11th level singularity that he had learned. Indeed, we are the strongest. The Mother Empress smiled and said, but everything has its nemesis. No matter how strong the god of life is, he can't stop the curvature of time and dimensions. Life rules the universe, time and dimensions rule over life. The three races are a cycle of mutual nemesis. 2Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a very practical manner, I acknowledge you. You were able to grasp this aspect of power in an instant, allowing your body to adapt to the oddity and even evolve to the point of being able to use the oddity's bloodline to fight us. The Longevity Palace Master has indeed released an impressive fellow. A third person? Eternal Man's lips curled into a trace of disappointment. Unfortunately, our final combat power is only 3 people. We originally had 4 people, but we are missing one. Missing one, there was another ancient existence that could control the singularity. The Immortal Tao Palace Lord's words confused everyone. By now, all their trump cards should have been exhausted. Throughout the long history, no one had hidden their trump cards. I'll let you fuse with those people. Eternal Man turned around and looked at the fused Zerg Queen Mother. He pointed at those ancient heroes and said, after fusing with them, even without a hub, we'll still have more combat power. The faces of the heroes of the ancient universe turned pale. They came from each of the 9 great Yuan universes over 14 billion years ago. Their combat power and talents were not inferior to any Bug Queen Mother or any of the 9 immortal saints present. They were at the peak of the universe era. The limit of a bloodline life form, however, reality was cruel. In the face of the terrifying power of the entire race, no matter how powerful an individual was, it had no ability to resist. It was quickly sucked into the Bug Tribe Queen Mother's body. 3. Dizun stood on the high ground, his face completely solemn. The 3 of them had grasped the power of the singularity. They were already at level 11 in terms of mental strength. Although he was only halfway to level 11 and could borrow the power of the singularity to gain a slight lead, he was still borrowing the power through trickery. In essence, there wasn't much of a qualitative difference between him and them. There's some trouble. Dizun put his hands behind his back, but he was silent for a moment. He didn't expect the Bug Tribe to also participate. In a sense, the Bug Tribe is more difficult to deal with than the other 2. However, I also have a solution for these Bug Tribe Queen Mothers. He had no way to deal with the other 2, but these Bug Tribe Queen Mothers. He had the secret door. He closed his eyes. The Grand Universe Cultivation method treats all the Bug Tribe as its own substance. The Bug Tribe Queen Mothers in front of me are also bugs. It's just that the old secret door of the Bug Tribe is no longer effective for existences of this level. Only the Grand Universe Cultivation method. Unfortunately, they don't have time for me to secretly transform them one by one. Suji opened his eyes. They were bugs, so naturally, they had to transform into a new Bug Tribe and be ruled by the Grand Universe Cultivation method. Naturally, it would take twice the effort for half the result. However, there was not enough time, and there was no other way now. However, there's still a plan. We can work together from the inside. Suji flicked his fingertips, grabbed the void, and a Bug Tribe Queen nest fell into his hand. It was the old Bug Tribe Queen nest that he had just successfully divided. Although I've cut it out, it's already the substance of the Grand Universe Cultivation method. Let them fuse and infiltrate their bodies. Suji said softly, I'll keep breaking their bodies outside, and then I'll keep transforming them into substances, secretly turning the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers of the past into my people. These 3 people did have the power to threaten him. However, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had the strongest recovery ability, and he was least afraid of a protracted battle. Even if the worst situation came to him, he would be suppressed by the 3 of them working together with their trump cards. He could also exchange blows with them, constantly infecting the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers with substances, and he could gradually win. It's still a sure win. Suji thought about it carefully again and felt that this was the best solution. After all, with the terrifying wisdom and calculation of the Grand Universe Cultivation method, the best solution to the battle was easy to see. Swoosh. Dizun looked down at the 3 people in front of him, who had completely gathered to attack. The Bug Tribe Queen Mother was still the weakest one, still adapting to the evolution of her body. However, 2 Xian and Old Man used the power of countless singularities and began to attack. Their methods were very shocking. Boom, a large amount of light exploded. Endless fluorescent light collapsed all the rules of this land, as if it had become the original Genesis era again. Clang. You guys are really fast. Dizun raised his hand and blocked the attacks of the 3 people, not at all nervous. I didn't expect the Bug Tribe to make such a choice. It's beyond my expectations. Is this the last trump card of this universe era? Dizun looked calm as he watched the 3 people surround him in a triangular formation. However, the other 2 have reached the peak. Only the Bug Tribe is still incomplete, not yet reached the peak. Dizun's body swayed slightly, and his palm pushed out a Bug Tribe Queen nest. He grinned. Since you guys want to fight, then I'll return it to you. I'll let you use your peak power to overthrow the Great Path Gate of this era. How about that? You. No one had expected that Dizun would choose to return the items to them. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was obviously the mastermind from prehistory. He had deliberately allowed each of them to reach the peak of their talents and then fought with them. When I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Someone muttered this sentence. His pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed this unquestionable domineering aura. In the sky, the young man in divine robes looked at the three of them indifferently with his hands behind his back. Come on, bring out your peak strength. The peak of the universe era, the most beautiful scenery. You guys are the hope of this universe, right? Dizun looked down with a cold expression. I hope that the accumulation of more than 14 billion years won't let me down. Old Manjio was completely silent. He suddenly smiled bitterly. Sir, you really are a terrifying existence. You obviously have the upper hand, but you still returned the most important thing to us. Hiding the bug tribe queen nest proves that you really do know the deepest secret hidden in the universe. The fourth person who was originally absent, he suddenly stopped and slowly looked at the returned bug tribe queen nest. His expression was full of emotions. Suddenly, he slowly pointed at the distant sky of the universe. Please wait a moment. The fourth person of the universe is about to arrive. Is the fourth person of the universe coming? Is he also an 11th level existence? Everyone revealed a look of joy. The Longevity Palace Master indeed had countless trump cards. He had uncovered all the hidden accumulations of the ancient times, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I was right about you. You have hidden for 14 billion years, know the entire history of the universe, and control the greatest trump card of the old universe. 2Xian said softly, is the fourth person the Uyghur race? After all, the family that controlled the god of life, the Zerg race, and the family that controlled the god of time, the Shur race, also known as the longevity realm, had already appeared. Then, only the dimensional race that controlled the three supreme laws of the universe was left. After all, the mysterious Uyghur race had always been missing. Back then, when the insect race was defeated and fled, they had left behind a terrifying inheritance as a contingency plan. The insect race had resisted generation after generation, but how could that Uyghur existence not have left behind a contingency plan after being defeated and fleeing? As for killing him, that was laughable. The three supreme laws of the universe could not kill each other. They were the triangular cornerstones of the universe, the omnipresent saints of the heavenly Tao. The only thing that could kill them was the universe's 5 fades, the universe's assimilation of them. They could be defeated, but they would never die. They would definitely die of old age. Therefore, the race that had disappeared from the ancient times would definitely have the same time as the Zerg race. They would do something in their final moments. No, not the Uyghur race. The old man's eyes drooped. Then? 2Xian was curious. It's the Shur race, the old man said. The fourth person we are waiting for is Renjiu of the Shur race. These words set off a storm in everyone's hearts. Renjiu, isn't it you? Or, everyone had goosebumps. You are not Renjiu. Who the hell are you? The Zerg queen looked at the old man with sharp eyes. She had not expected such a terrifying scene. You are not Renjiu. Who are you? He. I've said it before, you're all too young. All this time, your resistance was just a joke. The truth you wanted to see was just an illusion that the victors wanted you to see. The old man smiled and reached out his hand to press gently. Crash, the distant sea of chaos instantly collapsed, turning into an ink painting of waves and a piece of paper. Dimension reduction, the pupils of the bug race's queen mother shrank violently. You are the race that controls dimensions, the dimensional race. Back then, you were the dimensional race who proved the Tao of the universe and fixed the parameters of the universe in three-dimensional spacetime. In the distance, Takashi-ji and the others narrowed their eyes. When did this happen? You actually killed our master, Renjiu. No wonder Elder Jiu had always treated them so coldly, even now not paying them any attention. It was because Elder Jiu had long occupied their nest and replaced them. What a pity. My plan has long been seen through by the hidden mastermind. The lifelong Realm Lord stared at Dizun in the distance. Suji was also shocked. The real Renjiu was killed by him, so, this was the strongest person in history, Mr. Wang next door. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He didn't want to be like these blockheads and fight against the immortal realm head-on. The waters of the immortal realm were so deep that it was hair-raising. It turned out that the Uyghurs were the true victors. The Shur clan, who seemed to control time and had the home advantage in building the immortal realm, was also killed and replaced like the bug race's queen mother. His subordinates, Takashi-ji, recognized the thief as their father. You are the prime candle, the ancient innate demon god who proved the Tao of the universe's dimension. No wonder you have never used the power of time after controlling the immortal realm. Rong Cheng's expression turned gloomy. We have neglected it, but who dares to question you? You have always been mysterious. You don't need to use your power to prove yourself to us disciples. The truth of your ancient universe is quite interesting. Tu Xian, who was beside him, was also surprised. He previously thought that this old man didn't use his time rule because he knew that the time rule couldn't defeat his opponent. Who knew that he didn't have this power at all? Instead, it was the dimensional rule of the three supreme laws. The old man smiled. Why do you think that it was the race that controlled time that won the war? Is it because he had the greatest advantage at that time and used his time rule to build the immortal realm? And he had the absolute advantage in that battle? Everyone held their breath and stared at the ancient existence in front of them. The old man said faintly, the three races restrain each other. Time restrains life. No matter how strong one's bloodline is, it will become dust when it encounters time. No matter how talented you are, you will still turn into dust and bones after 100 million years. Dimension restrains time and controls the time rule. I only need to descend from the fourth dimension and turn into an assassin to kill him instantly. In that battle, Prime Candle knew how terrifying the Time Master who controlled the immortal realm was. The other party used the mighty power of time to crazily nurture Ji, Rongqing, and countless other geniuses. The geniuses under him were good at fighting and occupied 70% of the geniuses back then. The forces under Prime Candle couldn't resist at all. Hence, he assassinated in secret and occupied the magpie's nest. It's not that he didn't guard against me and hid in the time gap. But the dimension ignores all defenses. That battle is a very complicated ancient story. I won't be able to finish telling it even if you give me a year. He smiled and looked at the insectoid queen in front of him. Your thinking has been wrong from the beginning. The insectoid queen is not a single race that controls the life rule. Haven't you realized it yet? The queen mother of the insect tribe was dumbfounded. Our insectoid race is not a single race that controls the life rule from the beginning? Sir, you've already realized it, right? The old man Prime Candle raised his head and looked at Dizun. In the battle that year, although the spacetime was isolated and the dimension was lowered, making it impossible for outsiders to see it, but with your intelligence, I'm afraid you've already seen everything from the insectoid queen you seized. The truth of the history of that year, Rinjiu has long been plotted against. I know what the hell. Talking to me about the secrets of history, I'm not really an ancient existence. The corner of Su Ji's eyes twitched slightly. That's natural. Dizun clasped his hands behind his back. Every epoch of the universe is like a flower, but the general trend doesn't change, the small details can be changed. The era of the immortal realm is destined to be the general trend, the winner of the immortal realm is a small matter. That battle back then was isolated from the void, no one knows what really happened, even I didn't see it. But the clues are too obvious, it can be easily deduced. Suji was ambiguous and decided to continue watching the show. Yes, it's too obvious. At this time, the insectoid queen's eyes were sharp, and she instantly thought of this point. Our insectoid queen is not a single race at all, it's a new race formed by the combination of time and life, the two supreme races of the universe. The insectoid race evolved the bloodline of life. However, the insectoid race strangely possessed a horrifying rule, Genesis. They entered the time flow that far surpassed the high-dimensional spacetime. It was also because of this horrifying acceleration of time that the insectoid race's ability could be fully unleashed. After all, no matter how much the insectoid race evolved life, it still needed a long time to accumulate, so the insectoid race that needed time would be far from being as heaven-defying as they were now. It's also because they mastered the characteristics of time that the insectoid queen is immortal, right? The insectoid queen's expression became completely gloomy. The truth of history has been peeled off bit by bit. I should have thought of all these clues long ago. Tu Xian's eyes flickered, and his hands behind his back also became cold. Indeed. If we put ourselves in their shoes, After the insectoid race and the Xia race were defeated, they could only watch as the huge ship that was the world of immortals sank into the center of the universe and began to smuggle themselves into the distant future. The two races could only die of old age in this era. Then, what was the best course of action? It was definitely to join hands. Even if they died, they had to struggle one more time. Xianxia said, when the world of immortals moved into the distant future, the Xia race and the insectoid race could only live in that fragment of time. However, they were still the strongest hegemons of that era. Thus, they mobilized the resources of the entire universe and researched the crystallization of their blood and sweat, the insectoid race. This was the truth of the history of the world of immortals. Through some clues, everyone had already seen the truth of what had happened back then. Originally, the insectoid race was the fusion of two supreme races of the three great supreme laws. Therefore, even the world of immortals had no way to get rid of this poisonous thorn in the long passage of time. However, to the insectoid race, it was no longer a fatal threat. If it wasn't for the variable of the prehistoric universe appearing in the current insectoid race, they could only be reduced to a gene bank that provided heaven-defying bloodlines for generations to come. The fourth person, he is Human Jiu, the Human Jiu who controls time. Zhu lowered his head and lightly looked at the insectoid queen nest. He lightly pointed. That guy is still trapped in the spacetime of the past. He has been muddle-headed for too long. If no one goes to find him, he can only live in his own prison. He has mastered time and locked himself in the 100-year cycle that started from 12 billion years ago, 370 years ago. He lives in this fragment of the timeline. He left the method to awaken him to the second-generation insectoid queen, allowing her to travel through quantum spacetime and arrive in the distant future. However, the second-generation insectoid queen had already been killed and intercepted. I grabbed the key to his prison and he locked himself to death. Time travel. When everyone heard this, goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Was this the mighty power of the three great supreme laws of the universe? The three laws had all left behind a secret door and then confirmed the secret door himself. This was no longer something that could be described as holy. Grasping the loophole of the power of time and using this to confirm the Tao was simply heaven-defying to the extreme. In a sense, it's quantum transmission. He transferred his will into the body of this spacetime. He lightly clenched his fist. Too foolish, too foolish. No matter how well he hid the key, I would still be able to find it after a long period of time. I would be able to control his life and death. But was he really foolish? No, he already had no other way. This was his only bet, even though the possibility was only 1 in 10 billion. But he won the bet. Therefore, he survived. 1 billion years in the universe. In an ancient universe planet. This was the ultimate forbidden area of the entire 9-yuan universe, the residence of the two strongest hegemons of the multiverse. They were the ultimate sages of the two universes. Countless races, humans, and life forms had to submit to them. They were powerful enough to destroy the life forms of a parallel universe. Chong Shou, do you really want to turn your body into a shell? A handsome young man's eyes were filled with vicissitudes. They seemed to be the hegemons of this era, invincible in the entire universe, able to live the most exciting life here, standing at the peak of the world, but only they knew that they were the losers. Only the losers could live in this universe era, enjoying the false glory of greatness for the rest of their lives. They could only live in this fragment of the universe. And the world of immortals had already penetrated deep into the center of the 9 great universes, heading towards the distant future of the universe, beginning to pursue eternity, the true end of the truth. Yes, I'm definitely going to die now. A woman with a life aura similar to Woman Bee smiled. I can't live to the future at all, so I'll let my descendants live to the distant future to fight for that chance and fight against him again. Jiuren was silent for a while. The woman continued, I need your help to fuse with my race and grasp the power of time. Only then will that person be unable to destroy us. At the same time, you and I will fuse. You can use the insectoid mother nest as your body substance. You will live in this spacetime, and in the future, you can follow your own substance and descend to that spacetime. Jiuren was silent for a while. Okay. This was a bold and precise plan. Even though the success rate was low, he had no other choice. From the perspective of the conservation of time, energy, and matter, humans could live forever, and matter could live forever. Because humans were composed of matter and energy. After a human died, their matter and energy would turn into corpses and disappear from the world, turning into countless particles that would scatter to every corner of the universe, even becoming the body substance of other flesh and blood life forms. But according to the conservation of matter and energy, these substances would not disappear into thin air. Therefore, your body substance could live forever and exist. In the universe's timeline, your body would always exist. Jiuren was making use of this. In other words, this was a kind of quantum entanglement that transcended spacetime. The current insectoid hive was Renjiu's quantum battle body. Even if it was shattered, he could use his past self to reform the insectoid hive. This was the true truth of indestructibility. At the same time, I can truly travel to that distant spacetime, as long as someone activates that node. Ancient Jiu watched as the first-generation insectoid queen gradually perished, and sat on a chair, quietly looking at the sky. I'm immortal, 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 immortal. But now that I'm in the distant future, that guy might have become so strong that I can't even imagine how strong he is, and might even be able to kill me. Because he didn't have enough accumulation, he couldn't be like that guy hiding in the world of immortals who had more than 10 billion years of accumulation. He was transmigrating now, transmigrating as a loser. He, who had not grown at all, would definitely lose against an opponent who had defeated him in the first place and had accumulated his strength over a long period of time. But he had no other choice. As the loser, he no longer had any chips in his hands. In a way, the insectoid broodmother is a crude vessel that I built with the power of time. He said softly, "This is a deal. I will preserve the insectoids from extinction, and the descendants of the insectoids will be responsible for awakening me in the future. Let me come to that era, the ultimate peak era. Time is the only thing that matters." The courtyard was quiet, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds. Gray rain sprinkled down from the sky, and the distant mountains were shrouded in a thick fog. Everything has been completely arranged, but I don't know if it's possible to succeed. The probability is too low. I'm afraid that by that time, the insectoids will have been completely suppressed, and the spacetime key to awaken me will also be hidden. The probability is too low. But if I succeed, time will be condensed in the future at this moment, and in the next second, I can. Ancient Jiu's expression suddenly became absent-minded, and his expression suddenly revealed an inexplicable expression for a second. A breeze passed by. His body sitting on the chair was only left with an empty robe, and his entire person disappeared. Rumble, at the same time, in the ground. Under the sluggish gaze of this generation's Queen Zerg, the substance of the insectoid hive slowly split and condensed, forming a brand new figure. A young man's figure slowly descended, and he looked at the old man in front of him. "It's been 14 billion years. How have you been?" "Shizhu?" Shizhu gently reached out his hand and touched his forehead. "With the current situation, I need your help." "You want help from a defeated person like me?" Ancient Jiu was slightly stunned. Through the huge information flow transmitted by the other party's fingertip, he instantly understood the current situation and situation. He could not help but look up at Dizun high above. Singularity? I have no problem with it. I can use the high-dimensional spacetime that is more than 100 million times to learn in an instant. Of course, this requires burning my lifespan, but it doesn't matter. Ancient Jiu's expression instantly turned solemn. Fate is really interesting. The three races of the past, the three cornerstones of the universe, the heavenly axiom, have once again gathered together, and even joined forces. We are the three strongest existences in the entire bloodline universe, plus all the powers of the new era. Shizhu stared at Dizun high above. "This is the strongest power of our universe. This is our era of peak combat power. Are you satisfied?" Now, everyone knew. Dizun returned it to the Zerg race's mother nest. Obviously, he also knew of the existence of the fourth person. However, he deliberately released it. He was waiting for all the powers to gather, and when they reached their peak era, he would overthrow and defeat them all. This was the style of this tyrannical existence. The others were all sinister and cunning, suppressing and not allowing the other party to rise. However, this person was the complete opposite. Suji silently glanced at the four people in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotions. The secrets of the universe had all been revealed. The battle in the world of immortals, and everything up until now. At the same time, the last unreasonable part of the Zerg race's mother nest had also been revealed. Why did it have the high-dimensional spacetime and the flow of time of the god of creation? Because it was time plus life. It was also because of this that there were infinite possibilities. The Zerg race was able to accumulate generation after generation to this extent, and he was able to use this starting point to create the myriad worlds. There are no more secrets in the history of the ancient and present universe. Suji came to a sudden realization and murmured softly. At the same time, his heart had completely calmed down. He looked down at the four people below and said with a cold expression, "Originally, I was still a little hesitant about you all, thinking that you all might have the power to overthrow me. But now, when the four of you stand in front of me, that's all I feel." Dizun shook his head, filled with a domineering aura. "Previously, the two of you might have had a chance of winning against me, but now that there are four of you, I can't help but look down on you even more." For a moment, everyone was stunned by Dizun's domineering words. Their trump cards had all been revealed, but the other party was disappointed. What kind of arrogant words were those? What kind of arrogant prehistoric demon god was this, let alone two Xian and the master of the lifelong realm, right now, who didn't know that the insect race's queen mother was a monster that had reached the pinnacle of fusion? They were a fusion of all the heroes that had awakened since ancient times. They were super life forms with converged bloodlines, to be able to instantly master the power of the singularity, and to have extreme life force. In their eyes, this person alone was enough to pose a great threat to Dizun, and Renjiu, the god of time who had traveled from more than 14 billion years ago, could instantly learn the power of the singularity, and now regained control of the immortal realm. The immortal realm was Renjiu's dojo. Although it had been occupied by others, now that Jizhu had returned the authority of the immortal realm, he could instantly gain great power and call himself. And he still did this? Dizun, this person, everyone stared at this ancient prehistoric taboo existence from ancient times who was ready to dominate the world. How dare he? Renjiu was stunned and said solemnly, "Now that I have joined forces with the Zerg Queen, if he is not bluffing, then he is really ridiculously strong. You can try to see if he is strong or not." Dizun turned around and stepped back into the Genesis world behind him. They had previously grasped the details of the singularity, so the singularity vortex could no longer trap them, and two Xian and the others could now enter and exit freely. But it was undeniable that the Genesis world was still the best final battlefield, where their power would not spill to the outside world. Medusa frowned. "Can you do it? It is now the 37th cycle of the Genesis world, and it is about to collapse. The ultimate existence is about to descend. Can you solve it in advance?" "Don't worry." Dizun did not deny it and stepped into it. This is the final battlefield. In the distance, two Xian and the others looked up at the scene in front of them. On a miniature continent with exquisite sculptures, there seemed to be a huge statue of the Statue of Liberty, holding a huge vortex disc in one hand, vast and majestic. This was the final battlefield. The battle of the dusk of the gods. The four stepped into it. Two Xian's expression was sharp. His hands were behind his back as he looked at this man who had ruled over the ages. Meanwhile, Eternal Man, Prime Candle, and the insectoid Queen Mother's daughter brought out their most powerful array and fused together. Their fusion was equivalent to the combined power of the three supreme laws of the universe, equivalent to the end of the bloodline civilization era. Boom. In an instant, their momentum was no weaker than that of a venerable sovereign. A prehistoric creature, a creature of the new era. Two Xian stood together with this ultimate bloodline being as they entered the whirlpool of Genesis. Boom, the vortex suddenly enlarged. Dizun turned around and threw a simple punch. This punch shot out countless particles of basic matter in the universe, turning into singularities and exploding. The huge number was like billions of shotguns firing at the same time. Bang 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 bang. The fist smashed fiercely into two Xian's chest. Then, it turned into a stream of light and quickly changed directions, smashing into the bug tribe Queen Mother once more. This punch was so overbearing that it seemed like it could tear them into pieces in an instant. This level of energy. The two of them reappeared, unable to believe their eyes. They felt the terror of this punch in a daze. The energy in it was as simple as a giant punching 4 ants to death. It was obviously 2 meters in size of an ordinary person, but it had crushed them, who were giants of light years. Haven't you noticed yet? With the help of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, our energy levels have been reversed. Dizun walked over coldly with a gentle smile on his face. The level 11 who has mastered the singularity completely ignores the energy levels of living creatures. The power of the singularity is infinite. The level 11 is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent ultimate creature. The so-called omnipotence naturally means that the power is infinite. Although I'm half a level 11, with the help of the singularity power furnace, the singularity that has devoured countless matter in the universe, my energy level is currently close to infinite. Infinite energy level. When the 4 people in front of him heard this, their pupils dilated, and they silently cursed him as a monster. Xianxia's expression was completely solemn. For the first time, he experienced the advantage of a super terrifying energy level, and the feeling of an ant being crushed by a giant. Don't be nervous. Xian took a deep breath and encouraged the others. He couldn't help but shout, his energy level is only close to infinite, but he's not the real level 11. The real level 11 is omnipotent. As the real one, he can evolve and master all the rules of the universe, time, space, dimension, light, heat. He's the amalgamation of the truth of the great path. The Tao is infinite. He's just borrowing the energy of the singularity, but he can't use the real power of the singularity. If the other party really mastered all the rules of the universe, it would be a qualitative change in skills, and he would be the real level 11. Then they would be completely helpless. But the other party was a dabbler now, and he couldn't directly master the power of the singularity. Indirect use was a quantitative change in brute force. Although his energy level was far higher than theirs, and he could use the singularity to resist and absorb attacks, he wasn't much stronger than them in other aspects. Don't be nervous? Dizun smiled. Boom, 1 punch. In the void, there was a thunderous explosion. Countless true sounds rang out, turning into platinum light that pierced through the universe. It was as if the sky had been turned upside down. They were sent flying. They didn't have the strength to resist. How could a giant fight back against an ant? With a bang, they were instantly sent flying. The heroes in the body talked to each other when they saw this, their faces full of fear. What kind of monster is this? Is this the power of close to level 11? He only has part of the characteristics of level 11, which is infinite energy level, but it's already unstoppable. His energy level is no longer normal. He's only 2 meters tall, but he seems to contain the weight of a galaxy in the universe. Can we really defeat such a monster? It's as if he's holding a vast galaxy and smashing it down like a bracelet. Countless ancient heroes in the body were dumbfounded. In the current battle, it's no longer a matter of everyone mastering the singularity. Renjiu turned around and looked at the others, also feeling creeped out. The future era of the universe had changed so much that he couldn't recognize it at all. The most intuitive thing about him is the problem of energy level. He can kill us with brute force and energy alone. Is there any way to resist this monster? Renjiu asked. It's not like there's no way to win. The Zerg Queen was very proud. She snorted coldly and said in unison, "Give me time, enough time. He can evolve this so-called miraculous martial art. I can also evolve a miraculous body, resist and restrain his power, and stand at the same height as him. Use a certain method to indirectly control the power of level 11, so that we, who are at level 11 in spirit, can also use a part of our actual combat power." Time? Zhizhu laughed out loud, his expression complicated. Renjiu, speaking of time, we'll have to rely on you. Please, we'll rely on you to save the world. Me? Renjiu also laughed heartily, but with a hint of hoarseness. The 3 of us will jointly control this body and save the great old world. The Zerg Queen said coldly, the 3 great old races, once again fight for longevity. Fight for longevity? Renjiu was silent. The Zerg queen of that generation eventually died, but her group of descendants, plus Zizhu, in a sense, could indeed be regarded as the reunion of the three giants. Renjiu, I can jump through dimensions to dodge, but it's still difficult to avoid some attacks that will hit. We'll have to rely on your time acceleration. Persevere, we can hold on until life evolves. Zizhu said, you're an immortal existence in the timeline. You can accelerate time enough to defeat everything. Our world, it's up to you to save it. Save the world, the three of us, Renjiu's mind shook. This was such a strange yet familiar word. These words seemed to be the key to opening the box of memories, evoking some long-lost ancient memories. Crack. The surrounding time was shattering. Eternal beings seemed to have returned to the very beginning, the beginning of the world, the ancient era shrouded in the fog of rules. A scene that resembled golden lightning suddenly flashed before his eyes. Finally, it stopped at the very first scene. That was the beginning of the dream. A tall and majestic figure of a god sat high above, looking down at the three disciples below. You are the three strongest geniuses of our era. In the near future, you will separately prove the path of time, dimension, and life in the universe that has just opened. Eldest disciple, your name is Eternal Being. Time is the strongest power to protect humanity, allowing people to move towards eternity. Second disciple, your name is Quality Candle. Dimensional space is the foundation of the existence of matter in the universe. Hope burns forever like a candle. Third disciple, your name is Chosho. Time and space are your two elder brothers. Life can't live as peacefully as them. Why does the god of life call you insects? Insects hunt and hunt, fighting for glory throughout the ages. Endless memories surged in his mind. The creation of the world, the establishment of the universe, and the establishment of the three major rules. Their names also came from this, symbolizing the simple meaning of the ancient tribe. It was the supreme title of the tribe. The memories seemed to be like yesterday, flooding this converged body of bloodline. As emotions and memories resonated, they merged into the minds of the three ancient manipulators. That Chosho is the first ancestor. The queen mothers of the past generations were stunned, looking at the simple and primitive woman of the tribe. Eternal Being, you're wavering. Quality Candle was silent. This was the side effect of the connection of consciousness, the sharing of thoughts. Although many things were not willing to look back, the ignorant youth of the past was the best memory of life for any life. The advice of the person he respected the most when he was young, the future he dreamed of, the hot-blooded fighting spirit of his youth, the three of them discussing the Tao and confiding their dreams. They were like the deepest and most ignorant murals in the corridor of memory, extremely precious and unforgettable. A voice came completely, exploding in this fused body. The three of you replace the heavenly Tao with humans. From now on, you should abandon your humanity and become the order of heaven. The three of them said in unison, yes, Master. From now on, the three of us will guard the Tao. We will not involve ourselves in the world of mortals, nor will we be tainted by karma. We will be fair and impartial. We will be alone and give up our lives for the universe. We will not act selfishly, we will give up our emotions and desires, we will not fight for the world, our hearts will be clear, we will have no self or heart. From today onwards, we will wield the power of the heavens until we die. From today onwards, we will be loyal to our duty, even if we die here. A loud and clear voice cut through the universe, like the first ray of light between heaven and earth. The three teenagers formed a circle. Is that so? In the end, we failed that person. Reverend Zhou's gaze turned deep. Once upon a time, the vows he made when he was young turned into a lie, and his passionate fighting spirit turned into cold-bloodedness and selfishness. The ferocious beast known as death chased after them, and they did not dare to stop for even a moment. In their twilight years, their lifespan was nibbling away at their remaining passion and courage. They began to pull out the arrogant teeth of the saints, break the sharp horns of the saints, and chase after the battle of longevity. The angel's 5 decrepit decays not only affected the body, but also the soul. In the end, we are decayed, lingering at death's door, curling up at the back, secretly plotting everything, fearing death, becoming a cowardly captive, cowering and indecisive. Reverend Zhou's eyes ignited a raging fire, and the corner of his mouth raised a hint of arrogance. Who is the decayed one, and who is the prehistoric one? Dizun, is it you? No, the prehistoric one is us. The prehistoric one is also trying to be new. He roared angrily. Jiao Ren was in a trance as he looked at the overbearing Dizun, who was full of sharpness and loftiness, full of pride and confidence. His mind could accommodate everything. He wanted to defeat them when they were at their peak, in their best era. This existence from the prehistoric universe had lived for tens of billions of years. But he still had the bravery and pride of a warrior. He was open and aboveboard, allowing his opponents to grow. This might be the reason why he was so powerful. As for them, they had decayed after hundreds of millions of years. Plotting and hiding behind the scenes, cowardly and afraid of death. Reverend Jiao laughed hoarsely in a low voice, "Save the world. What a strange word for us. Are we even qualified to protect the happy garden created by that person?" After all, they had betrayed all living beings. However, I still have to give it a try. He gradually walked into the high-speed cosmic spacetime speed, and everything around him gradually stopped, even Dizun's movements began to slow down. 100 million years of time flow. He roared. A large amount of blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with the recoil, which was shocking. Dizun's body stiffened, and he clearly felt that his movements had become stagnant. Hurry up. Hurry up. Time. Faster, I want to travel to the future again. Seeing Dizun's movements gradually slow down, Reverend Jiao let out a heart-wrenching roar, and laughed wildly with bright red eyes. You, after all, are not the real 11th rank. You are not a singularity yourself, and the singularity you borrowed is also external. The universe's bloodline rules can still affect you. Be *starred, it's rare that I want to fight with my life on the line. It's not bad to have a fair fight with someone like you. Reverend Jiao controlled this body to leap high and kill that figure. Existence of the prehistoric universe, die. Get out of our universe era. Bam, bam bam. Endless fists turned into virtual shadows. The existence of the prehistoric universe wants to stop us from achieving Tao. The gate to the 11th rank that determines the future of the universe? You control the distribution of the 11th rank? I will break the deadlock. Reverend Jiao's whole body was burning, like a hero walking out of the flames. His eyes gradually sharpened, as if there was a flame burning in them, turning into a silent roar. Whoosh, under the terrifying 100 million times of time flow, the Zerg tribe mother nest in front of him was rapidly evolving with countless spores, changing and evolving the current fused body, carrying out the sand table genesis. With the mother nest in hand, and the ability to far surpass the previous time, there is nothing we can't defeat. The Zerg tribe queen mothers roared. The sum of their evolution knowledge was enough to shock the world. Rumble, life was leaping, life level was leaping several times, the great Tao singularity was rapidly being understood, and attacks were applied on the motionless body of Dizun. It's already evolving. His skin is still covered by a thin singularity barrier, but our bodies are adapting to the singularity, and we will be able to break it soon. The Zerg tribe queen mothers shouted excitedly. Soon, we will be able to evolve into targeted creatures that can pierce through his skin and enter the vacuum of the singularity in his abdomen. We don't need to care about the singularity, it can't be destroyed. We will destroy the 9 bloodline universe cores. That is his biggest weakness, an ambitious hero outside of the Zerg tribe roared loudly. Boom boom boom. Reverend Jiao swung his fists wildly, piercing his opponent's skin. As the time god, blood flowed along with tears. He felt that the huge overload was overdrawing his life, but he didn't care. He only felt that the blood vessels in his brain were bursting. The killing happened in a split second. In a battle between powerhouses of this level, an instant explosion could almost determine the entire situation. That's it, we can win. We can win, that's it, kill our way into his drive furnace. Destroy his 9 bloodline universe cores. He doesn't have a converter, break his cultivation method, and we will definitely lose. Destroy his 9 revolutions universe, and the singularity power furnace will naturally be destroyed. Time had surpassed the universe's limit of 100 years per day and arrived at the bug race's unique Genesis era. No, even the master of time hiding in the distant past had arrived, far surpassing the flow of time in Genesis era, 100 million years per day. What kind of scene was this? Unprecedented. Whoosh, time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Dizun himself was not the singularity itself. He had only embedded the singularity in his body. He was essentially still a rank 10 being and could not ignore the universe's laws. His time had stopped at a normal speed, even though he had surpassed the limits of all the peak rank 10 beings in history and grasped part of the power of rank 11. At this moment, Dizun was like a statue of a god. His handsome and slender body was perfect and as solid as jade. Jiurun let out an angry roar. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his orifices, but he did not care. So what if he's an ancient being of the prehistoric universe? Bastard! Don't look down on us. Even if it's an ancient taboo, as long as it's a living being, we'll kill it for you. Don't think that you're so high and mighty just because you're the ruler of the 10 great Daos of this universe era and cut off our future paths. Boom. Boom, this ultimate life form that was the amalgamation of countless heroes from the Bloodline universe era exuded an aura that was invincible throughout the ages. His aura was blazing and his battle intent was high, erupting with an unimaginable hot-blooded battle intent. He was fearless, he would not stop until he died. He dared to show his edge to the god of universal truth with a fake Dao body. Bang. Bang, many fists landed on Dizun's abdomen. A hero from the prehistoric universe from 7 billion years ago could not help but say, wait, his energy level is too high. His injuries are recovering at a crazy rate. The bug race queen was very cold. There's no need to be afraid. The bug race evolved the worldly sand table. Created countless extraordinary worlds. We're evolving 100 million years per day into creatures that can adapt to this environment. Nothing can stop me. Becoming stronger when facing the strong. This is the greatness of life. For 14 billion years, the essence of the bug race queen is to evolve the worldly sand table and create extraordinary creatures. Right now, we're creating creatures that can kill him. Creatures that can control the singularity like him. The queen mothers of the insect race were growling. The talent of evolving their bloodlines was trembling, surpassing the limits of their bodies. What kind of ultimate creature was born from the power of the Zerg empresses? No one knew. But it was certainly so terrifying that it surpassed all of history. Finally, bang, crack. It was as if something had been shattered. Dizun's clothes were torn apart, revealing his white jade chest that was as hard as a boulder. It started to cave in quickly, and countless explosions shot out yellow quantum particles. He broke through. It broke through his skin. Even the passive recovery ability brought by his massive energy rank can't keep up. His speed is increasing. Xianxia, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in shock, no, it's not as simple as breaking through the defense. This is the evolution of the bloodline of the entire creature, becoming harmonious. At first, it was like a pile of scattered parts, but now it's fusing as if it's another evil god of convergence. It's already 1,700 times stronger than before. Is it very strong? It's not just very strong, it's a universe heretic god that surpasses the heretic gods. It stands at the end of the bloodline, and its muscle memory is madly adapting to the power of the singularity, learning the mysteries within. In less than 100 million years, no, 5,000 years. Just 5,000 years. The use of the singularity is as simple as neurons controlling the body, and muscles controlling the arm. It has become a natural part of its body. This is already half a lord, standing at a height that's definitely not weaker than Dizun. Can it really be done? This is too exaggerated. Ah. Time, life, dimensions, and all the power of the universe, what kind of miracle is this? Time will become its fascia, space will become its muscles, and life will become its skeleton. This is also the strongest life with hundreds of thousands of gene positions. Countless saints of the heavenly law universe shouted and cried, their blood surging through their bodies. In the distance, the Lord of the Immortal Realm suddenly said, Xianxia, your combat power can't keep up with us anymore. You can't fuse with our bloodline and go to the Immortal Realm. Use the time there, I know, the hyperbolic time chamber? Xianxia turned around and left, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration. Let us cultivate inside and increase our strength. I hope that when you see me come out in a minute, don't regret it. The ultimate new era monster will completely descend. He, so what if it descends? The Lord of the Immortal Realm sneered. They were still attacking the terrifying monster in front of them. It's still better than facing this terrifying prehistoric strongest universe emperor. No matter how strong you new humans are, we have broken through at the same time. Everyone is at the 11th level, who would be afraid of you? The current universe is indeed too unpredictable. 2Xian entered the immortal realm. Crack, time flew by quickly, and the amalgamation finally completely broke through this ordinary human body that was only 2 meters tall. It broke through the bright red layer of flesh and entered his chest. Everyone saw this scene clearly. In the pitch-black depths, there was a singularity surrounded by 9 universes that were slowly spiraling. There was no defense, and it was exposed in front of them. We won. No one can stop the mighty power of time. This is one of the 3 supreme laws of the universe. At this moment, an incomparably clear thought appeared in their minds. This giant bloodline god could not help but directly attack the 9 bloodline universes. But something strange happened. Everyone revealed a look of shock. How can it be so far? He is only 2 meters tall, and his abdomen is a few tens of centimeters, but we seem to have entered a bottomless pit. What is the reason for this? Countless existences of the ancient and modern universes began to speculate and discuss. The opponent's new 9 revolutions mysterious art was most likely not simple. It actually had such an exaggerated internal defense mechanism. As expected, he is not a simple character. Xianxia was very realistic and said coldly, "This is a space maze. Don't be fooled by his small abdomen, but is it really small? Look at those 9 surrounding bloodline universes, which one of them is not as vast as billions of light years? Now in our eyes, the inside of his abdomen is the size of a grain of rice." You mean? Yes. Xianxia said, "The singularity will collapse everything. Didn't you notice? Even the universes have been compressed to this extent. The closer our huge bodies get to the center, the smaller our bodies become. This is equivalent to a superlarge spacetime universe. Moreover, the collapse of the singularity affects the scale of space, turning it into a maze. It is very difficult for us to get close. Then what do we do?" Xianxia said coldly, "Everyone, let me take the stage next. The spatial dimension is the advantage of our race. I can break through this spatial maze." Everyone's confidence was boosted when they heard this. Space maze, the Uyghurs who mastered the power of dimensional space were experts in this field. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer," Renjio's weak voice came, his voice getting weaker and weaker. He grabbed Xianxia's hand fiercely. "Once 100 million years pass, I will completely fall into a state of exhaustion and near death. You will definitely be able to take advantage of this time to cross this maze and create a miracle." Renjio said, "You are such a person who can always create incredible things. At that time you were clearly the weakest among the 3 of us, but now you have defeated us and become the winner. Leave it to me?" Xianxia heard this and said calmly. His face looked neither happy nor sad. "Yes, to create a miracle." Renjio took a deep breath. He was getting weaker and weaker, as if his whole body was about to collapse. "The experts of our universe will definitely be able to defeat the overlord from the prehistoric universe. You once said that the so-called miracle is made up of tiny impossibilities. I have already completed my tiny, impossible step." Everyone knew that without Renjio's exaggerated means, they would have to face extreme fear. Such an exaggerated prehistoric existence of the universe, if time did not stop, he could kill everyone within 100 moves. Now we have to freeze time and let us travel through 100 million years to break his skin and enter his fatal point. Renjio's words were not wrong. There was not much time left. We must defeat the opponent during this period of time. Either you die or I die. For a battle between existences like us, we must kill with one blow and go all out. Renjio, you are still so naive, still that stupid guy, so naive to the point of ridicule. Ask me? Are you still young? So many years have passed and you still haven't grown up. You don't know the sinister nature of the human heart." Xianxia sneered and strode forward. He said lightly, "You should know what will happen if you exhaust all your strength. No one will remember your heroic sacrifice just now. They will only remember the benefits after killing you. If I win, I will kill you immediately, just like I did in the past. I have completed my impossible. The next step is up to you. Renjio's consciousness seemed to have blurred to the point where he could not hear what was being said outside. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were bleeding. He raised his head, but still stood like a statue. He repeated mechanically, "The next step is up to you." Everyone stared blankly at Renjio. This was a man of steel, like a towering mountain, standing tall and firm. His mind was clearly in a mess, but he didn't know what kind of obsession was supporting him, but he was still able to maintain that terrifying flow. This guy is still pitifully stupid. The quality candle whispered, "The next step? You want me to take over?" He looked at the labyrinth in the distance and suddenly fell into an unprecedented calmness. It was as if this sentence had touched the deepest part of his nerves. It was as if a wave of memories had been set off in that instant. "Yes, Master. From now on, the three of us will guard the Tao. Until death do we rest." Life and death are here. That hot-blooded and radiant vow in the depths of their memories appeared once again. The scene of them handing over the authority from their master and relaying the heavenly Tao appeared in their minds. But as he reminisced, his expression did not change. Instead, his expression instantly turned cold. Renjio was too naive and foolish. He always remembered that person's kindness to him, but instinctively forgot everything that person had done for him. Renjio only remembered his good, but Zhu only remembered his evil. Betrayal. The most tragic betrayal. The earth was covered with blood. The entire age of gods and demons, the beautiful and happy garden that had just been created, was destroyed because of the person they once loved and respected the most. In order to extend his old life, that person had killed countless of their junior brothers and destroyed the saints of the entire era. He was covered in the aura of decay as he sat on the throne and looked down at them. Zhu looked at the corpses all over the ground. He was the most gloomy and calm of the three. In the end, he asked, "Will everything decay with time, or is your decay just an accident?" The man opened his mouth, bathed in blood, and sat on the throne without saying a word. He quickly asked a second question. All actions were still based on the master in front of him. "We follow your code of conduct in everything. Is this also what you want us to learn and pass on the orthodoxy?" The man stood up dejectedly and disappeared in repentance. He. Zhu could not help but let out a low chuckle. At that time, he desperately needed someone to walk out, but in the end, he did not get an answer. He began to believe in his heart that decay was inevitable. Even his master was like this, so he could not avoid it. That young and hot-blooded saint, in countless days and months, thought that his future would also be bound to decay. When such sinful emotions took root and germinated, it had inevitably grown into a towering tree. At that moment, he knew that his heart had changed. He no longer believed in the so-called justice, hot-bloodedness, protection of longevity. He clearly realized that all the justice in the universe was false, all the beliefs were false. In the long history, there was nothing worth believing in. What could be believed in and would not betray forever? Only the truth. He began to plan for the distant future and saw the world of immortals. He seemed to be muttering to himself and said coldly, "Any sorrow, joy, history, traces, glory, will disappear in the torrent, but only the truth is eternal. For the eternal truth, I can give up everything." He stepped over the trembling Renjio next to him, took control of this body, and said lightly, "Renjio, you are really stupid. You still don't learn your lesson after the second time. After everything is settled, I will still kill you. But, death is not that scary, on the contrary, it is the most beautiful thing in the universe." This ancient old man of the world of immortals gradually recovered his youth, turning into the appearance of a handsome young man. He walked out with large strides, his expression was filled with sharpness and vigor. "I still remember that day, on the mountain peak, Master once smiled and said to us, 'I have proven the law of particles, and particles have existed since the birth of the universe. It is they who used a miraculous special combination to create us. I often think that those atoms ingeniously formed us, allowing us to encounter each other ingeniously. This must be the most beautiful thing in the universe. But I can think of something even more beautiful than this.'" He smiled, revealing a hint of extreme morbidity. "Our encounter is the most beautiful scenery, then, will all of us meet again?" You guys of the past, those junior brothers who died, Master, you guys crossed through 14 billion years, scattered in the universe, the emotions, materialism, greed, love, and hate, you guys met again, collapsing together into one. You guys will eventually become a part of me, and you will eventually become the truth. This will allow us to meet the most beautiful scenery in life again. I will obtain eternal life, obtain the truth that I have yearned for even in my dreams, and meet you guys again. He was so excited that his face turned red. At that moment, the three of us will become one. There is nothing more beautiful than this. Miracle? Miracle? Miracles are indeed formed by small impossibilities. He roared and controlled his body. His entire person seemed to have crossed through the endless spacetime. Renjiu, with your intelligence, it is already not bad to be able to reach this step. Leave the rest to me. If I want to become the great Tao itself, I have to defeat this guy now. Let me give it a try. Shizhu's entire body submerged into the void, traversing through the turbulence in his body, constantly approaching the 9 universes whose specific location was unknown. Voila! The torn space turbulence made it difficult for him to locate. The dimensional power he mastered became minuscule under the interference of the singularity, and it was almost impossible to grasp the path of the maze. Sure enough, I have to pay the price. Let's try this move. He waved his hand. His entire body turned into a 2-dimensional collapse, then into a 1-dimensional straight line, and in the next second, it turned into 0-dimensional, a form infinitely close to the singularity. Everyone was shocked. This was actually a method to collapse himself into a singularity without using the martial arts system of the new era, but the bloodline system of the old era. They thought that this was the unique path of the creatures of the new era. Could the old era also walk the path of rank 11? Sure enough, this ancient mastermind had already prepared everything, familiarized himself with the power of rank 11 in advance, and also deduced the method of his perfect breakthrough. If it weren't for the changes in front of him, he would still be hibernating in the darkness, quietly waiting for the final moment to come, and become the first rank 11 in the universe. Is it strange? This is my method of turning into a singularity. As Renjiu said, I am originally a person who is good at creating miracles. His face was cold. They use the bloodline martial arts of the hand of God, but this is my own bloodline method, dimension reduction. Voila! He turned into a point infinitely close to 0-dimensional, and strands of material jumping lines began to appear in front of him. The world became clear, and the path in the maze could be seen. However, the overload of space distortion pressure crazily squeezed him, and his whole body was bleeding crazily, pressing the limit of his bloodline. Ugh! Ah! He roared in a low voice, and the great pain tore every inch of his cells, but this was nothing. The surroundings turned into countless colorful light and shadow tunnels, shuttling quickly. Close! Boom! Renjiu, who was behind him, completely collapsed, and he could no longer hold on. Gotcha! Time began to flow back again, and everything was returning to normal. Have I collapsed? It doesn't matter, because I have succeeded, and I made it in time. None of this was important anymore. He passed through the maze and finally reached the deepest core, and saw the weakest position. Emperor! Your Majesty! The quality candle roared word by word. The entire singularity turned into surging platinum electromagnetic waves at an extremely fast speed, jumping around in an extremely nimble manner. Kill! His eyes were sharp as he arrived at one of the universes. Victory was already in front of him. He growled, "You're the one who obstructed my dream of transmigrating for 14 billion years. Die." No. But. Boom, time slowly turned back. Dizun slightly opened his eyes, which were filled with indifference. Crack. At the critical moment, the universe shifted to the side and avoided the fatal blow. However, the immense tearing energy still destroyed a portion of the universe, causing it to shatter. And within the 9 bloodline universes, all the saints of the various worlds and heavens watched this scene in shock. What happened? In the blink of an eye, how did it suddenly appear in front of our universe? This is impossible. It's time. They traveled through time. Panicked voices resounded in the universe like stormy waves, forming an incomparably noisy square. You can actually do this? If you go any faster, it will become the 8 revolutions mystic art. Dizun stood where he was and felt the strangeness in his abdomen. He looked a little surprised and said, "It's hard to imagine how terrifying the flow of time is to be able to come here in 1/6 10-35 seconds. And to be able to cross that maze in such a short time, this is the second unimaginable speed. You guys are unexpectedly strong. Maybe you guys can really create a miracle." Dizun's expression became calm. In his abdomen, the flesh and blood slowly rose, and a miniature Dizun walked out, looking at the monster in front of him. "You can actually kill your way into my core center, where my power is limited, and I can't use my full strength. My power is less than 1/10 of the level. With 1/9 of your power, you still have to protect your weakness, and your hands and feet are tied. You want to deal with me?" The quality candle looked cold. "I am the strongest assassin, the lord of the world of immortals, far more powerful than those saints of immortals. This time, it's your turn to be at a disadvantage." Clatter. The quality candle disappeared in place. The surrounding space was slightly distorted. The universe was normally 3-dimensional, but he proved the dimension of the universe, and he was not limited by the rules. He could jump between various dimensions at will, just like the radio station frequency was different, and you couldn't feel the other side at all. Only at the moment of the attack would the trace be revealed. This was also the reason why Renjiu of the Great Old Ones was assassinated and secretly replaced. This was also one of the strongest rules in the universe. The surroundings were quiet. Dizun stood quietly in place, and the 9 universes in the distance were like planets revolving around the sun, slowly rotating. Crack, the next second, like the sound of a mirror breaking. Puff, a sharp blade with the law of death pierced into a universe of bloodlines. This was the law of death, the power of the Deva 5 decay, one of the strongest rules under the 3 major rules. Touching it would mean death. The rules he had could be called the strongest killing method in the history of the universe. However, like a ripple, it pierced into this universe, like a knife piercing the water, without any damage. He actually dodged it. The quality candle looked at this universe with his mouth agape. That was a strong killing method, and he actually blocked it. Was this really 1/10 of his power, and it was already so terrifying? In this bloodline universe, you have become a singularity? The quality candle's pupils dilated, and he quickly noticed this. "Isn't this a very normal thing?" Dizun said lightly. "Alchemy can change any substance in the universe. As long as the proficiency level is high, you can naturally turn everything you touch into a singularity. What's more, this universe is controlled by me. I am the heavenly way of the universe, and it is a part of my body that temporarily becomes a singularity. What's so strange about avoiding attacks? You think you have mastered the strongest rules, but in fact, in front of a singularity, it is all fake. As long as I am prepared, it will be difficult for you to sneak attack. But I am not a real rank 11 after all. I can only instantly turn into a singularity shield to resist. Even if the time rule slows down on me, I can easily deal with it. But Renjiu is very smart. He accelerated his own time, and it was very difficult for me to resist. But Renjiu has no more power, right?" Dizun said. The quality candle was slightly stunned, and his face was completely gloomy. Even if he had mastered a part of rank 11 power, it was still a different kind of dimensional life form. Most of his bloodline methods to hide the rules were useless. The only thing he could use was the amplification type rules that he had blessed himself with. But the strongest rule he had blessed himself with was time, and now it was gone. He could use other amplification methods to strengthen his body, but could he compare to the opponent's energy level? An ant could not compare to a dragon even if it had stacked a dozen times. He would be crushed by pure power. "Sir, times have changed." Beside him, the Zerg Queen Mothers chuckled. "Your old methods are all useless. You can only use the singularity to defeat the opponent, so now you can only rely on the new methods you have developed. Let us do it." After the Zerg tribe Queen Mother finished speaking, her entire body emitted an extremely terrifying power. She smiled and said, "That terrifying acceleration of time is not just for you to kill your way here. It's for us to evolve. You used your innate talent to lead the way here. Your miracle has been completed. Leave the rest to us. That's enough. The quality candle was stunned. The Zerg Queen Mother pushed him away and regained control of her body. Full of fighting spirit, she said, haven't you realized it yet? You are only responsible for leading the way. The Zerg Queen Mother did not wait for Zizhu to think. She took control of her body and smiled contemptuously. You old thing, you're already exhausted just by coming here. You've done your best. Zizhu was furious and glared at her. This group of women was simply shameless. It was like killing the donkey after it left the millstone. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. If it weren't for his talent, how could he have made it here after passing through this singularity maze? They could only wait for death outside. He had spent a lot of effort and overloaded himself to get here. It could be said that victory was right in front of him, but the other party looked down on him. However, he also had to admit that all the trump cards he had accumulated could not be used. He could only be as exhausted and almost useless as Renjiu. So-called miracles are the continuous stacking of all kinds of impossibly small probability events. Renjiu and I have completed our own impossible step. The rest is up to you. In the end, Zizhu lowered his proud head. After all, he had a favor to ask. Just leave it to us. Countless overlapping voices of the Zerg Queen Mother came, full of coldness and pride. The two of you can be considered to be the prelude to our battle. One used time travel to let us evolve our bodies, and the other used this time to create the current situation and travel to the opponent's weakness. Only life can create miracles. At this time, the Zerg Queen Mother seemed to have turned into a genderless platinum metal figure. She stood in the void, but it seemed to stand in the eternal void. Dizun, you're too overbearing. The Zerg Queen Mother said coldly, no matter how we compete with the old creatures and the new creatures, we are still on the same starting line. The opening of the level 10 gate means we have to prove our Dao. But you are different. You have the incomplete level 11 power that dominates all of our lives. You have opened this realm in advance. You want to monopolize the distribution of the 10 Dao seats alone? How can we allow you to do that? Oh? Dizun stood high up with his hands behind his back. Suji knew that the strongest monster had appeared. Although life was restrained by the other two rules, it was the strongest rule. The battle of the bloodline orthodoxy between the life of the new era and the life of the old era proved this point. The Bug Race Queen Mother said, this is impossible to reconcile, even if you say you want to give us a share. Who knew if it was true or not? You have the power to kill us, and we cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered. We experts cannot believe in the mercy of others, and we can only resist. When I become a god, there will be no god in the world. We'd like to see if you have the qualifications to cut off our future paths. Boom, as she spoke, the Bug Queen Mother controlled her body and instantly descended. She landed a punch on one of the 9 revolutions universes. A terrifying and massive power kept spiraling, releasing the unique power of the singularity. It was as if it had pierced through the universe's past and present. I see. You can already perfectly utilize the power of the oddity? Dizun controlled the universe to collapse into a singularity. He was clearly able to evade any false Dao rules, but he still seemed to be heavily injured. You've also grasped this level of power? Suji was slightly surprised. They had actually completed the new evolution of the insect race and became an ultimate demon god comparable to Medusa. A demon god with hundreds of thousands of gene positions. In fact, it far surpassed the previous Medusa. After all, the previous Medusa was composed of ordinary genes. Even so, he was already extremely busy, and his speed was extremely slow. As for the other party, she was a super demon god enhanced by countless heaven-defying gene positions. She had combined the power of the ancient and modern universes. Boom. I'm sorry, I've also grasped the power of the singularity. Before the era came, I was also half a rank 11. The Bug Queen Mother laughed coldly. The singularity in her chest rotated slightly, and the 9 bloodline spaces rotated. In the same realm, what advantage do you have? You'll definitely lose now. Shameless. You bugs have never changed. You actually used 100 million years to secretly learn my martial arts. Suji was stunned and frowned. As expected, with these people working together, the the geniuses of the entire universe, they could indeed kill him. After all, it was only natural. He was not unique. If Suji could evolve such an incredible bloodline universe, why couldn't the other party do the same? In the past, it was impossible for these people to work together. But now, they had gathered the three supreme rules and all the geniuses of the past and present. It was not surprising that they had completed their own 9 revolutions mysterious art. Suji had gathered the wisdom of all the people in the great universe. And they had gathered the powerful wisdom of the entire ancient and present universe. Suji thought to himself, this is really troublesome. As expected, if I want to become the first rank 11 in the universe, I must cut off the opportunity for others to break through at the same time. But it's too difficult. They can't put their lives in my hands and be suppressed by me, preventing them from breaking through. I can only suppress the ages and cut off the path to immortality. Before I become a god, there must be no gods in the world. This was no longer a battle of individual lives. That was why both sides could reach such heights. And now, the other party was simply a monster. Before, Suji could not beat a demon god of the same realm. Now that they had created a demon god clone, he would probably be beaten to a pulp in the same realm. On the contrary, Suji's expression did not change. Dizun walked down step by step and laughed heartily. Looks like I finally have to get serious. Whoosh. In an instant, the 9 revolutions mysterious arts bloodline universes slowly changed shape and turned into 9 Suji bodies, surrounding the singularity. Is that so? You don't have any flaws here. The Zerg Queen's expression instantly became serious. These 9 universe transfer hubs are not weak points at all. They themselves are battle-type universes. You are the universe's heavenly way, so you can make them fight each other. Their combat power is very strong. A battle of the same realm. Dizun laughed, but his eyes gradually became sharp. Finally, someone who can fight has appeared. Kill. The Zerg Queen did not say a word and directly attacked. Bang, platinum light overflowed and spread. The terrifying singularity collided. The power of half a rank 11 seemed to turn into endless particles. The two turned into the wind of nothingness, like 2 vast quantum nebulae colliding. The entire abdominal space was collapsing, and the surroundings were being destroyed. It's useless. Your singularity drive furnace was built with your own power. It has not had time to absorb the power of the outside world. It has just been created, so it doesn't have much power, Dizun said. It doesn't even have 0.1% of my power. He. The Zerg Queen laughed. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Your singularity drive furnace is right in front of me. I can absorb its power to replenish my own furnace. You will lose for sure. Kill. The two sides collided. Dizun actually started to be injured. The frontal defense had been completely broken. Their realms were already at the same level. The two sides were madly fighting, constantly splitting and recombining. Not good. Everyone in the 9 bloodline universes was shocked. The Zerg Queen was really sinister. The energy level of their bodies was not even 0.1% of Dizun's. Now, they were fighting inside Dizun's body using the same drive furnace, absorbing his energy to attack him. If this goes on, the situation will not be good. The cute girl shouted. Their realms are already the same. Using the same drive furnace as Dizun, and then constantly absorbing energy to replenish their own novelty drive furnace. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll lose. Absolutely shameless. Xianxia was stunned. He murmured, Turtle Dove takes over the magpie's nest. Your energy is my energy. Why are they so skilled? They even secretly learned the new 9 revolutions mysterious art created by Dizun and the biological structure of the evil god. They're simply a crazy demon who secretly learns everything. In the distance, Gigi's expression also became solemn. He said solemnly, this is the style of the Zerg Queen. They have been like this for generations. She used to be the great goddess of life. She created postnatal life, pure and holy. But after countless years, her descendants have also decayed like us. They keep taking over the magpie's nest. They are very skilled in such actions. Shameless. Isn't this the professional next door Lao Wang? Xianxia was completely shocked. He sighed that there was actually such a shameless cosmic race in the world. Dizun was so open and aboveboard. Although he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he cultivated the other party to the peak before fighting with the other party. Wouldn't he be tricked? It was an open and aboveboard battle, but the other party was secretly learning from Dizun and stealing his drive furnace. Their fighting style was too sinister. How can there be such a shameless race? They're even more shameless than us players. Dizun is going to be tricked by the other party. Countless people shouted. They felt that the situation had been completely reversed. Dizun, you will definitely lose today. The Zerg Queen's voice resounded through the sky. This level of battle involved 3 aspects: realm level, energy level, and technique. Our realms are the same, but I'm using your power furnace in your body. What chance do you have of winning? The Zerg Queen's aura grew stronger in the next second. Everyone was dumbfounded, and an inconceivable thought appeared in their minds. She was still evolving crazily in battle. She had probably evolved a bloodline resistance similar to users. She had evolved to adapt to the harsh battle environment and become a powerful creature. The more she fought, the stronger she became, achieving biological evolution in battle. Venerable Sovereign. As long as there's enough pressure from the enemy and the threat of death, if I'm compared to 1, I'll become stronger by 1 unit every minute. In half an hour, I will be 30 times stronger than I was before. This is the ultimate perfect life of the universe. The Zerg Queen kicked away the 9 Dizun bodies formed by the bloodline universe and said with admiration in her eyes, I admire your integrity and bravery. There has never been a person like you. Who isn't sinister and cunning, secretly scheming against others? Only you can be open and aboveboard, let the opponent grow to the peak, and then fight again. Unfortunately, such an upright person like you won't live long. Heroes always become martyrs. 1 punch. Boom, the Dizun flew backward. Suji's body seemed to be torn apart, and he was seriously injured. Suji stood up slowly and looked at the Bug Tribe Queen Mother in the distance. His expression was downcast as he thought to himself, as expected, they're the most professional. The things that I've painstakingly researched have all been copied by them, and they're even frantically improving them. Now, I'm no longer comparable to them. This was very realistic. Suji now had the 9 universes' heavenly axioms and himself, but what about the opponent? The opponent had gathered the strongest power in the universe. It was normal to be crushed in the same realm. Originally, they didn't have enough energy level reserves, but now they were shameless and insidious, borrowing Suji's power furnace to fight, and then using their own power furnace to replenish themselves. This is very shameless. Suji had to admit that this was the most perfect way of fighting. Under normal circumstances, even he couldn't find any hope of turning the tables. But, Suji's face looked weird. She keeps getting hurt. The mother nest of the bug is changing their substance and sucking my singularity substance. Suji's face looked weird. This is the substance of my universe skill. It works from the inside and the outside. Your Queen Mother is also a bug. My universe skill cannot cover other people, but you guys are courting death like this. It is easy. Suji's conversion to other universe races was very slow. Just like transforming the 9-headed ancient mother, it would take a lot of time. However, they were insects from the primordial era. Now that they had awakened, they were still absorbing matter from both inside and outside. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. The Bug Clan's Queen Mother laughed and growled. The power that erupted from her body had completely surpassed Venerable Sovereign's as she evolved. See? The ancient existence behind the scenes of the prehistoric universe, your new 9 revolutions mysterious art has been improved by me. Your combat singularity technique has also been perfectly surpassed by me. In terms of body and technique, I'm already a perfect creature that surpasses you. Everyone trembled as they watched, feeling uneasy. The Bug Clan would become stronger and stronger when facing strong opponents. They would never die. The more dangerous the environment was, the more they could grow in adversity. The power that erupted at this moment was extremely terrifying. Is Venerable Sovereign going to lose? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have this horrifying thought. It felt like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The invincible legend was going to fall. They were already part of the venerable sovereign bloodline. If venerable sovereign fell, their ending would definitely not be optimistic. Facing such a terrifying existence, boom, a crazy fight broke out. The two big figures were fighting in the void, but it was a one-sided fight. Clang, venerable sovereigns were constantly sent flying. The Bug clan's queen mother approached step by step, her fighting spirit boiling. People like you are too naive. Too upright. I admire you for being such an amazing genius. But it's a pity that I still have to defeat you. The Bug clan's queen mother stretched out her hand slowly. Her body changed countless times. With a gentle push, she turned into a huge ring. This attack is 3 times more powerful than all your techniques. Go to hell. This attack would definitely kill her. Boom, venerable sovereign couldn't resist it at all. He was hit head-on, bathed in blood. His aura was weak and he disappeared in the huge energy mass. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Crack, but the next second, venerable sovereign walked out slowly as if he had been reborn. You're not bad. If I hadn't broken through my limit before I died and become 5 times stronger than before, you would have killed me just now. Venerable sovereign let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he walked out bathed in blood. He was on the verge of death and his aura was extremely weak. However, he said, throughout history, there is finally someone who can threaten my existence. I'm not alone anymore. I haven't felt despair in a long time. Ah. A long roar pierced through the sky. Venerable sovereign's body also emitted all kinds of terrifying divine light. His aura was monstrous and platinum. It's this pressure of death that made me break through my potential limit. Keep getting stronger. Boom, a punch surged. This time, it was the Bug clan's queen mother's turn to be sent flying. In the battle of singularities, whoever had a deeper understanding of them would be able to crush the other and cause great damage. At this moment, without a doubt, your technique actually surpassed mine in an instant. Have you also broken through your own limit? Your 9 bloodline universes are evolving into ultimate creatures like us? The Bug clan's queen mother was dumbfounded. How did he also evolve and create a miracle? It was impossible for him to hide his strength. It was obvious that he had broken through and become stronger in an instant. Is this very strange? Venerable sovereign asked. Is this not strange? The Bug clan's queen mother's eyes widened. Ordinary people couldn't do this. Breaking through to a new realm before death and becoming 5 times stronger, of course not. Venerable sovereign walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were shining brightly and his fighting spirit was raging. He had a majestic aura that could swallow the universe. He said in a domineering tone, "You rotten existences of the ancient and modern universes are all sinister and cunning. You sneak attacks and have long lost the drive of an expert. In this world, only the courage to look death in the eye and create stronger opponents can break through one's limit." The Bug clan's queen mother trembled when she heard this. She couldn't help but say, "Can one really break through between life and death?" The surrounding sages were in awe and also felt that it was incredible. So venerable sovereign had been looking for opponents who could kill him. He cultivated them openly for many eras, even through the universe's epochs. He wanted to find someone who could kill him and use huge pressure to surpass his own limits and break through his own height. Such a domineering and ambitious person was simply shocking. Impossible? The weak always think this is impossible. That is impossible. The greatest misfortune in life is to never encounter misfortune. Venerable sovereign's aura was many times stronger than before. It was obvious that he had broken through to a stronger level. He said with his hands behind his back, "You should know. In life, people keep falling, keep getting stronger, keep believing in themselves, and keep breaking through their limits in the face of death. And you?" Everyone had a look of shame on their faces. Including Ji, Rongqing, and even Mount Akina's Che-Chi, Di-Chi, and the others. They were indeed a little too cautious. That is the difference between me and you. Venerable sovereign looked at them contemptuously and scolded, "You rely on external forces, but I believe in the potential of my body. You have long been rotten. You are the god of life, but you have forgotten the greatness of life and lost the drive to live. You dare not descend to the mortal world. You have been secretly learning the knowledge of others, and you will not be able to be high and mighty forever. I don't care about challenges. I let the geniuses of the past grow and let them fight with me in their most amazing years. I let the pressure of death break through and cut off the path of the world. Who can stop me when I say that there are no gods in the world? His voice was extremely domineering, with a majestic aura that could devour the world. As he spoke, he greedily sucked in and secretly learned the knowledge and evolutionary techniques of the Bug clan's queen mothers. Venerable Sovereign was too terrifying. It was as if the calculation and knowledge of the great universe's techniques had tripled in an instant, even the techniques that they were constantly deducing and the singularity combat techniques that they had studied all poured into Suji's mind. It was as if the wisdom of the great universe's techniques had been upgraded by a dozen versions in an instant. This instantly increased Suji's wisdom by countless times. The accumulated knowledge could directly evolve and transform the 9 bloodline universes on the spot. Suji's version had also been updated. This is the difference between you and me. You study in secret and occupy the nest of others, but I cultivate the strongest opponents, fight the most terrifying enemies, and break through my limits. Venerable Sovereign walked over with a majestic gait, looking down at them and staring at the Bug clan's queen mother, who was a little shaken. But I only rely on myself, only on my own talent and talent. I don't rely on anyone. Human potential. A living creature's potential. It is far beyond your imagination. Bug clan, your clan has been on the wrong path from the beginning. What? We went down the wrong path from the beginning? The queen mothers of the past generations were stunned. They had always thought that their path was right. The greatest advantage of their bloodline had been fully exploited by them generation after generation, lurking in the dark, learning their opponent's bloodline, being the king next door. Then, using the powerful ability of the Bug race, they surpassed their master. There should be nothing wrong with this. If not, how could they defeat Dizun so quickly? It was not impossible to open up a new system, but it was too slow. They copied the body structure of the demon god to carry out the great bloodline integration, and then copied Dizun's new cultivation method. The results were obvious. They directly used this as a basis to integrate the strengths of their bloodline, and then evolved to adapt to the species to defeat the opponent. This was the embodiment of their results, but now, impossible, an individual's life potential can't be so strong. The Bug race queen mother was dumbfounded. She stared at the domineering figure in front of her, whose aura had skyrocketed. She said incredulously, even if you break through the limit before your death and gain enlightenment, it's impossible to reach such heights. It's already a miracle to have a small breakthrough. The breakthrough made by Dizun before death was too exaggerated. It had subverted their worldview, and they began to doubt their lives. It's really funny. But at this moment, Dizun looked extremely calm, even showing a hint of contempt. You don't have the courage to fight to the death, so how can you laugh at life's lack of great potential in this aspect? The strength of life itself is a miracle. But you use this miracle in the wrong place. You compromise with life, yield to time, and lose your youthful heart. You will only get farther and farther away from your goal. After saying that, Dizun landed in front of the queen mother of the Bug race, waving his fists at an incredible speed. Like me, rely on your own strength to break through the limits of your knowledge, surpass your life's fighting skills, and squeeze your potential to develop wisdom. This is the right way. Boom. Countless meteor-like fists fell on her body like raindrops. The queen mother of the Bug race seemed to be hit hard by the whole world. She retreated madly, her body broken, and it was unimaginably miserable. Bang, 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 bang. The fists fell as easily as pounding rice cakes. See? This is my power. Not relying on the power of external objects. If you are like me and don't rely on external objects, don't rely on heaven and earth, and work hard on your own cultivation, day after day, looking for deadly enemies to fight, and stimulating the potential of your body, maybe you can also reach my height. Bang, the Zerg Queen Mother was smashed crazily. She was like a soft plastic bag that had been punched hundreds of millions of times in an instant. She was sent flying, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Even further away, when the people in the 9 bloodline universes heard this, their confidence was immediately boosted. At first, they thought that Dizun was going to be defeated. Who would have thought that Dizun would be so domineering, so arrogant, and so powerful? None of the previous battles had been able to push him to his limit. Now that he had met an opponent who could kill him, he had finally revealed how terrifying he was. So this is the right way. A player shouted with a face full of worship. No wonder the lineage of the super ancient gods always makes us crazily go bald, work on knowledge, and create new systems. So that's how it is. Sure enough, we have to work hard again. Some players cried out in surprise, and their expressions showed that they understood what was going on. At this moment, Dizun seemed to have really broken through his limit. His 9 bloodline universes were evolving crazily, and the explosive power and singularity battle techniques were shocking. The Zerg Queen Mother was being beaten back again and again. Bang, however, in the next second, something strange happened. The Zerg Queen Mother seemed to be able to hold on, and the injuries she received were getting lesser and lesser. Her techniques were getting better and better, and her ability to take hits was improving. It was as if she knew how to use her strength more skillfully to avoid attacks. Passive evolution? Dizun was still waving his fists crazily. What an unkillable monster. No wonder he called himself the ultimate super life form of the universe. Gotcha. The Zerg Queen Mother suddenly broke free from the attack and retreated a large distance. She stared at Dizun. I have to admit that you are an arrogant, and damn arrogant guy. You actually have unimaginable confidence, imagining that you can break through before you die. You are simply a lunatic. No wonder you have such arrogance. It's just that you can break through once, but can you break through twice? The Zerg Queen Mother's expression was miserable, but she was still deducing crazily. The countless generations of heroes and Zerg queens in her body were working together to strengthen this body crazily. Even if Dizun had broken through once, she believed that she wouldn't lose. Kill. The Zerg Queen Mother leaped up. Yes, that's it. The stronger you are, the happier you are. Dizun laughed loudly and waved his fists crazily. The two ferocious figures collided fiercely with each other. They no longer cared about anything else. They waved their fists crazily and fought head-on. It was extremely ferocious and bloody. Soon, the Zerg Queen Mother became stronger and stronger. She deduced crazily, and her strength gradually gained the upper hand. With a bang, she sent Dizun flying again. Bang 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 bang, her movements were continuous, and she followed up with another attack. This time, it was their turn to beat Dizun into a sandbag. He couldn't fight back at all. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had never seen a battle like this. They had seen too many one-sided battles, but this was an alternating one-sided battle. Just now, it was Dizun's turn to crush his opponent, and now, it was Dizun's turn to crush his opponent. This time, create another miracle for me to see. I've already guessed your strength. You aren't the limit of us old humans. I'm afraid you're a terrifying new era creature like Xianxia, whose wisdom and talent surpass our limits. Only then can you resist our collective wisdom. But the Zerg Queen Mother was thoroughly angered. She waved her fists furiously. The great sage growled, life's potential, a person's spirit, chi, and spirit can't be. In the next second, her expression froze. She clearly saw a ferocious, bloodthirsty, domineering man slowly walk out. She completely doubted life. Individual strength, the potential of pushing oneself to the limit, is it really that strong? You've already lost. Haven't you noticed? Dizun strode out, exuding an even more surging aura. He said indifferently, your evolution speed is getting slower and slower. Because there's a limit to how strong you can evolve, and my individual life has no limit. What a pity. It's just a momentary pleasure. There's nothing more worth looking forward to in this universe. Dizun's expression was cold. He looked at the Zerg Queen Mother in front of him, then slowly looked up at the sky. I'm still a little stronger than you. Admit defeat. The Bug Queen's pupils suddenly dilated. At her level, her fighting talent could be said to be the limit of a living creature. How could she not know the future direction of the battle? She had already passed her high-speed explosive period, and there was a limit to her crazy evolution. She had already changed her biological form twice, and that was her limit. But her opponent was still a little stronger than her. Is this the taboo existence of the prehistoric ancient universe? The Bug Queen's expression changed slightly, and she felt completely desperate. What's really strong is not his trump cards and accumulation from prehistory, but this person himself. He becomes stronger when he meets strong opponents, and he has the young spirit of advancing bravely. Suji's expression was extremely calm. How could her opponent be stronger than him? Her opponent's knowledge came from the collection of living creatures from the Bug Queen's nest. And his own knowledge came from the Bug Queen's nest and the universe. They were now just one of his branches. The stronger they were, the stronger he would be, and he would always be stronger than them. As Suji said, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, their chances of winning were rapidly decreasing with Suji's continuous attacks. They were getting hurt crazily, and their flesh and blood were being transformed into the substance of his great universe cultivation method. Boom, Dizun punched crazily. They are still infecting and transforming. Those Zerg Queen Mothers are basically all my people now. That Renjio is also done. The rest of them are fusing together. Although they are not Zerg, which is very difficult, with this Zerg as a medium, they are infiltrating. It was impossible for Suji to do that for a normal race, but her opponent was the Bug race. She was still the current Bug Queen, holding the core authority, and the core authority of the new Bug race, which had changed qualitatively and was beyond recognition. The Great Universe Cultivation method was an evil martial art specially used to infect the whole universe with the new Bug race. Bang! Bang! The particle storm continued to collapse. The Bug Queen's vitality was constantly being erased, but her vitality was still extremely strong. She had secretly learned the new 9 Revolutions mysterious art, and her recovery was terrifying. Still not admitting defeat? Dizun looked down at her with his hands behind his back. Relying on external things is, after all, a heretical way. Developing your own potential and relying on your own strength is the right way. The Bug Race Queen Mother's body was drenched in blood, but she was still pushing forward. Her eyes were bright red, and she didn't say a word. Suji thought that he was being honest and did not lie. He had indeed been relying on himself from start to finish. That was because everyone, the entire universe, was a part of his body. In fact, in the future, the entire universe would be his body. He said that it was all due to his own hard work. He was indeed an honest person. Not a single word he said was a lie. Ta, ta, ta. His footsteps were steady and captivating. Dizun approached the insect clan's Queen Mother step by step, looking down at her broken body on the verge of death with an indifferent expression. So that's how it is. You're not surrendering and are stubbornly staying silent because you want to experience how weak and helpless you really are, right? A weakling who relies on external objects is a tragedy. Or perhaps, you want to learn from me and struggle before your death so that you can make a huge breakthrough? Dizun strode over, his eyes shining with dazzling golden light. He slowly grabbed the neck of the insect clan's Queen Mother with one hand, lifted her high above his head, and looked up at her. If that's the case, if you want pressure, I'll give it to you. If you want death, I can also give it to you. Puff. Dizun slowly raised his arms, nurturing an unprecedented and terrifying power. The light ball was expanding crazily and collapsing, just like a small creation era of the galaxy. This is my strongest power. It's enough to kill you. If you can survive, bang, Dizun ruthlessly squeezed her neck, and her whole body turned into smoke. Go. Dizun pointed high, and the vast light ball at his fingertip flew along with the smoke. If you can't break through, you'll die. Bang, the whole land was suddenly covered in a vast expanse of white. It was as if everything had disappeared. There was no sound, no explosion, no light. But everyone was deeply shocked, as if an extremely beautiful and soul-stirring scene had emerged in their hearts. So beautiful. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The universe's most rotten primordial era, the closest to the singularity technique, was the Genesis era. This kind of terrifying technique was close to the path. Just this move alone was already beyond everyone's imagination. Was this really the limit of living beings? Even if it was rank 11, it was definitely not an ordinary rank 11. This kind of proficiency in mastering the singularity could not even be described as a miracle, and it was at an unimaginable level. Bang, the insect clan Queen Mother was quickly crushed. Her whole body seemed to have been completely erased, and she disappeared from the universe. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at this scene. The ultimate resistance of the existence of the ancient bloodline era, this ultimate life, had been defeated by Dizun alone. How was this possible? That was an individual life. An individual life had defeated the combined life of hundreds of thousands of gene positions and the heroes of the universe. This was something that could not even be dreamed of. But it had happened. At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. However, Suji looked very calm as he looked into the void. That attack was indeed his strongest attack, and he did not hold back at all. But he still did not believe that those guys would die, because to kill them like that was simply underestimating the strongest monster in the history of the universe. One had to know that even the longevity saints could only defeat the sages of the three supreme laws, but they had no ability to kill them. Back then, as the victors, they could only sit on the longevity ship and walk into the future, exiling the two of them in the past, letting them die of old age slowly. From this, one could see how terrifying the rules they had mastered were. Moreover, they were the combined bodies of the three supreme laws of the universe. It could be said that the bloodline era had not passed for a day, and they were still the protagonists of this era, and no one could kill them. Only time and the general trend can kill the three protagonists of this era. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a voice came from afar. This is the power of the hierarchy in the bloodline era, the strict hierarchy of the pyramid of rules. Two Xian walked out slowly. They monopolized everything, relying on the eternal supremacy of their bloodline to become the sages in charge of the heavenly way. Even their descendants, the families of the sages, continued to take charge of the heavenly way, ruling the mortal world as high and mighty gods, rotten but arbitrary. Dizun turned around and looked at him. The insectoids are an example. Generations of descendants, high and mighty, controlling the loopholes of the rules of life in the universe. Look at the history of the sages. How many do they occupy? Two Xian said softly, it is difficult for the poor to have a noble son. Such a rotten ancient era of the universe should be updated. Oh? Dizun looked at Two Xian curiously. His aura was restrained, but it gave Suji a feeling that he was unfathomable. The protagonists of the universe era, compared to the old bloodline life system of the past, they were the real enemies. The rank 11 realm was born for their martial arts, and they were the orthodox of the universe. The era is progressing, the universe is being perfected, and it is becoming fairer. Two Xian smiled and said, the rules of the heavenly way of those sages will eventually return to the universe, and they can no longer play with the universe as their private garden. The creatures of the new era are no longer divided by bloodline. Everyone is born equal, and there is no wind of caste, or high or low bloodline. They can obtain everything by practicing martial arts with their own efforts. That is a beautiful world. Dizun couldn't deny it. It was indeed a happy, fair, and mature era. The universe was indeed perfecting step by step, becoming more and more perfect. Unfortunately, there are always people who want to destroy this beauty. Two Xian's eyes were sharp, looking at Dizun. His clear eyes were burning with fire. Suji was silent for a while. You entered the world of immortals, and with the acceleration of that guy, you came to your own 100 million years later. What level have you reached? 100 million years, how terrifying was that? Two Xian had only developed for a little more than 1,000 years, and he had already reached this level, which was enough to overthrow the life of the old era. He lacked time the most, and 100 million years just happened to make up for his biggest flaw. He might have completely developed his own era of civilization, and arrived at the future mature era of civilization of the new universe. What realm am I in? Two Xian clasped his hands behind his back, and said faintly and proudly, if we say that your spiritual realm is already a real rank 11, then I have already stepped into the perfect realm of rank 11, which is the path of the weak rank 12. Suji was dumbfounded. He looked at Two Xian in front of him, the appointed protagonist of the universe era. He knew that it was the will of the heavens. But how could you be so good at cheating? How could you be reasonable? Two Xian's words were earth-shattering. All the sages in the 9 bloodline universes were in an uproar. Oh my god! The era hasn't arrived yet, and he has already deduced the realm to this point. This is not just the 11th level of singularity, but a few more steps to a new realm? 100 million years in advance. Doesn't this mean that the universe hasn't matured yet, and they have already deduced the knowledge of their civilization to 100 million years in the future? The era has arrived, and they don't even need to go through it to reach maturity? All the surrounding sages were shocked. This 100 million years was too crucial for these creatures. What they lacked was time. Their heaven-defying intelligence and wisdom were enough to create any possibility. Suji was also dumbfounded. Suji wanted to curse out loud and ask, "Are you cheating or not?" These guys had no end to it. No wonder they were the protagonists of this era. They had so many trump cards, and in the face of desperation, they still unleashed their power, wave after wave. He was a little confused, but he quickly calmed down. Dizun glanced at Tu Xian, his hands behind his back, and said coldly, "Oh? Interesting, you've actually reached such a height." Of course. Tu Xian's expression softened, as if he was talking about something insignificant. "I've said it before, that old man didn't know what kind of monster would appear when he put me in. I'm invincible after 100 million years. I've deduced the 11th level, and the next level is the 12th level." "I see." The other little bug said the same thing just now. She claimed that the invincible figure that evolved after 100 million years has been destroyed. Dizun looked at the figure that was slowly condensing in the distance with his hands behind his back. Obviously, after the Zerg Queen was destroyed, the condensing speed was unprecedentedly slow. Is the 100 million years of the prehistoric creatures the same as our new protagonist's 100 million years? Tu Xian's lips curled into a smile. "It's shameful for them to study by the book, but I'm innovating. I'm opening up a new path." "Oh?" Suji had a curious look on his face. He suddenly smiled and said, "Then, this is even more exciting. Compared to those rotten fellows, you and I are the same kind of people. We both believe in our own potential and only rely on our own talents and wisdom. Indeed, those fellows from the bloodline universe have long since decayed." Tu Xian looked at Dizun with admiration in his eyes. He smiled warmly and said, "You are a worthy opponent. I was watching the battle just now, and your words were thought-provoking. It would be great if you were not my opponent." Deducing and researching seemed to be a matter of course. Previously, Tu Xian had frantically deduced the future realms of a few singularities. He had pushed open the door to the 11th level of Dao validation in advance, allowing Suji to perfect his cultivation technique. Now that 100 million years had passed, he had probably deduced many things. The 11th level might be completely clear now. As expected, Tu Xian flicked his fingertips and said proudly, "Normally, 100 million years is enough for a civilization to develop. Back then, when the universe was just born and the primordial universe was just formed, the primordial gods and demons lived in chaos and deduced the realms crazily. It only took a few 100 million years for them to go from 0 to 10 levels, ushering in the pinnacle of the immortal war. The immortal saints in the distance held their breath. They knew that it was indeed the case back then. The battle in the immortal realm and the deduction of the bloodline system had reached the pinnacle only a few 100 million years after the universe was formed. It's 100 million years now. If I don't reach the pinnacle of our civilization, it would be ridiculous. Wouldn't I be worse than the prehistoric monkeys?" Tu Xian said. The me now, the me in 100 million years, is the biggest variable in the universe." He spoke with fervor and assurance, his expression calm and composed. Originally, there were no rules in a mature universe. We could only develop step by step for 100 million years to reach this level. But now, our era has not arrived yet, the door of the 11th level has not been opened yet, but the old saints can distort the rules of the universe and help us come to 100 million years in advance. This is the combination of two impossible eras. Yes. I am a miracle now. Tu Xian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his voice gradually became louder. The universe has not been completely restored, and the era of the 11th level has not arrived, but I have already completely understood the future 11th level in advance. I have explored this level thoroughly, and even my spirit has broken through to the next level. I am already the weak 12th level in the future. It is because of you that we have been in a period of weakness. Tu Xian smiled and said, "After we defeat you, we will be completely powerful. You have contributed the most, so you must set a monument for us." The venerable emperor immediately calmed down when he heard that. You were also grateful when I deduced the realms in advance. Just now. You felt that I had helped you to reach the most exciting peak of your life. Tu Xian's expression instantly became serious. Weak 12th level? The venerable emperor murmured with a smile on his face. It seems that you have really seen the future. At this time, the Zerg Queen in the distance finally woke up and merged together. The Zerg Queen gathered her body again, but she was a little stronger. She strode over, a little surprised. Weak 12th level, what kind of realm is this? Is it possible that there are still 12th level existences in the universe? The 11th level is the ultimate realm we have seen. The saints of the three main rules of the universe all thought so. Because the 11th level, becoming a singularity, was the highest extreme power in the universe. The singularity was the limit of the universe, the source of everything in the universe. Was there a power stronger than the source of the universe? This was no longer a matter of deducing or not. It was obvious that it did not exist at all. Tu Xian clasped his hands behind his back, looking very calm. As if he was discussing the Tao with the two of them again, he said, from the moment I completely understood the realm of the 11th step, I understood everything. The 12th step does indeed exist, but only in theory. It's normal that you can't divine it. Oh? The Zerg Queen said, there is a higher dimensional power stronger than the singularity? There is no power stronger than the singularity or Tao One in the universe, Tu Xian replied. The 12th and the 11th level are the ultimate powers of the same level. They are also the mastery of the singularity. The process of breaking through to the 12th level is not complicated. Defeat the other 9 11th level beings in the universe, kill and devour them, then use your singularity to devour the entire universe. That is the 12th level. The Zerg Queen was stunned. Using the singularity to collapse the entire universe and devour it is the 12th level? Yes, it is also the power of the singularity, but this is the difference between an individual life and the entire universe, and also the difference between the 11th and the 12th level, Tu Xian said calmly. However, reaching the 12th level will completely lose oneself. The vast matter of the universe, the living beings in the universe, and the endless rules will turn into a vast torrent and destroy one's independent will. One will completely merge with the path, and this existence will become the entire universe without a will. This realm is called merging with the path. Tu Xian said. Or in other words, creation. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. A 12th level being chose by an 11th level being, merging with the path, creating the world. Those who seek the path are born in the morning and die in the evening. The final realm could be said to be extremely rational and dreamy. It could be achieved. However, one would not choose to reach the ultimate realm. No one would choose to lose oneself. Everyone wants to become a truly free individual life, to roam the universe and be omnipotent, free and unfettered, not to be bound to death. Therefore, it is impossible to break through to the 12th level. The weakest 12th level is the limit. Tu Xian turned around and suddenly looked at the immortal saints. The 10th level saint is the limit of this incomplete universe, and you 9 immortal saints are the weakest 11 levels that are far beyond ordinary saints. You are between the two realms, so powerful that you are eternally superior. It is the same for the weakest 12th level beyond the 11th level. Although it is still the 11th level in essence, it has far surpassed the previous level. Tu Xian said coldly, and this, at the end of the day, is also using the power of the singularity, but haven't you realized it? Realized what? Everyone was vaguely uneasy. I am standing here, and I am the singularity. Is your entire body a singularity? At this moment, everyone could see that Tu Xian was still a humanoid creature of flesh and blood. He had cells, flesh, bones, and a brain. They couldn't see any difference from before. They had seen what a singularity looked like just now. He had changed the material structure of his body and collapsed himself into an infinitely small point, like a black bead that absorbed everything to fight, but now, he was still in his original form. How could he say that he was a singularity? Many sages were confused. Only the venerable sovereign and the bug queen, who were involved in the power of singularities, vaguely sensed that Tu Xian's body was very different at this time. The more they looked at him, the more they felt a strange sense of distortion. It was as if they were an unknown life in an alternate time and space. They were no longer in the same biological system. What are you doing? How is this possible? How can you do this? Are you still human? The Bug Queen's pupils gradually widened, revealing a trace of indescribable shock. Oh? Xian looked at the Bug Queen with a sarcastic smile and said casually, "Monkey, you can also understand my current structure?" Humph. The Bug Queen said, "Weak rank 12, although it's still rank 11 in nature. But you have indeed perfectly mastered the control of singularities, pushing this technique to the peak." Crack, the Bug Tribe Queen Mother took out a singularity heart from her chest. Thump, thump, the singularity heart was beating slowly, releasing countless true sounds of the Great Path. This singularity didn't completely turn into a point or explode. Instead, it kept half collapsing and half exploding, perfectly controlling the rhythm. It could be seen how deep the understanding of singularities was to be able to do this. This was the new Nine Revolutions mystic art. The threshold of power control was very terrifying. And now, you are countless times more terrifying than this singularity heart. The Bug Queen stared at him with sharp eyes. Your whole body is also half collapsing and half exploding. It's a human-shaped singularity. At this moment, the ancient hero inside the Bug Queen was completely dumbfounded. What are you talking about? His whole body is half collapsing and half exploding like this heart? That's impossible. His body doesn't seem to be shrinking and exploding at all. A singularity can only be a circle. How can a singularity be in the shape of a person? Will he be a large singularity now? That's right. The singularity's explosion and collapse is like a grand firework explosion. Then, the firework will be reversed, and the cycle will continue. Furthermore, he is still a complete person. He is not going through this cycle at all. The singularity can't possibly be static. The heroes of history around him kept discussing. No, he is already permanently in this singularity state. The Zerg Queen Mother's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as she stared at him. Our control is low and our understanding is insufficient, so the frequency is low. We can see that the singularity is like a beating heart, but his frequency has already reached a terrifyingly high level, so he looks like a complete person. Frequency is a wonderful thing. Just like anime, when the frequency reached a certain level, the still drawing would start moving. When the frequency was high enough, the seemingly left and right lateral jumps would also stop. That's not all. What's even more terrifying is that our collapses and explosions can only become but his technique is so terrifying that the shape of the universe split from the explosions and collapses is his appearance. Yes, every time his singularity explodes, it splits into his perfect body shape. There are cells, bones, flesh, all of this is an instant Big Bang. From the most basic quantum particles of the universe, they explode and recombine into his body matter, and then collapse back. The Zerg Queen Mother's continuous analysis left them completely dumbfounded. This person was simply a monster, just listening to it made their scalps tingle. How could he have mastered the singularity to such an extent, that meant that his current realm had returned to the natural state, and in the eyes of those who had not reached this realm, he had become an ordinary person. This is probably the difference between a rank 11 and a weak rank 12. We can only temporarily collapse into a singularity, but he has already entered the state of a permanent singularity. The Zerg Queen Mother said. In terms of application, we have reached a higher level, but he has reached the peak. The singularity of the universe is already like mud in the eyes of such an existence. He can knead it and explode it into any shape. The Zerg Queen Mother was completely shocked. This monster. Having reached this realm, he is already at the peak in this aspect. He can indeed be called a weak rank 12. As long as he absorbs enough matter and eats the entire universe, he will have the chance to become a true rank 12. After all, he can already create any shape of the universe and the system within the universe according to his will. This is truly omnipotent. This is rank 12. I'm afraid this is also the reason why he calls it the ultimate realm of the creation god. The Zerg Queen Mother was both fearful and hesitant. However, it was just as Xian had said. Once a living being broke through to rank 11, there was no longer any distinction between energy levels. This was because the singularity was a Tao 1 origin that could contain infinite energy levels. Even if the entire universe was stuffed into it, there would not be a ripple. In other words, the ultimate dimensional life form of this level surpassed all ethics, karma, and even the imagination of living beings. It could even swallow the entire infinite universe in one go. As a rank 11 life form that surpassed all dimensions, it could swallow an infinite amount of matter and change its body shape and energy level at will. However, there was a limit to the amount of matter that their singularity could fuse with. If they swallowed too much matter from the universe, they would completely lose themselves. In a sense, they were all rank 11 and were already small infant universe babies that could gradually grow into a complete universe. However, they were not willing to grow up and step into the next stage of growth. Swallowing the entire universe was the unification of paths. Becoming a rank 12 creation god would completely lose themselves. The vast current of the universe would overshadow their will. In a sense, the moment they reached rank 12 was the moment of death. Unification of paths would die. Xianxia smiled as he quietly listened to the Zerg Queen Mother's analysis. You can actually see through my realm. Not bad. However, you also know how powerful I am because of this. Now, do you know the difference between me and you? I'm in a permanent singularity state and have no flaws. However, you can't do that. You can only stuff a singularity in your chest and use it as a power furnace to indirectly provide energy. Xianxia spoke frankly with assurance. We are not creatures of the same level, do you understand? It's like a rank 8 deity encountering a weak rank 9 who has just begun to grasp the rules. Although we are both rank 8 deities, we are no longer in the same dimension. If not for the fact that this universe was incomplete and his collapsed singularity was an incomplete rank 8 singularity that lacked the rules, he would probably already be a true weak rank 12. This was the result of his 100 million years of cultivation in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, he was already invincible. Standing at the ultimate limit of his power, there was no longer any possibility of improvement. He only needed to defeat the enemy before him and quietly wait for the arrival of the era. When the universe was completed and a true mature singularity was produced, he would be able to rapidly collapse a true perfect singularity and become an ultimate existence in the truest sense of the word. 100 million years, what great power, Xianxia praised. Even I have to admit that you guys who manage the rules of the universe in this incomplete universe can use the rules of the universe to create too many inconceivable things. So, how do you guys prepare to die? Xianxia's expression turned cold. Xianxia did not seem to have any aura leaking out, but only the pseudo-11th level beings who had come into contact with the singularity realm understood how powerful he was. He was a completely different kind of creature. Compared to him, the pseudo-11th level spirit beings who had grasped the singularity realm were like a small dirt slope encountering a majestic mountain. The feeling of looking up at a tall mountain overwhelmed them. Do you see that? Compared to you disabled people, I'm the perfect singularity creature. My whole body is made of singularities, he said softly. And you are just incomplete defective products. Bang, he reached out and slapped the bug queen away as if he was slapping a fly. Her body exploded inch by inch. Go to hell. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and pointed with his finger. A beam of light shot out. This is, bang, the bug queen felt as if she had been pierced by the real singularity of the Genesis era, the real singularity that had collapsed a trillion huge stars. She could not withstand a single blow. This was a terrifying combat power that far surpassed Dizun's. The difference in skill level. It was like a primary school student using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to face a college student's high speed. The data and skills used were not on the same level. This is the ultimate power, the real end, Xianxia said coldly. I spent 100 million years in the future to cultivate to what even we, the future interstellar creatures, call the pinnacle of power, weak 12 level. In the future universe, there are 10 pseudo-12 level beings. They stand at the top of the universe. They are the 10 highest pseudo-gods of creation. Each of them controls the life and death of a parallel universe. The universe floats in their hands. I am one of the 12 gods of creation. Xianxia looked at Dizun slowly and said, I came from 100 million years in the future. How are you going to defeat me? Suji glanced at the bug queen who had been blown up. Judging from the serious injuries she had suffered, their power levels were not on the same level anymore. Xian was in the perfect singularity state at all times. His figure was collapsing and exploding. It was an extremely beautiful scene. He was the embodiment of the Great Tao, the singularity, the Great Tao itself. Suji's scalp went numb. This is troublesome. Although he is still a collapsed and incomplete singularity, this realm has already exceeded my limits. He could learn from the Zerg Queen Mother, he could occupy the nest of a magpie. That was because he could secretly control Bloodpulse creatures. He could use the Bloodpulse universe skills and his Bloodpulse singularity to assimilate their Bloodpulse bodies. The other party was a new life form. Due to the difference in species, Suji could not infect them at all. Unless he reached the true rank 11 first and had the perfect singularity, the great cosmos cultivation technique would be able to encompass life of any system, including life of their new system. This was also the reason why Suji wanted to be the first to break through to the 11th level. But now, Suji was silent for a moment. We've released a monster. As expected, the threat of new life forms is the general trend in the universe. It has a suppressive effect on a variable like me. It's like the body's natural defense mechanism, resisting the invasion of external cancer cells. Suji frowned. He could not help but feel that the master of the Longevity Tao Palace was a complete idiot. Wasn't this raising an even more terrifying monster in order to defeat him? These monsters lacked time the most. Now, they were even twisting the rules to give them time. This was simply the stupidest behavior. They had the power to control time, but they were helping a newly born enemy to grow crazily. This was the worst situation they could be in. In fact, compared to the new era creatures that had absolutely no bloodline, it was obvious that he, an ancient existence from the prehistoric universe, had a better chance of winning. It was better for them to lose than lose to Xian. Suji took a deep breath. I overestimated the master of the longevity realm. Too much time has passed, and his brain is broken. It's fine for them to come 100 million years later, but if the new life forms come 100 million years later, they can reach the peak of their civilization. Bang! Xian reached out and grabbed. Dizun quickly exploded into a bloody mist. But in the next second, Dizun slowly revived and appeared in the distance with a heavy expression. If they fought head-on, it would be troublesome. He had now merged with the universe. Together with the Insectoid Queen and a group of top geniuses of the universe, it could be said that 99% of the combat power and wisdom of the old bloodline era were gathered on him. But it's not an absolute hopeless situation. Suji pondered. I can't beat him now, but he can't kill me either. I can even escape and leave this battle. When I go back, I can slowly deduce and use their wisdom to work together. Maybe I won't even need 100 million years to reach this level, but Xian was too terrifying now. If he left, as long as he spent enough time alone, the entire myriad heavens and realms would really be flattened by him alone. His efforts would also go down the drain. He alone could sweep the entire 9 dimensions universe. And if the universe was reduced, his calculation power would also decrease. He would be weakened step by step, and he might not even have the strength to turn the situation around. I still can't resist the trend of the new era? Suji constantly weighed the pros and cons. He felt that he had been careful, but reality was still so cruel. He began to deduce the best way to deal with this situation. Why? Xian's brows twitched slightly. His blood was boiling as he looked at the man in front of him with incomparable respect. He felt a sense of empathy. Come, existence from the prehistoric universe, take out your true trump card. You can't be thinking of using this realm to defeat me, right? On the other side, the Insectoid Queen was dumbfounded. If this wasn't the era of the bloodline universe, and they were still the sages who controlled the heavenly Tao, and this was their home field, the rules hadn't disappeared, and the era that belonged to that fellow hadn't descended, they would have died just now. You old schemer, what kind of monster did you raise? The Insectoid Queen scolded, if you do this, we'll all die. If Xian wins, he won't let us off. Cough cough cough. The master of the lifelong realm, Shizhu, was extremely pale. He coughed twice, but a strange arc appeared on his face. You're too young, you can't even see through my plan. Quickly lie on the ground and play dead. Victory is within our grasp and we will definitely be in an invincible position. The insectoid queen was stunned. You want me to pretend to be dead, you old schemer, so skilled? Instantly, the insectoid queen was in chaos. That year, during the Battle of the Lifelong Realm, I'm afraid this old schemer was also lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Only then did he obtain the final victory. He might have taken advantage of Renjio's inattention to launch a sneak attack, then used Renjio's skin to take over the powerful generals of the Lifelong Realm, Ronqing and the others, the insectoid queen whispered to each other, trying to figure out what was going on. That year, when the three great existences fought, Xianxia was clearly the weakest, only able to control the dimensional space. He didn't have the advantage of Renjio who created the Lifelong Realm, nor was he the insectoid who controlled the origin of life. Yet, he still won, the weakest and most inconspicuous one won. From this, it could be seen how sinister this person was. They realized that they had underestimated this master of the Lifelong Realm who didn't make a sound. A dog that bites doesn't bark. The more sinister a person was, the more they could hide. Now that they thought about it, this master of the Lifelong Realm was clearly the scariest mastermind in the universe, but other than the unavoidable focus on his appearance, they had actually ignored him. This was very abnormal. Old schemer, pretending to be invisible, paralyzed on the ground after a fierce battle, we almost ignored him too. A few insectoid queen cursed in their hearts. This kind of ancient universe's existence was simply terrifying. He could play people to death at any time, however, they wouldn't mock him like that now. Instead, they said honestly, Senior is really amazing, could it be that you have thought of another idea? You want us to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead? Why is that? The insectoid queen's eyes widened, she said in shock, could it be that everything from the beginning to the end was within your calculations? We can still win? We can win by lying on the ground and pretending to be dead? They couldn't think of any reason, this was too bizarre. You insectoids are all stubborn, how can you understand my heart? Zhizhu chuckled and said seriously, do you think I didn't prepare anything for 2Xian to train in the world of immortals? Everyone didn't understand. Xianxia suddenly changed the topic, what is the essence of the so-called martial arts? The insectoid queen thought for a while and replied, the essence of the so-called martial arts is the technique to kill, and the strongest martial arts is to use the most exquisite and subtle force to defeat enemies countless times stronger than oneself. Those guys' miraculous martial arts were based on this concept. Using their own weak and insignificant bodies to defeat the light-year giants, this was the embodiment of it. Do you still not understand? Xianxia smiled and said, pretending to be dead is the strongest martial art in the universe. Isn't this a martial art that uses the least amount of force to defeat the strongest enemy? The insectoid queen was very shocked. You still haven't realized? The three of us have been fighting all the time, pretending to be dead one after another, and it's very lifelike. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, I know Renjio's character. He is bound to be hot-blooded, not really pretending to be dead, but on the verge of death. However, he was the first one to fall, and with him as the lead, the rest will not be suspected. I was also the second one to fall, and now you are the third one to fall. Quickly lie down. The insectoid queen was still puzzled and said with a frown, Senior's plan, I don't quite understand it. If we go through so much trouble to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, we will still be killed in the end. This seems very stupid. No, pretending to be dead is only part of the plan. Xianxia said, do you think 2Xian doesn't have a backup plan? Time and space are enough to control all changes. 2Xian is cultivating in there, and he thinks his method of hiding his cultivation is perfect? In fact, when he is cultivating in my territory, I have already secretly observed the changes of every particle in his body, and the lifelong realm has already recorded the method to break through the permanent singularity state. The insectoid queen was immediately shocked. This old man was really dirty. I'm afraid that all of this is within his calculations. If the insectoid queen's combined power could defeat Dizun, then they would win for sure. If they couldn't defeat Dizun, they would let 2Xian fight, and they would take the opportunity to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, and then secretly learn the new cultivation method that 2Xian had just deduced. They would not lose. How despicable, the insectoid queen shouted, feeling that they were too naive. We'll just lie on the ground and practice in secret. We'll wait until 2Xian defeats Venerable Sovereign, or until both of them are severely injured. Then we'll make our move. The candle-bearing old man said in a soft voice, full of confidence. He spent 100 million years, and that's including the time he spent on deducing the realms. We don't need that much time to learn now. We've gathered the most outstanding and ambitious geniuses in the universe, but we'll still need several thousand years to break through to the next realm. Everyone nodded. At this moment, they were discussing the new battle plan and had a deep understanding of it. The higher the realm of the universe, the longer the time needed. Even if all the heroes of the universe were gathered to study and deduce together, it would still take at least a few thousand years. If it was an individual life form, even if one's wisdom surpassed the limits of humanity, even if one had hundreds of millions of years, there might not even be a 1% probability of being able to deduce and comprehend the ultimate technique realm of that universe. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. And we obviously don't have enough time for a few thousand years. However, our Renjiu fellow has more or less eased up now. It's still possible for us to accelerate to a few thousand years later. Shizhu said, who else can do it except us? Not even venerable sovereigns can do it. We have grasped the 3 supreme rules of the universe. We are unique, understand? Only we can learn it on the spot. No one else can do it. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted as they felt the perfection of this plan. I see. The Bug Queen mothers were completely terrified of this old monster. Under such circumstances, he was still able to come up with such a sinister and meticulous plan. He even hid it from them and kept them in the dark. It was no wonder that even though the 3 of them were the weakest in the past, they were able to obtain victory. The Quality Candle indifferently said, from the very beginning, I never placed all my hopes on you, because your insect race is too rotten. Even if you evolve to the ultimate life form, you might not be able to win. Therefore, I have a backup plan. I have placed my hopes on 2Xian. I have been observing his previous battles and his heaven-defying level. In just a short period of time, he has been continuously deducing the singularity and opening up a new realm. He continued, if he can live such an exaggerated life in such a short period of time, then we just happen to grasp the great power of time. So what if we give him another 100 million years? He will definitely be able to deduce a few more new realms, so that he may have the fighting power to fight against a venerable sovereign. At the same time, we can secretly learn his new battle strength and continue to grow stronger. This is the way to victory. Everyone was shocked and their minds went blank. Was this the true master of the lifelong realm? His scheming and battle prowess were simply too amazing. He had set up his plan from the very beginning. Renjiu's movements, the Zerg Queen's movements, and even 2Xian's deliberate actions were all part of his plan. Up until now, everything had actually been secretly developing according to his plan. In this way, they would have the same level of strength as 2Xian. Even if they couldn't kill him in a sudden attack, they would be at the same level, and neither of them would be able to do anything to the other. They and 2Xian could both wait for the arrival of the era to arrive and break through to the 11th level. At the very least, they would be able to obtain a result that ensured that they wouldn't lose. At this moment, everyone finally saw the true terror of a battle between the most magnificent existences in the universe, Venerable Sovereign and Superior Candle. They might be rotten, but their talents could still be displayed to the fullest in a desperate situation, a battle of wits and courage. It was simply breathtaking, and the reversal made them exclaim in horror. Generations of Zerg Queen, as well as the heroes of the past generations of the universe, immediately began to discuss. So sinister and cunning. That venerable sovereign is upright, I'm afraid he will be killed. 2Xian worked so hard to defeat venerable sovereign, and then we jump up and reap the benefits. Speaking of which, venerable sovereign is a little too pitiful. That's right. First, it was the Bug Clan's Queen Mother who played dirty. She secretly learned his martial arts and stole his power furnace. Now, it's the Lord of the Immortal Realm's turn to play dirty. He is constantly learning new techniques and secretly plotting against venerable sovereigns. Venerable Sovereign is really upright, but such a person. Facing those enemies, he plays dirty, shameless, very sinister, and very uncomfortable. He is constantly injured. They were full of admiration and sorrow. The venerable sovereign was the mastermind behind the scenes of the ancient universe. He was the prehistoric god who had monopolized their future and cut off their path to a breakthrough. But for the first time, they felt sincere admiration for the enemy's charisma. Upright and upright. He would rather die with a fragrance on the branch than be blown away by the north wind. They seemed to vaguely see a strong and proud existence, not afraid of conspiracies, fighting against powerful and sinister enemies, constantly stabbing them in the back, but still fighting openly and hot-bloodedly. Such an existence as pride, a pure and clear soul, and a clear Taoist heart that would never decay, might be the reason why he could constantly squeeze out his potential and break through his limits. They suddenly remembered the words of the Zerg Queen, and felt deeply moved. I admire your integrity and bravery. There has never been a person like you. Who isn't sinister and cunning, secretly plotting against others? Only you, upright and upright. Let him grow to the peak, and then fight again. Unfortunately, such an upright person like you won't live long. Heroes always become martyrs. Swoosh. They suddenly looked over, their eyes full of respect. That venerable sovereign was still bathed in blood, his body broken, fighting with 2 Xian. But as much as they admired him, their bodies still broke into countless particles, floating in the air, pretending to be dead, not moving, afraid of attracting attention. Deduce quickly, a fool like Rengio really just used up all his strength. Now he has barely recovered, but it's only accelerated by more than 2,000 years. Time is too tight. The quality candle was calling out to all the heroes in the history of the ancient universe to work together to learn and deduce this cultivation technique. Bam 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 bam. 2 Xian kept punching, his blood boiling, shouting loudly, "What are you still hiding?" Or, "Is this all you've got? Then I'm so disappointed." Venerable sovereign kept exploding, turning into endless smoke, and then condensing again. But from beginning to end, he couldn't resist at all, as if he was beating a poor sandbag. He couldn't even keep up with his opponent's speed, and his movements couldn't be seen clearly. With a rumble, Venerable Sovereign broke down even faster. But Venerable Sovereign vaguely felt a large amount of knowledge gathering in his mind. The quality candle is really sinister. He's already at the 4th level of concealment. Even I didn't realize how sinister this guy was. If I didn't have a spy, I'm afraid that according to his normal plan, we would all be played to death by him. What a terrifying person. Pung, Venerable Sovereign exploded again, flying backward, on the verge of death. But a strange aura was slowly germinating. Venerable Sovereign slowly stood up again, his body broken, even though it was very small, but an unimaginable power seemed to be germinating, like a sprout coming out of the soil. In his broken body, a pair of bright eyes appeared in the vast fog, as if a reincarnation was spinning in them. 2 Xian was slightly stunned, his eyes sharpened, and he strode over. You've broken through. No, you've really been hiding, like before on purpose. I did hide something. Dizun walked out slowly and looked at 2 Xian, whose eyes were sharp and full of fighting spirit. You are indeed worthy of people showing their true strength. In just 100 million years, you were able to come to the peak of the future universe and deduce all the prosperous scenes of your biological era. You are indeed extraordinary. You are. 2 Xian stared at Dizun in front of him. How could he not know? If Dizun had not held back from the beginning and showed his strength step by step, he would have been dead long ago. In 2 Xian's eyes, Dizun was indeed an upright person. He never used his realm to oppress others. He always fought with the same realm. Only when others had broken through to a certain realm would Dizun keep up with him. Such a proud warrior of the prehistoric universe, a lonely king, even he had to admire. Such a saint had never been seen before in history. What was more rare was that he had not decayed with time, and still maintained a clear heart. Even 2 Xian himself did not know whether he would become old and decayed in the future. A dragon slayer would eventually become an evil dragon and live to become another lord of the world of immortals. The Dizun in front of him was the future he longed for. I really hope that after countless years, I can still maintain a young heart like you. 2 Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at the distant sky of the universe. Dizun just said lightly, in the ancient and modern universe, there are hundreds and thousands of people outside, but I am still the only one. Yes, no one can guarantee that you won't decay, and I can't either. I can only try my best. 2 Xian smiled. but in fact, Suji was in a trance. He glanced at 2Xian, who was full of fighting spirit, and pondered in his heart. This one is still pure, and he is really seriously deducing cultivation methods. Only he hasn't decayed, and he is still advancing bravely and opening a new era of surprise attacks. As for the insectoid queen mother, Jiju, and the others, they're all sly old foxes. They're used to living in seclusion behind the scenes in every generation. Their movements are numerous, and they're frantically trying to learn new things. Our relationship is also very complicated. The insectoids learn from me, and I secretly learn from them. Suji had a strange look on his face. None of them were easy to deal with. The bug race queen and the lord of the world of immortals were each more cunning than the other. However, this was a battle of spirit, energy, and spirit between the new and old eras. One had just been born and was still advancing bravely, constantly innovating and developing new systems. One of them had already decayed over the years and exhausted his talents, so he could only learn in secret. No wonder there's such a huge gap between the old and the new. This is the general trend of the universe. Without me, how could they possibly defeat 2Xian? Suji shook his head. Without an eternal dynasty, if the bloodline system were to develop normally, it would disappear with time. No matter how sinister you are still rotten antiques. Naturally, you can't beat 2Xian. Unfortunately, outside of fate, Suji, a variable that could change the trend of the universe, had appeared. Looks like we can have a real battle now. 2Xian's gaze was sharp. I've arrived at the pinnacle of the universe. From now on, there are only those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. No one can surpass me. Dizun nodded. He was already standing at the peak of the limit, the true peak of the 11th order. In terms of spiritual state, there was no one who could be stronger than him. He was equivalent to a weak 12th order cultivator who had reincarnated and fallen above the saint realm. But as long as the era arrived, he could break through at any time. Even if the era hadn't arrived, with his vision and skills, he could crush everything. Boom. This battle is the final one. 2Xian attacked first. We're in this realm, and there's no possibility of breaking through. Kill, 2Xian growled, and his whole body shone brightly. An overwhelming aura surged over, turning into an unimaginably fierce killing intent. In a battle of this level, there were no punches and kicks, no moves to be seen. They were like the singularity babies of two universes, constantly splitting into countless particles and colliding with each other. It was an unimaginably precise collision of billions and trillions of particles. However, Dizun still seemed to be losing. What? You're still holding back? Letting me get used to this power? 2Xian said coldly, or, you've reached your peak combat power, and your actual level is only at the peak of the 11th order? After all, there were strong and weak ones at the peak of the 11th order. At the end of the Great Way, there would always be a distinction between the strong and the weak. If he, 2Xian, had reached this realm and was slightly stronger than his opponent, it would make sense. Dizun came from prehistoric times and was at the peak of the 11th order, but it was not impossible for his combat power to be weak. In this realm, I'm a little weaker. Suji didn't hide this time, because his combat power was increasing step by step, so it was impossible to deceive his opponent. Due to some reasons in the old days, I didn't really reach this realm. I just entered it, and then I came to the future with the ancient existence. But you've reached this level so quickly. No wonder you're the protagonist of this era of this universe, one of the destined rank 11 seats of this universe. Then it's an honor to fight with you. 2Xian laughed, and endless particles surged. Suji's expression also became sharp. This time, there was really no new realm to deduce. He had already deduced to the limit of the realm, which also meant that it was time to determine the winner. Victory or defeat was right in front of him. Bang, 2Xian sent Dizun flying again. The future of the universe is in our hands, but it seems that you've barely entered this realm. It's still not enough. Only with pressure can I become stronger, isn't it? Dizun said faintly, I believe that my personal potential can surpass all limits. Potential? 2Xian's expression was solemn. This is different from before. This realm needs to be honed slowly. No matter how strong one's aptitude is, without thousands of years of polishing, it's very difficult to improve in a short time. Even Xian said so, which showed how difficult this realm was. Xian also cultivated step by step, and he knew the profoundness of this realm the best. This was the truth in the deepest part of the universe, and further away. The Zerg Queen Mother was also anxious. Sure enough, that Dizun also hid his strength from the beginning. This person is indeed upright. If he fought with us at this realm before, he would have already killed us in a few moves, but he just had to fight with us at the same realm. In their eyes, such a person was no different from a fool. He could have killed both of them at once, but he let them grow in secret. He gave them too many opportunities. He was so arrogant that he was stubborn. But they couldn't help but admire him. Let's deduce faster. This Dizun also showed this level of combat power, and so did Xian. We are 2 people behind, Zizhu said coldly. We have to be faster to have a higher chance of winning. Then, all the universe heroes kept working together, exhausting all their aptitude to deduce. It could be said that they had worked hard and squeezed out all their potential, just to fight for a future. Our future, whether we can succeed or not, depends on this moment. The dream is right in front of us. Some of the ancient heroes of the universe roared. Boom, Dizun and Xian were fighting in the distance. Dizun's aura was slowly increasing in the battle. At first, he was suppressed crazily, but as the battle continued to increase, the distance between the 2 sides gradually closed. What kind of monster are you? Xian was also slightly stunned. He had just seen the battle between Dizun and the Zerg Queen Mother, but when he experienced it in person, he felt that it was unbelievable. Because I believe in personal potential. Dizun looked calm. Like me, rely on your own strength to break through the limits of your knowledge, surpass your life's combat skills, and squeeze out your potential to open up wisdom. This is the right way. Xian, compared to the Zerg Queen Mother who only knows how to secretly learn, I believe that you can do this the best. Dizun fought crazily and said in a deep voice, maybe you can also make a breakthrough in despair. Me too? Xian was stunned. Although Suji was fighting crazily with Dizun, his heart was calmer. Originally, he had thought of all kinds of plans to temporarily retreat from Xian, but he didn't expect the hidden master of the realm of immortals to be so dirty as to think of such a plan, to plot against Xian and himself. Suji knew that the battle was about to end. With the mole lying on the ground next to him, pretending to be dead and helping him cultivate crazily, Xian could no longer crush him. In fact, when he reached this level, it would not be difficult for him to crush Dizun with the help of the great universe's numbers. The Zerg Queen Mother, there was no need to be afraid. Even if she was already on his side, it was equivalent to 2 against 1, Xian was going to lose. The final level has been deduced. Now, there is no more room for improvement, no more tricks or trump cards to use. Suji's heart was cold, and a clear understanding emerged in his mind, the victory was set. Dizun was about to rule the world, there was no more change. Bang, the 2 great path beings involved in the real creation realm collided. Endless raindrops fell from the sky. It was like the colorful vortexes of countless galaxies in the universe slowly colliding with each other. It was a beautiful aurora. All the beings were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. It's like 2 cosmic singularities colliding with each other. No, it's more like a battle between 2 universes. It's the universe that gave birth to 2 cosmic babies, babies that can grow to be comparable to the universe in the future, and they're fighting each other. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene. They had also finally seen what an ultimate battle was like. Not to mention understanding, living beings of a lower dimension couldn't even watch from the sidelines. Bang, with a continuous collision, Venerable Sovereign's power was growing steadily, as if he was rapidly adapting to and understanding this new realm. The Zerg Queen, who was pretending to be dead, quickly learned from Xian, making Suji's combat power completely increase. Rumble, it was as if the whole universe was shaking, and countless sounds of the great path were clanking. A colorful vortex of beautiful singularities that was constantly collapsing and gathering flew out. The next second, the colorful light particles condensed and formed a human shape again. He can block Xian's attack instead of being instantly destroyed? The Zerg Queen was dumbfounded and couldn't help but murmur, we have been crazy for thousands of years, and our realm can already see this level of battle clearly. Venerable Sovereign's strength is breaking through and developing rapidly. Could it be that he really encountered an opponent who was under great pressure, and he broke through again? Monster, such a person is simply a monster. Zhizhu also frowned and said, we have been through thousands of years, and the experts of the whole universe have joined forces to achieve this level. He actually broke through in one breath in the battle? This was simply impossible, but he had to believe that there was such a genius in the universe who surpassed the limits of human beings. It had even surpassed the limits of 2Xian's race. Even 2Xian couldn't achieve such a breakthrough in just a few minutes in the battle. He could deduce and cultivate, and it took him 100 million years. He had thought that victory was in his grasp. Time, dimension, life, these were the three basic rules of the universe. Coupled with his perfect plan, they could secretly reach whatever realm 2Xian broke through to. But now, he felt a little uneasy. Both sides are evenly matched. The bug race Queen Mother's expression was sharp, and she could not help but order, faster. Faster. Give it your all. Our previous expectations were already enough for us to win. We need to become even stronger, and use this realm more skillfully than them. Only then can we defeat them. Everyone knew that it was time to decide the winner. All of their plans and strategies were useless at this moment. This was going to be a tough battle. What they were competing on was solid combat strength. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Eternal Man, the only great God who controls the time of the universe. The glory of the human race will depend on you to save them. The bug race's Queen Mother said, we won't be able to win in a few thousand years. In another 100,000 years, a million years, or even 100 million years, Renjiu looked dazed. He had already used up all of his strength in the past 100 million years, and he no longer had any strength left. A few thousand years was already the limit of every inch of his potential. Renjiu, teacher's dream will be realized by the three of us. Shizhu could not help but roar, please, senior brother, please use the power of time to save our universe. The surrounding roars made Renjiu, who was bathed in blood, slightly sober again. Save the universe, save our future? When have I ever failed to fulfill the request of my junior brothers and sisters? Renjiu's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. He looked at the ancient heroes with longing in their eyes, the great existences in human history. Perhaps they had other thoughts in mind, but he no longer cared. Was it because he didn't know? No. He knew better than anyone else how sinister they were. The power of time made him understand the human heart better than life and dimension, and he had seen more insidiousness and evil than the other two. Chongshou, Shizhu, I am always different from you. Renjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of the vicissitudes of the distant years. You saw despair in teacher, so you fell from a hero into the abyss, but I saw a warning in teacher. What is a true hero? His expression was calm, and a question from his former teacher flashed in his mind. On the cliff of that planet, he asked his three disciples, and it was also his teacher's question to him, but in the end, even his teacher did not answer. He deeply understood the cruelty and reality of the universe. This was a dark forest, displaying the law of the jungle to its heart's content. Some people will decay with time, living only for themselves, but in the end, there will be people who are old-fashioned and pedantic, standing up to guard the pure land in their hearts. The other heroes present, fighting in the name of the continuation of the survival of their race, for the countless living beings behind them, for the common people of the endless planets, guarding those old people, children, women, men. No, they didn't really want to protect the weak. If there was a chance to sneak into a new life and live, they would not hesitate to become a member of the new race, disguising themselves as incomparably real, and in turn, slaughter and enslave these old humans. If there was a chance to break through to the 11th rank, they could even kill billions of all living beings, even if they were the only living thing left in the universe. But he was different. On those endless planets in the universe, the smiles of the weak women, the timid and kind expressions of the children, the gratitude in the eyes of the old people. The timid, weak, pure, and kind faces appeared in his mind. Even though he had experienced many deceptions, he still remembered his original oath, to split the sky and earth, to build a paradise suitable for the survival of his race. And that first dream in front of his teacher, the oath he made. From today onwards, we will wield the power of the heavens, until death. from today onwards, we will be loyal to our duty, until death. He looked at the heroes around him. Dream, dream, he whispered softly. You may have other thoughts, but I hope that if you win, you will treat the life of our universe well, and we will never be razed. You saints and heroes of history, for yourselves, and I for what's behind us. Not for you ugly people, but for the people I love in my heart. Boom. The time around him accelerated crazily, as if he was riding on an unimaginable spacetime train. The surging time was like a long river, and Renjio's body was ignited with an inexplicable flame of nothingness. His life force was rapidly fading, and he was heading towards David Decay. 2xin. Dizun. Renjio's eyes were sharp as he looked at the figure in the battle in front of him. He could not understand the battle between these two amazing and powerful existences. Compared to them, he was simply a mediocre person. If you don't have enough wisdom, you can make up for it with time. Ah. He raised his head, and roared with difficulty. Endless time distorted the universe and gushed out. It was as if he had traveled through a distant time, bending the entire universe's timeline, and stepped into the distant future. Renjio's entire body turned into the universe's most basic time particles, emitting the most brilliant light. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. 10,000,000 years. He let out a soundless roar, and entered the deep time tunnel, killing his way into the future. The surrounding time began to stagnate. Time, we have enough time again. Senior Renjio, you finally succeeded. You also broke through your limits, unleashed your potential, and appeared to be even more powerful. We won. If that's the case. Endless voices rose and fell, like the enthusiastic cheers in the square, mixed with indescribable excitement. This guy. The candle gently touched Renjio, who had turned into a statue, and he instantly turned into a sandstorm, gradually dissipating in the universe. The candle raised his head, looking at the dissipating sandstorm. He clearly knew that one of the three supreme laws, the time god, had fallen. Not everyone was a Dizun, who could always break through before death, create incredible miracles, and become stronger. Even Renjio, one of the strongest geniuses in the history of the universe, could not do it. This was the cruel reality. The so-called miracles had to be paid an equal price. Since ancient times, as the most difficult to kill time god, he did not have to worry about his life falling. Even if he lost the world of immortals he created, he could still trap himself in a distant cage of time, waiting for people to wake him up. No one could kill Renjio. But he himself could kill himself with his own hands. Really, how ridiculous. You are still so stupid. How could such a person become our big brother back then? The candle laughed crazily, his expression full of mockery and contempt, but he did not notice that his face was already full of tears. The time god died from time. Crack. He opened the gravel of time in his hand, and a sandstorm blew past. Among the sandstorm, the last memory lingered in Renjio's mind, was still in the palace where he made the oath. Back then, frowny face big disciple, your name is Renjio. The scale of time is the strongest power to protect humanity, making people walk towards eternity. The scene flashed, and a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The candle, the catcher, the rest is all up to you too, don't die. Shirju's gaze suddenly sharpened, filled with fighting spirit. Looks like we have to win, we have no choice but to win. No one knew whether what Shirju had said from beginning to end was the truth or a lie. He had displayed such a brave and fierce expression before, only then did the people behind know that it was a facade. Let's continue cultivating. 70 million years is enough. Shirju's voice once again calmed down. Nothing could affect the judgment of this overlord of the universe. He still resolutely carried out his plan and said, we are the strongest. The hybrid demonic gods are formed from countless 10th-level sages. Everyone here is the strongest genius in the history of the universe. Even if only 2 or 3 of us can step into the 11th rank, with pseudo-12th rank aptitude, we will be able to crush them. In the same realm, demonic gods were still invincible. Having multiple pseudo-12th ranks was already the limit of a single realm. Now, they had to use numbers to defeat them. Who knew how many of the heroes here would be able to break through? Even if they could not break through the pseudo-12th rank, a bunch of 11th ranks that barely touched were enough to become heaven-defying. One had to know that demonic gods used a bunch of low-level cells to form a monster. 70 million years is already the lifespan of most multidimensional sages. Every additional universe means an additional 10 million years of life. Even the peak 9-element multidimensional sages only have a little more than 100 million years. The queen nodded. This is the last battle. We can only go all out. After the two of them die, we will attack. Bang, everyone did their best to study, their eyes stained with blood. They knew that after waiting for countless billions of years, this was the final moment. As 10th rank sages, they could push open the 10 seats of the 11th rank and have the chance to become one of them. Whoosh. They crazily became stronger, constantly cultivating. 10 million years passed. We are already starting to get close to 2Xian. The queen's eyes were sharp, full of pride. In our race, there are already 3 people who have stepped into the pseudo-12th rank. You, Shizhu, should have also stepped into the pseudo-12th rank, right? This number was shocking. However, the queen of the bug race had been stealing the most talented people to become their race, gathering the strongest group of elites in the universe. It was natural to have this number. In the universe's 14.7 billion years, it was enough for many miraculous geniuses to appear. Right now, the 4 of us are weaker than them. However, if we join forces, we should be stronger than them individually. The bug queen's expression stiffened as she looked at the battlefield in the distance. What? Venerable Sovereign's speed is already so fast, and he has even begun to crush 2Xian. His combat strength is now even stronger than ours? They were instantly shocked. Venerable Sovereign's battle prowess had risen too fast, even faster than theirs. It was as though Pandora's box had been opened, unleashing his true invincible potential and walking out a true prehistoric great monster of the universe. Hurry up and cultivate. We have to work harder. The quality candle said in a deep voice, his outburst will inevitably enter a slow period, and we still have a longer time. 20 million years had passed, and their combat prowess had reached its limit. For perfect stage pseudo-12th order insectoids. Among all the heroes in the universe, only 3 had reached this level. There are only 8 of us in total. The quality candle said coldly, our combat prowess has doubled. Although we are still faking our deaths, the 2 of them are no longer ours. Next to him, the bug queen looked outside and said in a horrified voice, Venerable Sovereign has already suppressed 2Xian. He is making the other party vomit blood. His strength is starting to show signs of suppression. Everyone was shocked. Their Taoist heart was extremely stable, but the successive battles had left them dumbfounded. They knew that Venerable Sovereign was a monster, an ancient existence from the prehistory of the universe, but they didn't expect him to be so monstrous. Before, his combat prowess was obviously still very weak. Now that he kept learning, he had actually advanced by leaps and bounds. Even a new creature like 2Xian was no match for him? Is he still human? It has only been a few minutes, and his combat prowess has risen to this level. A hero couldn't help but shout in horror. The quality candle's expression became sharp again, and he said in a low voice, we still have time to continue to improve. It's just that 8 may be our limit. No matter how much time we have left, they don't have enough aptitude to break through that thin veil. I'm afraid they will never be able to break through it in their lifetime. How terrifying was that, in the entire universe for 14 billion years, of all the peak heroes that were born, only 8 people had the aptitude to step into the pseudo-12th level and aspire to become the true truth. It could be said that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. No wonder they say that we prehistoric creatures are all old humans. The quality candle shook his head. In 14 billion years, who knows how many people have been born, only 8 people. It's like finding the tallest among monkeys. If it were those new creatures, after such a long time, who knows how many of their average aptitude would have been born. 8 people was already the limit. No matter how much time they had left, it would be difficult for them to make another breakthrough. Then, for the rest, we will help guide them to cultivate to the 11th level. Even if it's not possible, we will let them approach this level, the bug queen said. Okay, 60 million years had passed. Those present who could improve their level had basically reached the limit of their own level, and all their potential had been exhausted. Right now, although our battle prowess isn't much stronger, it's already very complete. We've completely formed a mature system. We even have our own special cultivation methods and comprehensions. With these small groups of battle prowess stacking together. Zhizhu looked into the distance and was immediately dumbfounded. 2Xian is about to be killed? Why was 2Xian so weak? What happened to the strongest genius of the new creatures? Their minds went blank. At this time, Dizun had actually perfected the pseudo-12th level to such an unbelievable degree. His understanding of this level could be said to be unprecedented, even more profound than the group of convergence demon gods and the countless beings who knew about singularities. What a terrifying monster this is. The quality of the quality candle's expression was gloomy. We can't wait any longer. The opponent's strength is beyond our expectations. No matter how much time we have, we can't improve anymore. But Dizun might keep erupting, we have to act. They all knew that once 2Xian died, they would have no chance at all. If they joined forces with 2Xian, they might be able to defeat the opponent. However, they were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they waited for the right time and hit on the side. Bang! 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 Dizun and 2Xian were still fighting. 2Xian was almost constantly being crushed, and his body was being destroyed layer by layer. How is this possible? 2Xian's eyes widened. What kind of creature is this? This is not something that a living creature can do. If you only rely on your own efforts to cultivate and make breakthroughs like me, you might be able to do it too. Dizun strode over, looked down at 2Xian, and said with a cold expression, everything is over. Now was the time. Bang! The next second, a soaring attack broke out in the distance. The terrifying aura represented an aggressive attack. If it hit, even Dizun would be injured instantly. But Dizun slightly dodged, as if he had expected it. He turned his head to look at the Bug Clan Queen behind him. Poor little bug, are you finally willing to come out? You? The Bug Clan Queen trembled all over and frowned. Could it be that you already knew we were hiding and that we were cultivating in secret? Dizun actually let them cultivate, this lunatic, they were all in a daze. As expected, Dizun's character was so cold and proud from the beginning to the end. He had allowed Dizun to grow, and he wanted to defeat Dizun when he was at his peak. 2Xian had always treated them like this before, and he had treated them the same way. Up until now, his attitude had not changed. It could be said that such an enemy was unimaginably tolerant and extremely arrogant. How could you let us cultivate to this level? The Bug Clan Queen floated in the air and said angrily, you prehistoric being, you will pay for your arrogance. 2Xian stood up again, his body in extreme pain. He had never dreamed of such an incredible thing. His opponent was like a monster. How could he improve himself to such an extent in his dreams? He began to doubt his life. Dizun was indeed the most terrifying existence in the prehistory of the ancient universe. But I didn't expect there to be a parasite hiding here, faking his death, and secretly learning my martial arts. 2Xian looked at the Bug Queen coldly. 2Xian was extremely disdainful and said with disdain, as expected, all of you are rotten, already rotten. Secretly learning other people's battle techniques, you don't have any innovations at all. He despised people like this the most. A real powerhouse should be like him and Dizun, who developed their own martial arts and relied on themselves to fight openly. This was the spirit of a real powerhouse. But this scum in front of him, you deserve to be rotten, 2Xian snorted. The Bug Queen didn't care. After all, she had secretly learned the wisdom of others. How could they be nice to her? This was human nature. Dizun, on the other hand, was broad-minded. She had secretly learned his 9 revolutions mysterious art and various martial arts, but he had treated it calmly. Dizun's generosity had won the admiration of both sides, who were his enemies. Naturally, his charisma was strong. However, they were very thick-skinned and said very sincerely, Your Excellency, we secretly learned your martial arts in order to help you defeat this terrifying prehistoric existence. In order to help me defeat Dizun, you pretended to be dead and secretly learned my martial arts? 2Xian glanced at them, and before that, you have been monitoring me in the world of immortals? Now that I think about it, you clearly wanted to secretly learn my martial arts. You have been scheming from the beginning. The Bug Queen's words were very sincere and convincing. After all, it is impossible for you to resist such an ancient taboo alone. Only by secretly learning, accumulating strength, and working together will we have a chance of survival. Xian was not a pedantic person after all. His expression changed several times, but he finally nodded. Then, let's work together to fight. Although he was dissatisfied, if he was alone, he would still be able to fight openly. A simple personal victory or defeat could also be done openly. At most, it would just be a life. However, behind him was the hope of the entire Neoverse. If he was alone, he could indeed lose, but he was carrying the burden of the entire Neoverse. Although I don't want to rot, I have no choice but to use such despicable methods. He secretly frowned and finally sighed. I'm not alone in the end. I have too many fetters. He looked at the venerable emperor, sighed, and said with admiration, what you just said makes sense. It's too difficult to not decay. Throughout the entire universe, you might be the only one who can do it. Dizun nodded calmly, as if he was the prehistoric celestial emperor of the ancient universe, looking down at the two ants in front of him. Indeed, everyone will eventually decay. If you want to become me, it will be very difficult to find an existence like me throughout the ages. After the venerable emperor finished speaking, he took another step forward and slowly looked at the two of them. You've finally arrived at your most brilliant era. You can't make any progress, which means that your final battle is coming. Are you ready? Let's decide the winner at this moment. Both of their expressions froze. As expected, Dizun had been deliberately leading them to defeat them. Now, the final scene had finally arrived. After all, they had already arrived at the strongest realm they could improve. Come on. Dizun slowly reached out with his hands behind his back, making a gesture of invitation. Please. Please. The two of them slowly bowed, completely admiring him from the bottom of their hearts. Dizun's personality and charm in battle had completely influenced them. Such a proud enemy had given them enough opportunities to fight with him at their peak, in their most brilliant era. If they still couldn't win, then they would be defeated wholeheartedly. Our dreams, our future, everything will be written by us. Xian and the Zerg Queen Mother were both cold and decisive. They joined forces in an instant, and as the great existences who controlled the ultimate power of the universe, they completely exploded. Boom. Rumble, the three ancient existences turned into three huge shadows in the midst of entanglement. Suddenly, the battle reached its climax, and the three shadows completely disappeared. They turned into an endless rain of quantum particles. It was like the explosion of two cosmic singularities, or like three dizzying ripples in the water, interfering and entangling with each other. In the eyes of all the experts outside, the shadows were completely indistinguishable. Walala, they had already merged into an endless superstar cluster vortex. So beautiful! Countless people exclaimed. At the same time, countless people also clenched their fists and looked into the distance with sharp eyes. Rumble, the three of them directly killed their way out of the Genesis vortex that Medusa had raised high. They had already mastered the singularity, and this forbidden spell could not stop them at all. They could go in and out as if they were walking on flat ground. Crack, they came to the outside universe. They stepped on the 10th continent of the world of immortals, and in an instant, the three figures scattered with the wind, turning into an endless rain of colorful light. Boom, the entire world of immortals shook. This part of the universe was like a muddy land. The ground collapsed, and the mountains and rivers were flattened. Go up and fight, they said coldly. They directly charged into the sky, and they could actually slowly float above the sea of chaos like a huge colorful cloud, covering the universe. Are these the ultimate experts? Great existences who have comprehended the singularity? They have actually left the universe and are fighting in the void outside the universe. They are standing above the chaos sea, in the distant sky. At that moment, all the new lives hiding in the chaos heavens chaos sea, as well as the fleeing minor factions, ancient factions, and sages, felt the sky quiver. It was a power that the universe had never seen in 14 billion years. It exceeded the limits of a 10th-order sage in the universe. It was a mighty ultimate power that belonged to an 11th-order sage. A mighty power that could crush them was fighting in the sky. In the universe's 14 billion years, there had never been any clouds in the sky, but now, it seemed to be illuminated by a colorful glow. It was a beautiful scene that changed the world. The great nomological existences outside the universe watched intently, but no one in the countless planets and galaxies in the 9 universes knew that the fate of the universe was about to be decided. Bam! In the next second, the clouds in the sky vanished. It was as if an unknown ancient meteor had crashed into the ground and landed above the chaos sea. It was like a beautiful comet with a tail. Everyone knew that it was a fake 11th order existence that had transformed into a fake Tao singularity. Instead, the comet that had crashed into the chaos sea flew up once again and charged into the sky, but it was clearly exhausted. Who will win? I don't know. We can't even see the battle speed of such mighty existences in this dimension. It must be our new life forms. This is the future that belongs to us. That must be the case. Countless people stared intently at the sky, anxiously waiting for the final outcome. The new life forms refused to believe that their king would lose. This was a great era that belonged to them. The general trend did not change, but the details changed. The general trend of the universe cannot be stopped by anyone. Someone took a deep breath and let out a deep growl. Even an ancient existence from the prehistoric universe cannot withstand the massive might of the entire universe. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Rumble, they watched as the 2 beautiful comets fell from the sky. Which of the 2 existences has fallen? Just as everyone was in shock, whoosh, the colorful clouds in the sky slowly floated, turning more and more beautiful. The colorful clouds painted a beautiful picture that had never been seen since ancient times. It transformed into words that floated above the universe. In this era of the universe, I shall be invincible and suppress the ages. Accompanied by the majestic and indifferent voice that shook the heavens and the earth, under everyone's shocked gazes, it was as if they could vaguely see the sky being flattened by an invisible giant hand. Then, with elegant strokes and strokes, the hand slowly splashed ink to write Hung, Duan, Wan, Gu. Ju, Shi, Wu, Shin. In the sky, the beautiful colorful clouds shone on these 8 surging words. The afterglow of the 2 beautiful comets that had fallen seemed to turn into 2 rainbows that supported the divine miracle of the words. After a while, the words slowly dissipated. If the era didn't come, and they were still only at the 8th level, no matter how strong the venerable emperor was, he would have countless ways to slowly kill the 2 of them and make them his prisoners. The world of immortals was indeed a terrifying shadow that stood high above the universe. If the era was slightly wrong, they might directly destroy the world when the 11th level arrived. Yes. In reality, Prime Candle had already made complete preparations long ago. In order to resist the variables of the future, he would do anything. But in the end, he could not resist the general trend of the times. In fact, his Great Flood Annihilation plan was already a part of fate. Destroying all the universes, leaving only him and the 9 saints of immortals in the entire universe. They stood in this wasteland, floating on the ark of the world of immortals, waiting for the arrival of the final era. Destroying the world, isn't this very normal? This was the greatest charm of the final door. In the long years, Xianxia had accumulated too many terrifying trump cards. The group of people he prepared was enough to fill the remaining 3 levels of the great Tao in the universe. Hurry up. Let the final era come completely. It was the destruction of the world, no wonder when the 3 great beings fought back then, only the weakest one won. This person could be called the most sinister person in the universe since ancient times. When the final 11th level arrived in the future, the door of the seats would open, and it would no longer be theirs. Everyone felt the vibration of the world of immortals, and they were suddenly unimaginably shocked. He would forget the 3 great beings who controlled time, dimension, and life. As long as he wanted, he could appoint any one of them to become the 11th level, sit on the great Tao throne that only had 10 seats in the universe, and control a multiverse. At this time, 2Xian also laughed and strode over. Hurry up, let them instantly prove their Tao, let the final era come completely. We will take the opportunity to break through to the 11th level. We and the venerable emperors are colleagues, and we can only shake hands and make peace. No one can do anything to the other, and everyone will be happy. Gathering those who had achieved great success in the Tao, Xianxia was shot down in the sea of chaos. He looked at the sky in a daze. This can be called an unprecedented change. I was destined to have a seat, but the world of immortals began to shake, and even the entire 9 universes began to shake. All the saints of the multiverse vaguely felt these existences. Right now, he and 2xin had already become prisoners, facing the fate of being at the mercy of others. Over the long ages, I've already secretly nurtured this batch of ordinary rank 9 cultivators. Their aptitudes have all been tested, and they pose no threat to me. They can fill up 3 levels of the universe's great Tao. Now, there's only one layer of the universe left. It's a piece of cake. The quality candle was clearly heavily injured, floating up and down in the sea of chaos, its posture extremely miserable, but it couldn't help but release an indescribable joy, loudly saying, "This way, even if I lose, my dream can still be realized." Looking at the sunset in the sky, everyone felt the domineering aura of an ancient existence. It was as if he was standing above the universe, a great prehistoric god overlooking the 9 multiverse. The 2 meteors that fell into the chaos sea were completely exhausted and had almost no strength to resist. In my plan, if the era is slightly wrong, there will be a general trend similar to the world of immortals in the past. Geniuses will start to be born. At that time, I will directly annihilate the 9 universes and pry open the primal chaos membrane. I will let the primal chaos seawater pour into the universes and destroy all living beings. Defeat is inevitable. In the end, we still lost? Rumble. The quality candle slowly flew up, and his boiling blood surged to his brain. Everyone's pupils slightly widened. Just a moment ago, he said that he would fight together with them. If he really won, he wouldn't use this hidden trump card to trick them, his comrades, and then get rid of the donkey after it's no longer useful, right? In the distance, Gigi's gaze flickered, reflecting the beautiful afterglow of the sunset. The great Tao of the universe only has 10 seats, and he has already swept across the universe, slaying before the 10th rank, preventing anyone from ascending to the final throne. And in order to prevent the young generation's saints from corroborating the Tao after destroying all living beings in the universe, to complete the final universal law and pry open the final door, I naturally made preparations. The quality candle's gaze sharpened. Do you guys really think that this is all I have? You are really underestimating me. In that case, let's try this move. I have never placed my hopes on others. In order to ensure the descent of a great era comparable to the world of immortals, to prevent the emergence of those peerless geniuses that can rival and destroy me. How can the previous generations of Zerg empresses defeat such an existence? We are all going to be dominated by this ancient prehistoric existence. A new era's life form wailed. We have lost, this is clearly our era. An aged old man of immortals raised his head, full of shock. Time will forget everything. He will forget the first sage since the creation of the universe. Even this universe of the world of immortals will no longer belong to the master of the world of immortals. This is madness to the extreme. Because this scene already represents eternity. Everyone's mind trembled. He suddenly grabbed from afar, and the world of immortals trembled slightly. What did this mean? Destroying them would make it easier for the chaotic beings to invade. This battle will be passed down for eternity. However, there was still some time before Dizun could kill them, enough time for them to break through. Even so, Suji felt his hair stand on end. This was simply impossible, but it had happened again. Do you guys really think that I have to rely on the universe's geniuses of this era to corroborate the Tao one by one to usher in the final era? The 11th great Tao is the true Tao of the universe. What we cultivate is merely a false Tao, unable to transform into the true Tao. This was probably fate. This was the end of the world. No. I haven't lost yet. And it is the method to succeed. He will forget the battle in the world of immortals, the victory of the 9 saints, but he will never forget him. After all, the future era had completely arrived, and there was still a long way to go. Everyone looked towards the quality candle, feeling incomparably alarmed. It was difficult to imagine the handiwork of this existence. Time was about to freeze here. This scene will be imprinted in the history of eternity. There was no chance at all. As long as there was a possibility of the Golden Age, he would directly activate the Great Flood and destroy all the living beings in the 9 universes. How shameless. If this is really the case, then even though we didn't win, we didn't lose either. They were like sprouts in the universe, they had already started to grow, but they were suppressed by the ancient existence, unable to decide their own future. You didn't expect this, did you? He suppressed everything, killed Xianxia, and all the existences in the world of immortals. Everyone knew that this moment would lead them to eternity, eternally high and mighty, immortal, omnipotent, omniscient, the ultimate existence that created and destroyed the universe. He didn't know what kind of genius enemies would appear in the future to compete with him for the great Tao, and there was even a plan to destroy the human race. But now, if they could usher in the final day, they could take the opportunity to break through. What is this? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Even though the ending was not perfect, I was invincible from the beginning. This is my last trump card. In the era he deduced, the other party didn't use this plan. I think the world of immortals did have this plan back then, but they didn't use it because there was no possibility of it being activated. He already knew it clearly. I won't lose. Even though it was shameless, even if they all increased their level at the same time and became real rank 11, they still wouldn't be a match for the venerable sovereign. But as one of the seats of the great Tao in the universe, the entire universe was his Taoist field, and the other party couldn't kill him. Unfortunately, this world-destroying plan of yours is completely useless. You thought your enemies were bloodline creatures, but you didn't expect them to be new creatures from the chaotic sea. You can control the life and death of the creatures in the 9 universes, but you can't control the outside universe. In the chaotic lands in the deepest parts of the 9 universes, an entrance suddenly cracked open, and ancient clay statues slowly opened their eyes. Not to destroy a star or a galaxy, but to destroy the entire universe, all the living creatures in the 9 multiverses. He said coldly, "It's this group of people." This monster, Xianxia's expression was calm. Using the chaos sea flood to destroy the world is just a great purge. The living beings and civilizations that are like weeds are destroyed, so be it. After all, a new era has begun. They will reproduce again. I named this plan, the human cleansing plan. Boom, boom, boom. But it's used now, isn't it? Xianxia said softly. It can't be used as a plan to destroy the world, but these people are enough to instantly repair the universe, mature it, and open the door to rank 11. The Zerg Queen Mother laughed when she heard this. Ha 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 ha. You're simply an old scoundrel. You're actually so dirty and wretched, greedy for life to such an extent. They all knew that this would be an unprecedented historical scene, the opening of a magnificent chapter in history. His methods were ruthless, but they were the most effective. Just which level was this old fart standing on? This was the best method. He had clearly been eliminated by the times, and his combat power was far inferior to them, but his methods were incomparably frightening. After all, how was he going to activate it? You guys are underestimating me. This meant that he had completely grasped the power of life and death in the entire universe. At that time, the 9 great universes would face a great flood to destroy the world, and the world of immortals would become the true Noah's Ark of the universe, bringing along all the bloodline seeds, geniuses, and clansmen into the distant future to welcome the final door. It symbolized the greatest dream of all the saints in the universe for 14 billion years. Right now, the laws of the universe have only been patched up to 90 levels. I've already prepared a batch of rank 9 in ancient times, and they can prove their Tao at any time, patching up the final door of the universe. The rank 11 has already surpassed time, and as the Tao Yi, the origin of the universe, all laws are split from him, symbolizing eternity, undying, and indestructible, completely transcending the universe. What a madman. This was also a method of escape. The quality candle let out a carefree voice. Not only have I frozen the rank 10 saints of the universe since ancient times, but I've also frozen a large number of rank 9 who have achieved Tao. They can prove their Tao at any time in the 9 universes. Suji's expression was also one of shock. A new era of civilization had begun. Old man, you old scoundrel, you still have a trick up your sleeve. What other terrifying methods do you have? The Zerg Queen Mother was completely shocked. In order to prevent the universe from maturing after he destroyed the world, he had already prepared a batch of people in advance, and they could completely not rely on the new saints of the era to prove their Tao. Whoosh. The people below were extremely excited. the entire universe instantly shook. Countless laws seemed to be chanting as a large number of sages from the 9 universes began to complete, ushering in the final moment. I didn't expect the universe to be completed in the end, at this time. Dizun clasped his hands behind his back, his expression solemn. The final moment had arrived. Suji originally thought that after defeating these two, he would have to wait a few thousand years for the 11th level gate of the final era to arrive. After all, the speed at which the universe was mending was too fast. The myriad worlds flew everywhere, connecting to the multiverse, mending a layer every few thousand years. It was an unimaginably flourishing age. Who knew that they wouldn't have to wait for a few thousand years now? This old scoundrel, to think that he still had this trick. I had already won, but he still had such a terrifying plan to turn the tables. Suji's expression became strange, feeling that the quality candle was too terrifying, worthy of being the master of the immortal realm. This person was too sinister, even Suji felt that he was inferior to him. After the fight, he clearly lost, but still wanted to steal the fruits of victory. If he wasn't Suji's own person, he would probably have succeeded. The quality candle instantly brought an era. Even though his teeth had been knocked out by Suji, and he was seriously injured, covered in blood, he wanted to use this opportunity to prove his Tao, and Suji wouldn't be able to kill him for a while, but now, so what if the quality candle had more methods? He proved his Tao now, which was equivalent to Suji proving his Tao. There was no difference. There's no need to care about these old creatures, after all, this is my own body. 2Xian, on the other hand, Suji said softly. There was no problem for others to prove their Tao, because all of them proved their Tao first. It was Suji who proved his Tao first, but 2Xian was clean. After proving his Tao, there would be some trouble. It didn't matter if others could prove their Tao, but 2Xian had to be stopped and suppressed by force. As Suji was thinking this, he suddenly became strange, but it seems that I don't need to do anything, because 2Xian seems to have been tricked by the quality candle. Ha 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 ha. The flame slowly flew into the sky and roared, Dizun, I have lost, but how strong is our life force? Even if you want to escape and kill us, who are already weak and on the verge of death, it will take you at least an hour. This period of time is enough for me to prove my Tao. Dizun looked down at him. Ha ha ha, that's right. The insectoid queen and the other ancient heroes laughed. We are also standing on the same level as the prime candle. We can prove our Tao at any time. We will break through at the same time. You can't stop us. 2Xian also laughed, I will prove my Tao at the same time, scram. At this time, Jiju spoke in a cold and harsh voice, who's with you? I'm talking about myself. Do you have the password to the Tao Atlas? Everyone was stunned and their bodies stiffened. Their collapsing singularities were, after all, incomplete. The true perfect era had descended. They had collapsed the perfect singularity and reached the 11th level of Tao validation. They had to follow a certain order. They still lacked the password for the Tao map. Rumble, in the sky, the sages began to prove their Tao. They were completing the last layer of the universe's rules. The order of their Tao validation was clearly seen by everyone present. There was no hidden possibility. But this was the order of the ancient universe's Tao validation. 2Xian asked honestly, Sir, in your world of immortals, isn't the order of the statues of the universe's past heroes placed with the Tao validation password? What do you think? Jiju glanced at them. Everyone froze like statues. Jiju, you old schemer. You tricked us again. The insectoid queen screamed madly and agitatedly, you put up something fake to mess with us? Quickly tell us the Tao validation password. We will break through together and fight Dizun. That's right. As long as you give us the Tao validation password, we, the new lifeforms, can accept you. 2Xian was an extremely upright person. Facing such a sinister Jiju, even he felt his scalp tingle. This person had been messing with them since the beginning. Several layers of plans were being implemented side by side. This was the third part of the plan, and it had already been laid out. His plan was terrifying. Jiju, what a drastic move. The Tao validation password, with their current unprecedented realm, had reached the 11th level on the spiritual level, and they could even reverse it and slowly reverse it. But this would take time. Jiju's movements were too fast, and they had no time to deduce it. as long as they were given a day, no. Even half an hour, as countless unknown existences, even the biggest secret of the universe, and only the Lord of the world of immortals and the 9 longevity saints knew the Tao validation password. Jiju and Dizun could easily break through. Dizun, you and I will be colleagues in the future. Jiju chuckled, bowed, and said, I will only take 1 seat in this Tao validation seat. You can do whatever you want with the remaining 9 seats. As for those guys, if you want to kill them, it's up to you. He still knew how to be nice. Suji's eyelids twitched. He still knew how to be nice to him. Just now, he was fighting hand in hand to fight against the prehistoric existence of the universe and build hope for the future universe. Now, he was defeated, and in the blink of an eye, he said, Imperial Army, don't shoot. We're on your side. What do you think we should do with these guys? After all, Jiju was very worried now. After the breakthrough, Jiju was not afraid of the siege of the rank 11 at the same level, but Dizun was much stronger than them and had reached an incredible level. That scene just now was too terrifying, he was already traumatized. 2 Xian, the 4 Zerg Queen Mothers, 3 ancient heroes, plus Jiju, had gathered all the forces in the universe, a total of 8 pseudo-12th grade beings to kill him. At this level, 8 against 1, with a bunch of ancient heroes assisting them, were defeated easily by 1 person. This was not a combat power that could be achieved by living beings at the same level. Even if he broke through to the real rank 11, the difficulty of killing him would increase exponentially. With this exaggerated combat power that was more than 10 times stronger, he would still be able to kill him. However, Dizun would also have to take the risk of dying and being seriously injured. After all, it was not so easy to kill a rank 11 being. Otherwise, how could it be said that occupying a Tao validation seat would make one an eternal existence? Normally, even if 9 people besieged one, they might not be able to kill him. This old tortoise does know that my combat power is very heaven-defying and that even a rank 11 can kill him. But it only looks heaven-defying. 8 against 1, a complete victory. But in fact, except for 2 Xian, 7 of them are my people. Can they beat me? Suji was speechless. Otherwise, in the same level, when everyone was at their limit, it was simply a dream to fight 1 against 8, but Suji was an exception. This old tortoise, I'm afraid he only thinks that one doesn't hit a smiling person. Suji's eyelids twitched wildly as he glanced at Jiju, who was smiling. This is indeed a good idea. Even if I can kill him, if I don't consider his secret door and fight fair and square, I will also pay a heavy price. After all, a life with a singularity point is too difficult to kill. Now that he is showing his goodwill and will pay a heavy price, I don't see any reason to kill him. Suji was speechless. But Jiju was overthinking. He really had no intention of fighting this old tortoise, but if he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him in an instant without paying any price at all. The outcome has been decided. The war is over, and all that's left is to deal with the aftermath. Shizhu bowed seriously, ignoring the roars of the defeated dogs in the distance. He pointed to the sky and smiled, Ancient Dizun from the prehistoric universe, we only need to wait for the arrival of the era, and soon we will be able to reach the 11th rank. As for those guys, they can't deduce the password in a short period of time. They can only watch, Shizhu said honestly. You are interesting. The Dizun looked at him. He was indeed worthy of being the lord of the immortal realm, the hero who had ruled the universe for 14 billion years. He was worthy of his reputation. According to the normal development of history, the other 9 immortal saints would not be able to escape the calamity. Among the ancient humans, in the long history of 14 billion years, only the lord of the immortal realm managed to escape the calamity. He even snatched one of the 10 seats of the new life form and became the only winner of the old life form, realizing his dream. Now, the historical trend had changed, the overall situation of the universe had changed, and even the new life had been driven out by Suji. He still did not change his position, and still forcibly occupied one of the seats, becoming one of the 10 seats of the Great Path. Such a person had to be admired. The Dizun squinted his eyes, glanced at Shizhu, and said lightly, I didn't expect you to have such means. Fine. I will allow you to prove your Tao later. Shizhu nodded, but his mind was actually very shaken. The 11th rank is coming. Suji slowly looked at the sky. I didn't expect it to be like this. He had a bunch of immortal saints in his body. As for the password of the Great Path, his spy Gigi had already revealed it to him. Naturally, he could directly prove his Tao without any obstacles. Shizhu seemed to be struggling, looking at the indifferent Dizun in front of him. He was thinking frantically. Reaching the 11th rank will not only become the true Tao of the universe, surpassing the universe, but it will also turn the entire multiverse into his Tao field in the universe where he proves his Tao. He will become half of the god of creation. 10 seats of the Great Path of the universe, 9 multiverses, 1 immortal realm. The immortal realm is the strongest seat. So even if the general trend comes, I will be the first seat, and I will have the courage to resist the siege of the other 9 immortal saints. But now, if Dizun asks me for the password to the great Tao of the world of immortals and take control of my universe, what should I do? Are you giving it to me or not? He was in a struggle. The 9 immortal sages did know the secrets of the great path of the other 9 primordial universes. As for the password to the world of immortals, only he knew it. If I don't give it to you, with the world of immortals as my dojo, my battle prowess will definitely increase by countless times. But, will I be able to stop a venerable sovereign? I feel that it will be very difficult for me to resist that kind of combat power. He looked like he was struggling. However, if I were to give it to him, I would be completely weaker than him, and the gap would be widened. If he really wanted to kill me, he might not even be able to injure me and kill me directly. He was hesitating. If he were to forcefully fall out with the other party and the other party refused to give him the world of longevity, he could directly prove his Tao. It would be very difficult for the other party to kill him in such a short period of time. However, if he were to fall out with the other party, it would be troublesome if he used the world of longevity to break through to the 11th level, but the venerable sovereign is a man of his word. If I give it to him, he won't take the opportunity to kill me. He was still hesitating. He didn't trust ordinary people at all. There were too many people who looked the same on the outside and thought differently on the inside. All of them were beasts in human form. However, the venerable sovereign could kill them instantly if he used his strongest power in the beginning, but he kept letting them grow and wanted to defeat them when they were at their peak. One could see how arrogant he was. The venerable sovereign was not like those dirty and sinister people who hid behind the scenes like the previous queen mothers of the insect race. However, during the whole process, the venerable sovereign didn't ask him about the password to the world of immortals. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and pretended that he didn't know anything. It was best not to ask, however, Suji didn't care. He had no feelings for the world of immortals. After all, it belonged to him in the dark. On the surface, it was very good for him to work for him and run it for him. Why do they want to do it themselves? Can't they run it themselves? In the end, Suji didn't plan to go to the surface. Even if he really ruled the whole universe, had endless power, and could kill everyone, boom, in the sky, the great Tao was completed. The universe seemed to shake. The great Tao was completely completed. In everyone's eyes, there seemed to be an extremely shocking scene, but in different people's eyes, it was expressed in different ways. Some people seemed to see a big tree, with its branches completely restored. The brown branches of the big tree were completely lush, and suddenly there seemed to be countless fresh green leaves, flourishing and becoming complete. Some people seemed to see the true sound of the great Tao. With the completion of each subsequent syllable, it completely became a perfect movement with a beginning and an ending, and people were humming it all the time. Some people seemed to see a brass clock, with the missing pieces of a jigsaw puzzle being completely restored, and it began to shake in the sky. The great Tao is completed. Venerable Sovereign said softly. At the same time, all the bloodline sages felt their power dissipating rapidly. Their realm fell, and their power of rules was quickly returning to the universe. Let's start the Tao proving. Suji randomly chose one of the 9 universes and entered it. According to the rules of this universe, he returned to the collapsed singularity and returned to the beginning. Boom, this seemed to be an instant, but it also seemed to be an eternity of hundreds of millions of years. In the endless stream of light, the universe tilted rapidly, as if it had turned into a colorful vortex millstone. He returned to it and saw the most fascinating truth in the world. Suji had completely transcended. This was an indescribable feeling, but it was natural. The entire universe where he was stationed had become his Taoist field. He was omnipotent and omniscient, all the breakthroughs happened without any disturbance. In the eyes of others, his whole body seemed to have shrunk into a dot in an instant, and then quickly expanded to its original state. It looked no different at all, just for a moment. The process of the breakthrough was unremarkable. After all, he had been proficient in this realm to an unimaginable degree, and the breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. I'm already at the 11th rank. Suji said softly with his hands behind his back. The ultimate life form of the universe. Suji looked down, and his expression became calm. He suddenly looked at the quality candle next to him, who had also broken through, and gently reached out to press it. You? The quality candle didn't have time to react, and the quality candle, which was also at the 11th rank, was instantly crushed into smoke. This strength. The quality candle recovered, and there was an irrepressible shock on his face. The joy of breaking through to the 11th rank disappeared in an instant, and a vast sense of fear came from his heart. He can kill me, and he doesn't need to be seriously injured. He can kill me with a raise of his hand. We are in the same realm, how is this possible? Dizun glanced at the horrified quality candle. Don't think that you were able to break through because I couldn't stop you. I think you are very interesting. There was a little change, and all kinds of means surprised me, so you broke through this realm. I could easily kill you before the breakthrough, and it will still be the same after the breakthrough. The quality candle's face was pale, and he looked at this strong and overbearing man. Dizun shook his head and said nothing. He slowly looked at the Genesis in the sky. Boom, Medusa was still collapsing. As the universe was repaired, it seemed to be more and more powerful. The wind was howling. Dizun looked at the huge vortex in the distance, and suddenly said softly, the true prehistoric existence of the ancient universe is about to come. What? The quality candle was suddenly shocked. They were already the real 11th rank. Although they didn't show any combat power, they knew that they were already at the top of the universe, and no one could be stronger than them. But now they were watching this vortex, the existence of the prehistoric universe. The quality candle fell into an unimaginable, inexplicable state. Coming? The more the quality candle thought about it, the more frightened he felt. In the distance, Xianxia, the Zerg Queen, and the others were even more shocked. The existence of the prehistoric universe, they had no possibility of breaking through to the 11th rank. They were losers, and the trend of things in front of them had become even more strange. Yes, we can't even touch a strand of his hair. The venerable emperor looked at the vortex in the sky and murmured something that everyone didn't know. He said calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, that's right, it's the real prehistoric existence. The God of Creation. As soon as the words God of Creation fell, heaven and earth shook, everyone was dumbfounded. God of Creation symbolized the ultimate God who created the universe. He represented the entire universe itself, the order of the heavenly Tao. At first, these mighty peak existences almost didn't believe it. The more powerful they were, the more they didn't believe in the existence of gods. Because the higher they stood, the more they understood that the universe had no self-will. Nature was just nature. Nature had its own consciousness, that was impossible, but now, after experiencing Xianxia's deduction, the 11th level was the limit of humanity, the 12th level was the ultimate level that living beings couldn't reach, and it was impossible for them to choose to reach, the God of Creation. Jiju's heart shook violently. Could it be that in the ancient prehistoric universe, there was once a terrifying 11th level overlord who reached the 12th level, then died and lost its consciousness? He looked into the distance. Lost consciousness and lost consciousness. If that's why the existence of the God of Creation can't be sensed, then it makes sense. Boom, as the vortex was filled up, the shadow of an ancient existence was completely formed. But, the overlord of the prehistoric universe. Someone is trying to fuse with the Tao. This is a suicidal maniac, but how could he commit suicide? The more Jiju thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. Reaching the top of the great Tao of the universe represented eternity, the ultimate level that countless people dreamed of. Countless people, including Xianxia and the Bug Queen, were fighting for the final door, but they gave up that kind of position. That's right, Jiju suddenly thought of his loneliest period, the most ancient era. Everyone reached the top of the 10th level of the universe, and they began to feel lonely because they stood too high, so they began to frantically deduce the possibilities of the next level. They began to find spiritual sustenance. The development of realms in the era was similar. Back then, when the sages reached the end, they couldn't help but explore the next level because they were too bored and lonely. How could the 11th level beings not be the same? They had already begun to study the 12th level, even though they knew they would die. Fusing with the Tao was like a moth flying into a flame, but they didn't hesitate. Your Excellency Dizun, this. Zhizhu looked at that figure and couldn't help but hold his breath. Hearing the Tao in the morning, one can die without regret. Looking into the distance, Dizun said calmly, this is an attempt to go from unconsciousness to consciousness. Stubbornly guarding one's own strength will not make any progress. Some things have to be taken risks and pioneered, exploring the incredible future at the cost of death. Dizun patted Zhizhu on the shoulder. There must be pioneers on the road, and there must be martyrs in the future. Zhizhu's entire body trembled. He felt that he was too narrow-minded. The existences of the universe in their era were still fighting for the final seat of the universe. However, the existences from the prehistoric universe had already laid out their plans and seemed to have set their sights on a higher level. In the distance, Xianxia was also taken aback. There would be no progress in decaying. He suddenly remembered what Dizun had said to him before, which of us is decaying? The voices exploded in his mind. The 10,000 worlds of the heavens have deviated from the fixed general trend, bypassing the predestined future. Let a new wave appear in this era, that is a new sprout. You say that I'm rotten, why can't I say that you're trying to be new and rotten? Follow the path of destiny, walk towards the decaying future of fate, and welcome the decline of one's destiny. These words exploded in Xianxia's mind like thunder. When a man is about to decay, he will believe in fate. When a man is about to prosper, he will believe in himself. These words pierced his heart again like a lightning strike, completely enlightening him. His Taoist heart that he had been holding on to was breaking down layer by layer. A thought appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. I'm moving forward according to the predestined general trend of history, and that's the real decaying. I, Xian, am the one who is rotten. I've wronged him. He looked up at Dizun high above, feeling full of shame. Because this cycle has already been experienced in the prehistoric universe once, so we have to break it. Only by breaking the predestined future will a new pattern appear, connecting the prehistoric universe and the present universe, so that the impossible 12th step can be explored. How many people did it take to deduce a step in a step? It was as if this was fate. Hundreds or even thousands of people were needed to deduce and step into the next step in the next step. And the derivation of the 12th level was a realm that humans could not possibly achieve. In theory, it would require countless 11th level experts to advance wave after wave, falling on the road, but there were only 10 11th level experts, and yet they still did not turn back. Xian took a deep breath. The strongest 11th step in the prehistoric universe tried to converge and become a 12th step god of creation, but in the end, he lost his will. Then, they want other prehistoric beings to awaken his will in this era? This was the plan behind the scenes of the prehistoric universe, therefore, they wanted to change the general trend, because only by changing the fate of reincarnation and creating a different situation could there be a possibility of the next step in the next step. Xian looked into the distance, where the wind and clouds were surging, and the waves were magnificent. The great universe cultivation method has been completely perfected, and it's already starting to infect everyone. The speed is unimaginably fast. Suji's expression was calm. It's really greening the entire universe, dyeing it with its own color. Almost all the saints and worlds in the nearby universe were now Suji's people, Xian, as well as the new creatures near the Chaos Sea. As Suji completed the great universe cultivation technique, the perfect singularity began to infect any transcendent system. They began to be secretly assimilated. The difference of one step was huge, and they were basically different dimensional life forms. Even Xian did not feel that they were being assimilated by Suji. Even the entire universe seemed to be constantly eroded by Suji and slowly assimilated. The universe no longer had any resistance to stop Suji, a cancer cell, from invading its body. The virus was deeply planted. We've already won. Suji raised his head. Boom, the unimaginably huge Genesis era began to bloom. In everyone's eyes, an extremely cold figure of the Creator slowly formed and appeared in this spacetime. The oppressive might emanating from his body was hazy in the silver light. At this moment, everyone seemed to see everything. The entire universe itself, the countless mountains and rivers, the collapsing particles, the flaming storms, the angry roars of the people. All the inanimate and living things seemed to converge into a torrent, converging into this vast phantom. All the immortal saints were excited. This aura is the same as the universe leader who appeared on the land summoned by Messiah. The aura of the two universe leaders of the chaos reign, could it be that they're actually the creator gods of the prehistoric universe? We've always thought that they're just the mother of the universe? Wait. But why are there two of them? No. One is cold, and the other has emotions. I'm afraid that they're transforming from divinity to humanity. Slowly recovering their will from being assimilated? Everyone fell into a state of speculation. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. All the previous mysteries seemed to be solved. The mystery of the two universe leaders from before. So, this is the truth that my husband was talking about. At that moment, Gigi, who was in the bloodline universe, looked shocked. He could not help but say, no wonder my husband has been ambiguous about the identities of these two universe leaders. He said that it's too beyond our understanding. Even if he told us, we wouldn't understand. So that's why. In the distance, Rongcheng's heart was also trembling. Indeed. They would not have understood the existence of the Creator God even if he told them about it. They would not even think that it was possible for them to exist. The vague shadow opened its eyes in the big explosion. Its eyes were cold and emotionless, as if it was the final manifestation of nature's will that had finally arrived. The Creator God seemed to have sensed that something was collapsing. It only left behind an extremely cold voice. The universe has its own laws and balances. No one can replace it. In the next second, the universe collapsed, and another Creator God was born. In the eyes of this Creator God, apart from endless divinity, there was also humanity. A God of creation with humanity, everyone was flabbergasted. This was simply inconceivable to the extreme. That peerless demeanor, that extraordinary and terrifying ancient figure, gave people an indescribable sense of amazement. The most terrifying prehistoric being had been born, but no one dared to make a sound. In the distance, Rongcheng was so scared that he had goosebumps. At that time, he had met this being for a short while. At that time, he thought it was the leader of the prehistoric universe. Who knew that it was a god of creation who had temporarily regained his consciousness? In the distance, Female B, the nine-headed ancient mother, and the other's eyes were shining. The ancient god of destruction had talked to them, opened the Heaven Cord sect, and was preparing to regain control of the universe. We did it. Female B said excitedly. Since the beginning of the prehistoric universe, after more than 14 billion years of the new era, I once fell into oblivion and lost my consciousness. But today, I have completely returned. My shadow formed by the will of the universe has completely dissipated. The god of destruction looked down, his eyes full of vicissitudes, and said lightly, everyone, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. In the distance, three indistinct shadows slowly appeared. It was vaguely seen that they were the ancient gods, Renamanga, and moon god Ji. Siju was dumbfounded. This surging aura, it was actually 3 level 11 beings, but how could there be 3 more level 11 beings? There were only 10 seats in the universe. Currently, only he and Dizun had proven their Tao, and there were still 8 empty seats. At this moment, a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Siju's mind, the level 11 beings from the prehistoric universe. They had been hiding in the dark for a long time, making all kinds of arrangements. Compared to them, he was like a child playing house. At this moment, Dizun stepped forward and said softly, dare I ask, did we succeed? The god of destruction shook his head and looked down, full of regret. After an era, I turned my body into the heavenly Tao, and in this realm, I have controlled the endless rules of the heavenly Tao, but I still haven't found a perfect path. Entering it means death. This path really doesn't work. The ancient level 11 beings that seemed to be prehistoric held their breaths. Although I still hold the power of heaven, I don't dare to use it too much. I can suppress my body. God of Destruction said lightly. Crack. As for this era's prime candle, 2Xian, the previous bug race queen mothers, and the others, they didn't dare to make a sound. Their gazes were burning hot, and their minds were in a frenzy. Didn't succeed? What does that mean? It should be referring to the 12th rank. In other words, even though he had reached the 12th stage of the Dao integration stage, his will had returned, but he had still fallen back to that almighty 12th stage. No longer possessing the level 12 abilities of a creator, as expected, by becoming the entire universe and possessing its mass, one would no longer be an individual life form. One would no longer have a sense of self. The vast universe of life forms, the torrent of matter, would crush one's consciousness. This was merging with the Tao. There was no way to dodge. They thought of this hypothesis, but didn't dare to say it out loud. This was an overlord existence from the prehistoric universe. In a sense, it was the will of the heavenly axiom that had ruled them for 14 billion years, a former god of creation who had just voluntarily stepped down and returned to self-consciousness. The former creator, he was talking about his comprehension of the 12th level. Even if he was stripped of his authority, he was still a terrifying ultimate existence that they didn't dare to imagine. This was the true great Tao itself. Furthermore, even though he had already merged with the Tao, he was still able to step back, recover his will, and recount his comprehension of the realm. This powerful and imposing existence simply surpassed the limits of their imagination. Whoosh! The vast and boundless god of destruction was like a giant phantom of ancient clouds high above the universe, giving off an unimaginable sense of awe. It was as if he was looking at a group of mortals on the 9 continents. The prehistoric god of creation suddenly lowered his head and glanced at them, the light of humanity flashing in his eyes. The prodigies and heroes of this universe era aren't bad, but we can evaluate them again and see how they will fare in the future. The era will inevitably develop, and the universe will continue to advance. It may not be impossible to break through the 12th level, and even the 13th level in the future. The road will be walked. However, before that, the few of you, follow me. The god of destruction's expression was calm as he disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! The 3 people present, including Dizun and the super ancient god, followed the god of destruction and entered a palace that had been created in an instant. Shizhu, who was at the 11th level, also shamelessly followed behind and wanted to enter, but he was refused entry. Shizhu was a little embarrassed, but he also knew that they would not be allowed to listen to the reunion of such an ancient existence. It was simply impossible. The entire place was suddenly in an uproar. The god of creation! I can't believe that the god of creation really exists. Oh my god! The poneglyph of the prehistoric universe. I can't believe that our universe is so ancient. But the god of creation has returned and regained his will. Doesn't that mean that he has fallen from that realm? Could it be that the 12th level is really an unreachable dream? It's impossible for humans to break through. The 11th level is the limit of a single singularity, and the 12th level is the limit of a group singularity. Yes, I'm afraid it's impossible. There was a lot of discussion and exclamations. Even the immortal sages, 2Xian, the previous queen mothers of the Zerg clan, and Shizhu were dumbfounded. On the other side, Suji once again sat alone in the palace and began to ponder silently. He had just broken through the realm, so he naturally had to feel and experience alone. At the same time, he also felt a great sense of crisis. He was about to break through to the 12th level with the Grand Universe Cultivation method. His will might also start to be assimilated. This is a little troublesome. I have to deduce my future. Suji did not only appear in a flash to maintain the mystery of the god of creation, but he also realized the urgency of the situation. He quickly deduced the future. Boom, Suji directly entered the new Grand Universe Cultivation method. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to have become a part of him. Every particle, every energy and matter, the shouts, growls, and shocked expressions of the sages in the distance had all become a part of him. The entire universe was his body was the universe. His heart was the heart of heaven. In fact, at this moment, I've already become a Real Reserve God of creation. The others are at the 11th level, but I'm at the 11th level. I can't stop myself from advancing to the 12th level. I can only avoid being assimilated by the will. Suji felt a little complicated. He felt strange and dazzling. He actually reached this step. Click. Suji frantically deduced the future of his grand universe cultivation method. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a trace of his future 12th level. If this goes on, I will die in the future. Those who seek the Tao live in the morning and die in the evening. Suji saw the scene in the future, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. At this moment, he was still crazily assimilating the entire universe. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if nothing had happened, because their perception had already been blocked, and they had even become a part of the matter. In reality, at this moment, the entire universe was undergoing an unimaginably huge transformation. It was like an earthquake with a magnitude of 100, the world was spinning, the sea was turning into mulberry fields, and the mountains were overturned. This was an unprecedented change in the universe. From the sky, the entire universe seemed to be splashed with Suji's own color by a huge ink brush. Suji had already assimilated an 11th level prime candle, and even the matter of the universe, and even the entire world of immortals. At this moment, he was crazily spreading out beyond the sea of primal chaos. This was a kind of terrifying power that was increasing exponentially. At this moment, Suji was crazily increasing his mass by the fourth power of 3 times 10, moreover, this number was still crazily increasing, almost by an exponential order of magnitude every second. Every second, Suji would be tens of thousands of times stronger than the previous him. This was a power that was growing limitlessly, invincible power. Suji was walking towards becoming an omnipotent god of creation. Every realm was an increase in dimension, and the further one went, the greater the difference. As for the 11th level, the difference between the 12th level and the 11th level was already indescribably huge. However, this kind of power that was multiplied exponentially, was it really worth being happy about? Suji felt a deep sense of fear. The limitless increase in power brought about a kind of uncontrollable, greatest fear in the depths of the genes of an individual. It was like a human continuously training and seeing their bright red muscles becoming stronger and stronger. They would gradually feel proud and happy because of the increase in their strength. But if your muscles were to crazily increase without limit, without any threshold or upper limit, they would smash through the entire house, the entire building. The bright red muscles would fill the entire street, the bright red muscles would crush the entire city. What a disgusting and terrifying scene it would be. This was the situation Suji was in right now. He was so bloated that he no longer looked like a human, but a pure monster of muscles. In his own house, he could not move at all due to his muscles that were as large as a continent or a planet. He could only be piled up on the spot and suffocate to death, gradually losing his will and being swallowed by the vast ocean. I am uncontrollably heading towards the 12th level. Suji fell completely silent. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the hazy gray sky on the cosmos wall. Humans should always be filled with reverence towards nature. Be it weak mortals, saints, singularities that are on par with the universe, or even the current me, just like what he had just said as the god of creation, those who entered would die. The 12th level was not something that humans could reach. In order to reach this level, one had to abandon their independent consciousness as a human and become an eternal and lofty god, becoming the entire universe itself. But that was a different kind of death. I'm really too greedy. Suji could not help but laugh. He slowly squatted down and gently touched the ground beneath his feet. Even if I'm so strong that I'm invincible in the universe, I should still be filled with reverence towards the entire universe. However, I will still replace it in the end, he said calmly. He had fused with the state of the great universe cultivation technique and borrowed the unprecedented intelligence of all living beings in the universe. Naturally, he found his own chance of survival in the next second. The best way to resolve his assimilation was to seal his great universe martial arts for the rest of his life. Seal 99. 999% of his power. The great universe cultivation technique is ultimately not the orthodox path to the 12th level. It's an indirect path, Suji said softly. The orthodox path is to become a singularity and collapse the entire universe's matter, destroying the entire universe and creating a new world, to reach the 12th level. But I'm different. He did not turn into a unified singularity. Instead, he would disperse and swallow the entire matter. Or rather, he would transform it. After the transformation, it would still be the same as before. I can still cultivate this great universe cultivation technique. Suji said softly, it's just that I can't use it. I have to continuously seal my growing power. Normally, I'm still an individual life form. I definitely can't enter the great universe state because once I do, I'll definitely die. This was because the previous great universe state had only assimilated the entire Zerg race. Suji could naturally withstand the information flow that it brought. However, after completely cultivating the true great universe cultivation technique, the entire universe would be his matter. He was already truly an alternative 12th level. Once he entered that state, it would be equivalent to instantly proving his Tao as a creation god. The vast universe's matter torrent would crush his consciousness alive. Once he entered, it would be impossible for him to exit this state alive like he was now. In the future, I can only seal my great universe martial arts. It's almost impossible for me to use its power. Suji muttered to himself, but it doesn't matter. The entire universe is my matter, a part of my body. Who can defeat me? Even if I don't enter it, I'm already a 12th level in name. In fact, this is the true alternative 12th level. This might be the most perfect 12th level method to preserve one's will in the universe. The so-called invincibility was relative. Suji not entering the great universe cultivation technique state was equivalent to sealing 999% of his power. As an individual life form and independent existence, he was already completely invincible. In terms of invincibility, he was essentially no different from a true 12th level. However, sealing is ultimately not an orthodox method. Suji shook his head softly. Perhaps in the distant future, I'll have to completely find a way to completely unseal my power while still maintaining my intelligence to become a true 12th level. This can be considered a boring pursuit. After all, I'm already invincible in this world. However, does this method really exist? Or do I have to deduce a future sand table? After all, there's nothing that can't be deduced. If one sand table isn't enough, I'll make a few more extraordinary sand tables. After all, I can create a new Queen Mother that can create a perfect small universe. With a perfect singularity, I'm no longer limited to a bloodline universe. Suji shook his head. Perhaps this is an opportunity outside the universe? However, is there a universe outside the entire great universe? But that would be a very distant matter. Outside the universe was really too vast. It was all nothingness within nothingness. Tens of billions of years might pass in the blink of an eye. That was an extremely long and unimaginable future. Especially for the young Suji now. On the other side, the ancient god of creation brought some prehistoric taboo existences into the palace to discuss. As for the site of Mount Akina, as always, he launched his own evaluation. In fact, he did not only broadcast it to the netizens on Earth, but also to Jiji, Rongqing, and the others. Netizens on Earth, we're now watching the final battle. The venerable emperor has single-handedly defeated all the heroes of the past and present. The other sages, standing on the surface of the world of immortals, were dumbfounded, watching Mount Akina's final battle, making the final tactical summary of their lives, and then continuously deducing the content. Next, let's begin the tactical summary. Mount Akina, with his hands behind his back, looked around. I'm afraid you already know the true origin of the venerable emperor, and the origin of the three ancient giants. I'm afraid it's also obvious. Jiji and the others held their breath, feeling a little nervous. The origin of the venerable emperor, and the origin of the three ancient 11th order existences that appeared at the end. Mount Akina and the others came from the venerable emperor's forces, so they probably knew a lot about the past of this ancient prehistoric civilization. They couldn't help but secretly listen. Mount Akina, still broadcasting to the netizens, brothers, I'm afraid you've completely understood the truth. This is an ancient prehistoric plan, and the origin of the venerable emperor can finally be understood. Why the venerable emperor's wisdom and talent exceed the limits of the old humans and the new humans. In the distance, the queen mother of the Zerg clan, Xianxia, as the defeated one, had been suppressed by the breakthrough of the quality candle, waiting for the venerable emperor to come out of seclusion to deal with him. The power of the venerable emperor was too terrifying. He kept breaking through, and Xianxia was dumbfounded. You should know that the new humans are the overlords of the eventually mature universe. Whose wisdom can exceed the upper limit of this race? Mount Akina sighed softly, the answer is already very obvious. The wisdom that surpasses all things is strong to this extent, and keeps breaking through their limits. Only the descendants of that existence can do it. Mount Akina spat out a word, with a mysterious look on his face. He said deeply, the god of creation. God of creation, a 12th grade descendant. Everyone knew that 12th grade was just a code name. It was no longer a realm, but a representation of the entire universe itself. A 12th grade existence was the offspring of the universe. Was this really possible? Without self-will, it was no longer an individual life. How could it reproduce like an individual life? Everyone fell into a cloud of fog. It seemed so, but there was something illogical about it. Perhaps this was the only way to explain the incredible talent of Venerable Emperor, which even surpassed the limits of a new creature like Xianxia. The difference in talent shown in the battle was too great. If the difference between new human beings and old human beings was like the difference between humans and monkeys, then the difference between Venerable Emperor and new human beings was like the difference between the wisdom of gods and the mortals on earth. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was extremely obvious. After all, the children of a 10th grade saint and a 9th grade Taoist all had a form that surpassed the lower life forms. They inherited part of their father's bloodline. It was normal for a 12th grade descendant to have all kinds of horrifying things. But the illogical part, how could the universe give birth to the next generation? What proof do you have? Mingmei's eyes widened in disbelief. My husband's son is actually Venerable Emperor? That's ridiculous. Then who do you think it is? Venerable Emperor's identity has always been a secret. Xiao Minayama drove the car around and looked at Kiyaki, Rongqing, and the others, who had a look of disbelief on their faces. He said softly, there was foreshadowing before, but you forgot about it. Do you still remember the mystery we discussed about Dizun? Mystery? Yes, with the advancement of our civilization, all kinds of mysteries about Venerable Emperor have almost been completely solved. But there is still the biggest mystery that has always been lingering in my heart. The biggest? Do you remember the genesis of the evil god? Xiao Mingyu said, according to our analysis, it should be deliberately guided in the dark, allowing the evil god to open the genesis of the ancient magic box. The super-ancient gods, Renamanga, moon god Ji, are the variables that will change the general trend of the universe. Everyone nodded quickly. Xiao Mingyu's deduction was indeed very accurate. These three beings did it on purpose. These three ancient beings from the prehistoric universe not only wanted to save this part of the universe, but their real goal was to let the future god of creation descend and restore their own will. Now, he had achieved his goal. The general trend of this cosmos epoch had completely changed. My deductions at that time are now perfectly connected to the current history. Xiao Mingyu continued, back then, Dizun had entered the singularity. How could he have survived inside? We found it inconceivable. We didn't even know what the singularity's realm was like back then, but with Dizun's hidden strength, it was only natural that it was unscathed. But do you think this is the explanation for entering the founding era? Isn't that the case? The cute girl asked. Wrong. You've only seen the second level. I thought it was the truth. Akina Yamaguchi proudly raised 2 fingers, and what I see is the third layer. Although he could enter the singularity perfectly, why would Dizun enter the singularity for no reason? Mengmei couldn't help but say, at that time, Dizun couldn't defeat the evil god and was sucked into it by force. You should know how terrifying that Dao technique was. Even Xianxia was sucked into it, he couldn't escape at all, but in the next second, she suddenly choked. Yes, the logic at that time was that Dizun was sucked in by force, but this logic didn't hold up at all. Dizun had hidden such strength, how could he be sucked in? It was most likely Dizun who entered on his own accord. Suji had already come out from the deductions of the cosmos and happened to hear this group of people discussing outside. He couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. I really couldn't defeat Medusa at that time, so I was sucked in. Don't you understand? From the beginning to the end, it was a sophisticated plot. Under Suji's somewhat confused look, Akina Yamaguchi said with a serious face, we saw it from the wrong angle at that time. That's why we missed the truth. Now that I think about it, the sequence of events at that time should be like this. The three ancient beings guided the evil god, opened the founding era, and observed the god of creation. The variable that changed the universe directly descended at that moment. Akina Yamaguchi said lightly, "At that time, when the god of destruction first descended into this universe and began to recover his consciousness, Dizun directly walked in." Do you still not understand? At this point, if the others still didn't understand, then they were real fools. Dizun probably went to see the god of destruction that had just been summoned and came to this universe. At the moment when the god of destruction had just recovered a trace of consciousness, he met his father. At that time, when he entered the founding era, Dizun was clearly on a journey to find his family. Next to him, Jiji, Rongqing, Jizhu, Tu Xian, and even the Zerg Queen were secretly shocked. So that's how it is. Long ago, they had already used this founding era Dao to observe the god of creation of the ancient era, so that this great being, who had no will, descended into our universe, and the first variable appeared. And his children have long been waiting in this new era of the universe. They had foreshadowed this a long time ago, foreshadowing the opening of the myriad heavens and realms. I didn't lose unjustly. Tu Xian was silent for a long time, but finally, he let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "I didn't expect that the evil god's founding era, the collapse of the returned singularity, and the means to create the incomplete singularity had been laid out long ago. This layout, I'm afraid that after traveling through the universe for billions of years, the prehistoric universe era had begun." Jiju also sighed softly. No wonder I couldn't beat them even after accumulating all the trump cards in the history of the universe. They had been accumulating for a long time. This was a long plan. I didn't lose unjustly. After listening to the history and internal affairs of Yamaguchi Akina, they now understood that this layout was not a coincidence. You deserve it. You always think that you're the most sinister in the universe, but you don't know that there's always someone better out there. The Zerg Queen couldn't help but say, "Even you, Jiju, are so sinister, playing all kinds of trump cards in the world of immortals to ensure that you won't lose in the future." But what about the other party? The other party must have done the same, so we had no chance of winning from the beginning. The three of them were completely silent. Dizun is invincible throughout the ages, cutting off an entire universe era. What chance of winning do you have? You're just looking forward to an incredible dream. Yamaguchi Akina said confidently with assurance, "But you should know, there are no dreams in the world of adults." That's right, you losers can only discuss in the open space outside, waiting for those ancient beings to come out and give you orders, Rongqing smiled and said. At the very least, she felt that she had chosen the right side from the beginning. Rongqing and the other immortal saints were secretly happy, and they could not help but feel proud. This Jiju was simply an old scoundrel. He had long replaced the master of the world of immortals, but they still foolishly worked for him and almost got themselves killed. Fortunately, the quality candle had abandoned them, allowing them to accidentally stand on the right side. We'll have to rely on Gigi in the future. The group of immortal saints could not help but flatter him. Gigi stood in the crowd, still confused. His mind went blank from this sudden happiness. Did he suddenly become the daughter-in-law of the god of creation? None of the longevity saints could remain calm. This was the start of a new dynasty. A new era of the universe was about to begin. This was a dynasty that was different from any of the ancient eras. The war was over, and it was time to reward them. How could they not be excited? Even though they might not be able to get a seat, there were other benefits, the longevity saints mumbled to themselves. The insectoid queen sighed after hearing what they said. She felt bitter and said, "The venerable sovereigns are probably the strongest trump cards to defeat our era, because any rigid trump card has the possibility of being defeated. An existence that surpasses the limits of all eras of the universe and can adapt to the situation is the most difficult to defeat." Tu Xian and the others agreed with what she said. Even Jiju said, "If it were me, I would also choose this method to determine the future. This is the best solution. I will use the living geniuses to crush them. No matter what monsters appear in the future, as long as they are more powerful than this one. I am not as smart as them. But I can't do this either." Everyone discussed with bitterness and helplessness. At this point, the outcome was already decided. They could only complain in the cage and summarize their previous mistakes. How can you imagine the wisdom of the ancient deities and the others? Akina Xianxia was very disdainful and joined in their discussion. We can't see through the thoughts of these three supreme beings at all. They have always been very mysterious. The higher the realm, the more we understand them. The more we look up to them. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. But how do they give birth to the venerable sovereigns? Someone asked. Xiaomanazzi did not know much about this. He was not as knowledgeable as these peak existences in the universe, but he still said, "Humph, we just can't understand it with our current knowledge. Maybe we will understand it in the future." 2Xian, on the other hand, answered honestly, maybe during the 12th stage, the collapse of the universe's singularity, the destruction of the entire universe, and the creation of a new era of our universe, there is a possibility of giving birth during the process of transformation from the 11th stage to the 12th stage. There seems to be a slight possibility, but it should be planned carefully. The insectoid queen said, in a split second, there might be a possibility of retaining their consciousness. Giving birth instantly? Everyone started discussing. They said they were exploring the 12th step. Not only did he become a creation god and enter the 12th level, he most likely also gave birth to children of the 12th level, also a type of research towards this realm. Shizhu muttered to himself. That's true. Not only is this a method to suppress the living beings of the new universe, but it's also a channel to explore the next realm. 2Xian's face was full of amazement. Venerable Sovereign, as an extraordinary being, might really have the possibility to step into the 12th level without losing himself. In the distance, Suji's expression was a little strange. He looked at the smug Mount Akina's car. In the blink of an eye, it had blended in with these pinnacle existences of the universe. He felt a little uncomfortable. How can you be so skilled? However, Suji had to admit that the speed of Mt. Akina had always had a strange charm, and it was very approachable. Sure enough, it was wise of me not to talk about too much ancient prehistoric history. Suji's expression became odd. They will complete it themselves to the most perfect state. However, looking at these pinnacle existences of the universe merging into one, Suji felt relieved. After all, it was already his new Zergrace, or rather, the entire universe was already a part of him. Suji continued to listen to see if they had any other thoughts and opinions. After all, he had to collect all kinds of suggestions and carry out an overall study. At this moment, Rongqing, who was at the side, started a discussion as expected. She looked at the palace with envy and said, "Those prehistoric existences. After this debate, they'll probably start a new era and rule over our universe once again. They'll settle us down. What do you think will happen? The distribution of the seats of the Great Path?" Shizhu said, "This universe has 10 seats. I have 1, Venerable Sovereign has 1, and there are only 8 seats left. I don't know if those prehistoric existences will occupy a seat again." Although the prehistoric existences were already at the 11th level of singularity life, they were still rootless duckweeds, without a place to stay in the universe. Although they were still invincible, they would definitely not be able to defeat the current 11th level universe with a foundation and a place to return to. They could easily occupy a seat again and rule over a universe. In that case, if they occupied a seat again, it would be equivalent to directly wasting the universe's seats. It would be a huge waste of the 11th level quota. If the seats were given to these existences who were already 11th level, they would only have a new foundation. If the seats were given to others, they could instead give birth to new 11th level existences. But how can there be such a thing as waste? Shizhu chuckled and said, "How would we dare to object? If they don't occupy a seat and are willing to be the prehistoric 11th level existences without a foundation, then there will be 8 seats to be distributed. If they occupy 1, there might be 5 or even 4 seats left. Don't think too much about it." Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. It was entirely up to the other party to decide how to distribute the seats. At this point, this universe would be capped. There were only so many seats in a universe. If they wanted to break through to a new 11th level, they could only wait for the next universe epoch to explode, collapse, and evolve into a new universe. Only then would there be a place for them. However, if they did not become 11th level existences, how could they survive the great collapse of the universe and the return of the universe? When the universe died, they would undoubtedly lose. There was absolutely no possibility of them surviving to the next epoch. This was simply an unsolvable problem. I don't know. When they summon us in later, they will definitely establish the principles of the new universe era. Xian was silent for a moment. Suji secretly listened to the uneasiness of these existences and only pondered. Click, suddenly, a voice came from inside the palace. Everyone, come in. All the existences on the square outside stopped their discussions and walked in respectfully. Even Xian, the previous Zerg Empresses, and the other defeated existences felt even more uneasy. They did not know how the other party would deal with these prehistoric existences of the ancient universe. Everyone slowly entered. In the bright and spacious golden palace, only Dizun was left sitting high above. The three ancient prehistoric 11th level existences and the ancient prehistoric creation god who had just stepped down and regained his self-consciousness were nowhere to be seen. After all, this is the era of the new universe. The ancients from prehistory are not willing to interfere too much with the new era. They have already hidden in the era, redeveloping their own forces and deducing things that interest them. Dizun sat on the throne and said calmly, the Garden of the Universe, Buddhism and Taoism, and the Mother River of the Universe, these three major systems will still rise and fall in the future universe. You can even go there and find a master. Everyone below held their breath. The prehistoric existences would not interfere with the development of the new era because they had already decayed and passed their peak, most robust, and energetic years, and Dizun, who seemed to be from prehistory, was actually sandwiched between the two universes. In a sense, he was indeed a life of the new era, still young and full of courage. Wait, if the prehistoric existences gave the opportunity to them, then wouldn't that mean some of the peak existences of the universe suddenly became excited? They looked at the son of the creation god who was ruling and suppressing the current universe era. The era has changed the fate of the future. The seemingly decaying existences have descended, but in fact, they have opened an unprecedented new era. Still, no one can be decayed. Dizun sat high and said calmly, as I said before, you can use your potential, wisdom, and talent to your heart's content. Come to your peak and try to overthrow me. I am eternally above the vault of heaven, and all living beings can come and fight me. Everyone's pupils shrank. These words were still so domineering. However, they were wild with joy. No one could dictate the future and rule everything. This was the fairest, most just, and most brilliant great era. Even Xian was excited. It meant that the new creatures would still be the main characters of the era. Dizun sat high and said, the new era contains infinite positions. Everyone, have you deduced the future? Xian deduced but secretly shook his head. The Zerg Queen also fell silent. They could not see the changed future even if they worked together. Even the prime candle that had broken through the 11th level couldn't see the future because in their eyes, the universe had ushered in the limit of growth. The universe had completely matured. The 10 seats were filled, and there should be no more changes in the future. The power of the singularity was the ultimate power of the universe. No one could have the power to surpass the truth. Even the 12th level could only expand the quantity of the truth. Not being able to see the future is the most incredible, the most dreamy future. Dizun sat on the throne and looked down. He said calmly, at this moment, the 8 seats of the Great Path will be occupied by the virtuous. Those who can deduce the future of the universe, let the universe grow again, truly work for the common people of the universe, and open up a new future for the strong, are destined to have a seat of the Great Path. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was completely excited. This debate will determine the future of the universe, the future trend of 100 billion years, for the future of heaven and earth, for the fate of all living beings. Dizun sat high on the throne, his eyes full of arrogance and sharpness. His pupils swept down. Everyone, you can speak freely. Let's discuss the possibility of the future path of the universe. Everyone stood in the palace hall, their minds shaken, and their postures were very uneasy. The future of the universe had been decided. It was completely bright and perfect. What other possibility could there be? The realm was already at its limit. Xian's eyes suddenly became serious. He instantly understood Dizun's meaning. However, it's precisely because it's impossible that we have to think about new possibilities. If possible paths could be easily seen, even mediocre people could think about the future. How could they, the top existences in the universe, think about future plans? Now, they were asked to formulate the possible path of the universe in the next 10 billion years, deduce the next realm. Perfect and complete the universe. Everyone held their breath. Was it really possible? Paths were deduced by people. People used to think that the 9th level was the limit, the 10th level was the limit, and now they thought the 11th level was the limit. Maybe it was true. Suddenly, Xianxia said, "Your Excellency Dizun, I have a few questions." "Don't worry. Go ahead," Dizun said lightly. Xianxia said, "First, make a plan for the next 100 billion years. Only 14 billion years have passed in our universe. 100 billion years is too long. The normal development of the universe has already returned to destruction." "Your Excellency, are you saying that the universe will never collapse and return from now on? You've interfered with its aging and completely developed?" "Exactly." Dizun said lightly, "At this moment, the general trend of the universe has changed. It won't collapse and return. This universe will completely move towards eternity." Xianxia's face trembled. Generally, the collapse and return of the universe was destined. This was the natural birth, aging, sickness and death of the universe. It was like a reincarnation. It destroyed all the superior existences, reshaped everything, and then started again. Even the individual singularity that reached the 11th level could transcend the death of the universe, but it couldn't interfere with the self-life reincarnation of the universe. Only the 12th level itself could become nature and completely interfere with nature. In other words, the ancient taboo that once became the god of creation and then fell had changed the fate of the universe's destruction, keeping the universe in its current state? "I'm afraid there's a deeper plan." Xianxia was shocked. Becoming the god of creation is the Tao integration state, secretly changing the fundamental law of the universe. That's why the current new era was created. Jiju's mind was also restless. He thought to himself, the situation of the universe has completely changed. In the future, there won't even be a return. Isn't that unimaginable? As for Rongqing and the others, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. A terrifying thought came to mind. The universe will not return, which means that the universe is completely these 10 seats of the great Tao. In the future, there will be no new universe epoch. A new seat of the great Tao, whoever obtains it will be the true eternal ruler. They looked at the remaining 8 seats with even more fervent gazes. If he couldn't obtain it, he would definitely die of old age. If he couldn't obtain it, he would only be able to cultivate the false Tao for the rest of his life, unable to obtain the truth. As for Su Ji, he was very calm in the face of Xianxia's words. Naturally, he would not allow the universe to collapse again. This was because the universe's return to collapse also meant that Su Ji had entered the great universe cultivation technique state. He had reached the 12th rank and was walking towards death. There was no way he would commit suicide. Therefore, from now on, there would be no more big collapses or big explosions. There might have been many cycles of reincarnation in the universe, but from this moment onwards, this epoch of the universe was an eternal epoch. There would be no more birth and death. He had worked so hard to green the entire universe, so how could he let him return? The second question. Xianxia asked again, "Since you asked us to make a plan for the development of the universe, then you want us to open a higher realm that might exist. In theory, the singularity is the highest realm, and there is no stronger power. But where there is a will, there is no way to know if there is a way without trying. Every prehistoric realm path was created by humans. My question is, Your Excellency and the other prehistoric beings have now confirmed that the path of the 12th rank creation god can't be followed by breaking through the realms?" Xian asked. "There is no way," Dizun replied faintly. "The beings of the prehistoric universe have already tried this path, and as you have just seen, they have all failed. There is no way to resist the assimilation of the universe. This is the realm of God, not the realm of man. We need to create a realm that belongs to us." Xian nodded and stopped asking questions. "Everyone," Dizun stood up and slowly walked down from the throne. "There are a total of 10 seats of the great Tao. Let's see if your plans for the future are worth choosing. I have seen your talents before, with all kinds of miraculous martial arts, researching a new system foundation for your own race. Now, please make a foundation for the universe, and whoever's proposal is adopted can take the seat. Dizun turned around and pointed to the empty seats high above. Don't use favoritism, only the virtuous can take the seat. The virtuous can take the seat, everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with great passion. Especially the Bug Queen mothers of the past, they were extremely impressed. As the losers, they already felt extremely happy. Relying on their own abilities, relying on their own efforts, this was already the greatest fairness. I will wait for you to deduce the answer in your heart for 1,000 years, Dizun said lightly. 1,000 years later, according to their talents, we will make a plan. If it is adopted, I will step aside and let them enter the gate of the great path behind me. They will become the pseudo-god of creation of a universe and reform their own universe according to the plan. The 10 seats of the Great Tao can accommodate a total of 10 universe plans. 10 multidimensional universes will be reformed at the same time, and we will see whose path will be successful. This is to pave the way for the future, for the benefit of the universe, and for the common people. I hope you won't refuse. Bug Queen mothers, 2 Xian. The same goes for you. Dizun's voice stunned everyone, and their eyes were burning with passion. As long as you put forward a feasible plan, if it is adopted, you can reach the top of the 11th rank, and then reform your own universe, Dizun said again. However, if you put forward a plan to reach the top of the 11th rank, and after a long time, there is no progress in the plan, or if you are half-hearted and decayed, I will kill you and push you down from the altar of the 11th rank. What does that mean? Shizhu's face turned pale. Venerable Sovereign looked at him coldly and said, Don't think that just because you've reached the 11th level, you'll be immortal and no one can overthrow you. Normally, it's true. 9 people at the 11th level might not even be able to kill one Venerable Sovereign. But I can kill anyone at the same level as me. Everyone's mind went blank. Yes, Dizun's abnormal, nature-defying fighting strength could not be calculated with common sense. In the same realm, he could kill any 11th rank expert. Dizun opened his arms, raised his head, and looked at the hazy sky outside the palace. In this universe's general trend, no one can decay. In this universe's epoch, everyone is born equal, and no one can always be superior and monopolize the eternal epoch. Dizun looked down, and his domineering figure seemed to be imprinted in the eternal divine light. Just like the prehistoric world of immortals, ancient existences like the eternal palace master will no longer have a place to live. The old rulers, the heavenly gods, will eventually be overthrown. Dizun's voice began to spread wildly, and it filled the entire 10 multiverse. Almost all the great existences heard his majestic voice. Although there are 10 seats for the great path, they can take turns to reach the top, and only the virtuous can occupy it, Dizun said coldly. I am the arbitrator. No decay, everyone is born equal. No bloodline class monopoly, no sage family, no generations of descendants to control the heavenly path. This is the golden age I want. 2 Xian's eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. Although he lost, he achieved his dream. He suddenly couldn't help but say, Dizun, I suddenly have a terrible idea. Today, you overthrew the old innate ancient god rulers, overturned the general trend of the universe, and re-established the order of the universe. Everyone is born to be like dragons, but what about the future? If you, as the only god of arbitration, also decay, none of us can overthrow you. Yes, no one can guarantee that they won't decay in the future, and neither can I. Dizun's face was cold, and he suddenly laughed in a low voice, mocking himself. Then, should I kill myself? Everyone looked at each other. No. This is a new era, an era where everyone is born equal, and everyone has the opportunity to prove eternity. Dizun laughed wildly. What is there to be afraid of in the future? I will stride forward. If one day I decay in the future, and no longer think about the lives of the world, and become a real ancient innate existence, there will naturally be people who will rise again and overthrow me, the old god. I seem to be invincible at the 11th level, but is it really invincible? You are deducing a new realm and opening up a new path. If you don't slack off and open up a stronger 11th level realm, or a new realm system in the future, you will naturally overthrow me, the once powerful existence. Dizun walked to the throne, looked at everyone below, and said calmly, I am not born for the throne, so why should I be afraid of being pushed into the mortal world? Everyone in the world can fight with me. Everyone was shocked by Dizun's domineering figure. This scene was recorded for eternity on the first page of the 10 Eons Ancient Era. Before the era, the ancient universe was destroyed, and the general trend changed. Dizun established the 10 seats of the Great Path. 10 eternal creators ruled the world together, and led the people to a new realm. At this point, the reincarnation era ended, and eternal prosperity began. 1,000 years. Everyone knew that they were only given 1,000 years. This was a short test of time. It was a test of their talents and the limits of their intelligence. Once the 1,000 years were up, they would lead their own plans and return to this palace. They would describe their plans for the future of the universe and decide the possibility of reaching the 11th rank. This was already the fairest arrangement. Everyone believed in it. Not only was it to prove one's Tao, but it was also the most direct test of a person's most fundamental talent and intelligence. It was the most fundamental thing in the bones of an expert. Whoosh. The group of people retreated. 1,000 years seemed long, but in the high-dimensional spacetime, it was only 10 days. It was just the blink of an eye. Everyone disappeared from the palace. Suji also stepped up and disappeared from the spot. He came to the vast nothingness of the universe to take a walk. The universe in the distance became smaller and smaller. The universe is really mysterious. Looking at the entire history, the creation of heaven and earth, the unification of the rules, the complete maturity, and the descent of the 11th rank, looking at the history of the universe as a whole, it is like a life. Birth, childhood, growth, maturity, children, and only 10 children. Every rank 11 is the truth child of the multiverse singularity. They are young truth singularities that are taken on by the most outstanding geniuses in the universe. They can mature at any time and become a vast, mature, and complete universe that has lost its own will. From this point of view, birth, reproduction, and then death is like a perfect life pattern. It is like a historical main line that praises the vastness of the universe, a novel's plot outline, a movie's plot outline. This dark line connects the entire history of the universe. This dark line can be called the general trend. The general trend of the universe's growth is like a human. Childhood, growth, youth, maturity. So it is very difficult to reverse the natural growth pattern of humans. This is the ultimate core truth of the universe's general trend. At this moment, Suji's understanding of the universe was extraordinary. He reversed the general trend and changed the natural growth pattern of the universe. It could be said that no one understood the fundamental principle of the general trend better than him. Then, is the universe also a kind of alternative life like plants? The corners of Suji's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile as he looked up at the sky. How wonderful. Extrapolating the transcendent sand table of the universe, extrapolating the transcendent system of nature. Even if I were to explore this mysterious law of nature for my entire life, I would still find it infinitely beautiful. Suji stepped into the void and looked into the distance. He could not help but open his arms, his eyes full of expectation and longing. She is so beautiful. It makes me feel her creepy and bottomless beauty. The true truth that he hides makes one shudder, but one cannot help but dig it out. Suji was observing the entire universe. He searched the entire universe for traces of him. That was because he had become the universe itself. In the end, he confirmed that there were no ancient ruins of the prehistoric universe, nor were there any hidden level 11 existences of the prehistoric universe. There were no traces of prehistoric times, this was only natural. This was because the great collapse of the universe would cause all matter and energy to be completely restarted, turning into nothingness. Any prehistoric remains would return and be remolded anew. But there were no prehistoric level 11 life forms. This was enough to make Suji curious. This would be the last question he had about the vast epic of the universe. There are no prehistoric level 11 life forms. There are two possibilities. Suji said calmly, the first possibility is that although the epic of the universe has reincarnation, we are in the first reincarnation stage. We are the first century, we are the beginning. Was this possible? This was naturally possible. This was because Suji had previously used the heavenly chord sect to constantly create eras. Suji discovered that the Big Bang of the universe produced the great Tao Atlas tree. 999% of the original universe environment was a dead tree. It would not give birth to life. These universes were all dead. His entire lifespan from exploding to collapsing had been empty and deathly stillness. This was not strange. The birth of life was always a miracle of countless small probability aggregation. It needed a suitable law, soil, environment, ecology, just like how 999% of the universe was a lifeless wasteland planet. Humans on Earth used their astronomical technology to constantly observe extraterrestrial planets, but they could not find another Earth that could give birth to natural life. Therefore, we are in the cycle of countless dead universes. The first universe to give birth to life is also possible. We are the source. Suji said softly, and the second possibility is that we are not the first. The prehistoric universe civilization does exist, and those level 11 existences have long chosen to go to the distant universe. The corners of Suji's eyes drooped slightly. When you are completely invincible in the universe and have reached your limits, will you still stay on this land and be the mastermind of the future universe? After living for tens of billions of years and ruling the universe for tens of billions of years, you still haven't had enough. You still want to continue to rule the next universe after the Big Bang and Great Collapse? Do you really think that he likes to dictate to you and cut off your future? You think too highly of yourself. How could such a huge human have the time to monopolize the future of an ant under their feet? Different heights naturally led to different thoughts. They might choose to leave the universe and walk into the boundless void to find another universe that might exist. Previously, in theory, there could not be other universes outside the universe because the return and collapse of the universe was like a terrifying vortex, sucking in everything around it and twisting it into a singularity, Suji said, but if two singularities are separated by enough super distance, there is a possibility of them existing. But how could there be another singularity outside the universe? Who brought it there? The corners of Suji's mouth curled up. Then, the whereabouts of the prehistoric level 11 might be clear. It was not impossible to find other universes and other opportunities. If I were them, I would definitely take advantage of the moment of the universe's collapse and Big Bang to ride the terrifying force of the Big Bang and fly into the endless void like a rocket. Suji said softly. The moment the Big Bang and the birth of the new universe, the ancient great existences all followed the Big Bang to the distant sky. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would not be able to find the prehistoric level 11. Suji frowned. In fact, if it were me, without infecting the universe and using normal methods to prove the 11th rank, I would most likely do the same, leave the universe. Because if I stay here for billions of years, I will be bored to the point of collapse. Instead of sticking to the rules here, I might as well search for the outside world that might exist. These two 11th rank inferences were both possible. In Suji's eyes, the probability was 50-50, and the two did not even conflict. If this was the first universe era, it would be the first inference. If he was not the first universe era, it would be the second. In short, no matter which, prehistoric existences could not exist. Just like the world of immortals, even if one seemed invincible, with the passage of time, they would not be able to stay high and mighty forever. Everything would fall. Nothing could be eternal, nothing could be high and mighty. This was the destiny of the universe. Even the 11th rank would follow the best path for the future, and would not be able to stay high and mighty forever. Now that I think about it, the last part of the universe's mystery has been completely solved. It's too perfect. Suji's expression became strange, and he laughed softly. Thinking back to the speculation just now, I'm even more certain that it is indeed like a life, growing, developing, maturing, giving birth to 10 lives, and then spreading out like spores, drifting into the distance. At some point in time, or in some nothingness, these singularity life forms will see scattered matter, collapse it, and absorb it, growing into a new universe? Suji felt that this was an infinite cycle of reincarnation. A perfect universe ecosystem. Other singularities outside the universe could be singularity babies of the universe, brought over, in charge of absorbing the collapsed matter and energy of the nothingness, condensing it into a universe. Everyone was a part of nature. How sad. The 11th rank singularity life forms seem to have surpassed the universe's general trend, surpassed the universe, and become the truth. Suji's lips curled into a cold smile. The surroundings were quiet. Time passed minute by minute, but it was as if it had never moved. But, have they really transcended? There is no surpassing the universe's general trend, because the general trend is growth. Perhaps they are just heartless reproduction tools, spores of mushrooms drifting outside. The more Suji thought about it, the more terrified he became. What was transcendence? What is the false Tao? What is truth? You think you've transcended everything, shed the false path, and achieved the truth, yet you're still enveloped in an unknown general trend. You don't even know what's going on, but you follow the general trend and spread your branches. Outside of one circle was another circle of nothingness. Perhaps they would use an unknown force to force you to reach the 12th rank, the Tao integration universe, and self-destruct in another nothingness. You couldn't escape your fate. This was another kind of sorrow. The 10th step sages seemed to have an unlimited lifespan, but they suffered from the celestial decay and were constantly assimilated by the universe. Then, did the 11th step sages also have some kind of method to limit their lifespan? In the future, they would also be assimilated and forced to reach the 12th rank. Eventually, they would become a true universe that would undergo the Big Bang and Big Collapse? Other people cannot infer it, but I am already an unprecedented level 12 cultivator. That's why I can see the terrible secret that terrifies all the level 11 cultivators. Forget it, forget it. The last bit is already clear. The 11th step sages either don't have it, or if they do, they've left their mother and gone to spread their branches. In any case, the next circle of the 11th step sages is in the endless nothingness. What mysteries will they discover? What will they encounter? What does it have to do with me? I've already jumped out of the general trend and am not in this circle. They're still trapped in the general trend and going to spread their branches. Although I don't know the specifics, I can study it slowly when the time comes. Suji held his hands and looked at the distant universe in the sky. He smiled and reached out to the sky, as if he wanted to grasp the entire circular universe in his hand. The universe is really mysterious. He just looked at the distant universe quietly. The huge and vast sphere was his body, but Suji still felt no different from himself. Because he had already sealed 99%. 99% of his power. He couldn't experience the true beauty and power, even if it meant death. He was silent for a long time. Humans can't become nature after all. An unconscious sky without a sense of self is the most terrible thing. Suji suddenly turned into sound and disappeared. He smiled faintly and said, 10 days have passed. It's time to appoint saints and establish the 10 seats of the Great Path. Outside the palace. One by one, the powerful existences slowly entered the palace. They had deduced some possibilities in the past 1,000 years, but they still needed to put them into practice. On the other side. Alas, it's not our time yet. Standing on the bluestone square in the distance, the 3 pillar gods sighed with emotion. Their eyes were full of envy as they watched the experts enter one after another. They were still level 10 saints, not level 11. Those who had joined hands to fight against venerable sovereigns were at level 11 or even fake level 12. Their realms were much higher than theirs. There was nothing they could do about it. They were still too young. They were not in the same era. They were peak overlords in the prehistory of the universe. What's there to be afraid of? Let them be arrogant for a while. We are still growing. We are the reserves for the second generation of seats. Looking at the powerful existences entering one after another, Medusa said coldly, in the future, I can replace them and push them all off the altar. Clatter. On the square in the distance, those ancient existences had entered one after another. They were ready to explain their plans for the future, become the first cornerstones of the new era, and compete for the rank 11 seats. Standing in the distance, the 3 pillar gods were also very envious. They also knew that they were the protagonists now, and the young people in front of them could only watch the ceremony. They couldn't help but say with longing, indeed, no one is an eternal seat. Only the virtuous can occupy it. When we grow for a while, we will definitely be stronger than them. She is just a Zerg clan queen. She is a hero in history. She is just relying on herself to live longer, Dicky said coldly, still very arrogant. Exactly. They are all prehistoric cucumbers. They are wrinkled and won't last long. They will be squeezed dry and completely rot. Akina Yamaguchi snorted and made a wonderful analogy. He said calmly, "You are the second generation, we are the third generation." After the second generation stands up, after a while, the seats of the great Tao of the future universe will be fought for by us, the third generation. Next to him, Meng Mei's face darkened. She snorted and said, "The few big bosses might come true. After all, they are only 10,000 years old. But you are going to be the third generation. No matter how many years you are given, you won't be able to reach that peak, and the third generation, you are thinking too far ahead." Humph. The new era is developing. The general trend of the future will definitely still be in the hands of our Buddhist system. Akina Yamaguchi snorted coldly, but he was very optimistic and laughed happily. Renamenka, Moon Goddess Ji, and the ancient deities, the three giants will still be fighting in the future, opening up new eras. What we are discussing now is the 10 universal seats, and outside of the 10 universal seats, there are countless worlds scattered around. We belong to one of the worlds, and we will definitely have greater glory. Akina Yamaguchi felt that this was not the end, but the beginning of a new universe era. A new beginning for the players. The prelude to the new extraordinary sand table world system had begun. Wait, I almost fell into your trap, and you still have the cheek to say that? You make it sound like you can reach the top. Akina Yamaguchi suddenly looked at Meng Mei and was instantly furious. Meng Mei's eyes suddenly widened. Why can't I? I am an amazing woman who will become the mother of Dizun. Akina Yamaguchi was completely shocked. This girl actually wanted to be the mother of Dizun, let Dizun call her mother. What kind of ambition was that? Humph, I think I already have a lot of hope. Meng Mei's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. She could not help but look forward to it and said, I just met the god of creation in the heavenly court faction. I have completely recovered my spiritual intelligence. As the final existence of the universe, I am his subordinate. We just got closer and closer. We even sat down to drink tea and discuss the greening of the new universe. Akina Yamaguchi was dumbfounded. Meng Mei's efforts finally showed signs? Greening the universe, maybe she could become the real mother of the universe? Marry the god of creation? Right, where did Carolyn go? Phoenix Dowlord thought about it and suddenly said softly. Rumor has it that she went to seek out an ancient deity. Even though that overlord revealed his true cultivation realm, she still wishes to join him and establish a new future. The three-pillar god's expression suddenly became calm as they looked into the distance. The super-ancient god and the other two obviously did not want to lead the new trend. They were still developing in the direction of the universe, maintaining their previous style of being very low-key and mysterious. Carolyn is usually very brave, but when facing that existence, she is too timid. Otherwise, she would have succeeded long ago. Emperor Qi shook his head and smiled. He looked at Meng Mei as if saying she was the same. Meng Mei was furious. Emperor Qi suddenly looked at Kong Yun beside him and said gently, Empress, a new era has begun, that's right. In the past, the last few lonely people in our batch seemed to be on the verge of attaining enlightenment. Kong Yun also laughed softly. Right, only a few people are left without a home. In the distance, Balloon Fish and Du Shui were also smiling. The familiar faces around them made them feel very emotional. If our generation is said to be the third generation, now it is almost the fourth generation. Ermin is about to give birth. We are also old, and our hearts should be stable. Alchemy Emperor also laughed. In front of a group of familiar faces, Ermin looked at Meng Mei's hand and said gently, Don't jump around all day. You must work hard. Ta ta ta. Just as they were watching, they suddenly looked into the distance. It is about to begin. The 100 million year plan for the universe's future will determine the foundation and orthodoxy of the universe. Let us witness the future together. As they watched, ancient and prehistoric existences slowly walked into the palace. Two Xian, the previous queen mothers of the insect tribe, Zhizhu, and other unimaginably powerful beings slowly walked into the main hall under the bright morning sun. Everyone was smiling. They all knew that they had jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, and this was the unprecedented beginning of the universe. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the dazzling golden palace, countless ancient existences gathered together. Dizun sat on the throne high above. He was a great shadow that had been hiding for thousands of years and had finally come out to rule the world. He was looking down at all living beings. "Everyone, you may speak now," said Dizun. Xianxia stood up first and said, "Looking at the history of nature, I think the opportunities are outside the universe, in the endless nothingness." "Oh?" Dizun said lightly. Xianxia said seriously, "The so-called singularity may not be the only singularity. Our so-called truth is not the only truth. Maybe there are other great paths and truths outside the universe? If we can capture them and integrate them into other singularities, we can transform and transcend. This may be the way to break through to rank 11. We can travel to different universes and integrate their singularities, just like rank 10 saints in the multiverse. Therefore, we need to observe the extraterrestrial life and discover other possible universes. This is no different from studying extraterrestrial life on a planet. Now, for us, the new giants, the 9 universes are like 9 continents. It may be a necessity for us to explore the outer space." Xian proposed the theory of extraterrestrial life. "My suggestion is to observe the outer space. Imitate the mortals on ordinary planets and look up at the vast sky, building unimaginable telescopes and even spaceships. Even turning the entire universe into a moving spaceship. We can keep traveling and looking for the singularities of the outer civilizations." Xian's words were very open and aboveboard. This was the path of great ingenuity. Dizun said, "This suggestion is indeed in line with the development of new humans. Perhaps, if nothing unexpected happens, the surface life of the 9 continents might really involve outer space?" Xian said nothing. Dizun came from prehistory, so he naturally knew the future. How could he not know their future development? Dizun smiled and looked at Xian's specific drawing. "I will grant you a great path." "Yes." Xian took a step forward. At this time, Shizhu also said, "My suggestion is similar to Xian's, but also different. He advocates looking for extraterrestrial life, but I advocate looking for the scattered matter and energy in the crazy outer space, devouring them, and expanding our universe." Shizhu said lightly, "Extraterrestrial life is simply too far away. Another universe is a miraculous idea. Looking for the matter and energy in the outer space to expand our universe is the greatest possibility. I'm a pragmatic person. According to the mapping of the model of the universe, the returning collapse of the cosmic singularity will cover a huge, vast, and endless circle. However, beyond the range of the collapse, there will definitely be a large amount of matter and energy that cannot be absorbed and scattered into nothingness. We believe that by collecting them and expanding the volume of our universe, we might be able to elevate the dimensions of our universe once again and produce a new 11th level, or even a new realm." Xianxia proposed the theory of surface expansion. He looked through the entire history of the universe and finally discovered that the dimension of the universe kept increasing. As the universe grew larger and more complete, the higher the level of life it could contain. He believed that the current era was the same as before. It was also because the universe wasn't complete enough. It wasn't large enough, and it wasn't mature enough. Therefore, it was unable to break through to a higher level of dimensional life forms. The narrow bottle was unable to contain a loftier existence. "You also wish to be in the outer realms?" Venerable Sovereign pondered, "But the direction is completely different. Expanding our universe. Prime Candle, you were originally at the 11th rank, so naturally, you already have a place." Shizhu nodded. After reaching the 11th rank of Tao Proving, he had nothing to do. What Dizun wanted him to pursue was also what he wanted to pursue. The strong should continue to pursue the future and stride forward. Open up new territories. They study the outer realms, while we study the inner realms. At this time, the Queen Mothers of the past generation stood up and said coldly, "We have studied for thousands of years and found that the myriad heavens and realms has great potential. The number of 11th ranks of the universe is constant, but is it really so? Perhaps in the myriad heavens and small universe, there is also a chance to reach the 11th rank of Tao Proving. However, it is extremely difficult and too small." They said in a powerful voice, "They can't prove their Tao Proving because if the great path atlas tree of a multiverse is compared to a towering tree, then the small universe is a breakthrough sapling the size of a fungus, so they can't use this atlas to break through and return to the truth." What we mean is to continue to study the myriad heavens and realms and overcome this difficulty, so that the number of 11th rank seats is unlimited. The queen mothers of the insect race were even bolder. They said that the evolution of life and the evolution of the myriad heavens and small universe were actually similar, which was a huge coincidence. They thought that their talents could be fully exerted in the myriad heavens. If there is no possibility, then create a possibility. Their voices were very cold. If it can be done, it will be the biggest breakthrough in the history of the universe. Dizun smiled faintly and looked at their detailed plan. I will grant you a seat. But in the next second, another queen mother of the insect race came up and proposed another plan. They were actually bold enough to want more than one seat. One by one, the existences came up, and the entire universe's future was thoroughly planned. Dizun sat high up, his expression cold, and kept listening. The final 8 seats of the great path of the universe were completely determined, and the 8 people each controlled a multiverse. Rumble, the 10 seats of the universe's great path were completely completed. A huge radiance gushed out from the universe's land, shining with endless platinum light. It was the source of everything, the source of the truth. The 10 points of light were like the final stars, flying in the universe, extremely beautiful, so gorgeous that everyone trembled. The sky seemed to be burning. Everyone, all the multiverses, could clearly see a great existence hanging in the sky above their own universe, slowly overlooking the entire universe's continents. The 10 saints transform into the Tao, proving the truth eternal. This scene would eventually become the mural of an eternal legend. Everyone knew the greatness of this scene, but history always liked to describe the prosperous scene in the simplest words. At the end of the universe era, the 10 saints prove the heavens, and the heavenly path is formed. A new era had completely begun. Everything was in full swing, and the great existences of the truth began to run their own universes, testing the infinite possibilities of the future. In the end, Suji still returned to the orchard on Earth. He sipped his tea again, ate some fruits, looked at the development trajectory of the various universes, and continued to take care of his orchard, slowly watering and fertilizing. Looks like I don't need to worry about those guys anymore. Suji was still leisurely, returning to peace, and living as an ordinary person again. This was the place where it all started. Although the queen mother of the insect race was picked up here, she was a little confused at the moment. She still thought that Suji was an ancient existence from the prehistoric universe, waiting here for her death, and secretly plotting against her. But at that time, he was really an ordinary person with a terminal illness. I really don't come from the prehistoric era. Suji stood up and left the coffee table. He came to the side and tore out a page from the calendar. Tomorrow will be my 29th birthday. Time flies. Bang, time flew, and the giant wheel of history was rolling. At that moment, everyone seemed to be careless, but in the eyes of the future generations looking back on history, they became the most brilliant part, embedded in the mural. A heroic and domineering figure, frozen for eternity on the throne. In the future, there was an ordinary young Chuyu saint here. He still remembered back then, crawling in a corner of the palace to witness this magnificent scene. He wasn't the strongest person, but he was one of the existences who had lived the longest. Later on, when he grew old, he hid in an orchard. Many young existences came to visit him, and he answered the heroes of the future generations who asked him about the present scene 1,470,000 times. This sage old man sat on a rocking chair, caressing the mural. Everyone was imprinted on it, and there was no lack of stunning young existences in the future. Every time he talked about the heroes who came to visit him, about the majestic and domineering figure who cut off the eternal taboo, his eyes would be filled with deep admiration, and he kept repeating his own words. The era is unprecedented. There is an era that belongs to the common people, an era of unimaginable fairness, all because of one person. You should feel honored to be able to live in this era of prosperity. The old man looked up at the sky, spending the happiest life with his lover, Du Shui, beside him, and smiled. When the heroes grow up in the cradle of the fair future, their brave figures will leap up like all the heroes of history, to challenge the Almighty Lord, and write the vast epic of civilization. Using oneself as an enemy, how reckless and domineering is this? Finally, this old man who was telling the story of his life said something that seemed to have great significance in his life. If the Lord falls today, then I will live until the day after tomorrow. In these 2 days, I will narrate the Lord's life to the future generations, telling them that the fall of the Lord signifies the beginning of decay. At that time I will be filled with pride and despair, narrating the story of the Lord's tyranny over the ages. Everyone was shocked. Using oneself as an enemy, standing high above the ages, stopping everyone. But if he was defeated, then the universe would face calamity and darkness. What kind of contradiction is this? But everyone felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps it was because of such an existence that it felt logical. There are many things that you cannot understand, and even we do not understand. For example, right now. This old sage sat in the orchard, eating an apple and taking a sip of tea, his posture relaxed. Have you learned it? This is the attitude of the Lord. End of the book. End of chapter 1467. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.